In the heart of Madrid, the capital of Spain, October brings a temperate climate, devoid of the summer's sweltering heat and the winter's chill, making it an ideal time for football. Yet, Bailly finds himself in a predicament without a team to play for. He has recently received confirmation from Real Madrid Castilla that he is no longer part of their plans, and despite a contract that extends until next summer, the club has opted for an early termination. While he receives a monetary compensation, for an 18-year-old, the thrill of playing is what truly matters. Bailly has only just begun to come to terms with this reality. To be precise, he has traversed dimensions. Prior to this, he was a professional player muddling through in the Chinese second division. Following his team's promotion, rumors circulated about a purge of underperforming players, ostensibly to make room for foreign talent. Bailly suspected he was among those in jeopardy. In a bid to prove his worth, he invited the head coach for drinks, consuming several glasses in a haze of determination. As consciousness faded, he felt a pat on his shoulder and heard the coach's parting words, "I too must leave." When he awoke, he had become the Bailly of the present. It is now 2014, and at the age of 18, he finds himself in Madrid, having lived there since childhood due to his Spanish mother. His father once harbored dreams of playing professional football, but suffered a career-ending injury in his teens, leading him to Spain to seek a different path. Bailly has inherited his father's talent, perhaps even surpassing him, and was selected for a trial at the Real Madrid Castilla Youth Academy. However, his development has not met expectations. The academy is teeming with prodigies, and few ever ascend to the first team. Most are relegated to transfers. Bailly, seen as lagging, has been released, as no one is interested in acquiring him. With a sigh, Bailly accepts his circumstances, recognizing that they are far better than in his previous life. Yet, as he prepares to head home, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. Detection of host's contract termination, activating the all-round king system. What is this? The all-round king system. Having already experienced a dimensional shift, Bailly is not overly surprised by the sudden emergence of a system. A panel materializes in his mind, presenting a brief introduction to the system, which has but a singular aim: to transform Bailly into an all-encompassing football king. The system boasts two primary abilities. First, Bailly can randomly acquire physical attributes through matches, enhancing his overall capabilities. The higher the level of competition, the more attributes he can gain. Second, the system accumulates victories upon reaching a certain number. He will unlock treasure chests containing various rewards, including skills and even innate talents. Bailly glances at his initial attributes. Stamina, 45. Speed, 40. Shooting, 40. Passing, 50. Dribbling, 50. Defense, 25. Strength, 50. These 7 attributes are dismally low, akin to those of an amateur player. Bailly shakes his head, realizing that Real Madrid Castilla's decision to release him is justified. He begins to contemplate how to best utilize his newfound system. With such attributes, securing regular playing time seems a distant dream, likely relegating him to the Spanish Segunda B, where he may not even be a starter. Should he return to China? Train there before returning to Europe? Bailly feels a pang of worry regarding his low attributes. Suddenly, a notification pops up: newcomer treasure chest 1 acquired. Without hesitation, Bailly chooses to open it. Acquired full-level attribute card 1. Allows the selection of 1 attribute to be maxed out. Limit 100. What? In that moment, Bailly is genuinely astonished. 1 attribute can be maxed out. The opportunity has arrived. Without a moment's thought, he selects passing. As a midfielder, he understands the paramount importance of passing ability. Even if he were to enhance his shooting, lacking strength and speed would render it futile. If teammates failed to pass him the ball, he would be left stranded. However, with maxed out passing, he would possess the capacity to command respect from his teammates. The system defines a score of 100 as surpassing the individual capabilities of all current players. With clarity now in mind, Bailly recognizes that he has gained the confidence to remain in Europe. What he needs now is an opportunity, a chance to showcase his skills. It is already October, the summer transfer window has closed, and the winter window is still distant. However, as a free agent, he is not bound by transfer restrictions. Upon returning home, it is evident that his parents are already aware of the situation, as Castilla is required to notify guardians. Initially concerned about Bailly's mental state, his parents feel a sense of relief upon seeing him in high spirits, realizing that psychological resilience is vital for a professional athlete. What are your plans? His father, By Zhang Wo inquires. If you cannot play, you could return to university. Bai Yi shakes his head. No, I wish to continue playing. I want to seek trials with some teams. I believe I have the potential to become a professional player. Bai Zhang Wo and his wife, Blanca, exchange knowing smiles. I thought you might prefer studying over football, so I reached out to the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. But it seems that will not be necessary now, though my other preparations may come in handy. He produces a business card, looking at Bai Yi. Do you remember Eddie Howe? Eddie Howe? Bai Yi certainly recognizes the name, though the memories are hazy. Without waiting for a response, Bai Zhang Wo continues. 3 years ago, he watched you play and remarked on your potential. He said he would definitely want you as his player if you were coach. He is now the head coach of Bournemouth in the championship, and I contacted him. He is willing to offer you a trial. The championship? Bai Yi nods, acknowledging that this is arguably the highest level he can currently aspire to. English football has developed immensely, rivaling La Liga, providing a platform for young talents to showcase their abilities. Holding a Spanish passport, he faces no work visa issues as both Spain and England are EU nations. Bai Yi agrees. He must seize this chance. The following day, Bai Yi and Bai Zhang Wo arrive in England. His mother, Blanca, stays behind to care for his younger sister, Bai Yu, who is only 12 and also striving to become a professional player. She is currently in another team's youth academy, Atletico Madrid's women's team. Bournemouth, a seaside resort town in Dorset, England, is their destination. However, the pair is too focused to appreciate the scenery, heading straight to the Bournemouth club to meet Eddie Howe, the youngest head coach in the English league system. The jubilant cheers from the Vitality Stadium surged like waves, echoing throughout. What a delightful spectacle! Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Bai Yi's remarkable performance, with 1 goal and 2 assists, was simply magnificent. The fans were left in awe of his skills, while Wilson scored the final goal. Bai Yi's assists were undeniably more dazzling. The Bournemouth players celebrated exuberantly, with Wilson being the first to embrace Bai Yi. That pass was exquisite. Bai Yi nodded, responding. Your goal was splendid as well. After that goal, McDermott felt a sense of hopelessness. With only 4 or 5 minutes remaining, it seemed impossible to score twice. He sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, the next moment, his gaze drifted towards Bai Yi's figure in the distance. And an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Bai Yi could turn this 2-goal deficit around in just a few minutes? McDermott, as head coach, couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary world of talent that Bai Yi embodied. Soon, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. The final score settled at 3-1. Bournemouth celebrated their 2nd consecutive victory. As the match concluded, the commentator passionately urged everyone to rejoice in this triumph. We should be grateful that the team signed Bai Yi, for his arrival has completely transformed our game. In just 2 matches, he has achieved an astonishing 1 goal and 5 assists. What breathtaking statistics. This is nothing short of a flawless performance, especially considering he has come off the bench in both matches. Perhaps Coach Eddie Howe should contemplate granting this 18-year-old more opportunities, perhaps a starting position. In fact, by the time of the 3rd goal, Eddie Howe was already contemplating this, but there was no time for further reflection. Celebration was in order. Recently, the pressure on him had been immense, causing him to gray prematurely. Now, however, he could finally enjoy a restful night. He was immensely grateful to Bai Yi. The cheers at the Vitality Stadium did not dissipate with the match's conclusion. Fans chanted the names of the players, with Bai Yi's name being the most resounding. Bai Yi felt the fervor of the crowd, and an overwhelming sense of joy filled his heart. This sensation was simply exhilarating. In stark contrast, the Reading team returned to their locker room in despondency. During an interview, Coach McDermott expressed his frustration. We lost. Away games are never easy. But we did not lose to Bournemouth. We lost to Bai Yi. His performance tonight was worthy of the term genius. Meanwhile, Bournemouth's media began to recognize Bai Yi's exceptional talent. Numerous newspapers reported on his achievements. 10. Shocking to Chinese fans. Is this the level of passing we can expect? The Castilian abandoned, the savior of Vitality Stadium. In 2 matches, 6 goals created. The emergence of Bai Yi may herald the dawn of a new era. Bournemouth secures 2 consecutive victories. Bai Yi's contribution is crucial. Such reports flooded the eyes of Bournemouth supporters. Fans who had not watched the team recently became aware of the newfound changes. Bai Yi's name was whispered among Bournemouth fans, becoming the hottest topic in local football discussions. He was labeled a midfield prodigy. The extensive media coverage also caught the attention of Chinese football enthusiasts. who were eager to uncover Bailly's identity. Upon discovering his mixed heritage and strikingly handsome features, many self-media outlets in China began to share highlights of Bailly's performances on the largest football community platform, Douyin.com. They wrote introductions such as, Chinese player Bailly, a substitute in 2 championship matches, with 1 goal and 5 assists, an astonishing display of talent. To their surprise, these compilations of highlights became viral, quickly trending on Douyin.com. Chinese fans were left in astonishment. Their journey began with curiosity, leading them to open the videos and gradually widening their eyes in disbelief, culminating in exclamations of awe. The comments section was soon inundated with enthusiastic remarks. This vision and quality of passing could rival Zidane. Is this truly a Chinese player? He must be naturalized. Is this a scene from a science fiction film? Such passing is phenomenal. That shot nearly brought me to tears. Simply remarkable. At just 18, he is competing in the championship and showing undeniable skill. After being released by Real Madrid's Castilla, he has already showcased his extraordinary midfield talent in just 2 matches with Bournemouth. If he continues on this path, he may very well be called up to the Spanish national team, especially with the current aging midfielders evident since the World Cup. Spain is in dire need of fresh blood. If Bailly can refine his weaknesses, with such passing ability, he is destined to become the core of Spain's midfield. As fans learned more about Bailly, their astonishment grew. Released by Real Madrid Castilla, yet proving himself on the professional stage. Wasn't he that a slap in Castilla's face? Bailly's emergence stirred fervor among the fans on Douyin.com, leading to a plethora of posts discussing, analyzing, and introducing him. Unbeknownst to Bailly, as he focused on training ahead of the upcoming match, the Bournemouth team had granted a day off to allow players to rest. However, he chose to train diligently at the training ground. Following the previous match, their winning streak had reached 2 games, yet the treasure chest remained unopened. Although his attributes continued to improve, Bailly sensed changes in his physique during training, which bolstered his confidence for the upcoming matches. He reviewed the team's schedule. The next match would be away against Birmingham, but he was particularly focused on the subsequent EFL Cup match against Premier League side West Bromwich Albion. Though West Brom was a mid-table team in the Premier League, they were still in the top tier. Bailly anticipated enhancing his attributes further. In his office, Eddie Howe gazed out the window at the training field and spotted Bailly. He nodded in approval. Bailly's attitude had impressed him greatly. Since joining Bournemouth, he had consistently demonstrated a strong work ethic in training. According to Jensen's report, Bailly's physical adaptability was commendable, and his fitness was improving at a commendable pace. Given the current training intensity, Bailly's physical condition after years at Real Madrid Castilla was unexpected. Eddie Howe pondered whether Bailly had not trained diligently while at Castilla, or if the abundance of players had caused him to go unnoticed by the youth coaches. Regardless, he was now focusing on Bailly. Holding several sheets of paper, including tactical diagrams and a list of names, Eddie Howe, after observing Bailly's training, inscribed his name on the paper. October 25th. Before heading to the away match in Birmingham, Eddie Howe gathered the players for a final meeting, announcing the squad list for this occasion. The first name he revealed was Bailly, which surprised everyone slightly, while the rest of the list was hardly noted. Bailly had only played 2 matches but had already won the admiration of all. His inclusion in the starting lineup was widely expected. Fans believed he deserved to start, and his teammates recognized his capability. The only one who might feel uncomfortable was Solman, who lost his position. However, in competitive sports, meritocracy reigns supreme. There are no sentiments of seniority. Those who perform well take the field. Thus, despite Solman's discomfort, he bore no grievance, given Bailly's evident performance. In the afternoon, the entire team traveled to Birmingham, a city known for its rich footballing history, having been established in 1875. The club has previously clinched the English Second Division title, the FA Cup, and the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup. However, in recent years, the club's fortunes have declined, suffering relegation to the Championship in the 2010-11 season, with subsequent seasons proving increasingly challenging. This season, Birmingham found themselves in a predicament similar to Bournemouth's previous struggles, desperately seeking a victory and entrenched in the relegation zone. Their gap with local rivals Aston Villa widening. At 6 o'clock in the evening, St Andrew's Stadium was abuzz with excitement. Despite Birmingham's poor record, the turnout of fans remained commendable, with a crowd of around 10 to 20,000, preventing the stadium, which has a capacity of 30,000, from feeling empty. Bailly stood in the players' tunnel as a starting player, awaiting his entrance. He gazed toward the brightly lit exit leading to the pitch, filled with the din of fans. As if the world around him had quieted, all he could hear was the rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump. As he stepped onto the field, his heart raced even faster. In that moment, silence enveloped him, but as he set foot on the green turf, the atmosphere erupted. Cheers from the fans, shouts of encouragement, and flags fluttering in the air. Bailly lifted his head, taking in the surroundings, as the calmness faded away. Then, the match commenced. The scoreline was astonishingly one-sided. Let us continue our journey towards the ultimate goal. Though the path may be long, we maintain our proud spirit. Reaching the destination may be exhausting, yet we mustn't falter. A joyful home awaits us. We dream of many beloved places, and this destination is Birmingham. The Birmingham fans in attendance sang their team anthem, rallying support for their club. However, from the outset, Birmingham displayed a complete lack of control, with Bournemouth dominating possession and launching relentless attacks. This thrilled the away fans who, despite being in the visitors section, cheered with unyielding enthusiasm. Even with just 2,000 supporters, they made their presence known in the stadium. Bailly roamed the pitch, and the reasons behind Birmingham's struggles were evident. Their attributes were severely lacking. Bailly had only gathered a modicum of strength and shooting attributes. Meanwhile, the opposing defense was riddled with gaps. Within just 5 minutes, Bailly seized an opportunity, receiving a pass from a teammate. He skillfully lifted the ball into the penalty area without breaking stride. Pittman headed it into the net. Bournemouth took the lead. The players and fans of Birmingham appeared despondent. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 12 minutes in, Bailly received a pass from Wilson on the flank and delivered a precise through ball, assisting Pittman in scoring his second goal. The Bournemouth fans erupted with joy. This was their first taste of such exhilarating football this season. In previous matches, they had either been overwhelmed or quickly fallen behind. Finally, they were leading. Pittman embraced Bailly tightly. With Bailly's presence, his goal tally soared. A top-tier midfielder is indeed the forward's best ally. Birmingham was evidently rattled. The players' defense not only failed to strengthen, but also revealed further vulnerabilities. Bailly passed to Wilson and made a run into the penalty area. Wilson returned the ball, and Bailly delivered another incisive through ball, allowing Pittman to complete his hat trick. The away section of Bournemouth fans erupted in deafening cheers. The attacking play was seamless. Bailly's ability to orchestrate play from any position on the field was nothing short of artistry for the Bournemouth fans, while it was a source of despair for the Birmingham supporters. In just over 10 minutes, Birmingham's defense was utterly dismantled. How could they continue to play? Some fans, unable to bear it any longer, simply left the stands. Perhaps their departure was justified. Bournemouth's offensive onslaught showed no signs of abating. Time and again, they threatened Birmingham's goal. With enough shots, scoring was inevitable. Boom. Another assist from Bailly, as Wilson cut inside to score. 25 minutes in, they led by 4 goals. Bailly had achieved an astonishing 4 assists. All Bournemouth fans were ecstatic. It seemed they had almost secured victory in this away match. And perhaps this would mark a turning point for Bournemouth. Bailly, Bailly. The away fans cheered fervently, celebrating their midfield maestro, the young prodigy of Bournemouth. Meanwhile, across the ocean, another group was closely following this match. Fans from Huagua, having accessed championship resources thanks to Bailly's highlight reels, tuned in to the live broadcast. Bailly's remarkable performances left them in awe, as they had never witnessed an Asian player with such extraordinary passing ability. Each through ball sliced through Birmingham's defense like a scalpel. Had the forwards converted their chances, the scoreline would have been even more lopsided. Incredible. Bailly was phenomenal. 4 assists, a stellar performance for a top midfielder. Despite Birmingham's disjointed display, one could not deny Bailly's exceptional vision. Many opportunities were apparent even from the broadcast perspective. Time and again, Bailly's pinpoint passes exploited gaps in the defense. It was sheer slaughter. I believe that with such performances, it won't be long before he finds himself in one of the top 5 leagues, likely receiving offers in the winter transfer window. While I think Bailly is doing well in the championship, facing stronger teams with more robust defenses may hinder his impact. He appears somewhat slight, lacking the physicality to compete, often at a disadvantage. Indeed, Bailly is acutely aware of this. Against not just Premier League teams, but even championship squads, he struggles with physical confrontations. However, given his remarkable passing ability, most defenders find it challenging to mark him closely. After the last match against Reading, Bailly learned a valuable lesson. He must keep moving, constantly stretching the opponent's formation. He must utilize his passing skills effectively, delivering the ball before defenders can close in, and immediately repositioning himself. Remaining static in certain areas only invites pressure. Today's Birmingham was thoroughly dismantled by this very strategy. 40 minutes into the match, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Bailly assisted Wilson, and Bournemouth scored once more. A monumental slaughter. A staggering scoreline. The Birmingham fans were left in utter disbelief. Their faces etched with despair, their eyes reflecting confusion. What had happened to their team? The Birmingham coach sat silently on the bench, voiceless. An air of defeat enveloped the entire squad, from top to bottom. As they entered the second half with a formidable 5-goal lead, Eddie Howe decisively made substitutions. Bailly was taken off the field. At that moment, Bailly felt the weight of fatigue. It seemed that completing the match was a daunting challenge given his current physical condition. Training was still necessary. With his enhancement, his training results would be swift. After the substitutions by Bournemouth, Birmingham showed no signs of improvement. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score was set at a staggering 0-8. The home team faced a complete rout. The broadcast camera panned to the stands, capturing a young fan whose eyes brimmed with tears. The Birmingham players returned to the locker room in silence, unable to meet the eyes of their supporters. Meanwhile, the Bournemouth players erupted in jubilant celebration, shouting with glee. This match had allowed them to release the frustrations of their winless streak at the season's outset. Yet, they did not forget that the source of their triumph was Bailly. The newspapers were even more direct. Unstoppable. Bailly assists 5 goals. Bournemouth annihilates Birmingham 8 o'clock. A brand new talent. Master of set pieces. Assisting 5 goals. Truly, I am Zhang Wo's son. In Madrid, Spain, Zhang Wo, after watching Bailly's match, shouted with joy. He too had harbored dreams of playing football. After all, how could any young football enthusiast not imagine standing before fans one day, basking in their adulation through spectacular performances? However, Zhang Wo had never achieved that dream. Now, witnessing Bailly's prowess, he felt a sense of fulfillment for his own aspirations. It was exhilarating. Beside him, Blanc shot him a glance and remarked, "Now you can contact Pelin. Our son's performance warrants his attention." After his excitement, Zhang Wo did not forget the important matters at hand. Pelin was a good friend of his, whom he had met in Catalonia. Due to his lack of time and resources, Zhang Wo had previously managed his son's representation without a top agent when Bailly showed little promise. But now, having recognized Bailly's talent and its realization, he required a professional agent to handle matters such as transfers and contract negotiations. Thus, he thought of Pelin. Though most might not recognize Pelin, his brother is a well-known figure. Pelin is the younger brother of Pep Guardiola, the former coach of the Barcelona dynasty. Bailly was completely unaware that his father was already arranging for an agent for him. He was filled with anticipation as he looked at the system. He opened the winning streak treasure chest. Acquired, talent, master of set pieces. Free attribute points, 15 master of set pieces. Bailly felt a thrill of excitement. Yet another talent. And free attribute points. It seemed that his recent performances over the last 3 matches had been commendable. Bailly quickly glanced at the description of the master of set pieces. Master of set pieces. When taking set pieces, the player can see the probability of scoring. The prerequisite attribute to activate is a passing skill of 100. Once activated, if the probability of scoring is non-zero, the scoring probability increases by 30, with a maximum of 100. After reading it carefully, Bailly felt a surge of excitement. This talent meant that his set pieces would naturally enhance the scoring probability by 30. Furthermore, he could gauge the likelihood of scoring from set pieces. Incredible. Truly remarkable. No wonder the winning streak treasure chest yielded such valuable rewards. Bailly glanced at the next treasure chest, which would be available after 3 more victories. He began to contemplate where to allocate his newly acquired free attribute points. He inclined towards enhancing his stamina, as performance on the pitch was essential. However, now was not the time to allocate points. He would do so before the next match. For now, he would focus on rigorous training to see if he could further boost his attributes. After all, once he allocated points to enhance his attributes, improving through training would become exceedingly difficult. Bailly's extraordinary performance garnered widespread attention, not only from the media, but also among Bournemouth's fanbase. Another group was also keeping a watchful eye on him: scouts. The role of a scout is to identify players with potential and talent, particularly young players who are in high demand. Bailly's impressive performances over 3 matches had successfully caught the attention of numerous scouts. In London, At White Hart Lane, Tottenham's dedicated scout, Bob, presented a scouting report to the team's head coach, Mauricio Pochettino. Pochettino, who had just assumed the role of Tottenham's head coach in July, aimed to replicate his success from Southampton and build a youthful squad. Thus, he instructed scouts to continually search for young talents suited to his tactics. Currently, negotiations were already underway for Son Heung-min, a South Korean forward playing for Bayer Leverkusen in the Bundesliga. As Pochettino hoped to bring him to White Hart Lane during the winter transfer window or by next summer at the latest. Bob was well aware of Pochettino's intentions and brought the scouting report with him today. 3 championship matches, 1 goal, and 10 assists. Are you joking? Pochettino was astounded upon reviewing the report and the recent performances it detailed. What kind of divine statistics were these? He continued to peruse the report. Top-notch vision, exceptional passing ability, capable of delivering long passes, short passes, and through balls with ease. Pochettino looked at Bob with curiosity. Terms like top-notch and all-capable should not be used lightly. Bob nodded firmly, affirming, "This is the truth." Pochettino then noted the player's shortcomings, poor physical condition and lack of strength in duels, yet with significant room for improvement, alongside a strong willpower, characterizing him as a clutch player. After reviewing the report multiple times, Bob handed over a USB drive containing a compilation video of Bailly's highlights. Upon viewing it, Pochettino was left utterly astonished. Although the championship is a lower-tier league compared to the Premier League, the talent Bailly displayed undoubtedly lived up to the praises in Bob's scouting report. In an instant, Pochettino made a decisive choice. This player must be signed. He immediately called to contact the club regarding Bailly of Bournemouth in the championship to discuss terms. They needed him. Pochettino then turned to Bob and said, "Well done. Let us go watch him live in the next match." Far away in London, Bailly remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. On the 29th, in the League Cup, the team will face the Premier League side, West Bromwich Albion. Bailly, unwilling to waste any time, continues to train his stamina. During this training period, discussions about the League Cup have begun to surface among the public. In the quarterfinals, most English fans will focus on teams like Liverpool and Chelsea. However, the supporters of Bournemouth and West Brom are primarily concerned with their own team's performance. Even before the match has commenced, fans from both sides have started to engage in verbal sparring. It all began with a remark from a West Brom supporter, dismissing Bournemouth as merely a championship team. This remark sparked feelings of disdain among Bournemouth fans, who retorted, "We'll see you on the pitch." The West Brom fans, buoyed by the confidence of being a Premier League side, showed no apprehension regarding the upcoming match against Bournemouth. In the pre-match interviews with both coaches, the issue of fan rivalry was raised. West Brom's coach, Irwin, who has just taken the helm this summer, stated, "The distinction between top-tier and lower-tier leagues is a scientifically valid measure of strength." He said little more, but his implication was evident. He believed Premier League teams were superior to championship teams. Eddie Howe, the Bournemouth coach, countered directly, asserting that some teams are relegated while others are promoted because, at various points in time, certain teams do not deserve to remain in higher divisions. In an instant, before the match had even begun, tensions were already palpable. As the match commenced, it developed beyond everyone's expectations. On paper, West Brom, as a Premier League team, appeared stronger. Their performance this season has not been disappointing, and relegation seems unlikely. However, many were astonished at the confidence displayed by Bournemouth's coach, considering that none of his players had previously played in the Premier League. When neutral fans learned about Bournemouth's recent situation, they became aware of Bailly's name and were puzzled. Was Eddie Howe's confidence resting solely on this 18-year-old prodigy? Yet, in the world of football, anything is possible. And until the final whistle blows, the outcome remains uncertain. Time flew by, and soon the day of the match arrived. Bailly appeared once more on the starting lineup, as Eddie Howe clearly intended to seize the initiative in this home game. Establishing an early advantage would significantly enhance their chances of victory. As Bailly stepped into the player tunnel, he glanced at his attributes: stamina, 50 speed, 43 shooting, 43 passing, 100 dribbling, 50 defense, 29 strength, 58. He promptly allocated all 15 of his free attributes to stamina. Amidst the cheers of the vibrant stadium crowd, the players made their entrance. Upon emerging from the tunnel, Bailly immediately spotted a massive banner in the opposing stand featuring an image of himself, capturing the moment of his determined pass. This was a testament to the support from the club's fans. The fans are genuine. Prior to witnessing Bailly's performances, They regarded him as a discarded player who had never graced the pitch of a first team. However, after 3 matches, Bailly had completely won over the supporters. There exists no absolute love or hate. As long as he maintains his commendable displays, they will remain his most loyal admirers. The anticipation for this match between West Brom and Bournemouth was immense. Neither side wished to suffer defeat, as the outcome would not only determine who advanced, but also dictate the result of the fans' banter. With a whistle from the referee, the match officially commenced. West Brom kicked off, and instantly, all players sprang into action, eager to establish an early lead. Immediately after the kickoff, they launched an attack. Fortunately, Bournemouth was well prepared, employing a 4-4-2 formation that emphasized counter-attacking play. West Brom advanced rapidly, threatening Bournemouth's penalty area within half a minute and maintaining relentless pressure. This scenario was entirely expected given the disparity in their strengths. Bailly constantly repositioned himself, seeking opportunities. According to Eddie Howe's strategy, Bailly was not required to defend, as his defensive capabilities were rather lacking. Opportunities arose swiftly, so quickly that no one had time to react. A misstep from West Brom's attack allowed Bailly to seize the moment, bringing the ball under his control. He then shouted for Wilson to make a run. Wilson immediately sprang into action. With many West Brom players committed to the attack, their retreat was noticeably sluggish. Bailly knew that although Wilson was currently in the Championship, he had demonstrated impressive abilities after Eddie Howe's transfer to Newcastle United. Speed and shooting prowess were his strengths, and Wilson showcased these to great effect. He sprinted, deftly maneuvering between the opposing defenders. As he glanced upward, he was unaware that Bailly had already delivered the ball. At that moment, Wilson's mind was a blank slate, consumed by a singular thought: to receive the ball and shoot. West Brom's center-backs, Macaulay and Dawson, closely trailed Wilson. However, Macaulay, being slightly older, struggled to keep pace and gradually fell behind. Wilson seized a positional advantage over Dawson, gaining control of the ball. The goalkeeper, Myhill, hesitated to advance, as the ball was still too far away. After Wilson took possession, he quickly rushed to block his shooting angle, but as Wilson adjusted the ball, he slightly slowed down, allowing Dawson to catch up. This moment prompted Dawson to believe he could intercept the ball. If Wilson pressed forward, he would have a clear shot on goal. Dawson lunged in to tackle. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, his height and long legs gave him an advantage in tackling. However, he underestimated Wilson's rapid footwork. Just as Dawson made his attempt, Wilson sensed the danger and executed a deft touch, successfully evading Dawson's challenge. Yet, Dawson's sliding tackle could not be halted, and he inadvertently brought Wilson down. With a cry of pain, Wilson fell to the ground. The referee promptly blew his whistle, issuing a red card to Dawson for denying a clear goal-scoring opportunity as the last defender. The West Brom players rushed to argue the decision, but after the referee showed a yellow card to Anichebe, who had been the most vocal in protest, the situation calmed down. Bournemouth was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. Stanislas approached to take the free kick when Bailly suddenly stepped forward, asserting, "I can handle this." Bailly was eager to test his newfound talent. Stanislas glanced toward Eddie Howe, who seemed to comprehend the situation and nodded in approval. Ultimately, Bailly positioned himself in front of the ball. This scene left fans watching the live broadcast from afar in bewilderment. Could Bailly take free kicks? Soon, fans began to explain that midfielders with strong passing skills often excel in set pieces. This sparked anticipation among viewers in China for Bailly's performance. The Bournemouth supporters in the stands, as well as Tottenham's coach Pochettino, were equally eager. Pochettino and Bob had disguised themselves as fans to watch Bailly play from the stands, observing closely. They had not anticipated that Bailly possessed free kick capabilities, which had not been noted in Bob's previous scouting reports. As Bailly stood over the ball, he could indeed perceive the probability of scoring, visualizing the trajectory of the shot. The probability of scoring not only reflects his likelihood of direct shots, but also encompasses the chances of assists through passing. Based on Bailly's understanding of the system, it is evident that this probability is positively correlated with his own attributes. For instance, at present, the probability of scoring from a direct shot appears exceedingly low. Conversely, the probability of assisting a goal through a pass is as high as 60. Coupled with the innate talent contributing an additional 30, it nears a certainty. Bailly felt a surge of confidence. He took a deep breath, glanced towards the penalty area, gestured, and then made his run. With a resounding thud, Bailly sent the ball into the penalty area, deftly evading everyone at the near post. It traveled straight to the far post. There, Wilson lay in wait, sprinting forward upon seeing Bailly's pass. With a swift poke, the football found the net. A goal. Bournemouth took an early lead, and West Bromwich was reduced to 10 men after a red card. Such an unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished. In the next round, they would face Liverpool directly. The Bournemouth players rushed to the sidelines to celebrate this goal. The fans erupted in cheers. The stadium resonated with exuberant shouts. How could an English Premier League team be so formidable? Yet, we have scored. We are in the lead. Bailly, Bailly. Many fans chanted his name, fully aware that although it was Wilson's goal, Bailly had played a pivotal role in its creation. Eddie Howe, on the sidelines, could not restrain his joy. After all, this was an English Premier League team. Bournemouth was ahead. He gazed at Bailly, who was surrounded by teammates, feeling a wave of excitement. Bailly's prowess extended beyond passing. He was also a master of free kicks. Howe's mind brimmed with ideas as his tactical options expanded. Meanwhile, Elvin's expression was one of frustration. Such a start was nothing short of a nightmare for West Brom. A red card and falling behind. The quality of that free kick was simply too high. Elvin shared the same sentiments as Pochettino. Anyone with a modicum of insight could recognize Bailly's exceptional talent in executing free kicks. Just this one goal intensified Pochettino's desire to acquire Bailly. He resolved instantly, they must sign him, even if it required additional funds. The jubilant celebrations of Bournemouth were a bitter pill for West Brom's players and fans to swallow. They had never anticipated such a disheartening start. Bailly, with his two remarkable plays, left a profound impression on West Brom's players and supporters. One pass created a one-on-one opportunity for a teammate. Another, a free kick that assisted a goal. Truly an elusive talent. In Huagua, fans celebrated Bailly's high-quality goal. Yet many lamented that CCTV had chosen to broadcast the Chelsea match instead, despite possessing rights to the English League Cup, overlooking Bailly's remarkable performance. After all, Chelsea had been a formidable force this season, undefeated under Mourinho's guidance. Many began to predict that the Premier League champion would most likely be the blue team, Chelsea. Thus, Chelsea's allure was deemed more worthy of CCTV's coverage. Nonetheless, fans had to concede Bailly's undeniable strength. He was a player with both glaring strengths and weaknesses. Bailly himself recognized this and adeptly capitalized on his strengths while mitigating his weaknesses, such as the intelligence of a footballer. The match continued. Bailly's two plays compelled West Brom's players to acknowledge the 18-year-old prodigy. West Brom's midfielder, Baird, closely tracked him, attempting to thwart his distribution. However, Baird soon realized that Bailly's range of movement was simply too expansive. Should he follow Bailly around, he risked losing his position or encroaching upon his teammates' defensive space. This predicament made it exceedingly challenging for West Brom. Meanwhile, Bailly reveled in the moment. The pace of the match had been exhilarating, leaving him no time to assess his attributes. Strength 4, stamina 7, defense 5. Truly, as expected of an English Premier League team, the attributes were plentiful. Bailly couldn't help but envision that if he had several more matches like this, his attributes would soon approach their maximum. On the pitch, West Brom, a quintessential English Premier League team, managed to compensate for their numerical disadvantage through individual player capabilities. They still launched attacks against Bournemouth. However, being a man down, they struggled against Bournemouth's 4-4-2 formation. Instead, Bailly's passing exposed their defense's fragility. Wilson and Pittman squandered a golden opportunity created by Bailly. The match unfolded in a tightly contested manner. In the stands, Pochettino remarked to Bob, "West Brom has already lost this match. They cannot contain Bailly." Bob nodded, puzzled at how Bailly, despite his physical shortcomings and poor dueling capabilities, proved so difficult to defend against. He remained unaware, but Pochettino understood. The crux lay in Bailly's exceptional distribution. The primary reason was that Bailly's passing ability was so formidable. During his off-the-ball runs, any physical confrontation was futile. Yet, upon receiving the ball, he executed a pass without granting any opportunity for a challenge. Pochettino's assessment of Bailly continued to rise. He was a player who played with intelligence. Time ticked away. Elvin grew increasingly anxious. This scenario was far from what he had envisioned. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter the course, as the opposing team nearly parked the bus, playing a defensive counterattack, all while being a man down and wary of Bailly. Meanwhile, Bailly had limited options against West Brom. Wilson and Pittman also had defensive duties, leaving few opportunities for attack. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a score of 1-0. In the locker room during halftime, Elvin contemplated a bold strategy. In cup matches, regardless of how far behind one falls, elimination is inevitable. Thus, why not go all out? He decided to advance with an attacking formation. On the other side, Eddie Howe continually instilled the importance of defense to his players, urging them to hold strong. The second half would certainly be intense. Simultaneously, Howe inquired if Bailly could continue playing. He was aware of Bailly's stamina concerns and had initially considered substituting him, but now he hesitated. He needed a threat on the field to keep West Brom under pressure, preventing them from attacking recklessly. Bailly was currently the core of Bournemouth's midfield. After assessing his attributes and recent upgrades, Bailly's stamina had reached 72. While excessive sprinting would be insufficient, his current playing style was adequate. He promptly replied, "I'm fine." "Excellent. Everyone else, defend." Bailly, continue seeking opportunities and connect with Wilson and Pittman up front. "If we can hold on for the next 45 minutes, we will advance." Eddie Howe instructed all the players. Hold strong. This was the foremost thought in the minds of Bournemouth's players, even as they realized that if they triumphed over West Brom, their next opponents would be Liverpool, who had recently defeated Swansea to advance. Liverpool would prove to be even more formidable than West Brom. However, the Bournemouth players had no time to dwell on future challenges. Winning each match at hand was their only priority. Soon enough, as the halftime intermission concluded, the players returned to the pitch, determination etched upon their faces. West Bromwich Albion was poised to take bold risks, while Bournemouth aimed to defend resolutely until the final whistle. The match commenced with Bournemouth taking the kickoff, deliberately opting for a measured approach, waiting for West Brom to initiate their pressing game. Immediately after the second half began, West Brom made a substitution, replacing a defender with an attacker, signaling their intent to unleash an all-out assault. In response, Bournemouth sought to control the pace and delay the game, yet West Brom refused to allow them to play at their leisure, quickly closing in on Bournemouth's players to force them into action. However, West Brom's strategy faltered under the orchestrated movements of Bailly, who tirelessly ran and linked up play, effectively exploiting the numerical advantage to keep West Brom's players chasing after the ball, yet yielding no fruitful results. Eddie Howe, witnessing Bailly's contributions, could not help but reflect on the wisdom of signing him. With Bailly's presence, Bournemouth's midfield organization and ball distribution were no longer a concern. The scenario unfolded as West Brom attempted desperate measures, but Bailly's style of playing neutralized their efforts, rendering their attempts futile. Time slipped away. West Brom struggled to regain possession, while Bournemouth showed no inclination to attack, simply running down the clock. Even when West Brom occasionally regained the ball, launching effective attacks proved difficult, as Bournemouth's players retreated en masse to defend. At the 75-minute mark, Irvin could no longer tolerate the situation. He substituted another defensive midfielder for an attacker, resulting in 4 forwards on the field, a sheer accumulation of attacking players. Bailly observed this shift with calculated intent. An abundance of forwards would inevitably leave the defense vulnerable. West Brom's attacking efforts initially appeared promising, yet soon enough, Irvin faced the consequences. Bournemouth thwarted West Brom's advances, and Bailly swiftly executed a long pass, sending Wilson, who had been lying in wait, racing towards the opposing defense in a bid for speed. The outcome was clear. Wilson found himself in a one-on-one situation. This time, he evaded the defenders and unleashed a powerful shot, successfully breaching the opponent's goal. The stadium erupted in jubilant roars from the Bournemouth supporters, a cathartic release of pent-up emotion. Flags fluttered in the air, representing not only the team, but also the fervor of the Bournemouth fans. They had been doubted and labeled as a championship team, a club that had never graced the top tier of English football, deemed incapable of defeating a Premier League side. In this moment, Bailly emerged as the pivotal player, repeatedly leveraging his individual prowess to influence the match's dynamics. As the clock wound down, West Brom's morale was shattered, their spirit crushed despite their historical superiority over Bournemouth. Founded in 1878 and a founding member of the Football League, West Brom had a storied past, including a championship title in the top tier and multiple FA Cup victories. Yet, at this juncture, they were the ones facing defeat. Following the restart, West Brom made a desperate attempt to retaliate, but ultimately it proved in vain. Reduced to 10 men and facing Bournemouth's steadfast defense, they could only accept their fate. When the referee's whistle pierced the air, the Vitality Stadium trembled with exhilaration. Fans celebrated, waving jerseys, scarves, and flags, reveling in their triumph. They had prevailed. They had advanced. In this moment, Bournemouth supporters shared hearty laughter, refraining from disparaging West Brom fans on social media. Instead, they highlighted the earlier statements from West Brom supporters, creating a poignant contrast to the final score of 2-0 in favor of Bournemouth. The silence from West Brom's fans was palpable, and Bournemouth supporters savored the sweet vindication. Post-match, the fans remained in the stands, chanting Bailly's name, their voices rising in a fervent chorus. Bailly acknowledged the crowd with a wave, expressing gratitude for their unwavering support. This match had yielded significant rewards for him, and he now hoped that Premier League teams would continue to provide opportunities for growth. The EFL Cup and FA Cup were perfect avenues for advancement. Their next challenge would be Liverpool, another chance for Bailly to shine. That night belonged to the Bournemouth fans, who filled the streets, illuminated by lights, singing and toasting to Bailly's brilliance. For a club that had never played in the top tier, defeating a Premier League team was a source of immense pride. Fans viewed this evening as a pivotal moment, the launchpad for Bournemouth's ascendance. After the match, Eddie Howe echoed similar sentiments, asserting that after this victory, no one would doubt their ability to win matches. As you can see, Bailly's performance was exceptional. It's hard to articulate the heights of his talent. He is destined to become a superstar. Meanwhile, Irvin chose to forego post-match interviews and retreated to the locker room, marking the night as one of chaos and celebration for the media and fans alike. Later that evening, Bailly returned home, intending to freshen up and rest early, when an unexpected call came through. "Hello, Bailly, this is Perrin Guardiola. Your father provided me with your contact information. Congratulations on your splendid victory." A robust voice resonated from the other end. Bailly paused in surprise. Perrin Guardiola? Isn't he the brother of the legendary coach from Barcelona? What could he want with him? "I want to be leaving in the winter transfer window. We aim to chase the championship," Perrin stated succinctly, clearly outlining his intentions. "Sign with me." Bailly hesitated before responding. "I believe we should find a time to discuss this in detail." "Of course, good night," Perrin replied. Bailly was taken aback by the swiftness of the agent's approach and realized that his father's judgment was astute. Bai Jiangwo may have some acquaintances in Spain, yet he lacks any substantial foundation within the realm of football. Engaging a professional and skilled agent is paramount for Bailly's future career development. Even the illustrious Cristiano Ronaldo owes his ascent at Real Madrid to the various maneuvers orchestrated by Mendes. Messi stands as an exception, as his agent is more akin to the essence of FC Barcelona itself. This exemplifies success, while Neymar serves as a cautionary tale. Since departing from Barcelona, he has largely relinquished his pursuit of accolades in football. Certainly, he has amassed considerable wealth, yet for a player of his caliber, it ought to be possible to secure both fortune and fame. Furthermore, Perrin Guardiola is a commendable agent, treating players with respect rather than as mere commodities. It is essential to recognize that some unscrupulous agents may demand as much as 50% of a player's wages. Bailly remains unperturbed, understanding that an agent merely embellishes his journey. Ultimately, it is his performance on the pitch that determines his fate. After completing his evening routine, Bailly retired for the night. With numerous matches recently, he sensed a marked improvement in his sleep quality, perhaps a testament to his newfound enhancements. During the time Bailly slumbered, Bournemouth found itself in a state of sleepless revelry. As dawn broke, the streets and pubs brimmed with inebriated fans clad in Bournemouth jerseys. Some had regained their senses, while others remained lost in the euphoria of the previous night's match, with friends assisting them and murmuring Bailly's name. The entire Bournemouth squad, however, did not dwell in the exhilaration of triumph over an English Premier League team. Their burdens were far from lifted. As November unfolded, they faced 6 matches within the month, averaging a game every 5 days. Eddie Howe wore a furrowed brow, troubled by injuries plaguing the squad. With Pittman sidelined due to a muscle strain for 1 to 2 weeks, leaving them short on the offensive front. On the eve of the match against Brighton, Eddie Howe approached Bailly with news of interest from Premier League clubs seeking to recruit him during the winter transfer window. Howe, ever candid, revealed that Tottenham was the first to extend an offer, followed by Aston Villa and others. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. He recognized Bailly's talent, but was reluctant to lose him at such a critical juncture for the team. Howe feared that if Bailly departed in the winter window, the team's prospects might plummet. Bailly shook his head, resolute. "I do not wish to leave in the winter. We are aiming for the championship." He understood that he needed to accumulate experience and level up before challenging the Premier League. Presently, his physical condition was insufficient even for the championship, relying solely on his perfected passing to navigate through opponents. In the Premier League, he feared he might struggle to even touch the ball. Moreover, the opportunity to earn consecutive win bonuses would significantly diminish upon entering the Premier League. The championship's packed schedule meant more matches. Thus, the chances of securing consecutive win bonuses increased. Furthermore, without any tangible accolades to his name, a transfer would yield no preferential treatment in a new team. Currently, he enjoyed the full endorsement of his teammates and coach at Bournemouth. Therefore, from every conceivable angle, a winter departure was out of the question, though a summer transfer remained a possibility. Upon hearing Bailly's declaration, Eddie Howe clapped him firmly on the shoulder, a smile breaking across his face. Excellent. We shall pursue the championship. With Bailly in the squad, Howe felt emboldened. The following day, November 2nd, Bournemouth faced Brighton at home. This team was hardly formidable. Since their relegation in 1983, they had not graced the English top flight. Brighton was currently embroiled in chaos, having just dismissed their Spanish coach, Oscar Garcia, after a year, and appointed Finnish manager Sami Hyppie. Hyppie, a former Liverpool player, had spent a decade at the club from 1999 to 2009. While competent as a player, his coaching acumen was questionable. Presently, Brighton's win rate languished around 20%, and if this trend persisted, Hyppie's tenure was already on borrowed time. This instilled Bournemouth with ample confidence in facing the Seagulls. The Vitality Stadium resonated with the exuberant cheers of fans, who eagerly anticipated every match. Bailly started the game, standing in the player tunnel, absorbing the fervent applause that ignited his passion for football. Winning was imperative, continuously winning. As the players entered the field, Bailly was enveloped in a wave of enthusiasm. Bailly, take them down. Score more goals. I adore you, Bailly. The fans shouted from the stands, their excitement palpable. Even before the kickoff, they sang their team anthem, a rendition adapted from Kanye West's Power. Once the match commenced, Hyppie evidently recognized Bailly's prowess, deploying two defenders to shadow him closely, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. While this tactic might prove effective against stronger teams, it was futile against Brighton. By assigning two players to defend Bailly, they inadvertently allowed him to draw their focus, giving his teammates the advantage of numbers. Boom. Wilson's strike pierced through Brighton's defense. Within just 12 minutes, Bournemouth had taken the lead. From the sidelines, Eddie Howe observed the goal, realizing that Bailly had seamlessly become the team's focal point, even if this particular goal appeared unrelated to him. As the head coach, he discerned that Bailly's ability to attract the attention of two of Brighton's midfielders had facilitated a smooth transition of the ball to the front, resulting in the goal. Bailly's mere presence on the pitch posed a constant threat. Meanwhile, Hyppie's expression grew increasingly troubled. He understood the need to neutralize Bailly, but he failed to strategize for the consequences of doing so. The match continued, with Bailly testing the waters, momentarily evading the defenders while also gaining a slight attribute boost. Recognizing Brighton's defensive frailties, he sprang into action as possession shifted once more. 17. He felt as though destiny itself favored him. Employing sheer numbers to guard Bailly might yield some results, yet the impact would not be substantial. Bailly could effortlessly maneuver to elude defenders. As long as they could not contain his passing, he would remain an uncontainable force. Hyppie appeared oblivious to this reality. Bailly ambled forward, suddenly locking eyes with a teammate, and instantly accelerated into a run. The synergy was palpable as his teammate quickly delivered the pass to Bailly. Thump! Before the opposing defenders could react, Bailly expertly threaded a pass into the forward line, threading the needle through a gap in Brighton's defense. Inching towards the penalty area, Wilson rushed forward. However, he hesitated, opting to sidestep the approaching defender, only to be brought down. Fortunately, Wilson's pace was sufficient to avoid contact with the ball, resulting in a foul against him. The referee promptly awarded Bournemouth a free kick just outside the penalty area, a task Bailly was appointed to execute. Following Bailly's previous free kick experience, Eddie Howe had designed specific set-piece tactics centered around him during training. During the training sessions, Bailly displayed his prowess as a master of free kicks, leaving all his teammates in awe. Amidst the anticipation of the fans, Bailly took a few strides before striking the ball. The football arced gracefully into the penalty area. Being a right-footed player, his kick spun perfectly in the direction of the attacking players. The towering Cook, standing at 185 centimeters, leapt high, and the ball found its way to his head, which he directed forcefully towards the goal. Given the proximity, Brighton's goalkeeper, Habsey, had no chance to stop it and could only watch as the ball found the back of the net. A goal. Bournemouth took a commanding 2-goal lead at home, and the fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Bailly's free kick instilled confidence in them, although he had taken only 2 free kicks thus far. Any discerning observer could see the immense quality in his attempts. Cook embraced Bailly in celebration, and the teammates joined in a tight-knit group, united in their triumph. Splendid. Bailly. Exceptional. The resounding cheers at Vitality Stadium were mere noise to Hippie's ears. He urged his players forward, insisting they must mount an offensive. With a 2-goal deficit, Brighton had no choice but to gamble on an aggressive attack. However, as Brighton pushed forward, Bailly saw vast expanses of opportunity. The players' mindset had shifted. After a series of defeats, their desire to win had waned, adopting a more lackadaisical attitude, resigned to whatever fate may come. Their attacks were haphazard, simply launching the ball into the penalty area, hoping for a miracle. Yet, no miracle ensued. The defenders cleared the ball, leaving Bailly unmarked, surrounded by space. With a powerful kick, Bailly sent the ball into Brighton's defense. Wilson, having anticipated Bailly's move, had already set off, trusting Bailly more than himself. With his head start, he outpaced the Brighton defenders significantly, creating chaos in their backline. Bournemouth quickly surged forward, and after advancing a short distance, Wilson found his position blocked and promptly passed the ball back to the approaching Bailly. Without a pause, Bailly slipped the ball into the penalty area. It sailed between 2 defenders, who failed to react in time. The winger, Pugh, arrived late, facing what seemed to be an open goal, and unleashed a powerful shot. 30 minutes in, Bournemouth was on track for another resounding victory. The commentator initially praised Pugh's goal before exclaiming, "Bailly. The true architect of this goal is Bailly." His 2 passes were simply magnificent. Having Bailly is akin to Juventus and Real Madrid possessing Zidane. This style of attacking play is utterly delightful. And he is just 18 years old. It is unfathomable to consider the heights he may reach in the future. He has already showcased his extraordinary talent in orchestrating attacks. Since Bailly's arrival, Bournemouth has yet to taste defeat. Bailly has frequently aided the team in scoring, and I ponder what constitutes a superstar. Yet, I believe Bailly is undoubtedly Bournemouth's superstar. The commentator's words resonated with many. Although Bailly did not score, every goal stemmed from his contributions. He is the most pivotal figure. At that moment in London, in the office at White Hart Lane, Pochettino felt a sense of helplessness as he watched the live footage on his computer. Look at this incredible player. How could we possibly fail to bring him to London? It is nothing short of a crime. Bournemouth had rejected all winter transfer bids, and Bailly himself was unwilling to leave. The other assistant coaches watching the match with Pochettino shook their heads in resignation. This player, Bailly, has immense potential. Despite his current imperfections, they are mere trivialities. What is irreplaceable is his innate talent, which elevates his ceiling to unimaginable heights, something that cannot be trained into anyone else. Pochettino concurred. Their search for young players is predicated on talent rather than immediate impact. Yet, Bailly appears to possess both talent and immediate effectiveness. Without Bailly, Bournemouth had secured only 1 victory in 9 matches. Now, with Bailly, they have won all 5 of their current games. Pochettino furrowed his brows, realizing he could not allow such a player to join another team, as he would pose a significant threat. It seemed imperative to speak with Bailly personally. English clubs maintain a tradition akin to that of FM games, where the head coach is referred to as the manager rather than coach. Their responsibilities extend beyond merely devising tactics and selecting players. They also navigate the transfer market, player salaries, scouting systems, youth training frameworks, and even the establishment of medical teams. Pochettino considers Bailly to be a crucial element for Tottenham's ascendance. A goal. Bailly has scored Bournemouth's 4th goal of the first half. Unbelievable. He is truly a prodigious talent. Suddenly, the commentator's excited voice filled the room. Pochettino turned to everyone, exclaiming, "Look, he is like someone blessed by the heavens. It is baffling why such a player was denied opportunities at Castilla." 18. He has sent Hippie packing. The roar of celebration at Vitality Stadium drowned out all other sounds. Cheers. Endless cheers. The fans were utterly astonished. At halftime, they led by 4 goals. Wilson's well-timed run, coupled with Bailly's seemingly simple pass, was in fact a masterful strike that nestled into the corner of the net. The goalkeeper, Habsi, was caught off guard, and the ball found its way in. Although Brighton's players and coaching staff were reluctant to admit it, they had indeed been dismantled by Bournemouth. The disparity was too great. The players showed signs of despondency, while Hippia appeared devoid of any enthusiasm, opting to sit on the bench without directing from the sidelines, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Bailly stood before the stands, basking in the adoration of the fans. Bailly. The Bournemouth supporters were increasingly filled with delight, yet also trepidation. Their joy stemmed from Bailly's extraordinary performance, while their apprehension arose from reports in the press indicating that numerous Premier League clubs expressed interest in acquiring Bailly, aiming to elevate him to a higher echelon. This left the Bournemouth fans anxious about the possibility of losing him. Such is the lament of smaller clubs. Once a top-tier player emerges, retaining them becomes a daunting challenge. Yet, in this moment, exhilaration reigned supreme, overshadowing their worries. All they desired was to chant, celebrate, and revel in the joy. Brighton had no opportunities, utterly dominated by Bournemouth. Entering halftime with a staggering score of 4-0, the Brighton locker room echoed with Hippia's voice, while silence enveloped the rest. Conversely, Bournemouth's locker room brimmed with jubilation. Eddie Howe surveyed the scene, struggling to fathom that just a month prior, he was on the brink of dismissal. He gazed at Bailly, the core of the team, ensuring their baseline while elevating their potential. Facing these mid to lower tier teams in the Championship, Bournemouth can almost perfectly control the game, and they even possess the strength to compete against higher tier Premier League teams. Eddie Howe finds himself eagerly anticipating the upcoming League Cup match against Liverpool. Despite Liverpool being a powerhouse in the Premier League, their performance has been steadily declining under the leadership of coach Brendan Rodgers in the past 2 seasons. Even with star players like Suarez, Coutinho, and Gerrard, they have not achieved commendable results, particularly this season with the departure of Suarez and others, which has given Howe a glimmer of hope for triumph over Liverpool. In the second half, Brighton continued to make personnel adjustments, while Bournemouth also opted for substitutions, rotating their main players and reinforcing their defense to maintain the score. Howe is keen to avoid overexerting his key players, especially as injuries have begun to surface within the squad. If this trend escalates, it could spell disaster for the team. Whiteleaf exited the pitch in the 65th minute, prompting the Bournemouth fans to rise in unison, applauding him with fervent appreciation. He undoubtedly merits their cheers and admiration. Whiteleaf reciprocated the enthusiasm of the Bournemouth supporters. Hippia anticipated that Brighton might seize an opportunity to counterattack following Whiteleaf's departure, but Bournemouth's solid defense thwarted any attempts from Brighton, rendering their high possession rate of 70% nearly ineffective in terms of threats on goal. Faced with such an impasse, Hippia was left powerless. As the referee blew the final whistle, the score stood at 4-0. Bournemouth celebrated another resounding victory at home. The jubilant fans sang the club anthem, bidding farewell to the players as they retreated to the locker room, marking yet another sleepless night after an exhilarating match. At last, Whiteleaf was approached by reporters eager for an interview. When asked about his performance, he modestly replied, "It was all right, though I missed a few opportunities, which is somewhat frustrating. We could have extended our lead earlier, which is regrettable." The reporter, taken aback by Whiteleaf's modesty, quickly regained composure and inquired about his thoughts on the upcoming matches. Whiteleaf succinctly responded, "The forthcoming games will be challenging. Let us aim to secure fewer losses." After answering just 2 questions, he hastily departed, as he was not particularly fond of media interviews, often perceiving them as embellished narratives. He understood the reporter's pursuit of sensationalism. However, Eddie Howe, too, participated in interviews, lavishing praise on his players. In stark contrast, Brighton's coach Hippia chose to leave without granting any interviews. Meanwhile, Bournemouth fans reveled in Whiteleaf's remarks, with phrases like "a bit regrettable" and "aim to lose less" becoming their playful catchphrases. When friends inquired about Bournemouth's performance, they would simply reply with "a bit regrettable." And when discussing future matches, it became a mantra of "aim to lose less." The fans took to this lighthearted banter, a testament to their pride in the team's upward trajectory. As Bournemouth basked in the glory of yet another victory, Brighton's management quietly issued an announcement post-match. After amicable discussions, Brighton Football Club decided to terminate their contract with Mr. Sami Hyypiä. Since taking the helm in June 2014, Hyypiä had brought numerous positive moments to the team, but the club felt the need to progress further, leading to this resolute decision. The club expressed heartfelt gratitude for Hyypiä's significant contributions and wished him success in his future endeavors. Hyypiä's departure sent ripples through the Bournemouth fanbase, igniting laughter and amusement. Whiteleaf was merciless. He directly booted their coach out. Some speculated that Brighton's owner was perhaps in a rush. After all, anyone facing Bournemouth would likely meet the same fate, and Haipai could not be solely blamed. Despite a commendable playing career at Liverpool, his coaching abilities had yet to shine, reflected by a dismal win rate of just over 20% during his tenure at Brighton. It seemed that Whiteleaf's decisive match had been the final straw. The next coach would need to tread carefully when facing Whiteleaf, lest they too face dismissal. Whiteleaf's prowess as a player shone brightly, proving that given the opportunity, he could indeed illuminate the footballing world. Upon learning of Haipai's dismissal, Whiteleaf remained unfazed during the subsequent training session, merely acknowledging the news without any emotional upheaval. His memories of Haipai's coaching tenure were not particularly favorable. After his departure from Bayer Leverkusen, Haipai had failed to establish a distinctive coaching style at Brighton, culminating in his current dismissal. Whiteleaf pondered whether Haipai might still be considered for a coaching role at FC Zurich next year. He reflected that an excellent player does not necessarily translate to an excellent coach, and conversely, an outstanding coach need not have been a remarkable player, a prime example being Mourinho, who, despite a lackluster playing career, led Chelsea to an unbeaten streak in the Premier League this season. As the quarter-finals of the League Cup approached, Chelsea was set to face Derby County, implying that the victor between Bournemouth and Liverpool would meet Chelsea in the semi-finals. This prospect thrilled Whiteleaf, as Chelsea boasted a constellation of stars such as Hazard, Costa, Fabregas, Terry, Courtois, Drogba, Oscar, and Cech. The thought of competing against Chelsea filled him with eager anticipation for the potential attributes he could gain. Yet he quickly reminded himself that to reach such heights, he must first conquer the formidable Liverpool. Just 3 days after the match against Brighton, on November 5th, Bournemouth travelled to Hillsborough Stadium in Sheffield, North Yorkshire, to challenge Sheffield Wednesday. The peculiar name of this club originates from its founding, as it was established by a cricket club that only had time to play football on Wednesdays. Notably, Sheffield Wednesday had declined to become one of the founding clubs of the English Professional League due to political reasons, and one of its founders, Charles Stokes, later established the well-known Sheffield United. Over the years, Sheffield Wednesday's fortunes had dwindled, even relegating to League One, rendering them a less formidable opponent. Thus, despite playing away, Bournemouth supporters remained optimistic about their team's chances of victory. The reality aligned with their hopes, as the referee blew the final whistle after 3 minutes of stoppage time in the second half. The score concluded at 2-4. Whiteleaf, leading a partially first-choice lineup, successfully secured the win. Bournemouth has achieved an impressive 6 consecutive victories in various competitions. This remarkable performance starkly contrasts with their previous record of merely 1 win in 9 matches, captivating the attention of numerous fans in the championship. Likewise, the transformative figure behind this change, Bailly, has become the focus of everyone's admiration. Young, exceptionally talented, and boasting impressive statistics, Bailly has not only drawn the envy of championship teams, but has also attracted offers from several Premier League clubs eager to acquire him. Following the conclusion of the evening's match, the market value of players was updated, revealing Bailly's worth skyrocketing from 100,000 to an astounding 10 million. He is gradually becoming a household name on the championship stage. However, undeterred by the accolades, Bailly eagerly returned home to examine the system panel. The reward for 3 consecutive victories had arrived. This streak included a match where they eliminated Premier League team West Brom, and Bailly was filled with anticipation. In a flash of golden light, Bailly was taken aback. Injury immunity. He was genuinely astonished. Injuries are often the greatest obstacles in a player's career, with many careers tragically cut short by them. Now, he had received a reward for injury immunity. This unexpected boon filled him with delight. Bailly scrutinized the system's description. Talent. Injury immunity, LV1, allows immunity to injuries requiring recovery time of up to 4 weeks. This talent is upgradable, and upgrade cards can be obtained from consecutive victory chests. Immunity to injuries with a 4-week recovery period equates to a month's time, a duration during which the most common injuries occur. Strong. Indeed, formidable. Bailly then noticed the talent upgrade feature. It seemed he had yet to fully grasp the system's capabilities and would need to continue participating in matches and securing victories. With the newfound injury immunity, Bailly felt a surge of confidence. The following day during training, when Eddie Howe inquired if Bailly needed a break, he resolutely opted to continue playing. Eddie Howe's intentions were commendable, as after the match against Sheffield Wednesday on the 5th, they would face Millwall on the 8th. This match would also be away, leading to a congested schedule that could significantly impact the players' physical condition and performance. Furthermore, Millwall is a well-known team. While West Ham may not be the best at football, everyone acknowledges their reputation for having fierce supporters. Arsenal may play well, but their fighting skills leave much to be desired. Tottenham, neither their football nor their brawling is commendable. And what of Millwall? They are our bitter rivals, comparable to the relationship between Zlai and Bayakstan. This sentiment echoes a line from the 2005 film Football Hooligans, portraying Millwall supporters as the antagonists in a tale reminiscent of British football's underbelly. The rivalry between West Ham and Millwall fans is equally intense, marking one of England's most explosive derbies without exception. A League Cup match in 2009 exemplified this deep-seated animosity perfectly. Before the match even commenced, fans outside the stadium began hurling water bottles and bricks at each other. Once the match started, chaos erupted within the ground, halting the game until police intervention quelled the riot. Millwall is indeed synonymous with the term football hooligans in the eyes of many fans. Previously, Bailly had only understood Millwall conceptually, but as he traveled with the team bus to the Den, located in the southeastern part of London, he finally grasped the true essence of football hooliganism. The atmosphere was chaotic as the match unfolded, with red and yellow cards being issued liberally. The fervent supporters of Millwall surrounded the Bournemouth team bus, incessantly pounding on its sides, with some even hurling water bottles at it. Law enforcement swiftly intervened to disperse the rowdy fans, yet many Millwall supporters continued to vociferously chant from the periphery, taunting, "Cowards! Return to Bournemouth! Face us! We are the proud Lions, unyielding in our advance." The scene was one of utter tumult, but thankfully, the Bournemouth players managed to enter the stadium unscathed. Preparing for the arduous contest ahead, everyone was acutely aware that the match would not be a walk in the park. In such a charged atmosphere, the opposing players could easily become agitated, prompting Eddie Howe to repeatedly stress the importance of self-preservation. He particularly cautioned Whiteleaf, reminding him that not every challenge required a head-on confrontation, and securing a draw away from home would suffice. Whiteleaf nodded in agreement, internally grateful for his acquired immunity to injuries, a boon that proved invaluable against such formidable adversaries. At Neil Stadium, the fervent Millwall fans sang their anthem, the iconic Let 'Em Come. This song held a unique place among London clubs, unlike others such as Arsenal, Chelsea, Tottenham, West Ham United, Crystal Palace, and Fulham, whose anthems largely chronicled their histories and achievements without mention of their city. Millwall's anthem incorporated elements of London life, celebrating the local customs, such as enjoying a pint before matches and savoring jellied eels. As Whiteleaf stood in the players' tunnel, he found solace amidst the cacophony of Millwall supporters. His focus remained solely on the pitch. Having lived two lives, he was seldom swayed by external distractions. At times, he mused whether his calm demeanor in high-pressure situations was a vestige of his extraordinary journey. The fervor at Neil Stadium surpassed that of Vitality Stadium. Millwall's diehard supporters, many bare-chested despite the chilly November weather, rallied with flags waving, drums beating, and anthems echoing, including their classic chant, "No one likes us, we don't care." In such an electrifying environment, some Bournemouth players felt a twinge of trepidation, unfamiliar with the intensity of this fervent team, unaware of the numerous rival fans Millwall had previously riled. Fortunately, the security was robust enough to keep Millwall fans and Bournemouth supporters entirely separated, preventing any contact. With a sharp blast of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. The London weather was overcast and rain seemed imminent, yet Neil Stadium buzzed with excitement. As the match kicked off, Millwall's players displayed remarkable aggression, charging into Bournemouth's defensive territory. Eddie Howe had cautioned his players prior to the match that their opponents would be particularly relentless at home, advising them to withstand initial pressure and swiftly pass the ball to Whiteleaf to seek opportunities. Thus, Bournemouth quickly restructured their formation. Despite Millwall's apparent ferocity, their execution was lacking in synergy, ultimately resorting to their traditional strategy of wing play. Just minutes into Millwall's first attack, a minor skirmish erupted. Millwall's forward Gregory collided with Cook in the penalty area, both tumbling to the ground. After rising, Gregory, unwilling to concede, shoved Cook, who responded in kind. This altercation incited outrage among the home fans, who erupted with vitriol directed at Bournemouth and Cook. Fortunately, teammates swiftly intervened, and the referee issued a verbal warning. However, this incident foreshadowed the match's tone. Whiteleaf found himself closely marked, with McDonald and Abdul shadowing him to thwart any sudden advances. Currently, the ball hardly reached Whiteleaf's feet. As both teams engaged in vigorous tussles in Bournemouth's defensive third, the referee's whistle soon pierced the air, as the escalating physicality of the match led to a fragmented play. Boo! The crowd at Neil's Stadium erupted in disapproval. Referee Henderson, struggling to maintain control, decisively penalized Millwall's winger Martin for a foul during a challenge, issuing a yellow card. Martin had tripped Daniels during a tackle, and this was not his first offense. Yet, Martin expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that previous fouls had gone unpunished while this one was flagged. Corrupt referee, the Millwall supporters chanted, their anger laced with colorful language reminiscent of the Super League's vocal crowds. Soon, Henderson's whistle sounded again, as he issued a yellow card to Cook for a foul on Gregory. The match had barely progressed 10 minutes, yet fouls had already proliferated. Henderson aimed to manage the game with these yellow cards, but the players' tempers flared. If one was struck, retaliation was expected. Even Whiteleaf, attempting to seize the ball in midfield, found himself toppled, his physicality lacking compared to the seasoned championship players, who thrived on brute force, often disregarding finesse. Despite the chaos, Whiteleaf remained vigilant, scanning for defensive lapses and potential openings. In the 15th minute, an opportunity arose. Cook intercepted a pass meant for Gregory and launched a long ball towards Whiteleaf, only to be brought down by Gregory. However, the attack was deemed advantageous, and Henderson allowed play to continue. Whiteleaf executed a clever run, evading defenders to gain control of the ball, but just as he prepared to pass forward, McDonald lunged in with a reckless tackle. Whiteleaf was unable to evade, and both he and the ball were sent sprawling. Henderson immediately blew his whistle, brandishing a red card. This decision sent the players into utter disarray. The goal only served to transform the jeers of the opponents into impotent rage. The players of Millwall immediately surrounded Henderson. That surely warranted a yellow card. McDonald made contact with the ball. A red card was absolutely unwarranted. As the Millwall players encircled Henderson, the Bournemouth players grew furious and rushed to push the Millwall players away, determined to prevent them from influencing the referee. Simultaneously, they hurried to Whiteleaf's side, calling for the team doctor. The scene was utterly chaotic. Henderson resolutely issued a red card to McDonald. No matter how one viewed it, McDonald's kick was aimed directly at the player, particularly evident in slow-motion replays, where it was clear that he had struck Whiteleaf's ankle with full force and without any sign of restraint. Fortunately, Whiteleaf was quick to react, falling to absorb much of the impact, yet there was still an element of risk involved. This incident incensed the Bournemouth fans watching the live broadcast. For Whiteleaf was their prized asset. How despicable! This group was far too malicious. Whiteleaf was merely 18 years old, and such a tackle was outrageous. This not only called for a red card, but also a suspension. How infuriating! They were clearly taking advantage of us being the away team. When we return to our home ground, we shall certainly show these ruffians what we are capable of. At this moment, Neil's Stadium was in disarray. Players from Millwall and Bournemouth clashed once more amidst the shoving, creating a melee, with substitute players rushing in to join the fray, while others attempted to pull people apart. Meanwhile, Whiteleaf remained undisturbed, as no one paid him any mind. The team doctor, after a brief examination, confirmed that he was uninjured, alleviating his concerns and signaling to Eddie Howe that everything was fine. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe was utterly focused on Whiteleaf, concerned that he could not sustain any injury. For he was the foundation of Bournemouth, and now he too felt relieved. Eddie Howe even contemplated substituting Whiteleaf for his protection, as the current situation seemed precarious. Only Whiteleaf himself understood that had he not drawn the luck of injury immunity, he might have had to withdraw from the game today. This thought irked him, as it was evident that these players were not playing football, but rather targeting him. Beep. Just as the team doctor escorted Whiteleaf back to the sidelines, order was finally restored, and Henderson issued 2 more red cards, one to Millwall's Wilkinson and one to Bournemouth's Francis, both of whom were fullbacks. This exchange left both teams with 10 players against 9, accompanied by 3 yellow cards, 1 for the Millwall coach and 2 for Bournemouth substitutes. In a single sequence, Henderson had issued 5 cards. Such occurrences are quite rare in the championship. However, at least order had been somewhat restored. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe communicated with Whiteleaf, who firmly insisted on staying in the game, declaring, "What does it mean to retreat in the face of battle? We shall silence them with goals." Eddie Howe, moved by Whiteleaf's resolve, could not help but acknowledge that Whiteleaf possessed qualities reminiscent of great stars. The match resumed. However, the Millwall supporters in the stands showed no signs of quieting down. The stadium echoed with the cacophony of insults from 20,000 voices. Tensions escalated to the point where Bournemouth fans nearly clashed with nearby Millwall fans, were it not for the numerous security personnel present. Nonetheless, the verbal exchanges continued unabated. This is the distinct characteristic of English football fans. On the field, the players tempered their actions, mindful that red and yellow cards were being brandished liberally, as they all sought to secure victory. With Millwall down a player, they no longer exhibited the same arrogance, retreating from their earlier high-pressure tactics and opting for a more defensive strategy. This situation afforded Whiteleaf more space to maneuver. In the 21st minute, Whiteleaf spotted an opportunity in the attacking third, executing his signature through ball that split Millwall's defense. Wilson arrived just in time to deliver a low shot into the net. Bournemouth struck first in this challenging match. After a brief celebration, Wilson found Whiteleaf and embraced him tightly. Whiteleaf had significantly boosted Wilson's goal tally this season, nearly elevating him to the ranks of the league's top scorer. This was a moment to cherish. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere at Vitality Stadium, Bournemouth's goal was met with a chorus of boos. The cheers from Bournemouth's fans were completely drowned out by the jeers of the Millwall supporters. Bournemouth fans watching the live broadcast vented their frustrations on social media. "Well done. Whiteleaf is the best. Crush these mediocre players. No matter how dirty you play or how much you insult us, the gap in skill is not so easily bridged." The Millwall players were left frustrated by the goal, as they had never anticipated Whiteleaf's precision. Despite their continued defensive efforts against him, they were unable to contain him. As time passed, the repercussions of Millwall's initial aggressive play began to take their toll, resulting in a significant depletion of their stamina. They were struggling to maintain their defensive positions. Conversely, the Millwall fans in the stands still had ample energy, and even as the match approached the 40-minute mark, they continued to shout and jeer at the Bournemouth players with fervor. Soon, Bournemouth was presented with another opportunity. Whiteleaf, while being double-marked, passed the ball to the flanks and then made a forward run. His pace was not blistering, yet he perfectly timed his movements. Millwall's players consistently underestimated the difficulty of defending against Whiteleaf, but they always fell short. Bam! After Whiteleaf advanced, a teammate passed him, and he seamlessly relayed the ball to Wilson at the edge of the penalty area, setting him up for a direct threat on goal. Beep. However, the referee's whistle blared. Just as Wilson was about to shoot, he was brought down. Bournemouth was awarded a free kick just outside the penalty area, while Nelson, who had fouled Wilson, received a yellow card. Boo. The Millwall fans resumed their usual jeering. Whiteleaf stood over the ball. The distance was incredibly close, and he surveyed the positioning of the players. This time, the likelihood of scoring directly was considerably higher. Without hesitation, upon the referee's signal, he took a run up and struck the ball, swift and fluid. Whoosh! The ball arced through the air, soaring over the wall and aiming for the top corner of the net. Goalkeeper Fold leaped to save it, but had no chance. The ball found the back of the net. Bournemouth extended their lead. Whiteleaf sprinted onto the field, thumping his chest in celebration of the goal, and then, facing the Millwall supporters, amidst their incessant boos, he placed a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. The emotions of the Millwall fans intensified. Yet under the glaring score of 2-0 displayed on the board, their display was nothing short of impotent rage. As the reputation of Bailly begins to rise, Liverpool finds itself with a singular opportunity to contend for the title. Bailly's remarkable performance, broadcasted live to Bournemouth, has left the local fans elated. His brilliance on the field has silenced critics, and the exuberance among supporters is palpable. The spectacle of him scoring has indeed brought a sense of vindication. Bailly's actions were captured by photographers, as he calmly gestured for silence amidst the jeers of Millwall fans. This image swiftly circulated on social media, igniting fervent discussions. Millwall supporters are notorious, and witnessing a player assertively quiet them in their own territory is immensely satisfying, particularly for West Ham fans who have extended invitations for Bailly to join their ranks, given the complex historical rivalries between the teams. The violent confrontations between these clubs trace back over a century, with their first match recorded in 1899. This long-standing animosity has resulted in numerous injuries and even fatalities among fans, making their encounters a significant concern for law enforcement. Bailly's confidence at Millwall's ground has invigorated West Ham supporters. At the new Den, while Millwall fans continue to boo, Bournemouth supporters remain unfazed, buoyed by the scoreline. They look upon Bailly with admiration, grateful for his presence. Eddie Howe, too, is uplifted. Leading by 2 goals at such a formidable venue is no small feat. Millwall players, caught off guard by the match's progression, appear resigned. In the closing minutes of the first half, both teams maintain their intensity as light rain begins to fall, adding a chill to the evening. The referee, Henderson, signals the end of the first half, leading to an atmosphere of celebration in Bournemouth's dressing room. Eddie Howe commends his players for withstanding the pressure and securing a lead, instilling a sense of camaraderie among them. Meanwhile, images of Bailly's exploits flood Chinese football websites, with bloggers sharing snapshots and news articles. His audacious gesture to silence Millwall's fans has become a talking point, with admirers praising him for his maturity at just 18, showcasing his potential as a midfield linchpin. As discussions among fans intensify, the halftime break concludes, and players return to the field amidst increasing rain. Despite the adverse conditions, Millwall supporters continue to cheer loudly. Bailly, feeling the raindrops on his face, finds clarity in the chaos. The second half unfolds with both teams struggling for control. The rain complicates technical play, leading to rapid turnovers and few scoring opportunities. Ultimately, when the final whistle blows, the score remains 2-0 in favor of Bournemouth, marking another victory. Millwall fans, frustrated by the outcome, resort to shouting at the victorious players. But the Bournemouth contingent remains indifferent to their ire. In the post-match press conference, Eddie Howe does not shy away from criticizing McDonald for a reckless challenge aimed at Bailly, expressing outrage over the intent to harm. Such actions, he argues, should not be tolerated in professional football. The incident has drawn considerable attention, as replays reveal a blatant foul. While many gifted players have succumbed to injuries that curtailed their potential, Bailly has demonstrated resilience, impressing scouts with his Iron Man qualities. This durability is crucial in a sport where injuries can derail a promising career. The likes of Messi and Ronaldo exemplify longevity and recovery, and Bailly appears to be following in their footsteps. As Eddie Howe leads the charge against McDonald's actions, Bournemouth fans echo his sentiments on social media, questioning the rationale behind such reckless tackles on a young talent. The collective outrage underscores a protective instinct towards the promising player, affirming Bailly's burgeoning status in the world of football. The match between Bournemouth and Millwall was a tumultuous affair, marked by a flurry of red and yellow cards, ultimately becoming the focal point of this round in the championship. Bailly's impressive contribution of a goal and an assist, coupled with his silencing gesture post-goal, sparked considerable discussion among fans. The name Bailly has once again gained prominence among English supporters. This match not only showcased the remarkable prowess of both Bournemouth and Bailly, but it also prompted journalists to inquire about the upcoming quarter-final of the League Cup against Bournemouth. During an interview with Liverpool's coach, Rodgers, he remarked, "I am aware of this match. My assistant has informed me that Bournemouth is quite formidable, and their midfielder Bailly is exceptionally talented. We will give our utmost effort. As this may be Liverpool's only opportunity to contend for a title this season, we will not relent. Whether it be Bournemouth, Chelsea, or any other team, we approach every match with the same determination to secure victory." Eddie Howe and his coaching staff took note of Rodgers' comments. Although there remains some time before their encounter with Liverpool, Howe has already commenced preparations. He is determined to secure a win. Had it not been for Bailly's remarkable performances, he might have considered prioritizing league promotion over the cup competition. However, Bailly's brilliance cannot be overlooked. He cannot afford to squander such an opportunity. Despite Bailly's assertion that he will not depart Bournemouth during the winter transfer window, Howe cannot guarantee that Bailly will remain beyond the summer. He must leverage Bailly's abilities to create more possibilities before any potential departure. Bailly, a man of 2 lives, typically remains indifferent to external distractions post-match, focusing solely on the pitch. For it is a player's performance on the field that defines their essence. Following the match against Millwall, the national team match day will arrive, with the championship resuming only on the 22nd, allowing for a 2-week respite. With no national team obligations, Bailly's burdens are significantly lighter. The next day, Bailly rose early to catch a flight back to Madrid, where he intends to meet with Pep Guardiola. He seeks to address his representation issues. His current performances have garnered significant recognition from fans, providing a commendable opportunity for a professional agent like Guardiola. In his home in Madrid, Bailly encountered the bald-headed figure. On the 23rd, the opening of Instagram led to a surge in followers. "Do you wish to achieve a hat-trick?" Palon, being the younger brother of Guardiola, bears a striking resemblance to him, though his countenance evokes more the likeness of the renowned Chinese actor Guo. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries introduced by Bai Jianguo, they swiftly delved into the crux of the matter. Have you ever contemplated leaving Bournemouth at the earliest opportunity? Palon has been closely monitoring Bai Yi's situation. Although he is a friend's child, talent remains the paramount criterion for contracts. Bai Yi strikes Palon as a midfielder of extraordinary potential. How extraordinary, you ask? After Palon shared a compilation of Bai Yi's highlights with his brother Guardiola, the latter remarked that if Bai Yi is willing, he could facilitate a transfer to Bayern Munich, where Guardiola is currently coaching. He also informed Palon that Bayern's scouts have already taken note of Bai Yi's performances. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded and replied, I have considered it, but in my view, the optimal time for a transfer would be during the summer window, rather than the winter. Palon felt a sense of relief at Bai Yi's response, as it aligned with his own thoughts. Given the current circumstances, Bai Yi requires playing time rather than merely stepping onto a larger stage. His prodigious talent necessitates time to flourish. Moreover, he has several shortcomings that would further limit his playing opportunities in a top-tier team. Bournemouth is, for now, just right. Furthermore, Palon developed a greater fondness for Bai Yi. Typically, young players, after achieving some recognition, aspire to join grander platforms and secure lucrative contracts. Bai Yi's ability to maintain composure and devise a career strategy that favors his long-term prospects reflects a commendable disposition. Palon had but one question to pose to Bai Yi, after which he presented the documents he carried to formalize their agreement. Palon had already discussed the details with Bai Jianguo, who had conveyed the pertinent information to Bai Yi. Palon would not interfere with Bai Yi's decisions, but would provide assistance, with a fixed commission of 5%. What followed was a family banquet, welcoming to all. During this gathering, Palon advised Bai Yi that should he wish to expand his influence, he must first limit media interviews, second, maintain his own social media presence, and third, refrain from accepting endorsement contracts for the time being. Limiting interviews serves to preserve a sense of prestige. As the adage goes, too much talk leads to missteps. Maintaining a social media account is essential for fostering positive interactions with fans, as behind every player lies a multitude of supporters. In the realm of football's fan economy or commercial operations, Cristiano Ronaldo stands as the paragon of success. The avoidance of endorsement contracts is prudent, as Bai Yi is yet to fully unleash his potential and may be undervalued, rendering such deals unwise. There is no necessity to sacrifice one's standing for trivial immediate gains. Bai Yi naturally comprehends this. A player's on-field performance will inevitably elevate his off-field market value. Following more profound discussions with Palon, Bai Yi gained clarity regarding his career trajectory. After spending 3 days in Madrid, he returned to Bournemouth. While others were still on holiday, Bai Yi immersed himself in training. The combination of matches and training during this period resulted in a slight enhancement of his attributes, illuminating the path for further advancement. Bai Yi reviewed his attributes: stamina, 78, speed, 50, shooting, 50, passing, 100, dribbling, 50, defense, 35, strength, 65. With such attributes, he has firmly established himself in the championship. Yet to ascend to one of the top 5 leagues, he requires at least one standout attribute. He has yet to determine which direction to pursue: shooting, strength, or dribbling. Each possesses its own significance on the field. Considering the system's objective of cultivating a versatile footballer, Bai Yi requires a transitional capability: strength. Currently, shooting and dribbling are not immediate necessities. In the championship, the emphasis is on high-intensity play, necessitating robust physicality. Moreover, elite strength has applications beyond mere physical confrontations. During this time, Bai Yi dedicated himself to the team's gym, tirelessly training his muscular strength, a diligence that garnered admiration from all Bournemouth staff. After conducting tests on Bai Yi, the assistant coach reported substantial improvements across various metrics. Upon receiving this data, Eddie Howe could not help but marvel at what constitutes a genius. Bai Yi epitomizes talent. The pace of his improvement is nothing short of astonishing. This revelation sparked audacious thoughts within Eddie Howe, who, being inherently bold, had ascended to the role of head coach at such a young age. He pondered that perhaps they should not only persist in the EFL Cup, but also remain resolute in the FA Cup commencing next January. Unbeknownst to Bai Yi, Eddie Howe's contemplations were brewing. That evening, upon returning home, Bai Yi established his social media account. Eschewing Twitter, he opted for Instagram. The original account had been filled with various models and celebrities. Bai promptly deleted it and created a new account under the name Bai. He then simply posted a photograph from the training ground. Afterward, Bai informed Pailon of this development, prompting Pailon to have someone disseminate Bai's account information. By the following morning, Bai had amassed 100,000 followers, the vast majority being Bournemouth fans. Within the Bournemouth fan community, Bai has become a legendary figure. Awesome. I finally found Bai's social account. I had been searching for it in vain. I tried for ages to search for YBAI, but it turns out to be the Chinese characters for Bai. I guess I need to learn a bit of Chinese, or I want to understand what Bai is posting. Hey, friend, I think you need a built-in translation function. Go for it, Bai. I won't miss any of your matches. Bai glanced at the comments from fans, responded to a few, and then set the matter aside. As November drew to a close and national team matches concluded, Pailon informed Bai of the situation regarding the Spanish national team and youth squads. The Spanish national team had triumphed over Belarus with a resounding 3-0 victory in the European Championship qualifiers, followed by a narrow 1-0 defeat to Germany in a friendly. Considering Germany's recent World Cup victory over Argentina, losing to the world champions was somewhat acceptable. The youth teams experienced a mix of results, primarily focused on development. Pailon then conveyed a piece of news to Bai. A coach from the youth squad had taken notice of him, and it was likely that Bai would soon receive a call-up to the Spanish U-21 team. However, Bai was not keen on this opportunity, as he believed the youth team's level did not surpass that of the championship. Pailon shared this sentiment, and the two reached a consensus that unless the senior national team extended an invitation, they would pass on other opportunities. Upon returning from the international break, Bournemouth faced Middlesbrough at the Riverside Stadium. The atmosphere was electric, with Middlesbrough fans roaring in excitement as their players celebrated a second goal in front of their home crowd. Meanwhile, Bournemouth's players appeared somewhat disheartened. Eddie Howe, anxiously pacing the sidelines, noted that his team's performance was woefully inadequate. The only player maintaining a stable performance was Bai, yet the attacking line squandered several of Bai's exquisite passes, failing to penetrate the opposing defense. While defensive errors allowed Middlesbrough to secure a 2-goal lead. 2 goals, both scored by their forward Bamford. The score remained unchanged until halftime. In the Bournemouth locker room, Eddie Howe was in a state of deep discontent. What are you all playing at? The forwards missed several passes from Whiteleaf. If you had seized just one opportunity to score, the situation would not be as dire as it is now. The entire defense is in a state of slumber. Have you all turned into amateur players during the break? How can you make such mistakes right in front of the penalty area? The locker room was filled with a heavy silence. The Bournemouth players were fully aware of their poor performance, heads hanging low. Only Whiteleaf remained composed, contemplating how to turn the tide in the second half. He needed someone reliable to capitalize on scoring opportunities. Wilson was out of form and Pittman was injured. At that moment, Whiteleaf recalled an experienced player within the team, Comigant, who was now 34 years old and nearing the twilight of his career as a striker. His greatest asset was his heading ability and his knack for finishing in front of goal. After a moment of thought, Whiteleaf approached Comigant, who was somewhat taken aback, as he had been relegated to the position of a substitute among substitutes. Why would a key player like Whiteleaf seek him out? To Comigant's astonishment, Whiteleaf's opening words left him stunned. Do you want a hat trick? Those words rendered him speechless. A hat trick? In his lengthy career, aside from the early days in lower leagues, he had never achieved such a feat. How could he not desire it? After a brief moment of shock, he nodded vigorously. Whiteleaf then made a fist and encouraged him softly. You must bring your best form and be ready. Go for it. As Comigant contemplated asking further questions, Whiteleaf had already walked towards Eddie Howe. Comigant caught Howe's gaze, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At that instant, a peculiar sense of anticipation surged within Comigant, akin to the excitement of an 18-year-old. Do you want a hat trick? Yes, he wanted it. Comigant watched Whiteleaf's figure, his heart racing yet filled with a sense of calm. Whiteleaf's words were always convincing. Comigant had no doubt that Whiteleaf would deliver the ball to him. He was anxious about his ability to score, not wanting to betray Whiteleaf's trust. Soon, the second half commenced. The Riverside Stadium was still resonating with the cheers of the Middlesbrough fans. They had noticed that Bournemouth made a substitution. A 34-year-old striker on the field? They could hardly believe that Bournemouth could turn the score around on their home turf. In the championship, the assist king, transforming substitutes into formidable strikers. The Middlesbrough fans erupted in a chorus of boos. Amidst the cacophony, Comagant stepped onto the field. Despite his decade-long career, which should have fortified his resolve, he felt a twinge of apprehension in that moment. His gaze instinctively drifted to the figure in midfield, who happened to meet his eyes with a slight nod. In that fleeting glance, Comagant found his heart steadied. The overwhelming jeers seemed to vanish as he sprinted towards the opposing defense, silently rallying himself for a goal. With a whistle, the second half commenced. Leading by 2 goals and playing on home turf, Middlesbrough showed no intention of retreating defensively. Instead, they pressed forward, eager to deliver a decisive blow to Bournemouth's momentum. Currently positioned in the top 10 of the standings, Middlesbrough faced a formidable opponent in Bournemouth, whose recent 6-match winning streak had garnered them a total of 18 points, thereby intensifying the pressure on the league's frontrunners. Middlesbrough maintained a 4-2-3-1 formation, while Bournemouth, with Comagant on the pitch, opted for a 4-4-2 setup. In terms of attacking prowess, Middlesbrough boasted a more aggressive approach, with significant flank pressure compelling Bournemouth to withdraw defensively. Even as they sought goals of their own, White was diligently searching for opportunities to advance in midfield, and soon enough, such an opportunity arose. Middlesbrough's aggressive attack was somewhat hampered by their average ball control and finishing ability, resulting in a slower counter after losing possession. Seizing the moment in his own half, White quickly assessed the situation and distributed the ball to the flanks before surging forward himself. He called out to Wilson and Comagant in Chinese, a language his teammates had grown accustomed to, for its advantage in miscommunication with opponents. The two pressed ahead with determination. From the stands, it was apparent that Bournemouth was seamlessly transitioning from defense to attack. Ritchie, facing resistance on the wing, swiftly spotted White's positioning and returned the ball to him. Continuing his advance, White, without hesitation, sent a pass to the forward flank, perfectly setting up Ritchie to receive. At this moment, both Wilson and Comagant had surged towards the penalty area. Ritchie made another cross into the center, and White launched a ball into the box, where Comagant, anticipating the play, utilized his height to powerfully head the ball into the net. The ball rebounded past the fingertips of the Greek goalkeeper Konstantopoulos and nestled into the back of the net. A goal for Bournemouth. As Comagant landed and witnessed the ball cross the line, a thunderous joy erupted within him. He had scored. He dashed towards the sidelines, executing a celebratory slide on his knees and pointing skyward. For a 34-year-old veteran, such a goal was a momentous achievement. His teammates rushed to embrace him in celebration. In that instant, Comagant recalled White's voice asking if he desired a hat trick. Yes, he felt confident he could achieve it. He embraced White tightly, filled with hope for a hat trick before the twilight of his career. Eddie Howe, on the sidelines, clenched his fists in celebration, marveling at the fluidity of the attack. Initially concerned about whether the veteran still had fuel in the tank when White suggested bringing on Comagant, he now saw that all the team needed was a striker in good form. Comagant, having little consistent playing time, was determined to seize this opportunity. This realization illuminated White's remarkable capability to orchestrate attacks, as every crucial pass had originated from him. White was simply phenomenal. The Bournemouth fans in the stands were ecstatic, thoroughly enjoying the exhilarating counterattack. Simultaneously, English commentators were equally amazed, noting that such attacking play typically graced the Premier League. Bournemouth had executed a textbook example of a counterattack, with White as the undeniable linchpin. His innate talent, combined with impeccable timing and precise passing, rendered him unmatched in the championship. Presently, White was far ahead in the assist rankings. Indeed, he was the assist king. This season, since signing White, Bournemouth had transformed from struggling for victories to claiming 6 consecutive wins, igniting hopes of promotion among their supporters. Meanwhile, the Middlesbrough coaching staff felt disheartened, grappling with the impact of such a counterattack on their morale. They urged their players to prioritize defense, advising a slight retreat on the flanks to avoid being caught off guard again. As the match resumed, the mindset of both teams subtly shifted. Middlesbrough began to worry about their defense, becoming tentative and hesitant to press forward. In contrast, buoyed by White's dazzling performance, Bournemouth felt the tide turning in their favor. The prospect of a comeback seemed increasingly attainable. Both sets of fans eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama on the pitch. The score of 21 evokes a greater sense of tension than 20. At this moment, the Bournemouth supporters felt no anxiety over being behind. The presence of Bailly brought them a profound sense of reassurance. Bailly, with his consistent performance, instilled confidence in the fans. Middlesbrough began to play more steadily. which naturally led to increased attacking opportunities for Bournemouth. Bailly sought to distribute the ball to the flanks, aiming to find the towering figure of Comagant in the center. Yet his teammates' passing abilities paled in comparison to his precision. When Bailly drifted wide, the central options were limited. Eddie Howe evidently recognized this issue, pondering how advantageous it would be to have two Baillys on the field. Suddenly, Comagant directed another header toward goal, but it was parried away by the goalkeeper. Wilson, positioned in front of the goal, attempted a follow-up shot, only to be thwarted by Middlesbrough's defender, Gibson, who cleared the ball out of play. A corner was awarded to Bournemouth. Bailly approached the corner flag, surveying the situation in the penalty area. He took responsibility for all set pieces. The players jostled within the box, each vying for what they deemed the optimal position. The Bournemouth fans craned their necks, eager to witness the corner kick, as their away section was perfectly aligned with this goal, affording them an excellent view. Bailly raised his right hand, ensuring his teammates were prepared before he took his run up and struck the ball with great velocity, sending it hurtling towards the penalty area. Comagant was already poised, as Bournemouth's set pieces were meticulously designed, with the tall striker stationed centrally, ready to make a run to the near post. Bailly's delivery was impeccably timed for the near post. Comagant surged forward, meeting Bailly's pass with a deft backheader. The ball's rapid pace left goalkeeper Konstantopoulos with little time to react. He could only make a feeble attempt to save as the sound of the ball colliding with the net rang out. The ball found its way in. Bournemouth had equalized. The Bournemouth supporters in the away section erupted with fervent excitement as their team scored once more. Bailly. It had to be Bailly. His passes are always so reassuring. Comagant was equally exhilarated. Following the goal, he sprinted toward Bailly, pointing at him with a face full of joy. "Your passing is extraordinary." Bailly and Comagant embraced, making their way towards the stands in the away section to celebrate with the fans. "Bailly, Bailly, one more. We must turn this around. I believe in you." The fans were also in a frenzy, rushing to the railing to get closer to the players, only to be held back by security. Yes, Eddie Howe, witnessing his team score yet again from the sidelines, finally felt a weight lift from his heart. In today's match, taking Bailly's advice to field the towering striker Comagant was nothing short of brilliance. These two goals exemplified the significance of a high striker. Although Wilson possesses commendable skill, he predominantly embodies the attributes of a winger, swift but lacking in height. As long as he can capitalize on opportunities, Bailly can turn even the most underutilized substitutes into golden boot contenders. Comagant, who seldom sees playing time, was wreaking havoc in this match. Eddie Howe could hardly fathom the potential efficiency of pairing Bailly with a top-tier forward. It's truly unfathomable. After Bournemouth scored, a sense of unease swept through the Middlesbrough fans, players, and coach alike. How could they suddenly concede after leading by 2 goals? Not to mention, there were still 70 minutes left on the clock. In stark contrast, the Bournemouth fans and players were filled with renewed confidence. They were determined to win this match. Soon, both teams returned to the center circle to resume play. Bang! Middlesbrough kicked off, but Bournemouth remained composed, steadfastly maintaining their defensive formation without hastily pressing forward. With a playmaker like Bailly, the efficiency of their counterattacks would undoubtedly soar. In the current league standings, Arsenal is keen on signing Bailly. Players from both Middlesbrough and Bournemouth are feeling a sense of anxiety, but the one person seemingly unfazed by the tension is Bailly. Operating in the midfield and occasionally pressing forward, he adeptly finds space whenever his teammates regain possession, serving as a crucial link. However, as Middlesbrough tightens its defensive formation, penetrating their backline proves to be no simple task, requiring impeccable timing. As the match progresses, coaches on both sides exhibit signs of unease, hoping for goals while fearing the possibility of conceding. At this juncture, conceding a goal would be a bitter blow. Fans are on the edge of their seats. In the 77th minute, Bailly once again demonstrates the folly of granting him opportunities, for the consequences could be severe. Wilson and Comagant execute a clever cross movement within the penalty area, closely shadowed by their opponents. Bailly seizes the moment when the two defenders swap positions. With a powerful pass, the ball slices through their defensive zone and plunges into the penalty area. Ayala attempts to intercept, but Bailly's delivery is swift and precise, leaving him merely a spectator as the ball races toward Comagant. Comagant, taken by surprise by the opening that Bailly has created, is momentarily unprepared, leaning slightly forward. Fortunately, his reflexes are sharp. He halts abruptly, aiming to control the ball before adjusting for a shot. However, A memory of their training flashes in his mind. Bailly's passes require little adjustment. In an instant, Comogant alters his approach, executing a sliding shot despite losing his balance. The goalkeeper, Konstantopoulos, is momentarily deceived by Comogant's prior movements. In a frantic attempt to save, it is too late. The ball soars into the net, a goal. Bournemouth has completed the comeback. Silence envelopes the Middlesbrough fans in the stands, watching in disbelief as Comogant scores. With just 10 minutes remaining, they have been turned upside down. In stark contrast, Bournemouth supporters erupt in jubilation, leaping with excitement and waving their jerseys, scarves, and flags. In this thrilling away comeback, Comogant, overwhelmed with joy, disregards the risk of a yellow card as he removes his shirt and sprints towards the away section, celebrating wildly with the fans. How many moments like this can one have in a career? His exhilaration is palpable. In this moment, he truly comprehends the power of Bailly's contributions. A hat trick is, indeed, a hat trick. Even he can achieve such a feat. Comogant shouts Bailly's name to the fans, who reciprocate with fervent chants of Bailly. Bailly, though the goal belongs to a teammate. It is Bailly who captures the hearts of the Bournemouth faithful. Eddie Howe, on the sidelines, embraces his substitutes and coaching staff in celebration. Witnessing Bailly's remarkable performance, Howe's thoughts drift to Liverpool and Chelsea, eager for a challenge. This is the confidence Bailly instills in him. Pure exhilaration. The entire Bournemouth fanbase, whether present at the match or watching from afar, expresses their admiration. Bailly is truly exceptional. Such a pass is beyond imagination. Middlesbrough, however, is engulfed in silence, from fans to players to coaching staff, unable to accept the outcome. They must mount an offensive in the final 10 minutes. The referee, having shown Comogant a yellow card, signals for play to resume, and Middlesbrough launches another attack. Bournemouth, maintaining their defensive shape, awaits the onslaught. Middlesbrough, in a desperate bid, substitutes 2 attackers for one last push. Yet, as they advance, they fail to notice that Bailly's position has shifted slightly back, preparing to assist in regaining possession. In the 87th minute, an opportunity arises. A cross from Middlesbrough is parried by the goalkeeper, and Bailly, positioned just outside the box, collects the loose ball. He swiftly passes to Wilson on the flank. At this point, Bailly feels his stamina waning, and his pace is not as brisk. Nevertheless, Middlesbrough's formation is too advanced, leaving them unable to retreat effectively. Approaching the 90th minute, fatigue weighs on everyone. Wilson, gritting his teeth, presses forward but notices his teammates lagging behind. When he spots Bailly joining the attack, he takes a deep breath and delivers the ball to the center before sprinting ahead, trusting Bailly to return it. Indeed, Bailly follows up in the middle, and despite interference from opposing players, he delivers a precise pass right between Wilson and the goalkeeper. With such an accurate and immediate pass, Wilson unleashes his speed. As the goalkeeper rushes out, Wilson strikes the ball with ferocity, only to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. The ball grazes the goalkeeper, altering its trajectory. The thud of the ball striking the crossbar echoes as it rebounds. Konstantopoulos scrambles to regain control, but a swift figure outpaces him, Bailly. He beats Konstantopoulos to the ball, heading it into the net. A follow-up goal. Bournemouth leads 4-2 against Middlesbrough. The Riverside Stadium falls silent, overshadowed by the jubilant voices of Bournemouth fans. This night undoubtedly belongs to Bournemouth. Bailly achieves a remarkable tally of 1 goal and 3 assists, a remarkable display of efficiency that astonishes all. His goal deflates Middlesbrough's spirits. Perhaps 1 goal could be chased, but 2 leaves little hope. Following the restart, Middlesbrough players exhibit a lack of fighting spirit. Ultimately, as the final whistle blows, the score remains 4-2. Bournemouth celebrates a 7th consecutive league victory, boasting a record of 11 wins, 4 draws, and 4 losses, totaling 37 points. This remarkable tally propels them past Blackburn Rovers into the league's top 10, now just 8 points shy of leaders Watford. Eddie Howe beams with joy. When asked about his feelings after the match, he smiles and responds, "Exhilarated. This is football. We played poorly in the first half, falling behind and struggling to find our offense. However, in the second half, Bailly once again showcased his exceptional skills, leading us to a complete turnaround victory. In today's match, Bailly emerged as Bournemouth's most significant contributor. Indeed, Bailly has become the pivotal figure in Bournemouth's triumph this evening." Following the match, he received a perfect score for the 4th consecutive time in the media ratings. Moreover, within Bournemouth, he has consistently been named the best player in each match. Such remarkable performance at such a young age has prompted the English media outlet, Sky Sports, to employ an exceedingly grandiose headline to report on Bailly's match outcome. Super midfield genius. Instrumental in 4 goals, leading to a comeback victory. Will Bournemouth, under his guidance, defy the odds to clinch the championship? The article elaborately detailed Bailly's performance in this match, comparing Bournemouth's results before and after his arrival. This report garnered unanimous approval from Bournemouth fans, who undoubtedly aspire for the championship. Everything now seems to be on the right track. That night, Pochettino, armed with a compilation of Bailly's goals and Tottenham's scouting report, approached the club's owner and chairman, Levy. Pochettino meticulously articulated the substantial enhancement Bailly would bring to Tottenham, emphasizing his youth and potential for development. Even if he were to be sold in the future, the profit would be considerable. While Levy displayed little reaction to the tactical improvements Pochettino outlined, he became intrigued upon hearing about the significant revenue Bailly could generate for the club. You have a budget of £50 million. I am willing to offer this amount, not merely because of your praise for this player, but because I trust you and your judgment on promising talent. In that moment, Pochettino felt a surge of confidence. The winter transfer window was fast approaching, and he needed to engage in serious discussions with Bournemouth. However, before Pochettino could take any decisive action, renowned transfer market journalist Di Marzio tweeted that day. Wenger of Arsenal expressed a strong desire to sign Bailly, the midfielder from Championship team Bournemouth, seeing him as a vital part of Arsenal's future. Wenger? Pochettino felt a sense of urgency. A legendary coach like Wenger wielded considerable allure over young players. Furthermore, the current Arsenal team was not one that Tottenham could easily contend with. He sensed Bailly's growing desirability. The following day, unaware of the multiple Premier League clubs vying for his signature, Bailly received news from Perrin that a substantial offer had arrived from a team in the Chinese Super League. A special letter. You are the pillar of my life. This quote originates from Evergrande. Bailly is undoubtedly aware of this powerhouse in the Chinese Super League, which began its ascent after being acquired by Evergrande in 2010. The team has consistently claimed championship titles within the league. In the previous season, specifically the 2013 season, Evergrande amassed a remarkable 77 points, the highest in the league's history, and scored 78 goals, setting a record for the most goals in a season. They were crowned champions 3 rounds early, achieving a historic three-peat in the Chinese Super League. Moreover, they made a groundbreaking achievement by winning the AFC Champions League, marking the first time a Chinese club secured the title since its restructuring, and they finished 4th in the FIFA Club World Cup in Morocco. Such accomplishments undoubtedly elevate them to the status of an Asian football giant. With these successes, Evergrande has also received investment from Alibaba this season, granting them additional financial resources for reinforcements. They did not disclose transfer fees to Pelin, but assured him they could offer an irresistible sum to Bournemouth, along with a salary and bonuses for Bailly that would be exponentially higher than his current earnings. Such generosity is truly extravagant. After listening to Pelin, Bailly understood that Evergrande was eager to take a further step, aligning with China's naturalization policy for players. The notion of planning for naturalized players in China emerged around 1994, coinciding with Japan's initial use of naturalized athletes. In the mid-90s, Mamero from the Chuanqing team expressed a desire to be naturalized, and later a Brazilian forward named Marcos from a Northwest team sparked discussions on this topic. However, substantial progress was lacking until recent years when the national team's declining performance garnered widespread support for naturalization. Bailly, possessing Chinese heritage, naturally garnered significant attention. Notably, Bailly's popularity has surged in China, with match reports on sports websites eliciting thousands of responses, a stark contrast to the mere hundreds for typical matches in the top 5 leagues. Only matches featuring superstars like Messi and Ronaldo draw comparable engagement. Despite currently playing in the championship, Bailly's visibility is remarkably high, and should he ascend to the Premier League or another top league, his prominence would undoubtedly grow. While Bailly focused on his performance, discussions within CCTV Sports have emerged about acquiring broadcasting rights for the championship. Presently, there are no legitimate channels for viewing the championship in China, with only the League Cup offering glimpses of Bailly's matches. Additionally, various sports brands, such as Umbu and Li Ning, have contemplated signing Bailly as their brand ambassador. Thus, Evergrande's approach is merely a pioneering attempt. Faced with Evergrande's substantial offer and genuine intentions, Bailly remained unfazed. He understands the future trajectory of Chinese football and recognizes that while he could reap numerous benefits by returning, it would ultimately lead to mediocrity. His desire lies in proving himself in Europe, leaving a legacy as a person of Asian descent among the records and legends of European football. Moreover, being in the prime of his career, returning to China would equate to self-sabotage. Consequently, Bailly instructed Pelin to decline any offers from Chinese teams, firmly stating he would not consider any related proposals. Pelin, of course, refrained from advising Bailly to return to China. His role was merely to inform Bailly of the situation, as it did not align with his own interests. Upon arriving at the training facility, Bailly encountered numerous fans who had been waiting at the entrance for autographs and photographs. With Bailly's rapid rise to fame, the number of fans has significantly increased. He is always friendly towards his admirers and typically accommodates them for photos and signatures unless pressed for time. After a brief delay, Bailly finally entered the club's training base. Before training commenced, club staff approached him, handing him several envelopes, part of the team's routine, as many fans send letters to be forwarded to players. Prior to distribution, staff typically screen the letters, reserving special ones for players, while standard responses are given to others. Considering the players' tight schedules, today's training primarily focused on recovery, allowing players some time to address their correspondence. Most players received letters, but Bailly had a notably larger pile. "Bailly, you might want to take a good look at this one," a staff member said, deliberately placing one envelope atop the stack. Bailly nodded and began perusing the letters. He set the top envelope aside, briefly glanced at the others, and then opened the highlighted letter. Inside was a pink sheet of paper, charmingly adorned with a childlike handwriting that bore signs of corrections and misspellings, indicating the writer's effort to convey their message. This letter increasingly weighed on Bailly's heart. It was penned by a young fan named John, a local of Bournemouth, who is merely 7 years old and was diagnosed with leukemia at the age of 6. This illness forced him to spend most of his life in a hospital. John adores football, with Bournemouth being his favorite team. The club's promotion to the championship brought him immense joy. Yet the team's struggles this season have clouded his hopes and adversely affected his well-being. However, since Bailly's arrival, everything changed. This period has marked one of John's happiest times. The letter expressed John's gratitude towards Bailly, concluding with the heartfelt words, "You are the pillar of my life. Because of you, I wish to see Bournemouth achieve more victories. I will persevere, as Dr. Henry told me that I can only attend your matches in person once I recover. I eagerly await that day." Upon reading the letter, Bailly understood the young fan's sentiments and swiftly reached out to the staff, expressing his desire to visit John. With a week remaining until the next match, where Bournemouth would host Ipswich, the staff promptly contacted John's family, who were overjoyed and eagerly anticipated Bailly's visit. Football transcends mere sport. It embodies the loyalty of fans to their clubs, deeply rooted in the cultural cohesion of the community. Bournemouth seized this opportunity for positive publicity. The club's staff accompanied Bailly to the hospital the following day, capturing numerous photos to share on their official website and social media, detailing the heartwarming visit. John's condition had deteriorated significantly, yet upon meeting Bailly, his joy radiated, and the moment was immortalized in photographs. "Bailly, I'm so happy you came to see me. I won't miss any of your matches, even if I can only watch you on TV for now. One day, I will see you play live," John exclaimed. Lying in his hospital bed, for drip in hand, his excitement palpable. "That's wonderful. I look forward to it. It's a promise," Bailly replied, his heart warmed by the young fan's spirit. Bailly placed his hand before John, his gaze intense and unwavering. With a clap, young John raised his hand to shake with Bailly, sealing their pact. Upon leaving the hospital, Bailly instructed the club staff to prepare a special outfit for him, wishing to surprise John. This gesture further endeared Bailly to the Bournemouth fans, many of whom were already familiar with young John's story. As his father and even grandfather were devoted supporters of the club, the family was currently facing hardships, and numerous fans had voluntarily organized fundraisers to assist John during these trying times. Time flew by. On November 29th, the Vitality Stadium was abuzz with excitement. Over 10,000 fans gathered, fervently cheering in anticipation of victory in that evening's match. Having achieved a remarkable winning streak, they were eager to see it continue. Bournemouth's opponents were Ipswich Town, a club established in 1878 and located in the eastern English county of Suffolk. Nicknamed the Tractor Boys, this appellation arose partly from Ipswich's agricultural roots and partly from rival fans' jests about their rural background. The team briefly entered the Premier League in the early century but has since fluctuated between the Championship and League One. While not a weak team, they are certainly not a powerhouse. The players and fans of Bournemouth brimmed with confidence for the night's victory. Bailly stood in the player tunnel, and as the time to enter the field arrived, he stepped onto the pitch. The moment he appeared, the entire Vitality Stadium erupted. Bailly. The fans were electrified. Bailly had become a legend for Bournemouth. In the club's history, no player had surpassed Bailly's prowess, nor had any player exhibited such remarkable performance, leading the team to an unbroken winning streak. The fans believed that tonight, Bailly would once again be the pivotal force for the team. As the crowd roared in jubilation, the players from both sides participated in the pre-match rituals, including the coin toss, before taking their positions at the center circle. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. "This goal is dedicated to you, Little John." Ipswich was eliminated early from the League Cup by Crawley this season, allowing them to concentrate on the league. In the league, they have achieved 9 victories, 6 draws, and 3 losses, accumulating 33 points. They are currently on a remarkable 4-match winning streak, having defeated even top teams like Watford. This is a hallmark of the Championship, where the schedule is congested and even the leading teams cannot guarantee a continuous winning streak. Based on the points of past promoted teams, a total of over 90 points in a season greatly enhances the likelihood of direct promotion, with the least favorable outcome being participation in the playoffs. Thus, Bournemouth's current winning momentum has astonished all Championship teams. Their consistent performance amidst such a dense schedule underscores the prowess of the player White. This is precisely why numerous Premier League teams are eager to acquire White, as his stability is a significant factor. A team with a reliable playmaker is an irresistible temptation for any top coach. Despite White's deficiencies in physicality, dribbling, and speed, his reliability alone suffices. After the match commenced, Ipswich maintained their characteristic attacking style, employing a 4-3-3 formation to bolster wing play, with a target forward holding position to create space for the wingers to cut inside or directly assist them. Essentially, they relentlessly bombarded Bournemouth's penalty area. Ipswich's current setup has proven highly effective, allowing forward Daryl Murphy to surpass double digits in goals early on. Had it not been for White's excessive assists to Wilson, who currently leads the Championship's scoring charts, Murphy would have claimed the top spot. This illustrates Ipswich's attacking prowess, which ranks among the best in the entire Championship. Eddie Howe, adhering to his traditional tactics, relies on a 4-4-2 defensive counterattack strategy, inviting opponents to attack while seeking opportunities to strike back. Without a doubt, with White on the field, no team can withstand Bournemouth's counterattacks. Ipswich's wing attacks have been exceptionally rapid. For the initial 10 minutes, they completely suppressed Bournemouth's defense in their own half. However, Ipswich also experienced several lapses, allowing Bournemouth, under White's orchestration, to swiftly transition to offense. Fortunately, Ipswich's 2 fullbacks recovered quickly, demonstrating commendable performances in both attack and defense, ultimately thwarting Bournemouth's offensive attempts. The score remained 0-0 until the 20th minute. The fans at Vitality Stadium fervently supported their team, unwavering regardless of the match's circumstances or score. White's gaze darted between the opposing formations. Although Ipswich had thwarted several of his earlier attacks, he discerned vulnerabilities in their setup. The tactical demands on Ipswich's fullbacks were exceedingly high. They could withstand the first 20 minutes, but what about later when fatigue set in? Would they not be prone to mistakes? White needed only one such opportunity to penetrate the opponent's defense. The opportunity arrived swiftly, before the opposing players could tire. White intercepted a pass intended for Bournemouth's backline and immediately distributed the ball forward, threading it through 3 defenders directly to Wilson's feet. Upon receiving the ball, Wilson charged ahead. However, upon advancing down the flank, he realized that opportunities were limited and continued to press forward. The 2 central defenders obstructed his passing lane to forward Pittman, lacking White's passing finesse. Soon, Wilson reached the left side of the penalty area and intended to force a cross, only to notice White making a late run. He executed a reverse pass, directing the ball towards White. Seeing the ball approach, White accelerated, eager to gain possession. Yet, his speed was insufficient, allowing Bournemouth's defensive midfielder Scouse to arrive just in time, taking both White and the ball down. The referee immediately blew the whistle, awarding Bournemouth a free kick. The fans at Vitality Stadium erupted with excitement, aware of White's exceptional free kick ability, filled with anticipation as they turned their gazes towards him. White confidently positioned himself at the ball, eschewing the need for teammates to distract the opposing goalkeeper. Many teams typically employ a player to confuse the goalkeeper during free kicks. But White, confident in his skills, stood alone with his teammates waiting in the box. White assessed the various potential targets within the penalty area. The probability of a successful pass remained higher than that of a direct shot, coupled with the 30% success rate of a set-piece specialist. The maximum passing success probability reached 90, a remarkably high figure compared to the 60% chance of scoring from a direct shot. He pondered whether to take a risk. A 60% chance was still substantial. White yearned for a direct goal. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision, took a few steps back, and unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball soared like a cannonball towards the net. Goalkeeper Biakowski, sensing something amiss, sprang into action, attempting to save. However, his view was slightly obstructed by the players in the box, preventing him from discerning whether White was shooting directly or passing, resulting in a delayed reaction. The ball grazed his fingertips and nestled into the net. Goal! The stadium erupted with deafening roars. White! The fans chanted his name, wave after wave of adulation. White sprinted towards the sidelines, where he lifted his jersey to reveal a white shirt emblazoned with a heartfelt message. "This goal is dedicated to you, Little John." Indeed, this was the surprise White had prepared for Little John, having instructed staff to arrange the undershirt, intending to ignite a spark of hope for John's survival. This poignant moment was faithfully captured by the cameras, broadcast not only to all viewers watching the match online, but also displayed on the stadium's giant screen. All the fans present witnessed this heartfelt scene. Little John, this name resonated with many Bournemouth supporters who were familiar with his story. Seeing White express such sentiments during the match stirred a wave of emotion among the fans. It was a palpable sense of the bond between player and supporter. Many emotional fans found their eyes brimming with tears. The commentators elaborated on the connection between Little John and White, recounting their agreement from a video released by Bournemouth's official channel. "I will definitely come to watch you play." A promise made. At this moment, in the hospital room, Little John wore a radiant smile, but tears streamed down his face, an overwhelming feeling of being cherished and regarded by his idol. Little John's entire family gathered in front of the television, deeply concerned for him, while simultaneously being ardent supporters of Bournemouth, eagerly watching the live broadcast together. Witnessing Bailly's heartfelt gesture moved them profoundly. This was the team they had supported for a lifetime. This was the player they had resolved to support forever. Football transcends the confines of the pitch. Beyond the field, it evokes initial emotions, fervor, and profound sentiment among ordinary people. This is the very essence of the sport. Bailly accomplished this feat. His teammates rushed to embrace him, and this moment was not solely about the goal, but also about the boy named John. Little John! Little John! The fans in the stands shouted his name, and this poignant scene was captured by the cameras for several seconds. The broadcast clearly picked up the voices of the supporters. In the hospital room, Little John's voice trembled as he said, "Dad, I want to watch the game live. I must see it in person." His father, tears streaming down his face, replied, "All right, we will all go with you." At Vitality Stadium, the celebration extended for a considerable time, with the referee not hurrying the players, and the opposing team refraining from complaints. A minute later, play resumed. The fans erupted in cheers and applause. The English commentary, having clarified the situation with the supporters, remarked, "This is Bailly. Whether it be his immense heart on the field or his warmth off it, he is destined for greatness. Bailly is now under the spotlight of Premier League giants. Whether he joins any team this winter window or next summer, it would not surprise me." Notably, Arsenal's coach Wenger has openly expressed admiration for Bailly, and Tottenham's Pochettino has already made an offer to Bournemouth. Although Bailly's market value stands at merely €10 million, the bids for him have already exceeded £20 million. As the touching scene faded, Vitality Stadium returned to its intense rhythm of attack and defense. Ipswich, after conceding a goal, intensified their offensive efforts on the flanks, applying significant pressure on Bournemouth. However, Ipswich did not gain an advantage in the midfield. In such a moment, one can only rely on Bailly, the first captain. Bailly single-handedly rendered their midfield quite helpless, with both Schoos and Brew unable to successfully impede his efforts in supplying artillery for Bournemouth. Fortunately, Ipswich's other positions demonstrated their fighting spirit against Bournemouth, preventing the latter's offense from easily breaching their defense. After Bailly scored from a free kick, both teams found themselves in a state of equilibrium. Opportunities were abundant, yet none were definitive, primarily due to Bournemouth's front line struggling with efficiency Bailly squandered several brilliant passes, leading to an increase in fouls from both sides, each carrying a hint of aggression. Soon enough, in the 33rd minute, during an attacking defensive exchange, Daryl Murphy was felled by Alfie, who tackled him while also bringing him down. In a moment of frustration, Murphy, while on the ground, hooked Alfie with his foot, causing both to tumble. This act of Murphy's infuriated Alfie, who sprang up to angrily confront Murphy, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" He was confident he had committed no foul, insisting he was merely pursuing the ball, while Murphy's action clearly targeted him. The tension escalated rapidly as players congregated, resembling a brewing brawl, igniting excitement among the Bournemouth fans in the stands, who responded with waves of boos. Fortunately, the referee intervened promptly, quelling the rising tempers and swiftly resolving the dispute. However, this moment marked a turning point in the match. The previously tranquil atmosphere began to shift toward the unpredictable. Richie, in a bid to contest a header with Murphy, intentionally raised his elbow, albeit at a modest height, only to have it strike Murphy's ribs painfully, yet it did not warrant a foul. Murphy collapsed, exhibiting exaggerated agony, prompting the team doctor to rush onto the field. Richie feigned innocence, claiming it was merely a typical confrontation, and the referee refrained from calling a foul. Shortly after, Richie found himself on the ground, grimacing in pain, as opposing center forward McGoldrick employed a similarly underhanded tactic that caught Richie off guard. Bailly observed all of this with keen eyes. He had been around the block before and had evaded Ipswich's small tricks multiple times in midfield, though now somewhat immune to injury. These minor tactics held little sway over him, yet he was not one to invite trouble. Instead, he sought opportunities, knowing that in such a charged atmosphere, chances were likely to arise. However, instead of Bournemouth seizing the moment, Ipswich was the first to capitalize. Cook, seeing the opposing winger Paul Anderson advancing with the ball, lunged for a tackle, but Anderson anticipated this move, sidestepping Cook's challenge and gliding past him. Suddenly, with no defenders in front of him, Anderson glanced at the goal and unleashed a powerful shot. Bournemouth's goalkeeper, Bonnets, instinctively dove to save, yet Anderson's strike turned out to be a perfectly placed pass. Murphy arrived just in time, tapping the ball into the empty net. The score was equalized. The Bournemouth fans responded to Murphy's celebration with a chorus of boos, accompanied by gestures of discontent. Eddie Howe, visibly frustrated with his players' overzealousness, shouted for them to defend. But calamity struck once more. After the restart, Bournemouth sought to regain control, but was met with pressure from Ipswich's front line. In their fluster, a defensive blunder occurred. Cook's pass was intercepted. The opposition launched an immediate counterattack, and McGoldrick unleashed a thunderous shot. Cook, attempting to block the ball, fell to the ground. Yet, Bonnets had anticipated the trajectory of the shot, only to be bewildered when Cook's attempt to intercept deflected the ball, leading to an unexpected goal that found the back of the net. In a mere 3 minutes, Ipswich had turned the tide. The Ipswich players erupted in celebration, leaving the Bournemouth fans in stunned silence, entirely unprepared for such a turn of events. McGoldrick defiantly roared at the Bournemouth supporters. A cacophony of boos erupted throughout the Vitality Stadium. Eddie Howe, visibly exasperated, immediately called for defender Smith to warm up, unable to tolerate Cook's disastrous performance that had cost the team 2 goals. Cook, upon witnessing the ball hit the net, collapsed to his knees, unable to accept his blunder. Yet, it was Bailly who approached him, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Then, turning to his teammates, Bailly pressed his hands down, urging, "Calm down. Let us focus on our defense. Do not panic. We still have time. I am here." We possessed numerous opportunities to score. In the midst of Bournemouth's current chaos, Bailly's words served as a stabilizing balm, soothing the other players. Though the youngest member of the team by age, he emerged as a pillar of strength. His prowess instilled a commanding presence. The broadcast zoomed in on Bailly's gesture of calmness. The commentator remarked, "Bournemouth finds itself in a precarious situation. Yet they are fortunate to possess Bailly, a young talent who seems far beyond his years in professional play. His presence on the field eclipses that of any other player present. We often say that some players are born for the pitch, like Chelsea's Hazard, Real Madrid's Ronaldo, or Barcelona's Messi. Perhaps one day, Bournemouth's Bailly will be mentioned in the same breath as these legends. Calm." This was the message Bailly imparted to his teammates. Trailing by 1 goal was still recoverable, but crucially, they could not concede again. Otherwise, allowing another goal during the pursuit of equalization would severely dampen their morale. The fans looked towards Bailly. This young Chinese player had become their beacon of hope. At this moment, He was the team's only reliance. His past performances had proven this. He was deserving of everyone's trust. As the match resumed, Bailly slightly repositioned himself, drawing closer to the goal, which would enhance his chances. During this interval, Bailly realized that no matter how strong his passing was, if his teammates failed to convert, it was futile. Moreover, Ipswich seemed to be intentionally relaxing their defense on Bailly while tightening their focus on his teammates. This strategy proved effective, as they could manage Bailly but found it challenging to contain his teammates. However, this also opened avenues for Bailly. He signaled to Pittman and Wilson to make runs towards the goal, encouraging them not to fear drawing the opposition into the penalty area, assuring them he had a plan. Although they were uncertain of Bailly's strategy, they complied and surged towards the opponent's box. As the clock approached the 40th minute, they soon comprehended Bailly's intention. In a flash, Bailly, positioned just outside the penalty area, unleashed a ferocious strike, sending the ball curling into the top corner of the net. Just before the halftime whistle, Bournemouth equalized. Bailly had scored twice. Pittman, who had just rushed past the opposing goal, was left dumbfounded by Bailly's thunderous shot. It was simply magnificent. A stunning world-class goal. Bailly slid on his knees across the pitch, celebrating with the fans. Having seized the space afforded to him and executed a powerful strike, his teammates rushed to embrace him, celebrating his brilliance. Though Bailly is merely 18 years of age, he has undeniably become the cornerstone of Bournemouth. Bailly, so handsome. I adore you, Bailly. Your kick has struck directly into my heart, leaving me utterly mesmerized. Keep going. A hat trick. Deliver a resounding defeat to those arrogant foes. The fervor of the fans remains unwavering, were it not for the valiant efforts of the security personnel. Along with the barriers and seats obstructing their path, they might have surged onto the pitch to celebrate with the players. Bailly's performance once again astonished the two coaches on the sidelines, one in awe and the other in admiration. Eddie Howe praised Bailly, declaring after his goal celebration, "With Bailly, victory is assured." On the other side, the Ipswich Town coach was utterly astonished. The goal was simply exquisite. Neither the angle nor the power could be faulted. Soon, the match resumed, and Bournemouth equalized in the first half, leaving Ipswich somewhat despondent. Nevertheless, their offense remained sharp in the final minutes. Ultimately, when the halftime whistle blew, the score was still 2-2. The final outcome would be determined in the second half. In the locker room, Eddie Howe refrained from criticizing Cook, instead placing Bailly before everyone, stating, "After this match, Bailly will become the team's first captain." Any objections? The announcement of the first captain. Though Eddie Howe's words took everyone by surprise, the Bournemouth players harbored no dissent. Despite Bailly's brief tenure with the team, his recent performances and spirited demeanor had completely captivated all. If it were another player who had joined the team merely months ago, they would undoubtedly feel aggrieved at being named captain, especially considering he is just an 18-year-old. Yet, when the individual in question is Bailly, everything becomes justifiable. Applause erupted. Wilson was the first to clap in agreement, recognizing that Bailly had propelled him to the top of the scoring charts. Whether he would claim the Golden Boot this season depended on this midfield maestro, and he certainly would not oppose. With Wilson's applause, everyone joined in, and in an instant, the entire Bournemouth locker room resonated with the sound of clapping. Breaking the club's historical record, the youngest hat-trick hero, Bailly was utterly taken aback by Eddie Howe's decision at this moment, and he had not even anticipated being appointed as the captain of Bournemouth. He had explicitly informed Eddie Howe that while he would not depart during the winter transfer window, his exit in the summer was highly probable. Under such circumstances, it is truly remarkable that Eddie Howe would designate Bailly as captain. One must acknowledge his audacity. Simultaneously, it attests to Bailly's performance, which has genuinely won over all his teammates. Everyone unanimously supports this decision. Thank you all. Without further ado, I aspire to stand alongside you on the championship podium. Bailly's words were simple, yet resounded with conviction. His teammates nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't yearn for a championship? And they are not devoid of opportunity. Champions, charge towards the championship. With a mere phrase, Bailly ignited a wave of excitement among the Bournemouth players. No one could convey this sentiment with the same persuasive power as Bailly. Even Eddie Howe could not match it. It is only Bailly's performance that commands such belief. Bailly's ascension to captaincy at Bournemouth is merely a transient episode. The true challenge lies ahead in this match. They have yet to secure victory, but fortunately, they are not trailing. Eddie Howe reiterated everyone's positions while substituting Cook. Cook accepted this decision with a nod. His errors in the first half had led to the team conceding 2 goals, making his substitution entirely reasonable. Soon, the halftime break concluded, and the players returned to the field. The fans erupted in cheers upon seeing the players' re-entry, and Bournemouth supporters remained filled with confidence, steadfast in their belief that they would uphold their home glory and maintain their winning streak. This conviction stemmed not only from the fact that it is Bournemouth, but also because they possess Bailly. This is their greatest source of strength. Bournemouth made personnel adjustments in the second half, replacing the underperforming centre-back Cook with Smith, a tactical substitution. The odds of victory for Bournemouth in this match seem favorable. At least, from the current performance, there is no apparent disparity between them and Ipswich. In fact, due to the presence of Bailly in midfield, Bournemouth's attacking efficiency is arguably superior to that of Ipswich. The key issue today is that Bournemouth's front line has been largely silent, with goals solely attributed to Bailly. It remains uncertain whether Bournemouth's attacking line will regain its form in the second half, or whether Bailly can provide us with further surprises, as this will ultimately determine the match's outcome. As the commentary commenced, the second half officially began. Bournemouth maintained a 4-4-2 formation to confront Ipswich's onslaught. With no advantage in midfield, Ipswich focused on attacking through the flanks, as their fullbacks frequently surged forward, placing pressure on Bournemouth's wings. However, this also allowed Bailly in the center to experience minimal pressure. At least for him, it was devoid of significant strain. The score stands at 22, and both teams' players express their dissatisfaction. A gasp escapes the crowd as Ipswich launches a cross from the flank. McGoldrick heads the ball, but it soars just above the crossbar. This moment, occurring within the first 10 minutes of the second half, represents the most promising opportunity of the match, and indeed, the closest to a goal. Yet, it remains merely a near miss. Moments later, Bournemouth intercepts the ball in their own half and initiates a counterattack against Ipswich. The ball swiftly finds its way to White, who takes charge of the play. He lofts the ball between the opposition's defender and goalkeeper, granting Wilson a golden chance on goal. However, he stumbles, allowing the defender to clear the ball out of play. Oh, the fans collectively express their disappointment. Such a pass was already remarkable. Yet, Wilson squandered yet another splendid opportunity. He shakes his head, acknowledging his poor form today, and immediately raises his hand in apology to his teammates, particularly to White. White, however, takes it in stride. Perhaps it is the fate of a playmaker to be overlooked. Forwards seek a top-notch playmaker, and the playmaker, in turn, yearns for a world-class forward. This symbiotic relationship is inherent in the game. As Bournemouth prepares to take a throw-in, White approaches to receive the ball, signaling Wilson and Pittman with crossed arms. This is their secret sign, a simple instruction to make overlapping runs towards the goal. Both Wilson and Pittman interpret this as White's desire for them to draw the goalkeeper's attention, allowing him to take a long-range shot. In truth, White feels a sense of helplessness. If the forwards falter, he must take matters into his own hands. This approach is not without its challenges, as the timing required for such a transition from pass to shot demands a high level of synergy between White and the forwards, which is not easily achieved. Upon receiving the ball, White attempts 2 or 3 shots, each narrowly missing the target. Wow! Although he does not score, White's long-range efforts thrill the fans with their quality. They become increasingly convinced that White will lead them to victory, fervently hoping for his next shot to find the net. In a hospital room at Bournemouth, young John watches White's attempts on goal, silently praying for his idol. The Ipswich players are left astounded by White's prowess. Their hearts race in disbelief. The unexpected long-range shot catches them off guard, compelling them to tighten their defense against White. Eddie Howe feels a sense of resignation. White's performance is commendable. Yet fortune seems to elude Bournemouth today. Just then, the vitality of the stadium erupts in a roar. White, goal! After a few near misses, one of his shots finally finds its mark, or perhaps Pittman has finally timed his run perfectly. White receives a cross from Wilson in the center, takes no touch, and effortlessly converts it into a curled shot. The ball nestles into the net. In the 73rd minute, Bournemouth regains the lead. Eddie Howe, elated, embraces his coaching staff, then raises his arms to the stands, urging the fans' cheers to swell even louder. At this moment, the Vitality Stadium pulsates with energy. The roar of thousands resonates, shaking the ground beneath them. Their adoration for White is palpable. They believe their team is invincible. White slides on his knees across the pitch, celebrating wildly with the fans. But his teammates are even more exuberant, enveloping him in a joyous embrace. As substitutes rush onto the field, burying White in a sea of bodies. The reason is clear. With this goal, White has set a record as the youngest player in Bournemouth's history to achieve a hat trick. This is not the first record he has shattered, as he previously broke the club's seasonal assist record. However, as a midfielder to surpass goal-scoring records is astonishing, showcasing his incredible versatility. Unbelievable. The television commentator excitedly announces White's hat trick record, remarking on his youth and immense talent. He is a legendary player for Bournemouth, regardless of how much time passes. Current and future Bournemouth fans will surely cherish the memory of this extraordinary player. Remember his name, White. White's hat trick leaves Ipswich's players feeling helpless. They have truly given their all in defense. Yet, White's passing is a seamless transition, and his shots require no adjustment, simply executed with finesse. What can they do against such skill? Even knowing White's physicality and speed may not be exceptional, his shooting and passing leave them utterly powerless. Ding. The match resumes. Ipswich presses forward. They can no longer afford to hold back. With 20 minutes remaining, they must equalize. However, while their intentions are noble, reality proves more challenging. Ipswich's fullbacks advance, but at this exhausting juncture, Bournemouth capitalizes on their sluggish recovery. White receives a pass from a teammate and threads the ball directly through the opposition's two centre-backs, setting Wilson and Pittman racing towards the penalty area. Ultimately, Wilson, sensing his own off day, opts for a cross, evading the goalkeeper, which grants Pittman an open goal opportunity. Pittman does not waste this golden chance. Bang! A precise shot. The ball finds the net. Bournemouth once again leads by 2 goals at home. The Vitality Stadium vibrates with excitement. White's pass astonishes more fans, impresses scouts, and convinces numerous team managers to resolve to acquire White. With over 80 minutes played and a 2-goal lead, Bournemouth focuses on defense, substituting the underperforming Wilson for a defender, leaving Pittman as the sole option for counterattacks. This tactical maneuver renders Ipswich ineffective in the final minutes. Ultimately, at Bournemouth's home ground, thanks to White's hat trick and his pivotal contribution to the last goal, Bournemouth triumphs over Ipswich by 2 goals. Their winning streak continues, advancing their league position. In the post-match interview, when discussing White, Eddie Howe beams with pride, stating, "White has embraced the responsibilities of a team captain." This revelation leaves reporters stunned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. The team captain's responsibilities? White has become Bournemouth's captain. At just 18, a team captain, just over 2 months since joining. And before his arrival at Bournemouth, he had not played a single official match, having been released by Real Madrid's Castilla. Yet, in this brief span, White's career has undergone a remarkable transformation. All of this commenced when White joined Bournemouth. The reporter, still somewhat incredulous, inquired whether Bailly had indeed been appointed as the captain of Bournemouth. Eddie Howe nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, this is the consensus among all members of our dressing room. He deserves such a position." On the field, age has never been a true measure of a player's capability. Given Bailly's current performance, he has proven himself more than capable. However, I must mention that Bailly continues to strive for self-improvement. He is progressing, and I believe you can observe this. At the beginning of the season, he could barely complete half a match, yet now he can endure the full duration without shying away from ordinary confrontations. This is progress. I am confident that you will witness an even stronger Bailly. His potential has not yet been fully realized. Eddie Howe holds an exceedingly optimistic view of Bailly's future and is currently contemplating how to utilize him judiciously, mindful of his well-being and the risk of injury. In the current Bournemouth squad, Bailly is undoubtedly the linchpin. While others may be replaceable, he is not. Conversely, Ipswich's head coach opted to forego interviews and returned to the dressing room, profoundly disappointed by the evening's match. Ipswich's leading scorer, Daryl Murphy, when questioned about Bailly, expressed his admiration for the young player's prowess. "He is an exceptionally talented athlete whose performance on the pitch causes me to overlook his age. I often find myself likening him to players such as Xavi or Iniesta, as he is quite formidable. He single-handedly outmatched us. Without Bailly, I believe we would not have lost this match." Bailly's outstanding performance once again earned him the title of Player of the Round in the Championship and made headlines in the media, generating considerable buzz. Most English media outlets focused on 2 main aspects: Bailly's performance, which far surpassed that of his peers in the midfield, and his future prospects. Numerous Premier League giants have already begun inquiring about Bailly as the winter transfer window approaches, all eager to secure his talents. Bournemouth fans were torn between delight at Bailly's contributions to the team's ongoing winning streak and anxiety over the possibility of his departure. Nevertheless, they are also aware that such a gifted player will inevitably seek opportunities beyond their club. Their time with Bailly, however fleeting, is regarded as a stroke of good fortune. Later that evening, Bailly returned home, undeterred by the external clamor, focusing instead on the field and his personal development. He eagerly opened the treasure chest awarded for 3 consecutive victories, and a flash of brilliance illuminated his mind as he beheld his rewards. Talent, super long shot, free attribute points 15, 2 more rewards. Ignoring the free attribute points for the moment, Bailly was eager to discover what the super long shot entailed. Super long shot, an unupgradable talent that boosts the probability of scoring from outside the penalty area by an additional 20, with no effect within the penalty area. This effect is influenced by the shooting attribute. When the shooting attribute exceeds 70, an additional 10 is granted, and at 100, a further 10 is added, culminating in a maximum enhancement of 40. Stunned by the prospect of a super long shot, Bailly realized it would provide him with an additional scoring avenue, allowing him to shoot independently without relying on teammates. He pondered whether his recent exploits using max-level passing had alerted the system to grant him this long-range shooting skill. With a vigorous fist pump, he expressed his elation. This new ability would grant him even more opportunities. Simultaneously, Bailly noticed a transformation in his winning streak treasure chest. The progress bar for the 3 consecutive victories had vanished, replaced by a progress bar for 10 consecutive victories, 9-10. Bailly understood that this counted cumulative wins. There were treasure chests for both first victories and cumulative 10-win achievements. Securing a win in December's first match would allow him to open yet another treasure chest. Bailly became increasingly enthusiastic about treasure chests, as each one yielded valuable enhancements. This anticipation fueled his excitement for the upcoming match against Wolves on December 6th. Afterward, Bailly turned his attention to the free attribute points, noting the requirements for the super long shot. Upon reaching a shooting attribute of 70, he would gain a 30 probability boost. His current attributes were as follows: stamina, 80, speed, 53, shooting, 56, passing, 100, dribbling, 55, defense, 45, strength, 70. While opportunities to enhance his attributes were scarce in the championship, he managed to accumulate a few points, bolstered by his regular training, resulting in satisfactory attributes for the time being. After a brief contemplation, Bailly allocated all 15 of his free attribute points to his shooting attribute, elevating it to 71. Consequently, his super long shot probability would now increase to 30. With this enhancement, he could attempt shots whenever space permitted, as Bailly reveled in his newfound strength. Far away in Madrid, Spain, Castilla's youth coach, Garcia, found himself in a state of distress. He was Bailly's former youth coach and had been the one to make the decision to terminate Bailly's contract. Recently, when a reporter questioned him about Bailly's remarkable rise in the championship, he had confidently responded that it was merely a temporary fluke, asserting that their professional evaluation team was diligent in assessing every player and would never abandon a talented individual. Regrettably, for those lacking in talent, he could only express his apologies. However, in just a week or two, his confidence had been shattered. Reporters incessantly queried him about Bailly's assists, hat tricks, and record-breaking performances. It was only when the reporters mentioned Bailly that he began to pay attention to the player's matches, recalling him as a recent departure from the club. Yet, as he reviewed the highlights of Bailly's performances, he found himself questioning his own judgment. Who is this? How did he make that pass? How did that goal come to be? Why did I let such a player go? At that moment, Garcia began to doubt his suitability as a youth coach. Grappling with the gravity of his misjudgment, he even sought out Bailly's performance records, and from them, he uncovered revealing insights. Bailly's early matches at Bournemouth aligned perfectly with the data from Real Madrid's Castilla, showcasing poor stamina, weak physicality, and a lack of speed and dribbling. However, the data from Castilla had failed to reveal Bailly's exceptional passing ability. Garcia found himself at a loss for anger, unsure of where to direct his frustration. It became clear to him that Bailly was a player who thrived in competitive environments, growing stronger with each match. Unfortunately, at Real Madrid's Castilla, Bailly had not been afforded the opportunity to showcase his talents, leading to a perception of mediocrity that ultimately resulted in his contract termination. Thus, after Bailly led Bournemouth to victory against Ipswich, when reporters once again asked about him, Garcia could no longer contain himself. He candidly admitted, This was a failure on my part. I did not provide Bailly with an adequate platform. However, thank the heavens that he has found greater opportunities in England. I hope one day he will represent the Spanish national team. If I had the authority to select players, he would certainly be among them. Garcia's comments did not generate much of a ripple in Spain. Ultimately, a player from the championship fails to capture the interest of Spanish fans, who are far more eager to witness the exploits of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. However, Bai Jiangwo is concerned. Upon realizing that this individual had rendered his son without a game to play, he felt compelled to inform Bailly of this revelation with great delight. When Bailly received the news, he remained largely unmoved. Had it not been for his contract termination with Real Madrid's Castilla, he would not have activated the system, and perhaps his life would have taken a different trajectory. Bailly refrained from discussing himself further and casually inquired about his younger sister, Bailly, and her situation at Atletico Madrid. Bailly is presently a member of the women's team's youth setup, and during his previous visits to Spain, he had not seen her. He recalls that her talent might even surpass his own. Currently, she is performing steadily within the youth competitions, and perhaps in a couple of years, she may secure a professional contract. That would be splendid. After ending the call, Bailly proceeded to the training ground. With the November matches concluded, preparations for December's fixtures were underway, with Liverpool looming as their primary adversary. The outcome of their encounter would determine their fate in the EFL Cup. Bailly was also eager to test the effectiveness of his remarkable long-range shooting prowess. Thwack! On the training pitch, Bailly unleashed a powerful strike. The ball soared past the goalkeeper and nestled into the net, the angle and force of the shot strikingly perfect. Cheers erupted from his teammates nearby. Bailly, your long-range shooting is absolutely phenomenal. Wow, that move is so impressive. Teach me, please. Goodness, what kind of technique is that? It appears deceptively simple, yet is so forceful. If I were the opposing goalkeeper, I would genuinely be caught off guard. No wonder you can produce such high-quality long shots in matches. Your skills are truly enviable. Not only were the players astonished, but even Eddie Howe expressed his surprise, as Bailly had not previously showcased his long-range abilities. Recently, however, he had begun to shine brightly on the pitch. Eddie contemplated that it might be prudent to discuss transfer matters with Bailly, as the offers received by the club were beginning to overwhelm Bournemouth, a team that had never participated in the top tier of English football. 31 million? Winning against you feels akin to playing against an amateur team. The pressure was indeed mounting. Eddie had seen those offers, with the highest reaching an astounding 30 million. What does that signify? 30 million could almost encompass the combined value of all Bournemouth players. For instance, the club's leading scorer, Wilson, is valued at merely 5 million, while another key forward, Pittman, is worth only 150,000. The management and owners had never encountered such a situation, as the club typically invests around 10 million annually. Yet here was Bailly's transfer fee, a staggering 30 million. Tottenham. When Bailly heard Eddie mention that Tottenham had made a 30 million bid during their meeting, he was taken aback. Tottenham is indeed a traditional member of the Big Six. Had they begun to vie for talent with Arsenal? After all, Pelin had informed Bailly that Wenger had started discussions regarding his potential transfer to Arsenal. However, due to certain personal reasons, Bailly harbored no fondness for Arsenal. As long as that individual remained at the club, a move there would be impossible. Currently, Tottenham's offer was the highest at 30 million, a sum never before seen in Bournemouth's history. Eddie reflected on his own journey. He had emerged from Bournemouth, leading a rather unremarkable playing career. Yet his coaching tenure had been remarkable. Yet, deep down, he too harbored dreams of showcasing his abilities on the field as a player. Thus, witnessing Bailly's success sparked a tinge of envy within him. I will decline all offers. My agent will reject any approaches from those clubs, and the team will temporarily refuse as well. I want to be leaving during the winter transfer window. Discussions regarding transfers should wait until next summer. Our foremost priority now is to secure more championships. Perhaps after winning titles, I can negotiate a more substantial transfer fee for the club. Bailly spoke the truth. A summer transfer would not only benefit him, but also Bournemouth. As it stood, Bailly had yet to present any significant achievements, merely demonstrating his potential. If he were to clinch a championship or perform exceptionally against Premier League giants, his transfer fee would undoubtedly rise even further. Premier League clubs are not short on finances. Haha, indeed. We must strive for the championship. I will communicate this clearly to them, discouraging them from seeking immediate profit from that 30 million. We also need to bolster the team during the winter window. Eddie approached Bailly, embracing him as they exited the office. Training for the day was not yet over. His words echoed his true sentiments. For Bournemouth to advance further, reinforcements were essential during the winter window. Relying solely on Bailly would not suffice. While he could help the team score, the defense was also vulnerable. As December arrived, England's weather grew increasingly unpredictable, with days of continuous rain and snow blanketing many regions. Bailly struggled to acclimatize to the English climate, though Bournemouth, being a coastal city, was somewhat milder, less harsh than the cold of Madrid. However, he found himself yearning for Spain over the warmth of Bournemouth. At this juncture, Bailly understood why many stars opted for Spanish clubs. Perhaps the weather played a significant role. He seized an opportunity to accept an award, being named the Championship's Player of the Month for November. Through his performances, he triumphed over numerous competitors. Bailly also became the first player in Bournemouth's history to receive an official monthly player award. While Bailly himself was indifferent to such records, the fans certainly were not. They took pride in having a core player recognized in this manner. Engaging in conversations with friends, discussing his team, and Bailly brought them immense pride. Concurrently, prior to their match against Wolves, Bournemouth announced their squad, with A next to Bailly's name, signifying his role as captain. Many fans who were unaware of this news were astonished. While those who had seen earlier reports indicating Bailly's impending captaincy felt a sense of reassurance. The fan surprise stemmed not from doubt, but rather from the age of Bailly juxtaposed with his extraordinary performance, which seemed incongruous. Bailly was truly remarkable. They hoped he would continue to lead the team to victory. I had contemplated whether Bailly would become our captain. I believed he might assume the role in a year or two. However, I never anticipated he would achieve it merely 2 months after joining. It could be said that Eddie Howe had shown great courage, Bailly possessed immense talent, and the other players were equally commendable. Go Bournemouth. Go Bailly. We must reach the Premier League. Let us experience the unparalleled excitement of a league we have never graced. This felt like a culmination of expectations. Despite Bailly having been with the club for only 2 to 3 months, it felt as though he had been a part of Bournemouth for an eternity. They hoped that in round 20, when Bailly faced Wolves, he could secure a triumphant victory to commemorate his first match as captain. Yes, this will coincide with Bailly's 10th match for the team. Let us go. The Bournemouth fans were fervently yearning for a win, always desiring victory. Wolverhampton Wanderers head coach Kenny Jackett expressed confidence in his team during a pre-match interview, asserting that he did not foresee a defeat against Bournemouth. He acknowledged Bournemouth as a formidable side, despite their limited experience in the Championship, emphasizing that their displayed level of play is on par with any Championship team. However, he noted the significance of playing at Molineux Stadium, where 30,000 Wolves supporters would rally behind them, instilling a sense of confidence even against a team boasting a 9-match winning streak. When discussing the player Bailly, Jackett remarked on his talent. Yet he also pointed out the limitations inherent to his abilities, suggesting that securing a victory at Molineux might be among those limitations. Wolves, having been a Premier League team in recent years, possessed a certain bravado, yet Bournemouth supporters were not to be underestimated. Previous teams that underestimated Bournemouth have learned this lesson the hard way. Indeed, while Bailly may lack in certain aspects, defeating Wolves does not appear to be one of them. Wolves supporters, observing the comments from Bournemouth fans, could hardly contain their reactions. Notably, Wolves' fanbase far exceeds that of Bournemouth. Given that Bournemouth has only recently ascended to the Championship after spending years in lower divisions, while Wolves have a history in the Premier League. Consequently, the comments section from Bournemouth fans became inundated with retorts from Wolves supporters, labeling them as a small club, nouveau riche, and merely lucky. The media fanned the flames further. During an interview with Wolves defender Doherty, reporters deliberately steered the conversation towards this topic, and Doherty, either candid or perhaps genuinely believing, stated that defending against Bailly was straightforward, and they would share strategies with other teams on how to neutralize him. When teammates showed Bailly the interview, both he and his colleagues laughed, having already developed a profound understanding of Bailly's prowess during training sessions. While one could anticipate defending against Bailly's dribbling and forward play, areas where he is perceived to be less effective, the notion of stifling his passing and organizational skills was deemed ludicrous. Soon after, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Bournemouth arrived at Molineux Stadium in Wolverhampton, England. Although it was early evening, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the biting cold could not dampen the enthusiasm of the fans. A multitude of Wolves supporters flocked to the stadium, creating a cacophony of excitement. Bailly stood in the players' tunnel, soaking in the sounds of the home fans singing their anthem, the Wolves on fire, before entering the pitch alongside the referee. During the handshake ritual, Bias sensed the scrutinizing gazes of several Wolves players, led by Doherty. Unfazed, Bias perhaps thought that they truly believed they could contain him. Doherty, slightly furrowed in brow, felt a tinge of being overlooked, resolving to demonstrate their capabilities later in the match. After winning the coin toss, Bias opted for Bournemouth to kick off. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, the action began. Pittman passed the ball back to Bias, who surged forward, while the wing players advanced, initiating Bournemouth's first offensive maneuver. Upon receiving the ball, Wolves midfielder James Henry swiftly approached Bias, intent on close marking. Fully aware of Bias's perceived vulnerabilities in physical confrontations. However, Bias denied him the opportunity, sending a precise lofted ball towards Pittman. Pittman, facing limited space, noticed Bias's forward run and intended to return the ball for a strategic reset. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Bias seized the moment, unleashing a breathtaking long-range strike that soared just above the ground and into the net. In a matter of mere seconds, Bias's unexpected goal shifted the scoreline. Bournemouth took the lead. The disbelief among Wolves fans and players was palpable. Bias, elated, raced towards the away supporters, indulging in exuberant celebrations. The fans erupted, their excitement palpable, despite not fully comprehending how the goal had materialized. Bias, Bias, they chanted fervently, while simultaneously recalling the audacious remarks made by Wolves supporters, taunting them with, "Beating you is as easy as playing against an amateur team." Bournemouth's remarkable 10-match winning streak seemed unstoppable, leaving Wolves fans shaking their heads in resignation. Yet, upon reviewing the slow-motion replay, they had to concede that Bias's strike was undeniably spectacular, a decisive shot that left no room for hesitation. Not only the goalkeeper, but nearly all players were caught off guard by Bias's audacity to shoot. Bournemouth's players were astonished, and coach Eddie Howe, kneeling at the sidelines, buried his face in his hands before celebrating triumphantly by pounding the grass with his fists. Bias continuously delivered surprises. The goal was a cathartic moment, especially considering the pre-match banter from the opposition. Within the first minute of the match, Bias had scored a goal, executed with such flair and certainty that it elevated spirits to new heights. The referee, however, allowed little time for celebration as the match continued. Nonetheless, this goal ignited a frenzy on social media among Bournemouth fans, who found it exhilarating and astonishingly swift. "What? I just stepped away for a moment, and a goal was scored? In under a minute? Bias, a legendary figure forever. So cool. I was pondering who he would pass to, and then, he shot. Incredible. This is the caliber of player Bournemouth needs. I truly hope Bias doesn't leave, though with reports of Premier League clubs vying for him. I fear we may not be able to keep him. Ultimately, the outcome is known to all, yet why dwell on the inevitable separation? Shouldn't we relish every match while Bias remains with the team? It is unnecessary to concern ourselves with eternity. We should simply cherish what we have experienced. Bias has already become a legend for Bournemouth, and even if he departs, his memory will endure. We will forever honor the illustrious number 29 jersey. Bias has consistently donned the number 29 jersey at Bournemouth, a number chosen due to his birthday falling on the 29th. Typically, such high numbers are reserved for substitutes or youth players. Yet Bias has transformed the 29 into a legendary symbol for Bournemouth. His jersey is the best-selling item in the club shop, often in a state of perpetual sold-out status. The fans of Bournemouth genuinely support their team with their financial contributions, backing White Leaf. Meanwhile, the Wolves supporters at Molineux Stadium are gradually emerging from the despondency of conceding goals, as the Wolves' offensive surge is relentless. In this match, Wolves coach Jack T set up a 4-2-3-1 formation, while Bournemouth adhered to their traditional 4-4-2. Following a goal conceded, Wolves launched a vigorous offensive against Bournemouth, repeatedly testing their defense. There were even a couple of promising opportunities, but unfortunately, the forwards failed to capitalize, leaving the Wolves fans feeling regretful yet hopeful for a comeback. However, White Leaf assured them that the strength of their retaliation would be even greater. After defending against Bournemouth's cross, the ball found its way to White Leaf's feet. This time, he seized the opportunity, opting not to pass back as before, but instead launching a direct ball to the flank. Wilson fully utilized his advantages, charging forward with determination. In an instant, Bournemouth swiftly transitioned from defense to attack. Observing Wilson's direction and the opponent's defensive positions, White Leaf chose to advance towards the left center. Wilson, a player valued at €5 million, displayed remarkable speed, surging down the flank. Soon, however, his path was obstructed, and as the battle intensified in Wolves' back line, Wilson instinctively sought out White Leaf's position. Spotting him not far behind, he returned the ball without hesitation. White Leaf's positioning caused discomfort for his marker, McDonald. If he followed White Leaf into the center, it would create an opening, yet neglecting him meant leaving him unmarked, leading to McDonald's indecision. This hesitation not only revealed the shortcomings in this championship midfielder's football intelligence, but also afforded White Leaf an excellent opportunity for a pass. After passing, Wilson immediately advanced to avoid being offside. White Leaf, upon receiving the ball, feigned a glance towards Pittman, but was actually waiting for Wilson to position himself. Bang! In mere seconds, White Leaf delivered a pass that sliced through the defensive line. Wilson emerged from the back line, and facing White Leaf's pass, he executed a side-footed shot. The ball soared into the top corner, crashing into the net. Goal! In the 12th minute, Bournemouth led by 2 goals. Wilson dashed off the pitch, excitedly waving towards White Leaf, having finally emerged from the shadow of the previous match and rediscovered his scoring touch. The Bournemouth players instantly gathered to celebrate. In stark contrast, the Wolves players were expressions of disbelief, questioning how they had been breached so easily. What kind of defense was this? The Wolves fans in the stands shared the same sentiment, pondering how their defense allowed such a swift counterattack to succeed. Their hard-earned confidence was once again shattered. Eddie Howe's face was a picture of joy. It was indeed White Leaf who made the difference. With him in the squad, the 4-4-2 counterattacking strategy was simply brilliant. Just place a fast player up front who can finish, and let White Leaf orchestrate the play. On the other hand, Jack T's face darkened. He never anticipated the match would unfold in such a manner, where the opponent's 2 goals came with such ease. While Wolves had spent 10 minutes circling Bournemouth without any success, if this continued, his pre-match remarks would boomerang back at him. What a slap in the face. An offensive strategy was imperative. Jack T hastily organized the players for the upcoming tactics, simple and aggressive, charging directly into the penalty area. They had to attack. This was their home ground. However, just 5 minutes later, Jack T was infuriated, nearly contemplating leaving the pitch. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, pointing to the penalty spot. This penalty stemmed from Pittman, as Bournemouth intercepted the ball from Wolves. White Leaf swiftly transitioned the ball, even under the close pressure from Doherty and McDonald, successfully initiating Bournemouth's attack. Pittman advanced with the ball. White Leaf surged alongside, once again holding off Doherty. Receiving a return pass from Pittman and engaging in a 1-2 combination. White Leaf's pass penetrated the penalty area, and as Pittman received the ball, he attempted to dribble past the center back, Stearman, but was brought down by a challenge from Stearman. A penalty was awarded. This opportunity also arose from White Leaf's brilliant assist, as Doherty clung to White Leaf, yet still failed to intercept his pass. This prompted laughter among Bournemouth fans, who remarked, "Isn't this the same person who claimed defending against White Leaf was easy, even teaching other teams how to defend against him? What is happening now? How did White Leaf so effortlessly create that pass?" Laughter ensued, suggesting that future defenders should closely analyze videos of White Leaf and reconsider whether they could truly contain him. White Leaf stepped up to the penalty spot. His shooting attribute stood at 71, which is commendable in the championship, at least more reliable than his teammates. Gazing at Wolves goalkeeper Aikman, White Leaf's determination shone through. Beep. The referee signaled for the penalty to be taken. In that moment, all eyes were on White Leaf, both in the stadium and for those watching the broadcast, hearts racing with tension. A penalty is the most nerve-wracking moment. Bang! White Leaf sprinted forward and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball rocketed towards the net. Aikman guessed the right direction, but White Leaf's shot was too swift, coupled with an awkward angle, leaving him just short. Whoosh! The ball found the back of the net. Bournemouth had taken a 3-goal lead at Wolves' home ground. White Leaf did not rush off to celebrate. Instead, he turned to face his teammates, arms wide open, embracing them in celebration. 3 goals ahead, and the match had yet to reach the 20-minute mark. The entire Wolves fan base fell into silence. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. They looked towards the spirited White Leaf, their eyes filled with helplessness. Awesome. So impressive. White Leaf. Yet the Bournemouth fans in the away section could not contain their excitement. They erupted in jubilant cheers, and although their numbers were fewer, The silence from most Wolves fans amplified their voices, rendering Molineux Stadium a chorus of Bournemouth celebrations. They had effectively silenced the home crowd. "This is White Leaf." The English commentators, witnessing such a spectacle, remarked, "White Leaf has truly surprised us all. He has emerged as a force to be reckoned with. His growth has been astonishing. From being released by Castilla to signing with Bournemouth, facing skepticism, and now becoming the team's absolute linchpin, leading the championship in assists and attracting the attention of Premier League giants. He accomplished all this within just over 2 months. This match now lacked any suspense. Bournemouth, following White Leaf's arrival, was on course for a 10-match winning streak. They were indeed unstoppable, or rather, White Leaf was. It is believed that soon, after the transfer market updates, White Leaf's market value will astonish us, as his current valuation of €10 million is vastly understated in light of his performance. Perhaps next season, we will witness him gracing the Premier League, regardless of whether he remains with Bournemouth. Given the current circumstances, Bournemouth's chances of promotion are exceedingly high. The commentators are not merely speaking in jest. Presently, Bournemouth holds the highest odds to win the championship. White Leaf alone has dramatically altered the landscape of the entire league. 33. The result still hinges on that 18-year-old prodigy. However, at this moment, no one is concerned about whether Bournemouth can ultimately claim the league championship. The fans of Bournemouth are reveling in the exhilarating match that White Leaf has delivered tonight. This single match will bring joy to the fans for several days. Meanwhile, the Wolves supporters have lost their pre-match bravado and can only watch as Bournemouth fans continually post updates on social media. Many of these posts include screenshots of earlier comments made by certain Wolves fans, specifically tagging their accounts, which feels like a dagger to the heart. The Wolves fans are left seething in silence. In competitive sports, no amount of bravado or argument can alter the final outcome on the field. And now, Bournemouth has decisively overwhelmed the Wolves with their goals. Trailing by 3 goals within 20 minutes has left the Wolves players feeling agitated, leading to increasingly reckless actions as the match progressed. Ding! During a defensive play against White Leaf, midfielder Edwards committed a foul with an exaggerated motion, failing to make contact with the ball and instead bringing White Leaf crashing to the ground. Although the referee whistled for a foul, he only awarded a free kick and refrained from issuing a card, which left the Bournemouth players displeased. Such a blatant foul and no card. Wilson was the first to rush over to the referee, while Wolves players attempted to push him away, resulting in a scuffle between the two sides. White Leaf, lying on the ground, was assisted by a teammate. He was unharmed, but in such circumstances, he needed to exaggerate the situation to apply pressure on the referee. Ultimately, both teams were separated, and the referee still did not show a card. White Leaf, taking a moment to recuperate, prepared to take the free kick from a distance just beyond the penalty area, approximately 4 meters away. Directly taking the shot would present little chance of scoring, but White Leaf's expertise in set pieces granted him a 30% increased probability of success. He positioned himself before the ball. The Wolves players and fans tensed in anticipation. White Leaf's free kick prowess is unmatched in the championship. Bournemouth fans brimmed with excitement. Ding! As the referee's whistle sounded, White Leaf began his run-up and struck the ball. Bang! The ball soared into the penalty area. White Leaf executed a right-footed shot from the left side, imparting a rightward spin as it raced toward a teammate charging toward the goal. Pittman surged ahead, but the ball was not intended for him. He merely served as a decoy. The true threat lay with the central defender, Elphick, who had been lurking behind Pittman. As Pittman drew the defender's attention, Elphick burst forward, heading the ball with precision. The speed of White Leaf's pass was blistering. With Elphick's deft header, goalkeeper Aikman had no time to react. Instinctively diving to retrieve the ball, he found himself too late, as the ball had already nestled in the net. Whoosh! Another goal. Bournemouth had mercilessly inflicted a 4-0 slaughter upon the Wolves, and this was still in the first half. This scene rendered the Wolves fans increasingly silent, many clutching their heads and shaking them in disbelief, unable to fathom the humiliation unfolding before them. They had never experienced such a rout. White Leaf rushed to celebrate with Elphick, raising his right hand in a gesture as if to brandish a card. Although he had commented little on the referee's decisions or the opponent's fouls, this goal coupled with his celebratory gesture left the fans exhilarated. White Leaf was phenomenal. This was precisely the spirit needed. I cannot comprehend why the Wolves players were not cautioned with a yellow card earlier, but it no longer mattered. White Leaf had responded with action. The Wolves had utterly collapsed. Their defense was riddled with holes, and one could only wonder where their pre-match confidence stemmed from when they claimed they could withstand our attacks. Now, our offensive efficiency had pierced through their defenses. Before Whiteleaf, the Wolves' backline resembled mere paper, and the only means of stalling Whiteleaf was through fouls. Yet his free kicks were enough to spell their doom. The referee may refrain from issuing a yellow card, but let us see if he has the audacity to deny us a free kick should another foul occur. Such blatant bias. But with Whiteleaf, regardless of favoritism, we can still score. In stark contrast to the exuberant celebrations of Eddie Howe, Jacket sat on the bench, his expression dark as he remained silent. He could never have anticipated this scenario, let alone to concede 4 goals at home within the first half. He dreaded the aftermath of this match, knowing the fans and media would be relentless in their criticism. No more goals can be conceded. Winning tonight is beyond reach. In that moment, 2 thoughts surged through Jacket's mind. The offensive strategy must be curtailed. A return to defense was imperative. Whiteleaf had dismantled his tactical plan entirely. Defense. As the players regrouped at halftime, Jacket shouted instructions, and the players understood. They could not concede again. They needed to endure until the halftime whistle. The Wolves withdrew entirely, and Bournemouth, in turn, advanced cautiously. However, Bournemouth has always favored a counter-attacking approach, so the players were careful not to become too reckless. They prioritized defense, as leading 4-0. There was no need to sacrifice defensive solidity for the sake of further attacking endeavors. Such a risk would be counterproductive. Whiteleaf focused primarily on ball control, transforming the scene from Wolves dominating Bournemouth to Bournemouth executing intermittent attacks, while Wolves retreated completely. Time passed gradually, and soon they approached the 40-minute mark. The Wolves players, sensing Bournemouth's lack of urgency in attack and fatigued from their exertions, began to let their guard down in the final minutes. And it was this lapse that Whiteleaf, ever vigilant, immediately capitalized on. Bang! Locking eyes with Wilson, Whiteleaf released the ball the moment Wilson made his run. The ball sliced through 3 layers of defense. No one touched it. No one anticipated Whiteleaf could deliver such a pass. Wilson dashed behind the opposing defenders, effortlessly slotting the ball into the net. Bournemouth was on fire. A 5-goal lead at halftime. The Molineux Stadium fell into a hushed silence, allowing the sounds of Bournemouth's celebrations to resonate. This was the goal that sealed the match. Though there was still half a game left, the Wolves had no chance of recovery. Throughout this season, Bournemouth had maintained a remarkably high defensive efficiency during their winning streak. I believe Eddie Howe can confidently substitute players in the second half, allowing the starters to rest, as they have a crucial match against Liverpool next week. The English commentators were astounded by Bournemouth's offensive prowess today. They knew the team was good, but not this good. The Wolves' only hope now lay in waiting for Bournemouth's substitutes to take the field, hoping to intensify their own attack. But will Bournemouth grant the Wolves an opportunity to stage a comeback? Defense. In the halftime break, Eddie Howe conveyed his tactical requirements to all players. Full defensive commitment in the second half. He inscribed Liverpool's name on the tactical board, acknowledging the formidable challenge that awaited them. He urged the substituted players to rest well and contemplate how to perform at their best in the next match. All right, Liverpool. 2 months ago, the players of Bournemouth could scarcely have imagined they would have the opportunity to face Liverpool. Even more astonishing was their newfound confidence in confronting such a prestigious team. Now, their dreams have materialized into reality. As the halftime break concluded, Wolves fans were left in disbelief upon witnessing Bournemouth's lineup for the second half. Eddie Howe had employed a tactical shift that was nothing short of revolutionary, substituting all forwards and replacing them with 3 defenders. This was no mere defensive strategy. It resembled a turtle shell. The Wolves players were taken aback, questioning the audacity of such an approach. Consequently, for the entirety of the second half, the Wolves players found themselves in a state of existential doubt. Possessing 90 of ball possession, yet managing only a single clear-cut opportunity, which they failed to convert. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 5-0, marking Bournemouth's 10th consecutive victory. This remarkable achievement propelled them into the top 5 of the league standings, drawing them ever closer to the summit of the table. The outcome of the match left everyone astounded, prompting reporters to swiftly seek interviews with both head coaches. Eddie Howe remarked candidly, "This is merely one match concluded. We are pleased, but that is all. We must not dwell too long on this. Our focus now shifts to the next match against Liverpool, which is the true challenge we must contemplate." His words carried an unmistakable air of condescension towards Wolves, particularly given their pre-match bravado. Jacket, the losing coach, had little to say, as what could a defeated man express? For Bournemouth fans, the match was a source of immense satisfaction, and Whiteleaf's reputation among them soared to new heights. Such a player is indeed a treasure. Following the match, Sky Sports published an article entitled "The Emergence of a Genius," leading the charge against an established Premier League power. This piece emphasized Whiteleaf's role in the team's winning streak and juxtaposed the disparities in strength between Liverpool and Bournemouth. Under Brendan Rodgers' stewardship, Liverpool's performance this season had been lackluster, yet they remained firmly entrenched within the top 10 of the Premier League. Meanwhile, Bournemouth, merely a championship team, was seen as the underdog. However, the article refrained from outright declaring Bournemouth's impending defeat, concluding instead with a thought-provoking statement. Perhaps the ultimate decider of the match's outcome would be the 18-year-old prodigy. That evening, Whiteleaf returned home to a call from Pelin, who emphasized the necessity for Whiteleaf to showcase his abilities in the upcoming match against Liverpool, as this would serve as a critical yardstick for his potential transfer. Pelin also noted that the encounter would attract considerable attention from scouts across various clubs. It could be said that this match would significantly influence the assessment of whether Whiteleaf is a genuine talent or merely a dominant force against lesser opponents. Although Whiteleaf acknowledged Pelin's sentiments, he remained unfazed, for his commitment was already to give his utmost in every match. After all, the rewards for consecutive victories were contingent upon his performance. As he contemplated the prospect of rewards, Whiteleaf quickly ended the call and opened his interface. The 10 consecutive victory treasure chest awaited him. With a tinge of anticipation, he opened it to reveal a flash of golden light. Acquired talent, dual-footed balance. This reward contained no attribute points, only a talent. While Whiteleaf had a fair inkling of what this talent entailed, he still glanced at the description. Dual-footed balance, upon acquisition, will possess no favored foot, exhibiting balance between left and right feet. Astounded by the simplicity of the phrase, Whiteleaf felt a surge of exhilaration within. No favored foot. He could only exclaim, truly, the 10 consecutive victory treasure chest is remarkable. Players typically possess a preferred foot, akin to a dominant hand. Most favor the right foot, while a minority may favor the left. The non-favored foot is referred to as the weaker foot. Thus, the vast majority of players can be categorized as weaker foot players due to their reliance on a dominant foot. However, a select few in the football world are dual-footed, possessing remarkable dexterity in both feet, enabling them to excel in shooting and ball control. Regardless of the origin of this skill, being dual-footed presents greater opportunities during matches. In the fast-paced realm of football, opportunities can arise in an instant. If one is a weaker foot player, particularly when it comes to shooting, a chance may present itself, but if the ball does not arrive at the favored foot, the moment is squandered. Conversely, dual-footed players can seize any opportunity with the most suitable foot, significantly increasing their chances to score or create threats. Previously, Whiteleaf had favored his right foot, usually passing with it. Now, he would possess enhanced passing capabilities. This would greatly assist him in long-range shots and set pieces, instilling him with additional confidence as he prepared to face Liverpool. The following day, as Whiteleaf arrived at the training ground, he was greeted by a gathering of fans who, upon seeing him, did not rush for autographs or photographs. Instead, they rallied around him, chanting, "Liverpool, defeat Liverpool. We have never reached the League Cup semi-finals. Can you lead us to create history? Go, Whiteleaf. Our entire family has purchased tickets and will be there to support you." The fans rallied fervently against Liverpool. With a smile, Whiteleaf responded, "We will strive to win this match. This is our home ground. Any opponent that comes here will leave with a loss." Applause erupted among the fans, echoing their agreement. Yes, this is Bournemouth. This is Vitality Stadium. Bring it on. However, despite his spirited response to the fans, once at the team facility, Whiteleaf adhered to Eddie Howe and the coaching staff's tactical directives. Was Liverpool formidable? Compared to the Liverpool of yesteryears, the current iteration certainly lacked the same strength. After the departures of Suarez, Coutinho, and Sterling, Liverpool's attacking prowess had diminished. Nonetheless, even in this diminished state, Liverpool held a clear advantage over Bournemouth, particularly in terms of player valuations. Currently, aside from Whiteleaf, Bournemouth boasted no players valued over €10 million, while Liverpool possessed several, with Coutinho and Sterling valued in the range of €40 to €50 million. Defense. Absolute defense. This is our only opportunity. If we cannot hold our ground, we will lose. Eddie Howe, armed with his tactical board, set the tone for this match with a classic strategy of underdog triumphing through robust defense and counterattacks. After the meeting, Howe took a moment to speak with Whiteleaf privately. In the match against Liverpool, the pressure on you will be immense. Their defense will undoubtedly focus on you. Bailly nodded nonchalantly, replying, but this is also an opportunity. When the defensive pressure comes to me, Wilson and the others will have the corresponding space. As long as they can create chances, I believe I can deliver the ball. Eddie Howe admired Bailly's mentality deeply. He pondered whether he could maintain such a positive outlook if he were in Bailly's position. However, he also recognized that his talent was vastly inferior to that of Bailly. Perhaps, in Bailly's world, this was merely an ordinary match, such as the realm of genius. In contrast, Eddie Howe was burdened with the desire to win. He yearned to bring a prestigious championship trophy to Bournemouth, for he was a son of the club. His career had been rather unremarkable, yet Bournemouth had never abandoned him. He emerged from Bournemouth's youth academy and served the club loyally. Even when he was sold to Portsmouth due to a severe injury that kept him off the pitch, Bournemouth signed him back. The club could not afford Portsmouth's transfer fee, yet the fans collectively raised the funds to bring Eddie Howe home. It was for this reason that when he was later coaching Bournemouth's youth team and received a call from higher-ups inviting him to coach the first team, he replied, "All right, you know I can never say no to Bournemouth. I owe this club and its fans so much." Thus, Eddie Howe guided Bournemouth from the relegation zone of League Two to the promotion zone of the Championship, wishing to provide the fans of this city with even more. In Bailly, Eddie Howe saw hope. 2 days later, during a pre-match interview, Eddie Howe faced the reporters and stated, "The EFL Cup represents history for us. Every step forward is a milestone. We never imagined we would reach this point, but since we have no reason to give up. We must acknowledge the gap between us and Liverpool, yet football has never been merely about statistics on paper. I do not wish to lose this match on our home ground." When reporters mentioned Bailly and speculated whether Liverpool would deploy a strict defense against him, questioning if he could cope with such elite-level defense, Eddie Howe responded, "I do not know the answer to that. But I firmly believe in one thing. Bailly will certainly prepare accordingly. He will position the ball where it ought to be, which is what he has consistently done in previous matches, and this game will be no exception." Meanwhile, Liverpool's coaching staff, after meticulously analyzing Bailly's highlights, advised Henderson, the primary defender against Bailly, stating, "Bailly is a right-footed player who rarely uses his left foot. You simply need to focus on timing your challenges on his right foot for effective defense. Bailly prefers to strike the ball with one touch. Do not follow him too closely. Sometimes, you need to get a little closer and, if necessary, engage in physical confrontations, as his physicality is not particularly strong. Additionally, pull him out of position to sever his connections with other players." Henderson nodded resolutely. As a robust player embodying Liverpool's tenacious style, he felt confident in defending against a player like Bailly. The entire Liverpool squad was, in truth, not overly concerned about Bournemouth. Their focus was on how to tackle Chelsea after defeating Bournemouth. This season, Chelsea was a formidable opponent, a source of great concern for Rodgers. As for Bournemouth, merely a championship team. Therefore, during the pre-match interview, even as Rodgers attempted to sound as humble as possible, his tone conveyed that Liverpool was undoubtedly capable of defeating Bournemouth. In China, the presence of Liverpool and Bailly sparked discussions and anticipation among fans regarding the match. Liverpool supporters vastly outnumbered those of Bournemouth, with the majority backing Liverpool. Fans speculated that Liverpool might only reach the semi-finals this season, as Chelsea was simply too powerful. Despite the odds, Liverpool fans clung to a glimmer of hope, for the EFL Cup was the only trophy they had a chance of winning. As for Bournemouth, most chose to overlook them. Chinese fans primarily focused on Bailly due to his meteoric rise. Any news regarding the championship was predominantly about Bailly. This led many fans in China to recognize Bailly as a player and understand his capabilities. However, despite Bailly's prowess, few believed he could topple Liverpool. Only Bournemouth supporters held on to hope. On December 13th, the quarterfinals of the EFL Cup would see Bournemouth face Liverpool at home. Bournemouth fans had already ignited the city with their cheers. Bailly's jersey number 29 was visible everywhere, and the fans' anthem resonated throughout the streets. Bournemouth supporters were eagerly anticipating the match. This is Bournemouth. This is Bailly. In China, CCTV Sports broadcasted the match. The previous day, CCTV had aired Chelsea's victory over Derby County. Therefore, before the match, host He Wei remarked, "Tonight's game will determine another semi-finalist to face Chelsea." Aside from injuries, Liverpool fielded a near full-strength squad, as evidenced by the starting lineup featuring Sterling, Coutinho, Lalana, and Gerrard. On the other hand, Bournemouth's notable Chinese player, Bai Yi, was also in the starting lineup. Liverpool employed a three-defender formation, 3-4-3, maximizing their attacking advantages. Bournemouth, in contrast, opted for a 5-4-1 setup, with only forward Pitman positioned at the front while the rest focused on defense. This was expected, given Liverpool's advantage. They would dominate the game. And the question remained whether Bournemouth could withstand the pressure. Would Bournemouth withstand the pressure? This was a concern for many. Far away in Madrid, Bai Jiangwo ended his work early to return home, anxious to watch the broadcast of this crucial match. In London, Pochettino also turned on the television after finishing work to catch the game. Bournemouth was too far away, and with Tottenham having a match in a couple of days, he could not attend in person, but he could spare time to watch the live broadcast. Pochettino's thoughts were straightforward. If he could witness Bailly's potential against a strong team, he planned to allocate the $50 million budget given by Levy entirely to Bailly. Yet, he felt conflicted. He hoped for Bailly to perform well, but also wished the opposite. Hoping for a strong performance would validate his keen eye for talent, while not wanting him to excel stemmed from Pochettino's awareness of Bailly's growing attention. Should he shine again, the pressure on Tottenham to compete would become significant. In Munich, Bayern's head coach Guardiola intended to review materials on their next opponent, but suddenly recalled his brother, Perrin, urging him to watch an EFL Cup match that evening. Which two teams were playing? He vaguely remembered it was Liverpool and a championship team. Guardiola had much on his plate and did not remember all the details. However, he recalled Perrin emphasizing the need to pay attention to a player named Bailly, whom Perrin had recently signed. Guardiola, with the intention of supporting his brother, turned on the television to watch the vibrant stadium. At that moment, the Bournemouth fans filled the arena with their songs and cheers. The players from both sides stood in the tunnel, awaiting their entrance. The Liverpool players appeared somewhat relaxed, aware that as long as they performed normally, no surprises would arise. In contrast, the Bournemouth players wore expressions of desperation, knowing they were the underdogs, with pre-match opinions suggesting they would succumb to Liverpool. Yet, who does not harbor a desire to prove themselves? Who does not wish to declare their capabilities before those who doubt them? Bailly, as the captain, positioned himself behind the referee and the goalkeeper, having already heard the voices of the fans from the other end of the tunnel. As the time arrived, the referee entered the pitch, and Bailly and his teammates followed suit. Boom. The moment Bailly stepped onto the field, the cacophony of the crowd surged forth, with the roars, cheers, and encouragement merging into an overwhelming crescendo. This marked one of the rare occasions in Bournemouth's history facing an English powerhouse, and the fans' reaction was entirely understandable. Liverpool kicked off. The players gathered at the center circle, awaiting the referee's whistle. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe's expression was devoid of emotion, but internally, he felt a wave of anxiety, for Liverpool was his most formidable opponent. Bournemouth's ability to surmount this challenge was not solely tied to their progression in the League Cup. More importantly, it would signify a transformative moment for the team. Victory could bestow upon a club the essence of a strong team. Eddie Howe glanced at Bailly, silently hoping for success. Beep. The match officially commenced. Following the kickoff, Liverpool immediately launched an attack from the flanks, while Bournemouth retreated defensively. Even the forward pitmen joined in the defense. Every Bournemouth player had a defensive role, with the exception of Bailly. At this moment, as the match began, Bailly could hardly contain his excitement. Attributes. So many attributes. The prowess of Liverpool's players far exceeded that of those from the Championship, and Bailly's eyes perceived numerous attributes on the field. He scarcely needed to defend. Instead, he eagerly collected attributes. Speed 5, dribbling 4, defense 7, strength 5. Each attribute Bailly gathered surpassed his previous ones. He certainly would not waste them. However, from an outsider's perspective, it was unclear what Bailly was doing, as he consistently appeared in inexplicable positions. What was Bailly attempting? His positioning was utterly baffling. He had no opponents nearby. Why did he run there? Some fans expressed their doubts, yet the seasoned Bournemouth supporters were unfazed, for they had come to expect such peculiar movements from Bailly before every match. They could only conclude that this was the genius's style of play and habitual approach. Bailly swiftly collected all the attributes. His heart raced with exhilaration. This harvest was explosive. He took a moment to glance at his attributes. Stamina, 85 speed, 63 shooting, 75 passing, 100 dribbling, 61 defense, 57 strength, 77, a significant increase in attributes. Bailly felt a surge of confidence for this match. While Bailly gathered attributes, the situation for Bournemouth was quite precarious, as Liverpool relentlessly pressed forward, only to be met with resolute resistance from the Bournemouth players. The fans gasped in waves as the tension escalated. Bournemouth's defense was under siege. Sterling and Coutinho's breakthroughs left Bournemouth's backline in disarray, but fortunately, the players' stamina held up, allowing them to defend effectively. Suddenly, the crowd erupted once more in astonishment as Bournemouth thwarted another attack. This time, the ball soared toward Bailly. He found himself unmarked, a result of his earlier erratic movements that allowed Henderson, who was tasked with marking him, to commit to the attack, neglecting Bailly. Yet now, he had become a potential threat. Bailly had not anticipated receiving the ball. He had originally intended to return to the center. However, his position was now skewed toward the right flank. Nevertheless, Bailly possessed remarkable adaptability. In an instant, he pushed the ball forward and advanced. Though his speed was only in the 60s, his drive still commanded the attention of Liverpool's defense, creating gaps in the already sparse defensive line. As Bailly gained possession, Wilson charged forward, followed closely by Pittman. They understood that such opportunities were exceedingly rare and required utmost effort. Liverpool's players responded swiftly in defense, particularly Henderson, who realized his oversight and sprinted toward Bailly, determined to intercept him. Gerrard and Lucas retreated toward the center, but their pace was insufficient to keep up with Wilson's advance. The three central defenders, Lovren, Skrtel, and Kolo Touré, formed the final line of defense. Kolo Touré moved toward Bailly's advancing direction, while Skrtel and Lovren converged to the middle, hoping to prevent any support for Bailly. Although Bailly's progression was not rapid, he had already assessed the situation keenly. Just before Henderson caught up, he delivered the ball to the center. Wilson, quick on his feet, received Bailly's pass just before the opposition's defenders could close in. However, the opposing defenders were no pushovers. While they had not surrounded him, they denied Wilson ample space to maneuver, making it difficult for him to advance or shoot. Yet, at that moment, Bailly's voice rang out from behind. Having passed the ball, Bailly immediately cut inside. Henderson was momentarily deceived but quickly pursued, aware that Bailly was a right-footed player, closely monitoring his movements. Henderson positioned himself to prevent Bailly from having a comfortable opportunity to shoot with his right foot. Wilson also noticed Henderson's positioning and instinctively passed to Bailly's left, hoping he could create further opportunities. However, Bailly had already formulated a plan for Wilson's pass. With both feet equally capable at that moment, he unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. Bang! The ball soared over Wilson and others, heading straight for the far corner of the net. Goalkeeper Mignolet was caught off guard by Bailly's strike. The ball found the net. Bailly burst from the field, exuberantly celebrating his goal. This exemplified the balance of his 2 feet. Henderson, tasked with marking Bailly, was left bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't it said that Bailly couldn't use his left foot? How could he execute such a magnificent shot? Stunned, the Liverpool players and coaching staff were equally taken aback. Meanwhile, the Bournemouth fans erupted into jubilant cheers. They had scored again at home. Against the formidable Liverpool, the fans sang and danced with fervor, collectively shouting, "This is Bournemouth. This is the vibrant stadium. This is Bailly." 36, a fragmented match. The shock of the vibrant stadium. Bailly stood before the stands, arms outstretched, fully embracing the fervent cheers of the fans. At least in that moment, he was the most radiant presence on the field. In Madrid, Jiang leaped with excitement. In London, Pochettino let out a sigh of relief. Bailly's performance justified his optimism, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety. Could Tottenham truly secure Bailly's signature? Doubts crept into his mind. Although there was some good news for Tottenham, the South Korean player they had set their sights on from the Bundesliga was almost confirmed to join during the summer transfer window. However, reflecting on this, Pochettino found himself yearning even more for Bailly's arrival. In Munich, Guardiola furrowed his brow. He understood the goal, but he was perplexed by Bailly's initial positioning. Had Bailly been one of his players, Guardiola would have been livid by now. Yet it was precisely this peculiar movement that allowed Bailly to create space for himself and seize the opportunity to advance. Unable to comprehend his approach, Guardiola decided to observe further. At the very least, this player had demonstrated sufficient capability and talent, ensuring their own younger brother's signing would not be in vain. Within 10 minutes, Bournemouth led by a goal, a result that astonished many. Particularly bewildering was Bailly's inscrutable movement, which played a pivotal role in the goal, leaving spectators in confusion. Commentators, faced with Bailly's contribution, could only analyze the outcome in retrospect. In Huagua, Hiwe remarked, "The ease with which Bournemouth advanced was significantly influenced by Bailly's lateral movement. We were puzzled by his positioning. But it became clear after Bournemouth regained possession, Bailly had preemptively created space for himself to progress." One cannot overlook Bailly's innate talent and his exceptional understanding of the game's dynamics. Furthermore, when confronted by Henderson's defense, he decisively opted for a left-footed shot, despite being a right-footed player. This exemplifies the unique decisiveness that top-tier talents possess, unwilling to squander a chance for the sake of adjustment, even with their weaker foot. It appeared that Bournemouth still had opportunities in this match. It merely depended on how Liverpool would respond. How would Liverpool counter? Furrowing his brow, Rodgers urged his players to intensify their offensive efforts while instructing Henderson to closely mark Bailly. The current situation could not persist. After making his arrangements, Rodgers returned to the coaching bench, discontented as he observed the jubilant Bournemouth coaching staff and the raucous crowd. His tenure at Liverpool could hardly be deemed a success, especially this season, where he sensed that the upper management's confidence in him had waned significantly. He must secure the EFL Cup, even if he couldn't win it. Reaching the semi-finals was imperative. Losing to Chelsea would afford him some leeway, given Chelsea's undeniable strength this season. However, if he failed to triumph over Bournemouth today, he knew he would face a torrent of wrath from Liverpool supporters. Victory was essential. Liverpool's players, though surprised, collected themselves quickly, resuming the game. Meanwhile, Eddie Howe, having calmed after the initial excitement, recognized that the match had only just begun. It was far too early to celebrate. Bournemouth's endeavor to maintain their lead was far from secure. Thus, as the players returned to the center after their celebration, Howe gestured for them to adopt a defensive stance, defend at all costs. The Bournemouth players swiftly grasped the directive, hold the line. The match resumed, and after the kickoff, Liverpool attempted to break through on the flanks, given the congestion in Bournemouth's midfield. Relying on Sterling, Lalana, and Coutinho, they made repeated attempts to penetrate the wings. But as they pushed forward, they soon encountered Bournemouth's resolute defense, often met by at least two markers. Gerrard and Lucas advanced their positions to support the attack, compressing Bournemouth into a 6-4-0 formation. Bailly had no choice but to retreat. Soon, the referee's whistle pierced the air as he brandished a yellow card to Bournemouth's midfielder, Ritchie, for his successive fouls on Lalana, each increasingly severe. The referee understood that failure to act would lead to chaos. A free kick for Liverpool was imminent. However, the set piece was delayed as players jostled for position in the penalty area, nearly escalating into a brawl. The crowd at Vitality Stadium erupted in boos, and the referee, under immense pressure, hurried over to admonish the players. If they continued their grappling, cards would surely follow. He barely managed to restore order. Before long, the ball was dispatched, and Bournemouth cleared it initially. In the scramble for the second ball, Elphick collided with Markovic. Elphick, slightly slower, showed no fear in the confrontation, throwing himself into the fray. The two collided. The referee immediately blew his whistle, for the players had clashed heads. Initially, Markovic had been marginally quicker, but upon seeing Elphick barreling towards him, he hesitated, resulting in a 50-50 contest. The game was halted again, and the medical staff rushed onto the field. Head collisions were indeed serious matters. While the medical team attended to the players, Howe seized the opportunity to communicate with Bailly about the situation on the pitch. He insisted on disrupting Liverpool's fluidity. They needed to fragment the match. Yet, that was not the sole goal. He expressed his hope that Bailly would rise to the occasion once more. He knew it was a tall order, but against Liverpool, Bailly was his only reliable option. Their defense might hold, but their offense was lacking. Howe patted Bailly's shoulder, speaking from the heart. Bailly nodded, understanding that Bournemouth was currently pinned back in their half, leaving him with limited options. Upon returning to the field, Bailly sought out Wilson. If we gain possession, push forward with all your might. Conserve energy on defense. We need a counter-attacking point up front. Wilson nodded vigorously, aware of the match's significance and the potential to boost his market value with a good performance against Liverpool. It could open doors to larger clubs in the future. Bailly continued, if we find ourselves without opportunities, don't force a shot. Look for a foul. Set pieces are crucial for us. Wilson nodded again, acknowledging that drawing a foul seemed more achievable than scoring. Contemplating Bailly's prowess in set pieces, Wilson envisioned the possibility of a goal. After medical evaluation, Elphick and Markovic were deemed fit to continue. Although Elphick had sustained a cut on his head, now bandaged. When he returned to the pitch, the fans erupted in applause, as this Bournemouth team embodied the spirit of competition. Regardless of the opponent's strength, they exhibited bravery and a willingness to showcase their talents. Thus far, the fighting spirit displayed by Bournemouth's players deeply moved the fans, even if they ultimately lost. They could accept it, for Bournemouth had given their all. However, on the other side, Rodgers was seething with rage. He incessantly complained to the fourth official about Bournemouth's persistent fouling, questioning why no cards were issued. Liverpool's players felt equally frustrated. The match was repeatedly interrupted, with Bournemouth players focusing solely on physical challenges rather than the ball. This made it exceedingly difficult for Liverpool to find their rhythm. As Sterling was once again brought down by Gosling during a breakthrough, he inadvertently took Gosling down with him as he fell. After hitting the ground, the two became entangled, instinctively pushing each other away, which ignited their tempers. Profanities erupted from both sides, and soon teammates rushed in, attempting to mediate while inadvertently escalating the tension. The referee, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, hurried over to separate the players. Meanwhile, Rodgers was infuriated on the sidelines, vocally expressing his displeasure towards the referee. Subsequently, the referee issued yellow cards to both team leaders and then approached the Liverpool bench to show Rodgers a yellow card as well, further aggravating him. This episode wasted considerable time before the match could resume. Huagua and Hiwei observed the unfolding drama, commenting, "The Liverpool players must regain their composure. Bournemouth currently leads by a goal, and this disjointed play is precisely what they desire. The more fragmented the game becomes, the more advantageous it is for Bournemouth." Indeed, the match showcased the determination of Bournemouth's players, who were exerting every effort to secure victory. The home crowd was fervently cheering for their team, with no signs of fatigue. For a club that was in the fourth tier just 3 years ago, facing a giant like Liverpool is, in itself, a triumph. We need not criticize the match for lacking excitement. Bournemouth's players simply do not possess the quality to produce aesthetically pleasing football. Their only attacking highlight was from Whiteleaf. As the match at Vitality Stadium resumed, it was evident that Liverpool's players had been provoked by Bournemouth, causing their attacks to become slightly frantic. Consequently, Liverpool lost possession, and Bournemouth regained control, with Whiteleaf retreating to manage the ball. At that moment, Wilson began sprinting towards Liverpool's defensive line. Bang! Before Wilson could cross the halfway line, Whiteleaf launched the ball ahead of him. Wilson unleashed his full speed. Skrtel closely shadowed him, but thanks to Whiteleaf's precise pass, Wilson reached the ball before Skrtel, skillfully bringing it under control and advancing. Wilson's raw speed was only marginally superior to Skrtel's, preventing him from shaking his opponent off. Moreover, he noticed Kolo Toure closing in. If he were cornered, his opportunity would vanish. Foul. Instinctively, Wilson slowed down, waiting for Kolo Toure to approach, then skillfully pulled the ball back. Kolo Toure, sensing Whiteleaf's advance and anticipating a pass from Wilson, decided he could intercept the ball. Without hesitation, he lunged for it. However, this was precisely Wilson's plan. He had no other intentions. After pulling the ball back, he protected it with his foot, and Kolo Toure's challenge struck Wilson's lower leg. "Ah!" Wilson cried out in agony, tumbling to the ground. Beep, beep. The referee immediately whistled for the foul, penalizing Kolo Toure. However, due to previous fouls by Bournemouth against Liverpool, he refrained from issuing a yellow card to maintain balance. Consequently, Kolo Toure received only a standard foul and a free kick. This decision left Bournemouth's players highly dissatisfied, leading to yet another flare-up. Whiteleaf quickly pulled his yellow-carded teammate away, keen to avoid a second yellow leading to a red card. In such a situation, even one less player would spell disaster. Gerrard, as team captain, rushed to separate his teammates, recognizing that this was precisely the outcome Bournemouth desired, and he urgently urged his teammates to calm down. Sensing that the situation could escalate further, the referee called over both captains, Whiteleaf and Gerrard, advising them to counsel their teammates to be cautious in their actions. This marked Whiteleaf's first real encounter with Gerrard, the legendary Liverpool star, who was notably gracious. The two exchanged a brief handshake, reaching a tacit understanding. The players' tempers began to cool. Whiteleaf approached the foul position, approximately 5 meters from the penalty area, contemplating how to assist his teammates. However, as the players took their positions, Whiteleaf discovered something exhilarating. The effects of being a deadball specialist and a long-range shooter could be combined, with an unprecedented confidence swelling within him regarding this free kick. He stood poised. At that moment, Both the television audience and the Bournemouth supporters in the stadium eagerly anticipated the outcome, fully aware of Whiteleaf's exceptional free-kick prowess. Conversely, Liverpool fans vented their frustrations at the referee, criticizing his officiating as woefully inadequate. They also hoped for a Liverpool comeback, reflecting on Bournemouth's status as merely a championship team. Surely, they mused, even in a lackluster season, a club of Liverpool's stature ought to prevail against a championship side, right? Beep. The referee signaled for the free kick to commence. Whiteleaf took a deep breath, glanced at the goal, then took a few steps back before launching his shot. Boom. The ball soared like a bullet across the pitch, striking the net with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. Boom. The Vitality Stadium reverberated with excitement. Whiteleaf. At 37 minutes, he had scored twice. Dazzling the audience, he truly deserves a spot in the Premier League. The eruption of excitement at the Vitality Stadium resembled an earthquake. Bournemouth supporters never dreamed they could lead by 2 goals against a giant like Liverpool. Initially, they had anticipated being pressured throughout the match and merely hoped for a chance to counter or withstand the onslaught. However, the unfolding events far exceeded their expectations, as their tactical approach effectively disrupted the game's flow. While this strategy may not be ideal, it undeniably proved effective for a weaker side facing a stronger opponent. More importantly, Whiteleaf's performance remained formidable. He was undoubtedly the key to Bournemouth's lead. Whiteleaf. Whiteleaf. The fans fervently chanted his name as he sprinted towards the stands, celebrating wildly alongside his teammates and the ecstatic Bournemouth supporters. Given the intimate setting of the Vitality Stadium, fans reached out to embrace the players. All caught up in the thrill, Liverpool's coach, Rodgers, was equally agitated, kicking a water bottle off the sidelines. This was certainly not the scenario he wished to witness. Rodgers quickly regained his composure. Liverpool were undoubtedly the stronger team. So how had they found themselves in this predicament? Much of it stemmed from Bournemouth's continual minor fouls disrupting the game's rhythm. This could not continue. However, with little time left in the first half to convey detailed instructions, he could only wait for halftime. Thus, he summoned Gerrard, the legendary captain, to help stabilize the players. At the very least, they needed to ensure no further unexpected incidents occurred in the first half. Huagua and Hiwe marveled at Whiteleaf's talent. This player is truly astonishing. From such a distance, he scored directly from the free kick, showcasing his extraordinary gift. One can only describe him as a genius. This shot even evokes memories of Cristiano Ronaldo's free kicks from years past. His range is limitless. Indeed, Hiwe was not alone in this sentiment. Many fans, after watching the live broadcast, felt that Whiteleaf's free kick bore a resemblance to Ronaldo's unanswerable curling shots of yesteryear. Truly remarkable. Bailly had only 2 opportunities, yet he seized both of them. Even a free kick, which is not considered a definitive chance, was converted with brilliance. This player is astonishing. His efficiency is unparalleled. And at merely 18 years of age, I firmly believe that by next summer's transfer window, Bailly will undoubtedly attract the attention of the elite clubs. Should he continue to demonstrate his potential, I am convinced he will be the most coveted player in the upcoming transfer window. The top clubs will surely scramble for him. Indeed, it is extraordinary that a player of Bailly's age exhibits such performance, and it is even more astonishing that he does not seem to demand excessive ball possession. Grant him the ball, and he can orchestrate the team's offensive play seamlessly, making him a perfect fit for any tactical setup. However, he still has numerous shortcomings, particularly in terms of his defense and physicality, as well as his lack of pace and dribbling finesse. In my opinion, Bailly could serve as a rotational player in a prestigious club or be the central playmaker for a mid-tier team in the top leagues. Nevertheless, to become a core player in a top club may prove challenging. However, he should certainly play in the Premier League. The championship's intensity is insufficient for him. The opinions of fans largely align with this sentiment, yet they do not reflect the perspective of professional coaches. For instance, at this moment, both Pochettino in London and Guardiola in Munich are awestruck by Bailly's remarkable strike. This moment transcends mere goal scoring. It encapsulates Bailly's exceptional shooting technique, complemented by his already impressive passing skills. This indicates that Bailly is poised to become a premier outlet for ball distribution. When he possesses the ball, the opponents cannot discern whether he intends to pass or shoot. His shooting range from the halfway line is indeed formidable. As for the concerns of fans regarding physicality, speed, and defense, these aspects are often less critical in the context of team tactics and can be entirely mitigated. For example, in this match, Eddie Howe liberated Bailly from defensive duties, allowing him to focus solely on offensive opportunities. The match resumes, and both teams re-engage with vigor. The game has taken an unexpected turn as it quietly ascends to the top 10 trending topics on English social media platforms. Liverpool finds themselves 2 goals down to Bournemouth in under half an hour, leaving many English fans baffled. Some special fans, upon learning of this shocking news or being reminded by others, turned on their televisions to witness the prowess of this rising star. At Vitality Stadium, after suffering the blow of 2 goals, Liverpool's players quickly regained their composure, realizing that their opponents aimed to provoke them. Thus, they adjusted their mentality. Although Bournemouth continued to employ various tactics, Liverpool responded in kind, and the intensity of the match diminished. Liverpool initiated their attacks from the flanks, lacking a dominant center forward. They relied on the individual abilities of their players to create openings. Bournemouth remained resolute, refusing to budge from their defensive line, maintaining a man-to-man marking strategy and being ever ready to cover. This strategy rendered Liverpool's attacks increasingly challenging, as the English teams also began to adopt a more defensive posture, leading to a less visually appealing match. Neutral fans might find the unfolding events increasingly dull, yet Bournemouth supporters became more invigorated. In their eyes, as long as the team emerged victorious, they could accept any style of play. However, the enthusiasm of Bournemouth fans was somewhat dampened when Coutinho, after receiving the ball in the left side of the penalty area, executed a simple cut-in and unleashed a thunderous shot. The ball pierced through Bournemouth's defensive line and eluded goalkeeper Borik's grasp. Goal. In the 35th minute, Coutinho finally utilized his signature cut-in long-range shot to pull one back for Liverpool. This moment brought a flicker of hope to Rodgers on the sidelines. There was still a chance. Liverpool has always been the stronger side. Liverpool fans exhaled in relief. Coutinho was their savior. Since his arrival from Inter Milan last January, Coutinho has gradually established himself as an indispensable player for the team, often being the one to navigate through perilous situations. Coutinho's journey can indeed be described as inspirational. Recognized early on by Brazilian legend Romario and blessed with innate talent, he became a celebrated prodigy in Brazil at the tender age of 15, drawing the attention of European giants. In July 2008, just shy of 16, Coutinho was signed early by Inter Milan, who then allowed him to continue developing in Brazil's Vasco da Gama. 2 years later, upon reaching adulthood, he officially joined Inter Milan. Unfortunately, he found himself without playing opportunities in the Serie A powerhouse. Fortunately, during his loan spells, he showcased commendable performances that caught Liverpool's eye. Ultimately, he was released by the Nerazzurri and transferred to Liverpool for $8.5 million last January. Liverpool has been in a phase of resurgence, and Rodgers entrusted him with significant playing time, which Coutinho repaid with outstanding performances. In the first half of the Premier League season, he contributed 3 goals and 5 assists in 13 appearances, marking a nearly perfect debut season. Last season, Coutinho secured a stable starting position and, alongside forwards like Suarez and Sturridge, helped Liverpool claim the league's runner-up spot. This season, after Suarez's transfer to Barcelona, his importance within the team has only grown, with consistent increases in both shot attempts and goals. Now, Coutinho once again proves his worth to Liverpool fans with his outstanding performance. Eddie Howe, witnessing the opponent's goal, could only lament the evident disparity in skill. He quickly realized that they could not afford to grant such space again and needed to tighten their defensive line. Howe's adjustments were swiftly reflected on the pitch. Bournemouth retreated entirely near the penalty area, relinquishing possession in the face of Liverpool's relentless attacks, opting for clearances rather than ball retention, aware of the danger posed by potential turnovers in that region. As a result, Bournemouth posed no threat of counterattacks, allowing Liverpool players to advance confidently, pressing Bournemouth back. Bang! Borik once again thwarted Sterling's shot, deflecting the ball out of play and averting another Liverpool assault. In the dying minutes of the first half, the atmosphere grew tense among the Bournemouth supporters as Liverpool's attacks became relentless. Bournemouth attempted to disrupt the game with fouls. Yet Liverpool's players remained undeterred, falling to the ground at the slightest contact, ensuring that even without yellow cards, they would earn set-piece opportunities. After the referee issued 2 yellow cards to Bournemouth, the players realized that such tactics were no longer effective. Liverpool had adapted their approach. Liverpool commanded an overwhelming advantage. Many Liverpool fans eagerly anticipated equalizing before halftime, believing that achieving parity would significantly enhance their chances of victory in the second half. Meanwhile, Bournemouth supporters anxiously prayed to hold on to their 2-1 lead until the break, hoping for a moment to catch their breath. As time passed, the players' mentalities shifted, with Liverpool pushing every player forward, including goalkeeper Mignolet, who ventured outside the penalty area to support the build-up. As Liverpool's offensive onslaught continued, Bournemouth's defense began to visibly falter. The players' physical exertion is immense, as defending is far more taxing than attacking. Defense requires one to continuously match the opponent's pace, resulting in significant fatigue, leaving no room for relaxation. Bournemouth has managed to thwart yet another Liverpool attack. Defender Ake clears the ball, which lands near White. But he finds himself completely alone with no teammates in sight. He can only feign a pause before suddenly advancing the ball as Henderson charges toward him. Remarkably, White has conserved his energy and is still agile. Henderson is left trailing behind, but Liverpool's three central defenders quickly retreat, with Skirtle positioning himself in White's path. White is on the verge of being encircled by Liverpool. The fans in the Vitality Stadium shake their heads in resignation, acknowledging the disparity in overall strength. Even with White in possession, initiating an attack seems nearly impossible. However, the fans remain optimistic, thinking that at least a few seconds have been bought. Yet, in the next moment, everyone's mouths drop open in astonishment as the unfolding situation exceeds all expectations. What has White done? Countless fans gaze in bewilderment at the pitch, their attention fixated on White. From 38 yards out, beyond the halfway line, Bayern is also eyeing a transfer for White, faced with the approaching pressure of nearly 4 defenders. White, remarkably, strikes the ball before the encirclement is complete. He propels the ball forward. There is not a single opponent in his immediate vicinity. The fans are perplexed. Their initial reaction is to assume White's kick is a clearance, an attempt to send the ball far away and stall time. However, they quickly dismiss this notion upon seeing a Liverpool player sprinting back furiously. Mignolet, he is the only player on the pitch who instinctively senses the danger. Perhaps this is the instinct of a goalkeeper. White's long-range kick is not a clearance. It is a shot on goal. Boom. As White confronts the impending pressure, he has already prepared himself. Liverpool's formation is pushing forward, and the goalkeeper is positioned relatively high. The probability of a super long-range shot is quite significant. Thus, he takes the shot. The ball soars like a distant artillery shell, climbing high before plummeting down into the net. Mignolet is swift, yet he cannot reach the ball in time. It's a goal. In that instant, the Vitality Stadium falls eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping is palpable. Yet, the next second, an eruption of thunderous cheers fills the air. White. Unbelievable. The Bournemouth fans in the stands feel a rush of adrenaline surging through them, overwhelming their senses. Ecstatic. Incomprehensibly ecstatic. Throughout their years, even decades, of watching Bournemouth play, they have never witnessed a goal that so stunningly cleaves through the air, a mere kick beyond the halfway line that nestles into the net. Tears of joy well up. White is a remarkable young man, a splendid player, having delivered the most spectacular goal of their viewing careers. An elderly fan with graying hair expresses his awe, then tenderly ruffles his grandson's hair, saying, "You are fortunate to witness such a magnificent goal from our team at your age." Yet, the old fan silently laments that his grandson is also unfortunate, for he may find it exceedingly difficult to witness another player as dazzling as White in the future. Those who have watched enough football know that players like White are exceedingly rare. Other fans continue to wave everything they possess, flags, jerseys, scarves, and even bras, in frenzied celebration. In the chill of December in England, this goal ignites a summer-like passion among the fans. White stands in the midfield, arms wide open, embracing the adulation of the fans and reveling in the jubilant embrace of his rushing teammates, celebrating their achievement. They have scored again. This is Liverpool. White has completed a hat trick. At this moment, his teammates exhibit a childlike reliance on him. White is like the father figure of the team, and as long as he is present, there is always a glimmer of hope. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe struggles to contain his urge to rush onto the pitch and celebrate with White. The coaching staff is not far from the halfway line. Having witnessed White's remarkable strike into the opponent's goal, White's long-range shot is simply astonishing. The entire coaching team and substitute players embrace each other, celebrating joyfully. They had been suffocated by Liverpool's pressure, but now they can fully express their emotions. Meanwhile, Liverpool's coaching staff appears subdued. Rodgers sits grim-faced on the bench, silent, as others remain quiet, observing Bournemouth's celebration on the field. This goal has dealt Liverpool a heavy blow. As the team's captain, Gerrard claps to encourage his teammates, urging them to uplift their spirits. They still have half a game to alter the outcome. Gerrard's words resonate with the Liverpool players. Meanwhile, in China, fans are equally astounded by White's extraordinary long-range strike, marveling that a goalkeeper like Minale could be beaten by such a shot. This young man possesses remarkable shooting prowess. Previously, White had delivered several long-range world-class goals and direct free kicks. Initially, it was assumed he was merely proficient at long shots, but now, it is evident that even a shot from beyond the halfway line can yield such high quality. Incredible. Remarkable. This is indeed a striking distance from halfway. Liverpool's players must now reassess their strategy. They cannot simply press forward in attack. Someone must vigilantly monitor White, for even the slightest opportunity could result in a goal. Indeed, Bournemouth has made only 3 shots, yet they have scored 3 goals. This is efficiency. Far away in Germany, Guardiola is taken aback by White's offensive efficiency. After observing the first half, he realizes that the player his brother signed possesses astonishing attacking talent. He is truly the perfect central midfielder. Guardiola even considers that White could become the most pivotal player in his tactical framework. Originally, he merely intended to assess his brother's acquisition, but now, Guardiola wishes to bring White under his wing. An individual of action, Guardiola promptly calls his assistant. Tell Bob to reach out to Bournemouth in the Championship. I want to bring their midfielder, White, to Bayern. After hanging up, Guardiola ponders a moment longer and decides to call his brother, Phelan. In the midst of the celebration at the Vitality Stadium, White remains blissfully unaware that his performance has caught the attention of various clubs. He is currently immersed in jubilant celebration with his teammates, and in the dying moments of the first half, they extend their lead to 2 goals. However, White quickly regains his composure, realizing that this is merely the first half, and they must withstand Liverpool's onslaught in the second half. As White waves to the jubilant fans, he and his teammates return to the midfield. Beep. The referee blows the whistle to restart the match. In the final moments of the first half, Liverpool shows little desire to attack. They have found the first half quite challenging. They need to regroup and approach the second half with renewed seriousness. They believe they still have opportunities ahead and must strive to create chances. Liverpool fans share a similar sentiment. If the team hopes to achieve anything this season, the EFL Cup represents their last opportunity. There is no turning back for them. The first half soon concludes, and players from both sides breathe a sigh of relief, enjoying a brief respite of 15 minutes. However, the expressions on their faces differ significantly. Bournemouth's players appear relaxed, while Liverpool's players seem resigned to their fate. On paper, they should not be trailing, yet the glaring score of 3-1 starkly reveals the reality. In a shocking turn of events, Bournemouth advances. Liverpool has lost its heart. During the halftime break, players take a moment to recuperate, but for many clubs' sporting directors, the atmosphere is anything but tranquil. Numerous sporting directors have been instructed by their club owners or head coaches to pursue Bournemouth's star player, whose remarkable performance in the match against Liverpool has caught widespread attention. With a hat trick, he seized upon 3 opportunities that were not deemed absolute chances, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Bournemouth's sporting director is also inundated with calls, many from familiar faces, as player transactions are a regular occurrence within the football community. He finds himself repeatedly asserting that the star player is not for sale and that Bournemouth has no intention of parting with any players at this time. However, as calls from mid-table Premier League teams increase, his responses become more assertive. After all, he has turned down offers from some of England's most prestigious clubs, including Arsenal and Manchester United. Moreover, he is emboldened by the fact that the player has already communicated his intention to remain with Bournemouth through the winter transfer window. Even Bai Jiangwo has received numerous calls, many from old friends, as connections abound in the world of football. The player's prodigious talent evokes admiration from all corners. In the Bournemouth locker room, Eddie Howe repeatedly emphasizes the importance of defense, his anxiety palpable despite a 2-goal lead. After all, they are up against Liverpool. The players begin to sense the possibility of victory, their faces reflecting determination. This may be the most illustrious match of their careers thus far. Many Bournemouth players, including Wilson, have never faced top-tier teams before, having ascended from lower leagues alongside Bournemouth. Thus, the entire club unites with a singular focus, to secure their victory. Conversely, Liverpool's players harbor mixed emotions. They do not wish to concede defeat, yet their desire to win is not fervent either. Some even ponder whether a season devoid of trophies might warrant a change in management. There are numerous instances in football history where players have orchestrated the dismissal of coaches. Indeed, calls for Brendan Rodgers' resignation are growing louder among the fans. Although he once guided Liverpool to a Premier League runner-up finish, that was during the era of Suarez. The current state of Liverpool, post-Suarez, is all too clear to its supporters. Rodgers' original sin is the loss of Liverpool's soul. This team feels increasingly distant from the Liverpool of yore. Particularly over the last 2 seasons, the team has lost its inherent character, resembling a mere routine job, appearing almost alien to the fans. The team is capable of losing to anyone, home or away, and the rare comebacks are a thing of the past. The current Liverpool lacks the spirit that endeared them to their supporters. As Rodgers continues to devise attacking strategies, the players nod slightly, aware of their responsibilities on the pitch. Yet the fierce resolve they once possessed seems to have faded. Soon, amidst the collective astonishment and anticipation, the second half is set to commence. Neither side has made substitutions. Yet Bournemouth has fortified their formation into an impenetrable defensive line, with even Wilson retreating to assist, leaving only Bailly up front as a counter-attacking option. Eddie Howe no longer expects Bailly to score. He has done more than enough already. Their primary focus now is on 3 things: defense, defense, and defense. The second half begins. Liverpool, as anticipated, opts for an all-out attack, while Bournemouth immediately retreats into a defensive shell. Rodgers' tactical approach at Liverpool revolves around possession football, akin to his strategies at Swansea. However, this possession game encounters challenges against Bournemouth's solid defense, leading to difficulties in creating direct scoring opportunities. With no aerial threats in the box. Consequently, Liverpool's ball control begins to resemble feudal possession, as they endlessly circulate the ball around the periphery. This situation provokes immediate unrest among Liverpool supporters. Rodgers should be dismissed. What has become of Liverpool? They can't even outperform a championship team. How will they compete with other Premier League giants? Indeed, while Rodgers once gifted Liverpool fans an exhilarating season that nearly culminated in a title, the current incarnation of Liverpool is a far cry from the beloved team of old, feeling utterly foreign. Liverpool must undergo transformation. Perhaps losing tonight's match would be for the best. After all, they are unlikely to triumph against Chelsea. Better to concede defeat to Bournemouth, a team yet to play in the Premier League, allowing the higher-ups to witness the current state of Liverpool. Some fans have begun to take notice of Bailly. I believe Liverpool should acquire that young number 29 from Bournemouth. He displays the quality of an elite player with every touch. However, such aspirations are quickly dashed. Forget it. Bailly is a coveted talent on the transfer market. With Fenway Sports Group's current financial constraints, it's unlikely they will invest heavily to compete with other Premier League clubs. Realistically, acquiring Bailly would require a sum of at least 40 to 50 million, a figure far beyond Liverpool's reach. Liverpool fans find themselves embroiled in discussions about the coach's dismissal and the potential acquisition of Bailly. Meanwhile, Bournemouth supporters remain focused solely on the unfolding match. Every Liverpool attack sends a wave of anxiety through them, and each brilliant clearance by Bournemouth players elicits applause from the crowd. As the clock ticks towards the 65th minute, Eddie Howe recognizes the players' fatigue and promptly opts for substitutions, replacing those lacking in stamina while also using this opportunity to buy time for his players to rest. Bailly remains on the pitch. For as long as he is present, he draws at least 2 Liverpool players toward him, indirectly contributing to the defense. Liverpool boasts a staggering 90 possession rate, with a total of 15 shots taken. Yet, only 2 are on target, both easily handled by the goalkeeper. Hua and Hiwei observe the situation, commenting, Liverpool's predicament is a classic case of dominating without scoring. While they seem to be attacking, it is ultimately ineffective. The offensive capability to penetrate Bournemouth's defense was nearly non-existent. Such a situation would have been inconceivable to many before the match, as Liverpool surprisingly found themselves bested by Bournemouth. However, those who have witnessed Bournemouth's games understand that the influence of Bailly extends beyond mere tactical aspects. It encompasses the psychological realm as well. The current scenario vividly illustrates this. Liverpool launched a full-scale offensive, yet Bailly found himself with scant opportunities in the midfield and defense, if any at all, as the ball rarely made its way to him. Learning from past lessons, Henderson shadowed him closely, providing no openings whatsoever. Fortunately, while Bailly lacked opportunities, Liverpool also failed to create significant chances. As time slowly ticked away, despair began to settle among Liverpool supporters. With only 10 minutes remaining, they still trailed by 2 goals. More critically, the prospect of scoring appeared bleak. Eddie Howe felt as though his heart might leap from his chest as he frequently glanced at the scoreboard and the clock, eager for the match to conclude. Meanwhile, Rodgers stood helplessly on the sidelines, urging his players to mount an attack as time was running out. Yet, Bournemouth's defense remained resolute. Whether it was the starting players or the substitutes, they withstood the mounting pressure. As the clock struck 93 minutes, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The match concluded. The Vitality Stadium erupted with a thunderous roar. Bournemouth triumphed over Liverpool, advancing to the next round of the League Cup in a stunning upset. Their next adversary would be none other than the top team in the Premier League, the seemingly invincible Chelsea. We won. We won. Long live Bournemouth. Long live Bailly. Ha ha. We have advanced. In that moment, Bournemouth supporters went wild, their jubilant cheers echoing through the air, flags and jerseys waving enthusiastically. Many fans had tears in their eyes, having witnessed history unfold before them. They celebrated yet another milestone in Bournemouth's storied history: victory over the Premier League powerhouse Liverpool. They had secured a place in the League Cup semi-finals. While the fans reveled in jubilation, the players on the pitch collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. They had given everything for this match. After shaking hands with a grim-faced Rodgers, Eddie Howe couldn't contain his excitement and rushed onto the field to celebrate this hard-earned victory with his players. He was the first to embrace Bailly, acknowledging that 80% of this victory was due to Bailly's brilliance. It was his hat-trick that led the team to triumph over Liverpool. If one were to say Bournemouth defeated Liverpool, it would be more accurate to say Bailly bested Liverpool. The cheers from the stadium resonated across the globe. He Wei from Huawei remarked, "This is a remarkable outcome, but those who watched the entire match know that Bournemouth truly deserved this victory. They were the superior side." While Liverpool's exorbitant squad value proved futile against Bournemouth's impenetrable defense. Why do we cherish the sport of football? Because it not only showcases the inspiring struggles of players, but also embodies our ordinary lives' heroic dreams. Bournemouth exemplifies this struggle, rising from a League Two team to now being the most promising contender in the Championship for promotion to the Premier League, and now defeating Liverpool to advance in the League Cup. This team narrates the tale of a small club's fight for success, with Bailly's contributions shining all the more brightly. He has gifted this small-town team the wings to soar. And a glance back at Bournemouth's past matches reveals Bailly's decisive impact. This 18-year-old player of Chinese descent may soon, like his predecessors in the football world, evoke cheers from fans around the globe. The future is bright. Fans have also lavished praise on Bailly's performance, his overflowing talent leaving an indelible impression. Furthermore, he is a player of Chinese heritage. In the aftermath of the jubilant atmosphere at the Vitality Stadium, Eddie Howe, brimming with excitement during the post-match interview, exclaimed, "It has been an incredibly challenging night, yet one filled with joy. We achieved a hard-fought victory, a result of the players' unwavering efforts. Prior to the match, no one believed we could secure this win, yet here we are, advancing. Bournemouth fans will express gratitude to every player, with Bailly deserving the most thanks for transforming our 3 solitary shots into goals with his spectacular performance. Bailly is destined to become the finest player." On the other side, Rodgers faced the interview with a grim demeanor. "We did not perform to our potential." The number 29 from the opposing team, Bailly, played exceptionally well. His attacks were beyond our expectations. We managed to contain the other Bournemouth players effectively, but Bailly was the sole exception. Naturally, the words of both coaches made headlines. Rodgers faced a torrent of criticism from Liverpool fans, who clamored for his dismissal. Meanwhile, Bournemouth supporters expressed their desire for Eddie Howe to retain Bailly for at least another year, especially if they could secure promotion to the Premier League this season. Keeping Bailly would be akin to a top-tier signing. Hat-trick. The 18-year-old prodigy shines in the League Cup. Bournemouth stuns Liverpool, advancing to the League Cup semi-finals. Youngster Bailly's divine performance. Unstoppable Bailly with a breathtaking strike. Coverage of this match predominantly centered around Liverpool's shocking defeat and Bailly's hat-trick. Sky Sports even produced a special program overnight, released the following day. In it, the host remarked, "This 18-year-old is playing his first professional match, having been released from the Castilla Youth Academy just months ago. Yet now, in a mere 2 months, he has become the most talked-about player in the championship. Countless Premier League teams are eager to bring him to their ranks, as his talent shines brightly in England." Amidst the overwhelming praise, Bailly immediately sought refuge. For he was aware from his previous life that the media could elevate one to the pedestal of adoration, only to swiftly bring them crashing down to earth. The media thrives on chasing trends and traffic, and Bailly despised dealing with such entities. Bournemouth held a modest celebration internally, commemorating their historic advancement to the League Cup semi-finals. The following day, Eddie Howe did not schedule any training, but instead allowed all players to engage in muscle relaxation and rest adequately. Simultaneously, they needed to prepare for their next championship match. This is why few championship teams progress far in the League Cup or FA Cup. The congested schedule leaves them with little energy for multiple competitions. Bournemouth's achievement of eliminating Liverpool and reaching the semi-finals is already a miracle. Eddie Howe pondered how to confront Chelsea, an almost insurmountable force this season, dominating both the Premier League and Champions League, not to mention their prowess against a championship team like Bournemouth. It would be a daunting task. Fortunately, the match against Chelsea is not scheduled until late January, granting Bournemouth ample time to strategize for the encounter. Now their focus must be directed towards the league. While his teammates prepared for the home match against Cardiff City, Bailly received an unexpected call from Pelin, who shared surprising news. "Sir Ferguson wants to have dinner with me?" Bailly was indeed astonished. After all, he was a legendary figure of Manchester United. It was hard to believe that he would extend an invitation, especially just a day after Christmas. Pelin confirmed the information. "Yes, we both are invited. I've already accepted. But if you prefer not to go, you are free to decline." Bailly felt a sense of gratitude towards Sir Ferguson and did not wish to refuse such a kind gesture. Moreover, he was keen on leveraging his connection with Sir Ferguson to facilitate his players' transition to Manchester United. After a brief contemplation, Bailly decided that dining with such a footballing legend would be a delightful experience. Thus he agreed. Subsequently, Pelin informed Bailly about various transfer rumors, indicating that numerous teams were eager to acquire him. These clubs were not only prepared to pay a handsome transfer fee to the club, but also offered Bailly a substantial signing bonus. They engaged in a brief discussion, reaching a consensus that Bailly would not be departing during the winter transfer window. 2 days later, Bournemouth hosted Cardiff City, riding high on a streak of victories. The fans brimmed with confidence, singing team songs outside the stadium before the match, including a piece dedicated to Bailly. "Bournemouth, the sun that never sets. Bailly, you are the genius of Bournemouth, the sun that never sets." This simple song became a cherished anthem among Bournemouth supporters. Their affection was pure. As long as one contributed to the team, they became a radiant star in the eyes of the fans. Bailly was regarded as one of the most talented players in the history of Bournemouth. As Cardiff City's bus arrived at the Vitality Stadium, Bournemouth fans erupted with shouts, proclaiming, "This is Bournemouth." When the match commenced, the atmosphere at the Vitality Stadium was electric. Whenever a Cardiff City player touched the ball, the home fans responded with a deafening chorus of boos. In contrast, Bournemouth players retaliated with goals. Bailly. The stadium vibrated with excitement as Bailly received a backheeled pass from Wilson at the edge of the penalty area, unleashing a powerful shot that pierced through Martial's defenses. Within 8 minutes, Bournemouth led Cardiff City 1-0. Bailly was the one to break the deadlock, earning the adoration of the crowd. This was the son of Bournemouth, strong and formidable. The Cardiff City players found themselves somewhat helpless. Morrison, the defender, had positioned himself well. Yet Bailly's left-footed volley left no time for adjustment. The few Cardiff fans who had traveled to support their team were equally disheartened. Cardiff City, a Welsh team, was merely participating in the English football system, having been relegated from the Premier League just last season. Regrettably, their performance in the current championship season was far from satisfactory. The club's owner, Malaysian Chinese Chen Ziyuan, was more focused on cost-cutting than investment, opting to utilize players only as necessary and sell those who could fetch a high price. The prospect of returning to the Premier League appeared bleak. Recently, Chen publicly accused Wigan Athletics chairman Dave Whalen and head coach Malky Mackay of racism, alleging that they insulted the dignity of the Chinese people and demanding action from the English Football Association. 62-year-old Chen, originally from Fujian, China, is a prominent Malaysian entrepreneur and the uncle of Hong Kong actress Andy Lau's wife, Zhu Liqian. Mackay, who coached Cardiff City last season, faced an investigation by the FA for sending numerous offensive and racially discriminatory messages to former colleagues, which ultimately led to his dismissal by Chen. In describing Chen, he used the derogatory term chink to insult the Chinese. The FA is still investigating this matter, yet Whalen appointed Mackay as Wigan's head coach this week. defending him in an interview with remarks that also veered into racial discrimination, again using the offensive chink term. In an interview with BBC, Chin stated, "This is a racist owner hiring a racist coach. I hope the racism at Wigan ends with these two individuals, preventing it from snowballing into a situation where thousands become racists." However, this issue has not stirred significant controversy in England, where discrimination against the Chinese community is not uncommon. Bai Yi, upon his arrival at Bournemouth, faced similar racial discrimination, but he silenced all critics through his exceptional performance. Moreover, when encountering such discrimination away from home, Bournemouth fans would rally around Bai Yi, confronting the offenders. Ultimately, it boils down to a matter of strength. When others perceive you as vulnerable, they disregard your opinions. Returning to the pitch, 20 minutes into the game, Bournemouth struck again. Bai Yi, while advancing with the ball, delivered a lofted pass into the penalty area, where Pittman found the perfect spot amidst the crowd and headed the ball into the Cardiff City net. Despite rotating several key players due to fatigue from their previous match against Liverpool, Bournemouth's performance remained exceptional as long as Bai Yi was on the field. The scoreboard reflected this reality. Bournemouth possessed the most potent attacking force in the Championship, coupled with the best defensive capabilities. They averaged the highest number of goals scored per match, while conceding the fewest. In stark contrast, Blackpool had the worst statistics in both offense and defense. Coincidentally, Bournemouth's next match would be an away challenge against Blackpool, pitting the strongest offense and defense against the weakest. Yet, even Cardiff City, who were relatively competent, found themselves utterly powerless against Bournemouth's relentless assault. Bai Yi's intricate playmaking was beyond their defensive capabilities, leading to constant threats on goal. Were it not for Bournemouth's forwards squandering numerous chances, the scoreline would have been far more lopsided. Eddie Howe, observing from the sidelines, felt helpless as he watched his forwards miss opportunities. He yearned for another Bai Yi. With two of him, he would be confident of achieving promotion this season and vying for a European competition spot next season. However, there was only one Bai Yi, which was already a tremendous stroke of luck for Bournemouth. Nevertheless, as long as Bournemouth's forwards received ample opportunities, they would eventually find the back of the net. Bai Yi threaded a precise pass to the advancing winger Stanislas, who, facing an open goal, calmly slotted the ball in, extending their lead. The Vitality Stadium erupted in jubilation. If they secured this victory, it would mark the 12th consecutive win across all competitions, a feat unimaginable to Bournemouth fans. This transformation was brought about by Bai Yi. Once again, the fans sang the song dedicated to Bai Yi, Bournemouth, the sun that never sets. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe pumped his fist in celebration. The match was all but secured. Soon after, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Bournemouth had numerous chances, but had only converted 3, while Cardiff City struggled to create opportunities, being dominated throughout the half. As the halftime break concluded, both teams opted to retain their lineups. However, at the 60-minute mark of the second half, Eddie Howe initiated a personnel change, substituting Whiteleaf and Pittman for fresh players. Bournemouth now needed to find rest periods for their key players, as they faced a grueling schedule ahead, including the EFL Cup, the FA Cup, and the league matches, each presenting formidable challenges. When Whiteleaf exited the field, the fans rose as one, applauding his contributions to Bournemouth. Without Whiteleaf, the team would not have reached such heights. The dream of a 12-match winning streak and a victory over Premier League giants Liverpool had once seemed fantastical, yet it had materialized in reality. As he departed, Whiteleaf waved to the crowd in acknowledgement. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe embraced him fervently, commending him on a job well done and urging him to rest. In the ensuing moments, Cardiff City gained a fleeting opportunity to breathe, managing to penetrate Bournemouth's penalty area several times. Yet, after a series of victorious encounters, the mentality of both the starting and substitute players had transformed significantly. Their resilience in the face of such attacking pressure had markedly improved. This was the essence of morale. Seated on the bench, Whiteleaf observed the unfolding events on the pitch while also assessing his own attributes in his mind. Cardiff City had failed to enhance his stats in any way. His current attributes were as follows: stamina, 85, speed, 63, shooting, 75, passing, 100, dribbling, 61, defense, 57, strength, 77. He recognized that his development had stagnated, necessitating a stronger team. Meanwhile, his winning streak treasure chest had expanded from 3 consecutive victories to 5. Currently, he had only achieved 1-5 progress by defeating Liverpool. He anticipated that today's match would proceed without surprises. Whiteleaf reviewed Bournemouth's schedule. In December, there were 3 more matches to conquer. Winning all would unlock the 5-match winning treasure chest. His curiosity piqued at the thought of what it might contain. The 5-match treasure was relatively easy to attain, given that the upcoming opponents, Blackpool, Fulham, and Millwall, were not particularly strong. On the field, a gasp arose from the fans as Cardiff City, during stoppage time, seized a golden opportunity, nearly scoring an open goal. Alas, Cardiff forward Lafondra sent the ball soaring over the net. Upon reviewing the replay, it was evident that missing this shot was more challenging than scoring. Lafondra knelt in disbelief, cradling his head in his hands, unable to comprehend that he had failed to convert. This proved to be Cardiff City's final chance. Shortly after the restart, the referee blew the final whistle, confirming Bournemouth's 12th consecutive victory, and the team continued to revel in their success. In the aftermath, the Bournemouth players took a lap around the pitch, expressing gratitude to the fans for their unwavering support. Not a single fan left early. Everyone remained seated, applauding as the players made their rounds. "Keep going. Take us to the Premier League," they cheered. "We love you, Whiteleaf. You are Bournemouth's hope." The words of the fans resonated with the players, fueling their determination for the challenges ahead. Following their victory over Cardiff City, the local media lavished praise upon Bournemouth. Yet, the players were unfazed by the accolades, as they had just faced Cardiff City on the 17th and were scheduled to challenge Blackpool away on the 20th. On the 19th, in Munich, Friedrich rushed from Bayern Munich's training base to the airport, bound for England. His role as a scout required him to assess players worldwide. This time, he was set to observe Blackpool's matchup against the current championship frontrunners, Bournemouth. Friedrich was on a mission, having received detailed instructions from the team's head coach, Guardiola. He was eager to witness the prowess of the young Spanish-Chinese player Whiteleaf, who had captured the attention of such a legendary coach. 42, a lightning-fast goal, ready to disrupt the rhythm of the entire match. With these thoughts, Friedrich traveled to the coastal city of Blackpool in northwest England, where he planned to rest for the night before attending the match the following evening. Upon arriving in Blackpool, he purchased local sports newspapers to gauge their perspective on the upcoming game. However, upon glancing at the headlines, he was taken aback. Is Bournemouth truly this formidable? Or is it Whiteleaf who is exceptional? The headlines read, "Facing the strongest adversary. Can Blackpool keep their goals against below 5? How will Blackpool respond to this strong opponent? How to defend against Whiteleaf." The prodigy Whiteleaf, a top talent just starting his professional career. Such titles dominated the press. Typically focused on Germany's youth prospects, Friedrich had not closely followed developments in England. Thus, he promptly sought out video highlights of Whiteleaf. After viewing them, he was astounded. He had not anticipated such a prodigious talent emerging in England within just a few months. The more he watched, the more he was impressed, especially upon learning that Whiteleaf was indeed of Spanish nationality. He began to worry about the future of the German national team in the upcoming European Championship and World Cup. Spanish football, renowned for its possession play, was built upon the foundation of the mighty Barcelona dynasty. Although Spanish football had waned, the emergence of a talent like Whiteleaf was remarkable. In Friedrich's eyes, Whiteleaf rivaled the likes of Xavi and Iniesta, especially at just 18 years of age. It was no wonder that Guardiola had taken such an interest in him. Such talent was coveted by every club. Bournemouth would undoubtedly struggle to retain a talent of Whiteleaf's caliber. Small teams were merely transitional phases for such prodigies. The ultimate destination for geniuses was always a grand club. The only uncertainty remained: which elite team would Whiteleaf choose to join? Having finished watching Whiteleaf's highlight reel, Friedrich eagerly anticipated the match the following day, yearning to witness the young player's performance live. His wait was not long. At 5:30 p.m. the next day, Bournemouth's team bus arrived at Blackpool's home ground, Bloomfield Road. This stadium, with a capacity of 17,000, was filled with countless fans, despite Blackpool's recent dismal season. Those who had watched Blackpool play for a lifetime remained steadfast in their loyalty. Established in 1877, Blackpool had a storied history. They were promoted to the English Championship via the playoffs in the 2006-07 season and had remained in the championship ever since. Known as the Seasiders, they had achieved their greatest success in 1953 during the famous Matthews final, overcoming a 1-3 deficit to defeat Bolton 4-3 and clinch the FA Cup. Since then, they had not replicated such success. Whiteleaf stood at the center circle, awaiting the kickoff. He had just won the coin toss, granting Bournemouth the opening kick. With a whistle, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. The Blackpool fans erupted in cheers, fully aware of the daunting challenge ahead. Yet every fan clung to a glimmer of hope. Everyone hopes for their home team to triumph. Bang! Wilson deftly passed the ball back to Bailly's feet. Bournemouth fielded their strongest lineup for this match, especially since it was the final game before the Christmas break, allowing everyone to rest for a few days afterward. Bailly observed Blackpool's formation, which was set up in a 4-2-3-1, presenting an opportunity for Bournemouth. Upon receiving Wilson's pass, Bailly wasted no time, delivering a perfectly weighted lob. The ball soared over all the Blackpool defenders, landing right in front of Wilson, providing him ample room to unleash his speed. Wilson did not disappoint Bailly's trust. In a thrilling race against the opposing defender, he managed a slight lead, controlled the ball, and surged forward. As he prepared to shoot, he found himself surrounded by two central defenders. Without hesitation, Wilson recognized that any delay could result in the ball being intercepted. Thus, he executed a sudden stop, turned, and spotted Bailly, delivering a swift back pass. Bailly advanced, and with Blackpool's midfielder McMahon hot on his heels, he struck the ball. Bang! From a distance of 4 to 5 meters outside the penalty area, he unleashed a shot. The football arced beautifully through the air, heading straight for the far corner. Goalkeeper Joe Lewis had not anticipated Bailly's immediate shot. Moreover, Wilson's presence near the penalty area drew defenders' attention, obstructing Lewis's line of sight. By the time he noticed the ball, it was too late for him to dive and save. Whoosh! The ball rippled the net, producing a delightful sound. It was a goal. In just 18 seconds, Bailly scored with a long-range shot for Bournemouth away from home. A lightning-fast strike. After scoring, Bailly sprinted toward the sidelines, sliding on his knees in celebration. Unfortunately, the Bournemouth fans were situated in the opposite half, so he celebrated right in front of the Blackpool supporters. The Blackpool fans, still reeling from the shock of conceding within 18 seconds, fell into stunned silence. It was astonishingly rapid. Eddie Howe, who had just prepared to sit down for a sip of water, found himself abandoning his bottle to embrace his assistant coaches in celebration as Bailly struck. Even the English broadcasters were still introducing the teams when Bailly scored. The commentator gasped, "Amazing! Bailly, 18 seconds. He scored in merely 18 seconds. This was the fastest goal of his nascent professional career, which had only commenced 3 months prior. Furthermore, it marked the fastest goal in Bournemouth's history in the championship. Truly remarkable. While I was still introducing the lineups, Bailly had already declared the match underway with his goal. This is Bailly, not only the assist king of the championship, but also among the top 15 scorers. I firmly believe that if he continues on this trajectory, it is merely a matter of time before he breaks into the top 5 scorers. A player who excels in both attack and defense. Such a talent is indeed a challenge for other championship teams to contain. Bournemouth's pursuit of the league title appears increasingly unstoppable. There is undeniably a sense of invincibility. At this moment, the players of Blackpool began to comprehend why Bournemouth was so formidable. A mere 2 passes had completely dismantled their defense. Blackpool's coach, Gordon, found himself in a complex emotional state, facing the risk of dismissal due to the team's consecutive losses and chaotic performance. However, the squad was indeed depleted. The players who had helped elevate the team had either been sold or left, leaving Blackpool as a mere shadow of its former self. With no investments or reinforcements, Gordon felt utterly helpless. Now, facing the robust Bournemouth side, he could only hope to minimize the damage and avoid an embarrassing scoreline. Thus, upon the resumption of play, Gordon instructed his players to focus on defense first and see if any attacking opportunities arose. However, he somewhat overlooked that Blackpool was the weakest defensive team in the championship this season. In the 7th minute, Bournemouth executed a seamless combination on the flanks, easily breaching Blackpool's defense. Bailly pulled wide and delivered a perfect cross, the curvature of which was exquisite, heading straight toward the defensive line. The Blackpool defenders found themselves in a dilemma. They could neither refrain from extending their legs, nor could they successfully intervene. Ultimately, instinct took over, and Blackpool's defender Northworth, who joined from Watford, attempted to clear the ball, but inadvertently deflected it into his own net. The goal was scored, an own goal by Blackpool. In less than 10 minutes, Bournemouth took a 2-goal lead, instilling a sense of foreboding among the fans at Bloomfield Road. Were they destined for yet another heavy defeat? Soon enough, the scoreboard would validate the fans' fears. In the 13th minute, Bailly was closely marked by Jamie O'Hara and Perkins. Yet he deftly executed a backheel pass to Wilson on the flank. He then made a swift run forward, and as Wilson returned the pass, Bailly delivered a piercing through ball, slicing through Blackpool's frail defense, setting Pittman up for a clear opportunity on goal. A thunderous strike pierced through Joe Lewis's grasp. Whoosh. 3-0. It had all collapsed. In the span of just over 10 minutes, Blackpool was utterly dismantled by Bournemouth. The spectators fell silent, gazing at the players with complex expressions. These athletes were meant to be the team's hope, yet the fans saw none of that promise in their performance. In stark contrast, the Bournemouth fans in the away section were ecstatic. Another victory, and a resounding one at that. Their remarkable 13-match winning streak was secure. They could hardly fathom how this situation could result in a loss. Bailly. Away from home, the fans continued to chant his name. All 3 goals had been crafted through Bailly's orchestrations. He was undeniably the linchpin of Bournemouth. This fact did not escape Friedrich in the stands, who recognized Bailly's exceptional prowess. While ordinary fans could only appreciate Bailly's assists and goals, to a professional scout like Friedrich, every pass and maneuver was a testament to his innate talent. Particularly his passing. His accuracy was a perfect 100%. His ability to deliver a ball left Friedrich astounded. Such fluidity in playmaking while evading defenders was truly exasperating for the opposing players. Any excessive movement could lead to fouls, yet without any defensive actions, they couldn't touch the ball. Friedrich shook his head. It was evident that Blackpool was on the brink of collapse this match. He gazed at Bailly, happily celebrating with his teammates, eagerly anticipating what further brilliance Bailly would exhibit in the upcoming matches. A score of 3-0 was by no means the end. 43. Bailly's style of play. The English football virtuoso. In truth, this was not the conclusion, but merely the beginning. With Bournemouth holding a 3-goal advantage, Blackpool's players were teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown. The fans in the stands clutched their heads in silence, utterly at a loss. They had endured numerous losses this season, yet never had they experienced conceding 3 goals in such a short span. Despite their lack of skill, they are not entirely inept. However, the current performance of Bailly has rendered the Blackpool players to seem less like professionals and more akin to amateurs in disguise. The disparity is simply staggering. Blackpool's 4-2-3-1 formation has been completely dismantled into a defensive 5-5-0 setup. Crucially, in this formation, Blackpool is incapable of maintaining possession, thus allowing Bournemouth ample opportunities to launch their assaults. Wilson has already attempted several threatening shots on goal, though regrettably falling short of finding the net. Bailly is consistently surrounded by 2 defenders who aim to deny him any chance to strike. Yet, this strategy proves almost futile against Bailly, merely wasting a defender's efforts. As long as Bailly can make even the slightest contact with the ball, he can orchestrate a change in play, often delivering passes that are highly menacing. In the 23rd minute, Bailly unequivocally demonstrated to the Blackpool players that they could not contain him. While stretching the play, he noticed Pittman's movement and, upon receiving the ball, executed a precise through ball that pierced the defense, granting Pittman a one-on-one opportunity with the goalkeeper. Bang! Pittman squandered no time, taking a direct shot without much adjustment. The football once again slipped through the goalkeeper's fingers. It was a massacre. As goalkeeper Joe Lewis witnessed the ball hit the net, he seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, before begrudgingly retrieving the ball from the net after a few despondent pats on the grass. The remaining players despondently trudged towards the center circle, devoid of communication. The team's morale had disintegrated. The home supporters largely maintained solemn expressions, while a small faction of disgruntled fans cursed as they vacated the stands, opting for an early exit. They found the current scene unbearable, as there was no hope of a counterattack, leaving them to endure relentless slaughter at the hands of Bournemouth. The joys and sorrows of individuals diverge greatly. The hell for one group can be a paradise for another. The away section, filled with Bournemouth supporters, erupted in jubilant celebration for their goal. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. As Bournemouth fans, this was the first time they had witnessed such a gratifying match in the club's history, and with Bailly on the pitch, goals seemed inevitable. Eddie Howe celebrated vigorously. This was the finest Christmas gift his team could offer their supporters. A resounding victory. However, once calmness returned, Eddie Howe recognized the importance of leaving a semblance of dignity for future encounters. They could not continue to play ruthlessly. He resolved to substitute players after halftime, ensuring the scoreline would not become excessively lopsided. Yet, merely 3 minutes later, the unfolding events took him by surprise. not because Bournemouth conceded a goal, but rather because they scored again. Before halftime, Blackpool was on the brink of collapse. Their defense had utterly crumbled. Bailly's passes effortlessly sliced through their lines. This latest goal stemmed from a diagonal long pass. After attracting numerous defenders on the left flank, he executed a precise diagonal ball to the weak side, allowing Wilson to advance, who then returned a clever pass to Bailly, who unleashed a curling shot from the edge of the box. A 5-goal lead. Bournemouth was now virtually unstoppable. The number of departing Blackpool fans grew, unable to endure such a slaughter, and this was still before the half-hour mark. Bournemouth supporters, meanwhile, were filled with disbelief. Invincible. Bailly was simply unstoppable. How exhilarating. Ha! It reminded them of times when they had suffered such defeats. After all these years, they could finally inflict such a disparity upon another team, and in the championship no less. In under 30 minutes, they had established a 5-goal lead. With Bailly, their attacking prowess was undeniably formidable, yet regrettably, such talent was destined to slip away. He was too exceptional, too full of potential. The elite clubs were his true destination. An ancient proverb states, "It is not about eternity, but cherishing what we once had." Bailly has brought them victory and joy, and that is sufficient. What they need is to cherish the present, not fret over the future. Amidst the silent Blackpool supporters, Friedrich busily scribbled in his notebook, documenting Bailly's playing style. Core of offensive organization, versatile attacking player, capable of excelling in multiple positions. Enjoys operating as an attacking midfielder to freely create space on the field. An astute player adept at finding gaps between lines. Possesses exceptional passing ability, remarkable offensive organization skills. Frequently roams between the opponent's midfield and defense. A creative player with excellent vision, capable of delivering incisive passes to energize the team's attack in the final third. Able to create opportunities for teammates as well as score himself, due to his vision and problem-solving abilities. Adept at maneuvering through various challenging scenarios. Can attack from the flanks or directly through the middle. Serves as a playmaker while also making penetrating runs. Consistently seeks vertical passing options to advance the team. Possesses commendable long-range shooting ability. Creative off-the-ball movement. Seeks optimal receiving positions. Seizes opportunities to link midfield and attack. Capable of delivering accurate passes and crosses. Friedrich filled pages with notes, finding Bailly's advantages too numerous to contain. Moreover, he recognized that these attributes could not entirely encapsulate Bailly's capabilities. Any purported shortcomings of Bailly were rendered insignificant in the face of such strengths. This is precisely the type of player Bayern Munich requires. Certainly, this would not be Friedrich's only observation of Bailly. Given the mediocrity of this opponent, he intended to watch several more matches. He checked Bailly's schedule, noting the next match would take place on December 26th, the day after Christmas. However, Friedrich was soon captivated by the raucous atmosphere. At that moment, Bournemouth fans continued to cheer enthusiastically, yet clashes began to erupt between some supporters and nearby Blackpool fans. The reason was simple. The Blackpool fans were in a foul mood while Bournemouth supporters reveled in their elation, leading to verbal confrontations. Fortunately, the away and home sections were sufficiently separated. Otherwise, it could have escalated into a physical altercation. Nevertheless, the exchanges grew increasingly heated, prompting security personnel to intervene. British football hooligans are notorious worldwide for their exploits, a reputation steeped in the historical development of football in England. The sport is intrinsically tied to local identities and class distinctions, which are inseparable. Renowned football clubs often hail from less affluent cities, such as Manchester United, City, London, Arsenal, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, West Ham, Spurs, Liverpool, Everton, Leeds United, and Birmingham, representing the Midlands, Wolves. Collectively, these teams are products of the industrial cities, where the working class congregates. Football shines as the singular beacon of hope in their otherwise austere lives. The most prestigious English football clubs have never emerged from affluent regions. Has Warwickshire ever produced such a team? Is there Buckinghamshire? How about Oxfordshire and Cambridgeshire? No, these regions merely produce the quintessential English gentleman, never the laborers who play football. Gradually evolving to the present, although most individuals have become somewhat civilized, the primal emotions still surge within them once they step onto the pitch. Presently, the fans of Blackpool and Bournemouth are on the brink of conflict. However, this does not yet affect the dynamics of the match. The players of Blackpool. Witnessing the fans ready to brawl for this match, feel a flicker of fervor within. As the fans battle in the stands, they too must strive on the field. Just as they intend to press forward and counter Bournemouth's attack, a swift pass from Whiteley nearly allows Wilson to score again. Had he not slightly misfired, they would have been 6 goals down. The stark contrast between reality and imagination suddenly brings them to a sobering realization. Victory is indeed elusive. Fortunately, Bournemouth has also restrained their offensive onslaught. Eddie Howe and the players have reached a consensus. Securing the win suffices, and there is no need for undue aggression. The primary concern is the potential for retaliation among players, as injuries would be detrimental for Bournemouth. Do not assume such occurrences are absent in football. The most notorious incident transpired during the 97-98 season, when Manchester United's captain Roy Keane suffered a severe cruciate ligament injury following a challenge with Leeds United's midfielder Holland. As Keane writhed in agony, Holland complained to the referee about a supposed dive. Thus Keane silently vowed vengeance. Ultimately, in the 00-01 season, Keane seized his opportunity for retribution. By then, Holland had transferred to Manchester City, United's fierce rival. In that Manchester derby, Keane wasted no words and delivered a fierce kick to Holland's right knee. Consequently, Keane received an 8-match ban, yet he relished the satisfaction of revenge, documenting the experience in his autobiography. Alas, Holland's career was irrevocably altered. Fortunately, his son, Erling Haaland, has since risen to prominence on the football stage. Thus, the latter half of the first period saw Bournemouth predominantly focusing on ball possession, eschewing further aggressive maneuvers, as they were already 5 goals ahead, rendering additional attacks unnecessary. The halftime whistle soon blew. Eddie Howe implemented significant rotations, allowing the starting players a well-deserved respite. In the second half, both teams seemed to merely go through the motions. As the match drew to a close, Eddie Howe and the Bournemouth players learned of the street brawl between the fans of Blackpool and Bournemouth, resulting in some being apprehended by law enforcement. Ultimately, the score settled at 1-6. Each side managed to net a goal in the second half, granting Blackpool a semblance of respect. In the post-match interview, Eddie Howe described the encounter as a remarkably easy match, crediting the early opportunity for victory to Whiteley's orchestration, which rendered their attacks highly effective. Howe then addressed the issue of fan conflicts, asserting that this should not characterize football. Fans ought to embody harmony and camaraderie, as adversaries on the pitch but friends off it. Nonetheless, such sentiments likely fell on deaf ears. In England, brawling over trivial disagreements is commonplace, particularly as many fans indulge in libations prior to the match. Fortunately, these events did not hinder the team's triumph or compromise the players' well-being. The following day, while media outlets reported on the match results, they also covered the altercation between Bournemouth and Blackpool fans. Local Bournemouth supporters, upon reading the news, felt a sense of indignation, fervently declaring that should they have been at home, they would demonstrate the true prowess of Bournemouth fans to those Blackpool ruffians. The players, however, remained largely unconcerned about the fans' antics, as they had finally secured a 2-day respite before Christmas to enjoy some well-deserved rest. Whiteley reached out to P. Lissier, as he had a match scheduled for the 26th, making a post-Christmas meeting with Ferguson impractical. Thus, they arranged to convene before Christmas. P. Lissier swiftly organized all necessary arrangements. On the 22nd, Bailly traveled to Manchester, for Sir Ferguson and his wife, Cathy, resided in a 2.3 million home in Wilmslow, Cheshire, to the west of Manchester. Sir Ferguson extended an invitation to Bailly for a family gathering. Upon receiving this news, Bailly recognized the significance of Sir Ferguson's regard for him and speculated on the underlying intentions behind such a gesture. Could it be that he desired Bailly to transfer to Manchester United? However, Bailly quickly dismissed this notion, reasoning that a player of his caliber would not typically receive such preferential treatment. Unable to fathom the situation, he resolved to set aside his thoughts, believing that upon meeting, everything would become clear. Wilmslow, located approximately 18 kilometers from Manchester, is a favored residential area for the affluent and one of the most sought-after locales in the UK outside of central London. It boasts one of the highest proportions of wealthy individuals in northern England. Bailly and P. Lawn first convened in Manchester before Bailly boarded P. Land's vehicle to Sir Ferguson's residence. Since Bailly had not yet attained adulthood in Spain and thus lacked a driving license, he had no choice but to ride along. Fortunately, Bournemouth's training facility was conveniently close to his accommodation, allowing him to walk rather than drive. This residence had been arranged specifically for Bailly by Bournemouth Club, initially, He rented a place himself, but upon renewing his contract, the club kindly resolved the matter for him. During the journey, Bailly inquired of Pilon the reason for Sir Ferguson's desire to meet him. "I do not know. He did not disclose it to me. My purpose in meeting him is to discuss the possibility of introducing some individuals, as having talent is essential for accomplishing tasks," Pilon replied, driving himself without a chauffeur. Bailly refrained from asking further questions, instead recalling memories of Sir Ferguson. The formidable reputation of Manchester United today stems from the Ferguson era, making it difficult to envision what the club was like before his tenure, which lasted an astounding 27 years. Under his leadership, Manchester United participated in 500 matches, achieving 895 victories and securing 38 titles, including 13 Premier League championships, 2 Champions League titles, and 5 FA Cups, culminating in the historic treble during the 1998-1999 season. Sir Ferguson's unparalleled duration and accomplishments have rendered him an irreplaceable figure in Manchester United's history, a veritable patriarch and architect of the Red Empire. When Bailly first encountered such a distinguished individual, he was met with a warm and amiable smile, akin to that of an ordinary neighbor. Upon their arrival, Sir Ferguson and his wife Cathy welcomed Bailly and Pilon into their home. Despite the house's considerable value, it exuded a simple and unpretentious atmosphere, reflecting Sir Ferguson's own character. To Bailly's surprise, the entire meal passed without Sir Ferguson broaching any topics concerning Bailly's performance on the pitch. Rather, he simply patted his shoulder and remarked, "A fine young man, keep it up." Instead, he engaged Pilon in conversation about old acquaintances. Even in retirement, Sir Ferguson remained fervently passionate about football, even extending an invitation to Pilon to attend Manchester United's match that weekend. Alas, Bailly had a match of his own and could not spare the time. The atmosphere throughout the lunch was harmonious, and once the meal concluded, Sir Ferguson and Cathy bid farewell to the two men. As Pilon prepared to start the car, Sir Ferguson called out to Bailly with a beaming smile. Bailly paused, sensing that this was the moment for which Sir Ferguson had been waiting. Manchester United finds itself in a state of confusion. It requires a hero. Could that hero be you? He posed the question. Without allowing Bailly the chance to respond, he continued, "This is merely a possibility. Now, do not keep Pilon waiting too long." Bailly nodded, waved goodbye, and entered Pilon's car, departing from Sir Ferguson's home. Sir Ferguson's words did not leave Bailly in shock. After all, as a coach, he possessed an astute eye for talent and might very well perceive Bailly's potential. On the return journey, Pilon did not inquire about what Sir Ferguson had said, perhaps sensing it was unnecessary or having guessed the situation. After parting ways with Pilon at the airport, Bailly chose not to return to Bournemouth, but instead flew directly to Spain to celebrate Christmas with his family. In Madrid, Bailly enjoyed a delightful day, though he regrettably did not see his sister, Bailly, as their holiday schedules were completely misaligned. Bailly had effectively returned home early for Christmas, as training was scheduled during the holiday, with matches commencing on the 26th. Bailly, conversely, had games to play, with her team planning to take time off around Christmas. Upon reuniting with Bailly, Bai Jianguo expressed joy and engaged him in conversation, inquiring about his experiences in England, especially given the stark contrast in weather compared to Madrid and the differences in cuisine. Bai Jianguo himself would not have willingly endured such a transition. Bailly, however, had adjusted well, as his thoughts were predominantly consumed by the upcoming matches, leaving little room for contemplation on such matters. The team had personnel dedicated to managing dietary arrangements, ensuring that the preferences of foreign players were adequately catered to. Upon returning to Bournemouth, Bailly swiftly resumed training, with all the players back to continue their regimen. The team would not take further breaks for Christmas, aside from a slight adjustment to the training schedule to allow everyone to return home for an earlier dinner. For Bailly, this had little impact, as he had already visited home. Time passed swiftly, and as the carols of Christmas Eve echoed throughout England and the snow gracefully descended, blanketing the streets of Bournemouth, the old year came to a close, heralding the dawn of a new one for the English populace. On the 26th, the first day after Christmas, Bournemouth hosted Fulham. Fulham, having spent 13 consecutive years in the Premier League prior to this season, had just been relegated to the Championship. The turning point occurred last year when Shahid Khan, an American of Pakistani descent, purchased Fulham from Mohammed Al Fayed, who had presided over the club for 16 years since July 2013. In the 2013-14 season, Fulham struggled in the Premier League, ultimately failing to avoid relegation despite hiring Magath as their new coach. thus ending their 13-year stint in the top flight. Following the departure of several key players, the team's competitive spirit waned. The entire Bournemouth squad was imbued with a singular belief: to continue their winning streak. As the evening unfolded, the festive spirit of Christmas lingered, and the fans at the Vitality Stadium gathered to cheer for their team. As the players emerged from the tunnel, the atmosphere reached a crescendo at the sight of the white shirts. White Leaf, in the first match of the new year, defeat them. Go, go! The voices of countless fans coalesced, dispelling the coldness of the winter night. The captains of both teams proceeded to the coin toss, resulting in Bournemouth gaining the kickoff. Soon, the players took their positions in the center circle. The referee glanced at his watch, and as the time elapsed, he blew his whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. The game began amid a stalemate, as Bournemouth struggled to penetrate Fulham's dense defense. Pittman passed the ball back to White Leaf, who hesitated to advance, finding little space as Fulham swiftly reorganized their formation. Their strategy was clear: to park the bus at the Vitality Stadium. While such tactics might seem distasteful to English teams, Fulham had no alternatives. After 24 rounds of the championship, they had only secured 8 victories, with few draws, placing them near the bottom of the league. It was hard to fathom that this was a team that had played in the Premier League just the previous season. Bournemouth, confronted with Fulham's tight defense, found it challenging to devise a strategy to break through. Overcoming such defensive formations is a universal conundrum, with teams worldwide resorting to a handful of tactics: crossing from the flanks, set pieces, and long-range shots. However, Bournemouth was presented with scant opportunities. Their 4-4-2 formation featured 2 forwards, Wilson and Pittman, neither exceeding 5'9", making aerial duels nearly impossible. Although set pieces and long shots were White Leaf's forte, Fulham offered no chances, avoiding fouls and compressing space through relentless movement, even having their forwards retreat to defend. Bournemouth could only mount a series of attacks, yet chances were few and far between. Amidst this contest, White Leaf recognized his shortcomings. He lacked the unyielding physicality necessary to change the game's dynamic. He contemplated enhancing his dribbling abilities, allowing him to break through defenses independently, making both passing and shooting far more manageable. For now, he could only bide his time for opportunities. This was compounded by the overall fatigue of the Bournemouth squad, given that it was merely the day after Christmas, leaving the players mentally and physically drained. Nevertheless, the fans remained undeterred, vocally rallying support, infusing the Vitality Stadium with an electrifying atmosphere. They sang White Leaf's praise repeatedly. "White Leaf, you are Bournemouth's genius, the eternal sun that shall never set." While White Leaf did attempt shots on goal, his success rate was dismal. Most were forced attempts, either blocked or caught by the opposing goalkeeper. He realized he needed to enhance his speed or dribbling attributes to evade defenders and create better shooting opportunities. This thought lingered in his mind as time passed. As the half-hour mark approached, the score remained 0-0, stirring frustration among the fans and some Bournemouth players. The audience had grown accustomed to a different standard. In the past, a lack of goals for 30 minutes would have been inconsequential, as long as they did not lose. However, times had changed. The arrival of White Leaf had accustomed everyone to Bournemouth's effortless scoring. As the first half drew to a close, the teams exchanged handshakes. During the halftime break, many Bournemouth fans expressed their opinions. The congested schedule was evident, with players visibly fatigued. Several of White Leaf's passes went unreceived, or players who did catch them had no space to advance. As long as they did not lose, they could accept this match, considering they were only 7 points from the top, a mere 2 or 3 games away. They could not afford to fall behind. The players were weary. But what was more concerning was the impending away match against Millwall in just 2 days, leaving the team with only 1 day to rest. The scheduling seemed designed to wear them down. Fatigue was manageable, as other teams faced similar challenges. However, the real concern was injuries. They fervently hoped no key players would be hurt, especially White Leaf. Meanwhile, Friedrich in the stands was lost in thought, witnessing another facet of White Leaf. Facing a dense defense was an undeniable global challenge, yet in White Leaf, he saw hope. Although the score remained unchanged, White Leaf's performance, in Friedrich's eyes, was extraordinary. Far beyond the level of this match, he belonged in the top league. If White Leaf were paired with elite attacking players, Fulham's defense would have crumbled long ago. White Leaf's passing left Friedrich in awe. He had rarely seen such innate talent. If one were to point out a flaw in White Leaf's performance, it was merely that he had not contributed to the scoreline, though this was not entirely his fault. However, Fans would undoubtedly hold high expectations for him. Despite his shortcomings in physical prowess, White Leaf had the potential to become a premier playmaker. Yet the prospect of him evolving into an indisputable nucleus in the top league seemed distant. Friedrich felt it was time to return to Germany with his report. The winter transfer window was approaching, and Bayern could take action. In the Bournemouth locker room, Eddie Howe reiterated his tactical instructions to the players and, after a brief discussion with White Leaf, advised the fullbacks and even the center-backs, their defense is compact. You must make timely forward runs to seek out header opportunities. White Leaf will deliver the passes. He then addressed the entire squad, emphasizing the importance of seeking free kicks and corner opportunities. We must score. We cannot afford to miss these chances. I know you're tired, but we've come this far. Just one goal. Let us go. White Leaf and his teammates echoed the rallying cry. They craved victory. They aspired to win. This was not merely about extending the team's winning streak, but also about embellishing their professional careers with new honors. The careers of many players at Bournemouth seem to have a predictable trajectory. However, they are fortunate to have crossed paths with White Leaf, a young talent who embodies limitless possibilities. They must seize this opportunity, as playing alongside a prodigy like White Leaf is a fleeting chance before he ascends to the pinnacle of football. The rumors surrounding White Leaf's potential transfer are intensifying, and it is evident that he will soon join a prestigious club. Once that occurs, he will no longer be within their reach. Thus, now is the time to give their all. With the referee's whistle, the second half commences. Just one pass is all it takes to breach the defense. After kickoff, Fulham opts for a conservative strategy, passing the ball within their half, aiming to replicate their first half approach and secure a point at Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth is currently riding high, enjoying consecutive victories in the league and the EFL Cup, even triumphing over Liverpool. Fulham's coach, Simmons, who took charge only in September, has been at the helm for merely 3 months, and his team's performance has been dismal. This leaves Simmons with no ambition against Bournemouth. Merely achieving a draw is Fulham's utmost goal. Consequently, the players exhibit an extremely cautious style, avoiding risky forward passes and opting for safer options, immediately reverting to backward passes when pressured. Such a style directly counters Eddie Howe's tactics, which have propelled Bournemouth's success through a defensive counter-attacking strategy. If the opposition plays so passively, Bournemouth finds itself somewhat out of its element. White Leaf's pressing ability is not particularly strong. He must collaborate with his teammates to gradually compress Fulham's attacking line, forcing them to relinquish possession. Otherwise, it would be challenging for Bournemouth to regain control of the ball. White Leaf remains patient, aware that finding scoring opportunities in football requires time. Sometimes, a single strike can resolve the situation. His greater concern is whether this match might set a precedent for other teams, as a reluctance to engage in open play against Bournemouth could hinder their ability to secure ample space and easy victories. Thus, White Leaf feels the need to enhance his capacity for decisive play. While his shooting attributes are currently sufficient, he recognizes the necessity to bolster his dribbling skills. Winning this match is imperative, as success is essential to earn the coveted treasure chest rewards. Despite the match's monotony, the fans at Vitality Stadium are far from bored. When Bournemouth successfully intercepts the ball and advances, a wave of cheers erupts from the crowd, who yearn to witness a goal. As the ball reaches White Leaf's feet, he finds himself surrounded by Fulham defenders Ruiz and Seko Fofana, intent on denying him a comfortable pass. White Leaf's dribbling prowess has improved, allowing him to advance forward with ease. As he moves, his teammates surge ahead, creating space for a potential pass, leaving only center-back Elphick to defend. This risky strategy reflects immense trust in White Leaf's ball control and passing abilities. If he were to lose possession now, there would be little opportunity for Elphick to recover. White Leaf does not squander his teammates' faith. In the midst of the two defenders, he deftly shifts to the side, momentarily evading their grip and creating a minuscule opening. At that precise moment, a Fulham defender arrives to cover the flank, and the opportunity is fleeting. White Leaf capitalizes on this chance, launching a pass with remarkable precision, demonstrating the prowess of his top-tier passing abilities. The ball soars through the air, heading directly toward the penalty area. Although intended for the center, it arcs beautifully, bypassing the crowd and finding its way to the far post. In that instant, all eyes follow the trajectory of the ball. Francis, the right back, charges forward, unmarked as the defenders are preoccupied with the central area. With a powerful leap, Francis meets White Leaf's exquisite cross, not opting to control the ball, but instead executing a header as it descends. The ball diverts sharply, almost finding its way into the open net. Goal. After enduring 60 minutes of struggle, Bournemouth has breached Fulham's defenses. The entire Bournemouth fan section erupts in jubilation, celebrating the season's first goal, courtesy of Whiteleaf's assist. What a magnificent gift to ring in the new year. Whiteleaf's extraordinary pass, so distant, showcases his vision in locating Francis's open position. His passing skills are unparalleled, and it is rare to find someone of his caliber in contemporary football. This team has genuine potential, with players exhibiting tremendous effort even in the cold. Since Whiteleaf's arrival, everything has changed. If only he could remain at Bournemouth, he would undoubtedly become a legend. Alas, his prodigious talent beckons him to grander stages. As the fans cheer, the players join in the celebration. Francis rushes to embrace Whiteleaf, acknowledging that this goal is primarily his achievement, executed with remarkable finesse. Many were unaware of how Whiteleaf managed to deliver such an exquisite pass while being closely marked and with a defender encroaching. This is true skill. Bournemouth's players surge toward the sidelines, celebrating enthusiastically with the nearest fans. This goal was hard-earned. Eddie Howe, too, is elated, jumping with excitement and repeatedly exclaiming good, good, good. Against such a dense defense, players must press into the penalty area. If even one player has an opportunity, Whiteleaf will deliver the ball precisely where it needs to be. With a playmaker of Whiteleaf's caliber, the team is overflowing with joy. To dismantle the opponent's defense, it merely takes a single pass. With this goal, Fulham's previously impenetrable defense has lost its purpose. Continuing to defend will only lead to defeat. However, if they attempt to launch an attack, the scoreline will change dramatically. Eddie Howe knows all too well that if given space, even Liverpool struggles to withstand Whiteleaf's onslaught. Can Fulham manage any better? Meanwhile, Fulham's coach Simmons faces a difficult decision: to attack or to continue defending. An offensive push carries the risk of Bournemouth extending their lead, while a defensive stance would mean accepting defeat and merely dragging out the time. Simmons glances at Whiteleaf on the pitch, his brow furrowed, momentarily at a loss. The key to restricting Whiteleaf lies in the hands of a top-tier coach. However, before Simmons can decide, Whiteleaf has already made the choice for him. Shortly after Fulham's kickoff, in the midfield, Bailly faced a back pass from Fulham, and he suddenly surged from behind, intercepting the ball right from the feet of the opposing midfielder, Seko Fofana. Without hesitation, Bailly propelled the ball forward. At the same moment, Wilson sprinted down the flank, aware that Bailly urgently required a receiving point. Fofana was completely unprepared for Bailly's emergence from behind. Bailly had always been perceived as an invincible playmaker, lacking in other aspects. However, his sudden burst of speed, strength, and impeccable timing for the interception were astonishing. Yet, he had no time to ponder. Fofana hastily chased after Bailly, attempting to thwart his advance. Nevertheless, Wilson's forward dash drew some of Fulham's defensive attention, and before the opponents could close in for a challenge, Bailly took his shot. This was one of the few opportunities for a long-range strike in the match. He would not squander it. Thud. As Fofana desperately pursued, he heard the resounding crack of the ball being struck, instinctively looking ahead. The ball arced gracefully through the air. When goalkeeper Bettinelli glanced at the ball, his initial reaction was one of hesitation, for he could not discern the trajectory of its flight. This lapse cost him the chance for an immediate save. By the time he noticed the ball descending, it was too late. Bang! The ball thudded forcefully against the crossbar, producing a crisp sound, before rebounding into the net. A goal. Bailly's spectacular strike instantly doubled Bournemouth's lead, igniting a new wave of cheers from the fans. Their previous applause had not yet faded, and now it surged forth once more, as they raised their arms in celebration of the team's goal. For the Bournemouth supporters, this was the finest New Year-esque gift. Bailly dashed out onto the field, arms wide open, reveling in the adoration of the fans. His world-class shot transformed the chilly winter night into one of fervor. Tears of excitement glimmered in the eyes of the supporters. This was their beloved team. This was their cherished player. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe was equally astonished and exhilarated by Bailly's remarkable strike. He had never anticipated such a swift establishment of advantage in this match. Initially, he had believed it would be a challenging encounter, one that could even lead to a draw, but Bailly's assist and goal rapidly shifted the momentum in favor of the team, instilling hope for victory. It was all thanks to Bailly. Eddie Howe felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Signing Bailly was the most perfect deal of his life, one that would likely never be surpassed. Meanwhile, Simmons was not as fortunate. With Bailly's goal, Fulham found their offensive aspirations utterly extinguished. Simmons now only hoped to avoid a collapse. Trailing by 2 goals was not insurmountable, after all. Securing a managerial position in this day and age was no easy feat amidst fierce competition. Maintaining a respectable score was of utmost importance. Thus, following Bailly's goal, Fulham fortified their defense, offering Bournemouth little room or opportunity. Their sole focus was to preserve the 2-goal deficit. This rendered the match atmosphere once again subdued. The brief moments of excitement earlier had marked the peak of the game. In the stands, Friedrich remained entranced by the imagery of Bailly's goal. His astonishment did not stem from Bailly's long-range capability, which he had long anticipated, but rather from the display of tenacity and the speed and strength showcased in that interception, which contradicted previous notions. Friedrich had initially planned to return to Germany after the match, but he now felt compelled to observe Bailly further, seeking a more comprehensive analysis. On the pitch, with Fulham's resolute defense, Bournemouth lacked the motivation for further attacks, as fatigue from the schedule set in. A 2-goal victory was already sufficient. For the fans, although the match had been somewhat lackluster, the outcome was favorable, and Bailly's performance remained dazzling. That was enough. Beep. The referee blew the final whistle after stoppage time, and the fans at Vitality Stadium erupted in jubilation, celebrating yet another victory for their team, achieving 12 consecutive league wins. Bournemouth triumphed over Fulham with a score of 2-0, handing the relegated team from last season their 3rd consecutive defeat. After the match, Fulham's head coach, Simmons, faced reporters and shook his head, stating, "This match did not unfold according to our tactical plan. Our defense ultimately failed to withstand the opponent's attacks, which is unfortunate. We performed quite well in the first half." After a brief pause, Simmons continued, "Undoubtedly, the standout player today was their number 29, Bailly. His assist and goal defeated us. He is an exceptionally talented young man who will not remain in the championship for long. He deserves to compete at a higher level." When asked how he would restrict Bailly in their next encounter, Simmons pondered and shook his head. "I don't know. I think I need to review the footage and contemplate your question. Whoever can devise a plan to contain Bailly will surely become a top coach in the championship. After all, even the giants like Liverpool have yet to achieve that." Overall, Simmons held Bailly in high regard, as the player's performance left him speechless, even humbled. Meanwhile, Eddie Howe, in an interview, continued to praise his player's efforts. In that day's media coverage, Bailly undoubtedly emerged as the brightest star once more. As the season progressed, Bailly's influence grew immensely. Everyone recognized the presence of a top-tier talent in the championship. However, what kept the elite clubs at bay was the uncertainty regarding whether Bailly's prowess in the championship would translate to success in the top leagues. For the time being, Bournemouth maintained a sense of calm. At least the club's higher-ups managed to remain composed in the face of offers from Premier League teams. Otherwise, they might have rushed to sell Bailly during the winter transfer window. Meanwhile, in a Bournemouth hotel, Friedrich was drafting an email, intending to convey all his observations and evaluations of Bailly to Bayern. In the rain-soaked battle, the fatigued Bournemouth squad witnessed Friedrich meticulously documenting Bailly's performances from the 2 matches, sending them to Bayern's management. As a mere scout, he had no control over whether the player would catch the eye of the head coach or the sporting director and ultimately join the team. Moreover, after thoroughly researching Bailly's background, Friedrich discovered that Bailly's mother possessed some German heritage, which suggested the possibility of him representing the German national team. Friedrich was an ardent supporter of all things German. He cherished Bayern and the national team. He casually forwarded the report to the person in charge of the German national team, hoping they would recognize the remarkable potential of this player and find a way to naturalize Bailly to serve the German squad. Currently, Bailly has no match records in any of Spain's youth teams, and he had previously declined a call-up from them. After Friedrich had handled all matters and reflected to ensure nothing was overlooked, he embarked on another task, a spontaneous idea of his, to write a book. Friedrich, who also dabbled as an author, penned works on football and those youthful dreams. He envisioned a fresh perspective through Bailly's journey, a young talent abandoned by Real Madrid's Castilla, who reborn across the ocean, capturing the attention of football fans worldwide. He aimed to craft an introduction before reaching out to Bailly and his agent, hoping this initial draft would resonate with Bailly, granting him permission to base the book on his life. Friedrich had a premonition that should he succeed in writing it, acclaim would surely follow. For Bailly was undoubtedly no ordinary talent. Unbeknownst to Bailly, Friedrich was contemplating such matters. After the match, He returned home and was engaged in a phone conversation with Bai Jiangwo. Generally, Bai Jiangwo would not call unless there was something significant. Today, however, the matter at hand was indeed important. The new roster for the Spanish national team had yet to be announced, but the current head coach, Luis Enrique, had instructed his assistants to reach out to Bai Jiangwo through contacts within Spanish football, expressing a desire for Bai Yi to appear in the upcoming squad. Thus, Bai Jiangwo hurried to discuss this with Bai Yi. After all, the prospect of joining such a prestigious European national team was almost unimaginable for him. Although he watched Bai Yi's matches regularly, he perhaps lacked the objectivity to perceive any extraordinary aspects of Bai Yi's performance due to their familial bond. Nevertheless, from others' perspectives, Bai Yi's current skill and talent were indeed formidable. Upon hearing this news, Bai Yi pondered deeply. He was aware of the development trajectory of Spanish football, which began its decline post-2012, especially after the recent World Cup, witnessing a steep drop-off. While the team still appeared relatively strong, their forward line lacked depth. The likes of Morata were now deemed the absolute mainstays, while the prospect of finding players akin to Torres or Villa seemed increasingly unrealistic. Moreover, the midfield's transition posed its own challenges. Joining the national team at this juncture did not guarantee him playing time. At best, he might see brief moments as a substitute. With the European Championship qualifiers in full swing, Spain's qualification appeared assured. Initially, Portugal was expected to emerge victorious, yet Bai Yi now aspired to effect change. He resolved to decline the call-up. Given the current circumstances, he would not be a focal point in the national team. Instead, it would be more prudent to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to Bournemouth's multifaceted campaign, avoiding the exhausting back and forth of national duty that would squander his time and energy. Only by showcasing dazzling performances at Bournemouth could he earn tactical influence within the national team. With this in mind, Bai Yi made his decision. After articulating his thoughts, Bai Jiangwo expressed his support, as he typically did, offering suggestions but never imposing his will. This instance was no different. Following the call, Bai Yi retired early for the night, aware that he had but one day of rest before facing Millwall once again the following evening. Millwall, having suffered defeat the previous month, was keen to reclaim their pride on home soil. This match would undoubtedly be a challenging affair, especially as Bournemouth faced significant fatigue. The team had scarcely had time to recuperate before diving back into league play. On match day, the fans at Vitality Stadium arrived punctually, despite the rainy night. Many devoted fan organizations even penned letters to the club, expressing their understanding of the players' struggles. Their message was clear: they would not demand victory at all costs. A draw or even a loss would be acceptable. Their singular ambition was promotion to the top tier, even foregoing the desire for a championship title if it meant achieving that goal. They wished to avoid the pitfall of letting a few poor matches undermine the entire season's efforts. Eddie Howe, moved by these letters, appreciated the deep connection he shared with Bournemouth and his profound love for the club. The fans' sentiments were intended to alleviate the pressure on the team. Nevertheless, he was determined not to lose, nor would he. That evening, as the pre-match roster was announced, Bournemouth's fans exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with disappointment. As Eddie Howe had opted for significant rotation of the squad, Bai Yi was not among the starters. The rain fell steadily, not heavy by English standards, but persistent nonetheless. Yet, this did not deter the fervent spirits of the fans, who continued to cheer passionately. Bournemouth's attack struggled, lacking the vibrancy previously seen, reverting instead to traditional English football, long balls and aerial assaults, relentlessly bombarding Millwall's penalty area. They relied on Comagant to challenge the opposition's defense, hoping to break through with a header. However, the Bournemouth players appeared to be in poor form. The substitutes lacked sufficient quality, and even some key players showed signs of fatigue, failing to pose a significant threat to Millwall. Millwall, in turn, pressed forward, challenging Bournemouth's goal, while the latter fought valiantly to defend. Time passed, and 30 minutes slipped by. The fans witnessed a weary team on the pitch. With a full bench of substitutes, was Bournemouth conceding the match? No. Although the defense managed to hold firm, it was only because Millwall lacked a potent attacking force. Had they faced a more clinical team, Bournemouth would have surely faltered. Cook's exhaustion was palpable. His actions, be it passing, receiving, or defending, seemed a step slower. The reality was that Bournemouth's defensive reserves were thin, and more often than not, rotations prioritized substituting attacking players, placing immense strain on the defenders. Watching from the sidelines, Eddie Howe felt a sense of unease. The team needed to bolster their defensive lineup in the winter transfer window, for if injuries struck, they would find themselves ill-equipped to contend with stronger opponents. The situation on the field was tense. Millwall, as a mid-table team, matched Bournemouth blow for blow, raising questions about whether this was indeed the same team that had once enjoyed a 12-match winning streak. Broadcast cameras focused intently on Bailly on the bench, the anticipation palpable. Fans wondered if he would take the field today and alter the course of the match. The commentator remarked on the grueling schedule that was beginning to take its toll on Bournemouth. The players worked tirelessly, but their physical condition appeared precarious. Some players were already struggling to keep pace in the first half. It remained to be seen whether Eddie Howe would make adjustments during halftime to address the current lineup's deficiencies. When will Bailly make his appearance? Currently, Millwall holds a slight advantage, yet their head coach appears far from at ease. It is common knowledge that Bournemouth has yet to reveal their trump card, leaving the outcome of the match uncertain. Soon, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, and amidst the rain, the players finally found a moment to rest. The wet conditions have significantly increased the difficulty of scoring, resulting in a scoreless tie of 0-0 at halftime, a result neither side relishes. Eddie Howe returned to the locker room in silence, contemplating his strategy. Simply bringing in Bailly would not suffice. The team had too many vulnerabilities. However, substituting multiple players presented its own challenges. There were not enough to rotate, and with the FA Cup looming in January, many players needed rest. It was a conundrum. Bailly understood the team's predicament. Winning this match was not of paramount importance in the long, arduous championship season. Thus, he considered allowing his teammates to rest while he took the field with the substitutes, feeling fortunate enough given his immunity to injuries and his 85 fitness level, making him well prepared for the championship. Moreover, he wished for his teammates to perform well in the cup competition, which would enhance their chances of advancing against stronger teams, ultimately allowing Bailly to accrue more attributes. This was his path to self-improvement. Bailly approached Eddie Howe to share his thoughts. What? Replace Cook and the others with substitutes. And you wish to join them? Eddie Howe's initial reaction to Bailly's suggestion was disbelief. Fielding an entirely substitute lineup would severely diminish Bournemouth's overall strength. Was this not tantamount to surrender? Rather than having Cook and the others expend their energy on the pitch, it might be wiser to bring in fresh substitutes who could focus on defense without the need for extensive coordination. Bailly paused before insisting, in cup competitions, we must give our all. For the league, let them rest as needed. His words struck a chord with Eddie Howe. Bournemouth's history lacked significant honors. Cup competitions had always been a mere formality. Now, with a glimmer of hope, Eddie Howe aspired to forge new records. Even a single advancement would be a milestone for Bournemouth. They did not necessarily need to secure a championship in the league. As long as they remained in contention for promotion, pursuing the cup was entirely feasible. After coming to this realization, Eddie Howe nodded resolutely and patted Bailly on the shoulder. Then, let it be so. Just ensure your safety on the pitch. You are indispensable to the team, so protect yourself. The second half commenced swiftly. From the outset, Eddie Howe implemented his substitutions, replacing Cook and other core defenders with Bailly. This decision left commentators bewildered. Players like Cargill and Hart had scarcely seen significant playing time for Bournemouth, usually stepping in only during the final moments. Now, the squad featured only Pittman as a regular starter alongside the newly introduced Bailly, with the rest primarily substitutes. What was Eddie Howe thinking? Were they truly abandoning the match by fielding an all-substitute team? Perhaps they sought to stall for time and settle for a draw, which could be justified given their recent match and the upcoming FA Cup fixture necessitating rotation. Yet, if rotation was the goal, why bring in Bailly? This substitution seemed perplexing. As the match progressed, the tension remained palpable until the 80th minute. Commentators suggested that Bournemouth's approach indicated a desire to concede the match, resting their key players. After all, an occasional loss in the championship would not jeopardize their final standing. However, as everyone anticipated that Bournemouth, riding a wave of victories, would opt for the easiest route, settling for a draw amidst their congested schedule, Bailly stepped forward, proclaiming a resolute no. In the 81st minute, Bailly finally spotted the opportunity he had been awaiting. Following a Millwall offensive misstep, Bournemouth seized possession. Bailly immediately received the ball, pivoting and advancing. His dribbling and speed were ample for the championship, especially as Millwall's players were fatigued, while Bailly enjoyed peak fitness due to his minimal defensive responsibilities. Thus, he successfully carried the ball past the halfway line. Veteran Comogant sprinted forward, fully aware that he needed to position himself in the opponent's danger zone to provide Bailly with a passing option for a decisive strike. Comagant's movement drew considerable defensive attention, with two center backs rushing to trap him. However, Bailly had no intention of passing. Instead, he surged forward from the flank, executing a sudden cut inside just a few meters past the halfway line, catching the pursuing Sean Williams completely off guard. Upon making his cut, Bailly unleashed a thunderous shot. The football rocketed forth like a cannonball, soaring over Comagant and the defenders, aimed directly at the upper corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Fold reacted instinctively, leaping into action, extending his hand in an attempt to block the shot. On this rainy night, the grass and football were exceedingly slick, making it challenging for the attacking players to coordinate effectively and presenting a formidable trial for the goalkeeper as well. In this very moment, Ford sensed he had made contact with the ball. However, the slippery sphere eluded his grasp, slipping through his fingers due to the powerful strike from Bailly. The ball ricocheted slightly upward, striking the crossbar before rebounding into the net. Ford collapsed to the ground, instinctively turning to watch the ball fall almost in tandem with him. The goal was scored. Following his triumph, Bailly sprinted towards the stands, sliding on his knees as he tilted his head back to let the rain cascade upon his face, arms outstretched to embrace the jubilant cheers of the fans. In that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Andy from the Shawshank Redemption, reveling in his newfound freedom amidst the rain. The Vitality Stadium trembled with excitement. Even the downpour could not dampen the fervor of the Bournemouth supporters, chanting Bailly's name in a resounding chorus that surged throughout the arena. The players had battled through the rain, and the fans had braved the elements. Yet at this instant, everyone felt it was worth it. Bailly, a strike that pierced the heart. This was the prodigious talent of Bournemouth, the youngest captain in the club's history. What an exquisite goal. This extraordinary shot shattered Millwall's hopes of securing a draw away from home. Time was slipping away. Millwall was less than 10 minutes away from interrupting Bournemouth's winning streak. But alas, Bailly would not allow it. This was Bailly. Never grant him an inch of opportunity. The responsibility for Millwall's conceded goal lay heavily on Sean Williams, who allowed Bailly to cut in and shoot with such ease. Did he believe that the distance from the penalty area would offer him a reprieve? Bailly's shooting range extended to half the pitch. Surely, the fans remembered his stunning half-field lob against Liverpool. A player of his caliber should never be afforded any space for long-range shots. Should you dare to give it, he shall surely score. The English commentary was brimming with excitement, as this match, which had been dull for much of its duration, finally erupted into a breathtaking moment. Eddie Howe celebrated fervently on the sidelines. Once again, it was Bailly who salvaged Bournemouth. This narrative was all too familiar and yet utterly captivating. Eddie Howe could never tire of it. All he desired was victory. He wished for Bailly to continue scoring, endlessly. As the winter transfer window officially opened, Millwall's players were taken aback by Bailly's sensational strike at such a critical juncture. Their expressions revealed confusion, and as they exchanged glances, a sense of resignation washed over them. The scoreboard had changed, and they found themselves trailing. With less than 10 minutes remaining, they were behind. Bailly had transformed into Bournemouth's savior. The fans could scarcely find words to express their admiration for Bailly, resorting instead to ecstatic cries of "Oh my God!" In that moment, Bailly, having scored, was nothing short of a deity for Bournemouth. The match resumed swiftly. Millwall's players resolved to throw caution to the wind, launching a desperate assault on Bournemouth's defense in the closing minutes. With every ounce of their energy, they pressed forward. Boom, boom, kick after kick, Millwall surged relentlessly, driving the ball into the penalty area, only to be thwarted by Bournemouth's defenders who cleared it away. In the 89th minute, with regular time drawing to a close, Bailly discovered yet another opportunity arising from a defensive error. Due to Millwall's considerable offensive commitment, many players were stationed high up the pitch, leaving them unable to retreat in time. Bailly, utilizing his superior stamina, surged forward. As his teammates were spent from their defensive exertions, Bailly found himself reliant solely on his own abilities to navigate the situation. Two of Millwall's center backs, Houghton and Nelson, gritted their teeth, pushing their physical limits to confront Bailly. They attempted to encircle him to thwart his advance. Bailly was acutely aware that breaking through their defensive line for a clear shot would be a formidable challenge. With the goal still some distance away and the opposing goalkeeper alert following the recent long-range strike, a direct shot was not a viable option. In a flash, Bailly devised his plan. A free kick. This was his only chance. He suddenly paused, nudging the ball to the left with his left foot, seemingly preparing for another in-swinging shot. Houghton instinctively lunged in response, but Bailly had anticipated his move. After nudging the ball, he deftly pulled it back, resulting in Houghton inadvertently kicking Bailly's calf. Bailly had been prepared, slightly withdrawing to absorb the impact and executing a dramatic fall. As he hit the ground, he grasped his calf. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, brandishing a yellow card while awarding Bournemouth a favorable free kick. As Bailly lay on the ground, the atmosphere in the stands was not one of celebration for the free kick awarded, but rather filled with gasps of concern. The fans feared for Bailly's health. If Bournemouth were to lose him now, the outcome remained uncertain, and their aspirations for success would surely be dashed. However, their worries soon dissipated. Bailly declined medical attention, massaging his calf before rising with the assistance of his teammates and approaching the ball. He took charge of the free kick. The fans erupted in cheers. They eagerly anticipated Bailly's set piece, knowing his proficiency in both scoring and assisting. Whether this play would definitively seal the match rested upon this pivotal moment. Both teams positioned themselves just inside the penalty area, vying for optimal placement as Bailly gauged the trajectory. He retreated a few steps before launching forward. Boom! He struck a beautifully arched ball. The football did not soar toward the goal, but instead directed itself toward the advancing players. It found its mark on the head of the rushing Comigant. Comigant, caught off guard, instinctively flicked it forward, and the ball glided past Ford into the net. Ford barely had time to react, and the ball was already in. A flawless free kick maneuver. Bournemouth had decisively clinched the match. The fans celebrated wildly, and even the cold rain could not diminish the fervor within the Vitality Stadium. Eddie Howe clenched his fists in triumph. Victory secured. 13 consecutive wins in the league. Bournemouth emerged victorious in every match throughout December. What a splendid conclusion to the year. In the closing moments of the match, Bournemouth supporters passionately chanted Bailly's name, engaging in jubilant waves in the stands. Wave after wave, they surged around, tireless in their elation, fully aware that the end of the match was imminent. As the 4 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. At the home ground of Bournemouth, Bailly, accompanied by a squad of substitutes, triumphed in a 2-0 match. This marks the fewest goals scored by Bournemouth against a championship team in recent times. Yet the fans who witnessed the match left with a profound sense of satisfaction. Bailly, truly deserving of his role as captain, proved to be the linchpin of Bournemouth. It was almost as if he single-handedly secured the victory. More crucially, this win brought them closer to the top of the championship table. The leading teams, Watford and Norwich, clashed in a fierce encounter that ended in a draw, allowing Bournemouth to narrow the gap to just 5 points. Now, there is merely a 2-match difference. Bournemouth is currently on a formidable upward trajectory, while teams like Watford are feeling the mounting pressure. With the season halfway through, fatigue and injuries are beginning to surface among various teams, and it remains to be seen who can endure this final stretch, as they vie for promotion and the championship title. In the aftermath of the match, media evaluations of Bailly soared. His performance tonight was nothing short of explosive, leading the team to victory single-handedly. What more could be expected of him? Sky Sports highlighted Bailly's remarkable display in their coverage. Once an overlooked talent from Castilla, Bailly has emerged as the spiritual leader of Bournemouth, a guarantee of their success. On this rainy night, facing repeated assaults from Millwall, Bailly showcased his prowess with a counterattack goal and a free kick assist, demonstrating to all that even with an entirely substitute lineup, he would not relent in his pursuit of victory. The championship has birthed a superstar. It remains a mystery why such a player was unable to make an appearance at Castilla or why scouts failed to notice him. Nonetheless, it is indisputable that this era in the championship belongs to Bailly. We can wholeheartedly anticipate his future. This season, Bailly's statistics have been nothing short of explosive. The article concludes with an image of Bailly celebrating with a slide knee gesture. While the entire Bournemouth community basked in the glory of this victory, Bailly returned home to freshen up, eager to unlock his 5-match winning treasure chest. One wonders how the 5-match winning chest compares to the 3-match version. With anticipation, Bailly opened the chest. A flash of golden light appeared. Acquired. King of the small box of talent 1. Free attribute points 20. Excellent. Upon seeing the items acquired, Bailly was uncertain about the king of the small box of talent, but the mere prospect of 20 free attribute points thrilled him. It is worth noting that many of his attributes can no longer be enhanced in the championship. These 20 free points could elevate his abilities significantly, particularly his dribbling and breakthrough skills, which are essential in challenging situations, require an upgrade. Bailly temporarily refrained from allocating the points and turned his attention to the talent. The king of the small box. Its name suggests it may enable him to maneuver within the penalty area. King of the small box, an offensive talent that guarantees a goal whenever a shot is taken from a valid angle within the box. What? Bailly was taken aback upon reading the talent's description. A shot on target from within the small box is guaranteed to score. How formidable is that? With such a talent, if he penetrates the small box, he could transform into a top-tier striker. Suddenly, Bailly realized that it was fortunate he had not allocated points to his breakthrough attribute earlier. The king of the small box is evidently a striker's talent, and his opportunities for shooting within the box would primarily rely on headers. After all, within the confines of the small box, the opposing defenders would not be foolish enough to allow him an unchallenged shot. They would undoubtedly contest for headers. Thus, the importance of strength attributes becomes paramount. He needs to contend with opposing defenders. Bailly glanced at his attribute panel. Stamina, 85, speed, 63, shooting, 75, passing, 100, dribbling, 61, defense, 57. Strength, 77. His strength attribute stood at 77, adequate, yet not formidable enough. What he requires is an overwhelming power, the hallmark of a top player. Without this talent, Bailly would have upgraded his dribbling, but now, enhancing his strength attribute aligns perfectly with the king of the small box talent. He allocated all free attribute points to strength, elevating it to 97. This figure is tantalizingly close to the maximum. Such strength and ability to compete would grant him a significant edge even against Premier League defenders. This bolstered his confidence for the upcoming League Cup match against Chelsea. This is his secret weapon, his trump card. Bailly restrained his eagerness to utilize his king of the small box talent in forthcoming matches, mindful not to alert Chelsea. After all, he believed he could seize the ball, but it also depended on his teammates' ability to pass it to him. As the month drew to a close, Bournemouth continued rigorous training, treating numerous substitutes as if they were first-team players. The team faced multifaceted challenges, with personnel stretched thin. The first match in January would be the FA Cup, introducing yet another fresh battleground, where they would require even more personnel. Soon, the date arrived, January 1st, 2015, and the winter transfer window officially opened. Across the Premier League and Championship, teams eagerly engaged in a buying spree. The grueling schedule lay ahead. Bournemouth's winning streak was at risk of being interrupted. Bailly, drawing from his previous memories, was aware of the winter transfer situations in the Premier League, where major clubs were bolstering their rosters. Manchester City acquired Ivorian forward Bony from Swansea for $28 million, marking the highest transfer fee of the winter window. Chelsea sold SCH Raleigh to Bundesliga club Wolfsburg for $27.5 million, the highest price for an outgoing transfer among Premier League clubs during this window. Meanwhile, they also secured World Cup assist leader Cuadrado for $26.5 million, offloading Bertrand for $11 million, and managing Sulla's contract, resulting in a net income of $11 million. Making them the biggest winners of this transfer window. Spurs signed Ali, a player who would later become highly coveted. Yet Real Madrid's $100 million bid was rebuffed by Spurs chairman Levy. Ultimately, Ali was released by Spurs for free to Everton, only to be cast aside there, becoming an unremarkable figure in the Turkish league. Manchester United, on the other hand, seemed to have lost the fervor of last summer. This winter transfer window was generally tranquil, with occasional ripples, new reinforcements, SCH Raleig's departure, and the return of Shaw. However, these developments had little bearing on Bailly. Bournemouth aimed to recruit a centre-back to bolster their defensive strength, yet suitable candidates were scarce due to financial constraints. Thus, at the outset of the winter window, they only managed to secure a loan for 30-year-old forward Kenwyne Jones from Cardiff City, at a cost of $490,000, an acceptable deal. This player had previously played for Sunderland and Southampton in his youth, proving capable of serving as a championship substitute. However, such limited transfer activity left Eddie Howe somewhat dissatisfied. As he repeatedly voiced his concerns to the club's sporting director, the team was in dire need of reinforcements, especially in defense, where the pressure was mounting. Yet, the sporting director shrugged, lamenting the lack of funds. With no alternatives, Eddie Howe was left with a furrowed brow as the FA Cup competition loomed. For Bournemouth, this January represented a grueling schedule. A total of 6 matches awaited them, 4 of which were against formidable opponents. First, in the league, Bournemouth would face the current leaders, Watford, and the second-place team, Norwich. Additionally, in the League Cup, they would contend with Chelsea, the top team in the Premier League. Moreover, should Bournemouth aspire to achieve success in the FA Cup, they must confront a match against a Premier League team in January. Can the current Bournemouth squad endure such a demanding schedule? Even Eddie Howe, despite his unwavering faith in his players, likely feels a sense of trepidation upon reviewing the fixtures. The players are acutely aware that in the first month of the new year, they must exert themselves to the utmost. In their opening match of January, Bournemouth will travel to face Rotherham, another championship team, in the third round of the FA Cup. This encounter is anticipated to be the simplest fixture of the month for Bournemouth, with the second easiest still being the league match against Rotherham. Throughout January, Bournemouth will engage in back-to-back matches against Rotherham, one in the FA Cup and the other in the Championship. Many media outlets are speculating whether Bournemouth might forego this match altogether. The current depth of Bournemouth's squad is insufficient to support a three-front battle. If they wish to progress further in the league, they will inevitably have to abandon the cup competitions. Such sacrifices are the harsh realities faced by smaller clubs. Bournemouth's schedule this month resembles a grueling gauntlet, as they not only face formidable championship rivals, but also encounter stronger opponents from the Premier League and the Cup. This scenario presents an insurmountable challenge for any championship team. Eddie Howe need not overexert his key players. A winning streak may bring honor, but it also imposes immense pressure. The sequence of victories for Bournemouth is likely to be interrupted. Eddie Howe and his Bournemouth squad may face a complete breakdown amidst January's demanding fixtures. Numerous opinions abound, and many external fans are closely monitoring the team's situation, convinced that under such a schedule, no championship team could withstand the pressure. Even with a prodigious talent like Whiteleaf, the task seems daunting. The sole individuals who still believe in Bournemouth appear to be their dedicated fans, who have faith that the team and Whiteleaf can persevere. Naturally, they trust that the team will not falter in the championship due to this taxing schedule and will not collapse under the weight of consecutive defeats. They themselves find it nearly fantastical to maintain their winning streak. Simultaneously, beyond the discussions surrounding Bournemouth's schedule, the more fervent topic of conversation pertains to Whiteleaf's potential transfer. Numerous clubs have submitted offers to Bournemouth, and many reporters are speculating that Whiteleaf may depart for another team. In an instant, Bournemouth supporters are filled with anxiety, fearing that Whiteleaf may leave the club at such a critical juncture. Even Bournemouth's sporting director and Eddie Howe have publicly stated in interviews that Whiteleaf will not leave the team this winter. However, skepticism remains prevalent. On the eve of the match against Rotherham, Whiteleaf posted on Instagram, "I stand with you." The accompanying image depicted Whiteleaf celebrating amidst a sea of Bournemouth supporters. This was a tacit affirmation of his commitment to the club. The post quickly gained traction among Bournemouth's fans, who flocked to like and comment on it. Whiteleaf even pinned a reply to a fan's inquiry about whether he would leave in the winter, responding with a playful emoji. This gesture provided immediate reassurance to the supporters. "I love you, Whiteleaf. You are Bournemouth's pride, and our entire family are your fans. Fantastic. With you, we can continue to surge in the league. I believe we can reach the Premier League." Whiteleaf's decision to stay is, indeed, the most significant reinforcement for Bournemouth this winter transfer window. No one can compare to Whiteleaf. Ha ha ha. This was the most delightful news I encountered today. I can sleep soundly now, welcoming a beautiful night. Whiteleaf's ability to share this news stems from Eddie Howe's advice to him to help stabilize the fans' emotions. The current Bournemouth leadership is surely feeling relieved that they did not impose a buyout clause in Whiteleaf's contract. Otherwise, it is likely that other teams would seek to activate such a clause to secure his services. Nevertheless, considering that it was ultimately Whiteleaf's choice, it seems that even with a buyout clause, as long as he does not wish to leave, no club can lure him away. The following day, Bournemouth commenced their January fixtures, facing Rotherham United at the New York Stadium, a venue located in South Yorkshire, England. Rotherham United, lacking a storied history of honors, is an ordinary English club, yet it holds a special place in the hearts of countless local fans. This team was formed from the merger of two local clubs, Rotherham Football Club, established in 1870 and later renamed Rotherham Town, which competed in the Football League during the 1890s, and the team founded in 1877, originally named Sunnyhill, which became Rotherham County and joined the Football League's second division in 1919. Ultimately, these two clubs merged in 1925 to form the present-day Rotherham United. Facing another championship team, Eddie Howe was unrelenting. After a few days of rest, the players appeared to have regained their stamina. At the New York Stadium, Bournemouth rendered the Rotherham fans silent by halftime. The scoreboard displayed a stark result, leaving the Rotherham supporters in a state of disbelief. Whiteleaf contributed a goal and 2 assists, while Wilson scored twice. This performance marked a triumphant start for Bournemouth in their FA Cup campaign. In the second half, Bournemouth opted to rotate players. Yet they still netted another goal and successfully kept a clean sheet. It was a resounding victory, bringing triumph back from the New York Stadium. Nearly 4 days later, Bournemouth replicated this success at the same venue, securing a league victory with a semi-strong lineup, 2-0. The winning streak for Bournemouth continued unabated. However, they soon faced their most formidable challenge, with their first opponent being Norwich City, currently second in the championship standings. Despite having triumphed over Rotherham twice, some media outlets continued to forecast doom for Bournemouth, as everyone recognizes that Rotherham is merely a weak team. This was just the beginning. The real test lies ahead. Can Bournemouth withstand it? No one knows, not even the players themselves. Yet, Whiteleaf understands that he cannot afford to lose. The new 5-match winning streak has already commenced, needing just 3 more victories to unlock another reward. Following their victory over Rotherham, Bournemouth's next FA Cup opponent will be Premier League club Aston Villa, who advanced by defeating Blackpool in the previous round. The match against Chelsea will follow the encounter with Aston Villa. This implies that if Whiteleaf can secure victories in the next 3 matches, he will have the chance to unlock another reward when facing Chelsea. The upcoming 3 adversaries, Norwich, Leeds United, and Aston Villa, are not easily vanquished. In the lead-up to the match against Norwich, Eddie Howe stated in a press conference, "The forthcoming matches will be incredibly challenging. Everyone is aware of this, and media reports have already written off Bournemouth's chances of victory, as if we have already lost the match. But I want to emphasize that the game has not yet begun. We will not concede defeat in any match. We will strive to win every game for the team, for the fans, and for ourselves. Those who believe we will lose can only speak after we have actually lost. Perhaps it will be in the next match, or perhaps in a later match, but I sincerely hope they will never have the opportunity to do so." On January 15th, Bournemouth hosted Norwich City, who were positioned second in the league, at the Vitality Stadium. The atmosphere was electric, with a sea of fans filling the stands, and even those without tickets gathered outside to support their beloved team. This match marked the beginning of a grueling schedule, and the fans hoped to accompany the team through this challenging journey. In response to the overwhelming turnout, Bournemouth hastily rented a massive screen outside the stadium, creating a spacious area for those unable to enter, allowing them to watch the live broadcast of the match. By 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the city. As a coastal town, Bournemouth felt the chill of the sea breeze, but the fans remained steadfast, braving the cold to support their team. Dressed in the number 29 jersey, they huddled together in anticipation of the match's commencement. Bailly stood in the player tunnel, listening to the chants of the fans outside, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. As the main referee emerged from the tunnel, Bailly led the team onto the pitch, greeted by an uproarious cheer from the crowd. His declaration to stay with the team during the winter window brought reassurance to the fans. Bournemouth needed him now more than ever. This encounter was the second showdown between Bournemouth and Norwich. In their previous meeting, Bournemouth had suffered a defeat away from home, during a time when Bailly was not part of the team. The fans yearned for revenge on home turf. Norwich, having been relegated from the Premier League last season, found themselves in a strong position this season, firmly placed among the top teams and currently ranking second. They were determined not to lose this match, especially against a direct competitor like Bournemouth. As the players took their positions in the center circle following the coin toss, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the official start of the match. Norwich's key forward, Jamero, initiated play with a back pass to midfield before making a forward run. Bournemouth's center-back closely marked him, fully aware that Jamero was a player to watch, having underperformed during a loan at Crystal Palace last season. However, this season he had found his form in the Championship, scoring 12 goals thus far. Norwich employed a rather unusual formation under their new manager, Alex Neil, opting for a 4-1-2-1-2 setup. In contrast, Bournemouth maintained their classic 4-4-2 formation, focusing on defensive counterattacks. After a few tentative minutes, Norwich ramped up their offensive efforts, with forwards Jamero and Hooper exchanging positions in search of openings. Meanwhile, Bailly was also on the lookout for opportunities for Bournemouth, and it came swiftly. In a moment of brilliance, Bailly showcased his artistry on the pitch. As Norwich's Raymond launched a cross towards the center, Bournemouth's Cook intercepted it, directing the ball towards midfield. Norwich's midfielder, Housen, rushed to regain control, but Bailly anticipated the play and surged forward. Housen, confident in his ability to outmuscle the young player, charged towards Bailly, expecting to push him off the ball. However, upon collision, Housen found himself stunned, as if he had hit a solid wall, and fell backward while Bailly remained unfazed, effortlessly evading the challenge. The referee signaled an advantage for Bournemouth as Bailly seized the opportunity to drive forward. Bradley Johnson quickly approached, attempting to curb Bailly's advance. Undeterred, Bailly accelerated, and, just as Johnson closed in, he deftly passed the ball to the left wing where Wilson was making a run. Wilson, seizing the ball, charged forward. Despite Norwich's defensive efforts to surround him, Bailly's timely support freed Wilson, who then passed to Bailly at the edge of the penalty area. In a moment of brilliance, Bailly turned against Norwich's defender, Teddy, and executed a precise through ball, slicing through Norwich's defense to find Pittman on the right flank. With the Norwich defenders caught off guard, Pittman unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. The goalkeeper, Rudy, focused on Bailly, anticipating a long-range effort, was caught off guard by Pittman's strike. Despite his desperate dive, the ball found the back of the net, igniting a frenzy of celebration as Bournemouth took the lead. The Vitality Stadium erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the fans rejoicing in the cold winter night, their spirits ignited with fervor. Bailly's exquisite pass had captivated the crowd, who marveled at his skill. The applause, cheers, and gasps of astonishment merged into a magnificent wave that swept through the stadium, enveloping every player. After celebrating, Pittman pointed to Bailly with a beaming smile, embracing him tightly in gratitude for creating the goal-scoring opportunity. The players and fans celebrated together, while Norwich's players were left disheartened, realizing that their simple defensive approach had been exploited with remarkable efficiency, resulting in a swift and decisive goal. Eddie Howe expressed immense satisfaction with the offensive display, which beautifully executed his counter-attacking strategy. Undoubtedly, a significant contributor to this success was Bailly, who has become the indispensable core of Bournemouth's counterattack. Witnessing such performance from his team instilled in Howe a considerable amount of confidence for the match. After all, what does it matter if they are second in the standings? Bournemouth still holds the fourth position, which is not a vast difference. However, Bailly's performance today left Howe somewhat perplexed, as he failed to succeed in 2 consecutive physical confrontations. This was quite unusual. Typically, Bailly tends to avoid physical duels. So what was amiss today? On the other side, Norwich's coaching bench, Alex Neil, absent-mindedly rubbed his thinning hair, struggling to maintain composure. He shared Howe's bewilderment regarding Housen and Teddy. How could they both struggle against a player like Bailly, who is relatively weaker in physicality? Housen's situation might be understandable, as he may have stumbled during his approach, but Teddy's performance was utterly ridiculous. How could Bailly manage to turn with Teddy on his back and still deliver a pass? This was an unforgivable blunder. Neil quickly called his players over to issue a stern reminder. However, Teddy felt somewhat wronged after hearing Neil's reprimand, stating, "Coach, I sense something is off. Perhaps Bailly is not as weak in physical confrontations as we believed." Neil, having no personal experience with Bailly, relied solely on video compilations and reports from assistant coaches. He dismissed Teddy's defense as an excuse. Regardless, he insisted on maintaining vigilance over Bailly. The match resumed, and Bournemouth did not let their guard down after scoring, for they were facing a team that outscored them in points and needed to be defensively alert. As the game progressed at Vitality Stadium, Friedrich was present as well. After watching Bailly's stable performance in the previous 2 matches, he initially planned to return to Germany but decided to stay for another game since it was a business trip. This decision led him to new discoveries. Although Bailly was still avoiding certain physical confrontations, his 2 successful duels just before scoring made Friedrich question his previous conclusion about Bailly's physical weaknesses. Has Bailly truly grown stronger? Yet, Friedrich remained uncertain and felt the need for further observation. Concerning the winter transfer window, Bayern's response was that Bournemouth had rejected their offer. The German national team faced difficulties in engaging with Bailly's family, as there was little enthusiasm for joining the national squad. This left Friedrich disheartened, observing a top-tier talent unable to contribute to the team he cherished, a true regret. Suddenly, as Friedrich lamented, the score on the field shifted once more. In the 21st minute, after a series of fruitless attacks from Norwich, Bournemouth seized the ball and launched a counterattack, employing their straightforward strategy of advancing down the flanks, with Bailly receiving and crossing the ball. However, this time, while attempting to clear the ball, Norwich's defender, Michael Turner, inadvertently directed Bailly's spinning pass into his own net. Bournemouth led by 2 goals. The jubilant Bournemouth supporters erupted in joy, questioning if this was the prowess of a second-place team. If that were the case, they too could thrive. Eddie Howe shared a similar sentiment, though, as the head coach, his considerations were more nuanced. Facing a team under new management, the players were still acclimatizing to the tactics. Meanwhile, his own 4-4-2 formation was completely understood by his players, who knew their roles well. More importantly, with a player like Bailly, who is a game-changer in the championship, the opposing team would find it exceedingly difficult to contain him. Every time Bailly received the ball, Bournemouth was granted an exceptional opportunity to attack. If they could deploy faster wingers and a solid striker capable of holding up play, their lineup would be virtually invincible. Unfortunately, such a configuration was currently unattainable for Bournemouth, yet their existing effectiveness sufficed. Neil evidently recognized that Bailly was Bournemouth's most pivotal element. Yet stifling this connection with other players was easier said than done. Bailly's passing was inherently challenging to defend against, and today, his unpredictability in physical confrontations left opponents baffled. To label him as strong would be misleading, as he often evaded contact. Conversely, to claim he lacked strength would contradict the difficulty in stopping him. Thus, Neil's strategy pivoted towards offense over defense. Having already conceded 2 goals, he had limited options as a mid-season replacement and had to rely on his players to launch aggressive attacks. His tactical philosophy would require time to be absorbed by the team. With the previous coach dismissed despite decent results, Neil could only conclude that being a head coach was indeed a precarious profession. Hence, Norwich continued to press forward, applying pressure on Bournemouth. Naturally, in this attacking scenario, Bournemouth's attempts to balance defense and offense inevitably led to vulnerabilities. Jerome capitalized on a cross from a teammate, successfully positioning himself to unleash a shot that nearly found the back of the net. Goalkeeper Boric was caught off guard. Had Jerome's attempt not veered slightly off target and struck the post, Norwich would have pulled a goal back. This near miss awakened Bournemouth to the reality of Norwich's offensive capabilities. Their 2 goals were merely a product of Bailly's counterattacks. Following this incident, Norwich's morale surged. At least they realized Bournemouth's defense was not impenetrable. It could indeed be breached. As the first half drew to a close, both teams engaged in several exchanges. Yet with Wilson and Pittman tightly marked, Bailly struggled to pose a significant threat to Norwich. Conversely, in stoppage time, Norwich successfully netted a goal from a corner, bringing the score to 2-1. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. This period had illuminated hopes of victory for both sides. As their strengths and weaknesses were glaringly evident, opportunities abounded. The question remained, who could seize them more effectively? During the halftime break, the English commentary characterized the match as a thrilling spectacle, highlighting the rapid transitions between offense and defense. Neither side had established a solid defense. Bailly's performance was particularly remarkable, as his counter-attacking threats had repeatedly troubled Norwich's backline, resulting in 2 goals conceded. For Norwich, chances were plentiful, revealing Bournemouth's defensive frailties, likely exacerbated by fatigue from a congested schedule. Given their current state, concerns arose regarding their ability to withstand Chelsea's offensive onslaught. Eddie Howe's squad required change. They needed reinforcements. Until now, Bournemouth had made no moves to bolster their defensive line, raising suspicions about their capacity to compete on multiple fronts or what confidence they had in doing so. Bailly, undeniably formidable, yet football remains a team sport. Nevertheless, in this match, Bailly's importance was indisputable. This clash of championship titans was indeed enthralling. Let us eagerly anticipate the performance of both teams in the second half, while also observing whether the coaches will implement any adjustments. Indeed, such adjustments are necessary. In the Bournemouth dressing room, Eddie Howe's strategy for the second half involves repositioning Whiteleaf. We must create ample opportunities for Whiteleaf at the edge of the penalty area, allowing him to confront the goal directly. Given our struggles on the flanks, we can only rely on Whiteleaf's long-range shots to break the deadlock. In this match, maintaining a robust defense against the opponent's onslaught will not be an easy task. Nevertheless, I hope you all exert yourselves in defense. Otherwise, scoring numerous goals up front will be futile if we concede at the back. Eddie Howe's sentiments resonate with the players. Wilson nodded, acknowledging that after being tightly marked in the latter part of the first half, he found it quite challenging. The long-range efforts from White Leaf are indeed needed. White Leaf also nodded in agreement with this arrangement, as it aligned with his own thoughts. He even contemplated testing his prowess as the king of the small box. However, he decided against it, realizing he could not venture too deep into that position. Additionally, heading the ball could expose his abilities, and he preferred not to reveal them before facing Chelsea, the true formidable adversary. Soon, the halftime intermission concluded, and both teams returned to the pitch, marking the commencement of the second half. As the referee's whistle sounded, Pittman passed the ball back to White Leaf's feet. Bournemouth did not rush into an attack. Rather, they opted to maintain possession, awaiting the opponent's pressing to seize an opportunity. The score of 21 has left Bournemouth fans feeling somewhat anxious, as this lead is not particularly secure. This match has drawn attention not only from Bournemouth supporters, but also from Watford and several other teams at the top of the standings. The outcome between Bournemouth and Norwich will, to some extent, impact the points among the leading teams. With the season nearing its conclusion, every clash of titans is of utmost importance. For instance, the previous draw between Watford and Norwich has given the trailing teams a glimmer of hope. Returning to the pitch, the fans at Vitality Stadium have not ceased their cheers and have even resumed singing the motivational songs for their team. Bournemouth regained possession, while Norwich pressed forward. As Norwich's formation advanced, Bailly distributed the ball to a teammate, subtly moving laterally while inching forward. To become the focal point of the attack, he aimed to strike decisively when the opposition was least attentive. Bailly meticulously observed the positioning of both teams, having drifted towards the flanks, nearing Wilson's position. After a brief exchange of glances, Wilson and Bailly suddenly accelerated, executing a cross run, with Wilson blocking the persistent defender, Teddy. Simultaneously, the left-back Daniels launched a long pass directed towards Bailly. The fans, witnessing this expansive switch of play, craned their necks in anticipation of the impending attack. Bailly swiftly assessed the ball's trajectory and surged forward, but the opposing defender, Michael Turner, also approached. Bailly leaped high, engaging in a physical contest with Turner, who felt as though he had collided with a wall. The impact caused him to lose his balance, allowing Bailly to redirect the ball and continue his forward motion. The entire Norwich defense was left with only center-back Russell Martin to contend with. Martin quickly closed the gap to provide cover, while Wilson and Pittman had already begun their frantic sprints forward as Bailly gained possession. This was a dual strategy, to draw defensive attention away from Bailly and to genuinely create additional receiving options for him, aiming for a goal opportunity. However, Norwich's two fullbacks, Olsen and Whittaker, were quick to recover, tracking back from the left and right flanks. Wilson and Pittman faced limited chances. Without pausing for a moment, Bailly continued his dribble, confronting Russell Martin's defense. While Martin was still gauging Bailly's movements, assuming him to be a right-footed player, Bailly showcased his balanced proficiency with both feet. As he advanced, closing in on Martin, Bailly unexpectedly unleashed a powerful shot without any indication. Thump! The ball soared past Martin's astonished gaze, arcing towards the goal. 53, a record of 15 consecutive league victories. Bailly was making history. Martin instinctively followed the trajectory of the ball with his eyes, placing all his hopes on Norwich's last line of defense, goalkeeper Rudd. Unfortunately, as Martin turned to look, he saw Rudd leaping in a desperate attempt to save, only to witness the ball slipping through his fingers and into the net. The goal was scored. Bailly, with a stunning strike, widened the score gap once more. The Bournemouth fans erupted in ecstasy. The aesthetic appeal and significance of Bailly's shot filled the spectators with a rush of exhilaration. A god of long-range shots. Truly remarkable. Bailly's long-range attempt was as reliable as his passes, embodying the essence of a free-kick maestro. A player capable of executing exquisite free kicks is undoubtedly adept at long-range shots. Bailly's abilities transcend mere proficiency. They are nothing short of divine. Although this is the championship, the skill he has displayed is boundless in its potential. I suddenly realized Bailly is not merely a right-footed player. Time and again, he chooses the foot that is most fitting for the moment. This is a super midfielder with no weak foot. Bournemouth has indeed struck gold. It is also possible that Bailly previously lacked opportunities to showcase his ambidexterity. In the past, he had taken fewer shots, but now, with his physical conditioning improving, he is shooting and dribbling more, allowing his talents to shine through. The fervent discussions among fans serve as the highest affirmation of Bailly's current performance. His goal has left countless spectators astonished. Not only those supporting Bournemouth, but also fans of other championship teams keeping an eye on the match. I have long asserted Bailly's strength. It is entirely reasonable that we lost to Bournemouth because of him, yet you remain skeptical. Is this the player who managed to defeat Liverpool? Incredible. I envy Bournemouth for having him. With Bailly on their side, Bournemouth's potential has soared significantly. It is entirely plausible they could claim the championship title this year. With 20 matches still remaining, Watford's current lead is a mere 5 points, placing immense pressure on them to maintain their unbeaten streak, which will be exceedingly challenging. Now, the focus shifts to the contest between Bournemouth and Watford, as each team strives to sustain their victories. Once one falters, it becomes increasingly difficult to recover. At present, it appears Norwich poses no threat to Bournemouth. Should they secure victory in this match, Bournemouth will equal Norwich's points, but with a superior goal difference. They will surpass Norwich to become second in the league. At Vitality Stadium, following Bailly's goal, Eddie Howe felt a sense of relief. With Bailly, Bournemouth has no rivals in the championship. If they can win the next match against Watford, their hopes for the title will significantly increase. However, Eddie Howe understands the necessity of bolstering the squad through reinforcements. He must communicate effectively with the management. This truly is Bournemouth's prime opportunity. If they fail to invest now, once Bailly departs, even if they sell him for millions, that money won't be sufficient to acquire a player of his caliber. As a coach who has transitioned from player to manager, Eddie Howe comprehends the rarity of talents like Bailly. Small clubs simply cannot retain such extraordinary prodigies. In Howe's view, Bailly's potential rivals that of historical greats like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, though there may be a subjective element to this belief. Even if Bailly cannot be compared directly to Messi or Ronaldo, he is undoubtedly not far behind. Thus, Howe is aware that top clubs have already begun to approach Bournemouth and Bailly frequently. If they wait until the summer transfer window, when elite teams make significant signings, Bailly is certain to be lured away. Furthermore, Bailly himself undoubtedly aspires to compete on a grander stage, making this final half-season the most opportune moment for Bournemouth to make history. Eddie Howe is resolute in his determination to persuade the management to secure 2 or 3 defenders of championship quality. Beep. The referee's whistle sounds, and the match resumes. Norwich, now 2 goals down, finds its players and even the coach momentarily stunned by Bailly's recent strike. Once they regrouped, they realized there was no retreat. They could only press forward. Losing by a few goals mattered little. Achieving a draw or a victory was paramount. Thus, Norwich's players resolved to give it their all. On the other hand, Bournemouth, employing a familiar 4-4-2 counterattacking formation, is well versed in this approach. Should the opposition choose to attack, they are welcome to do so. The key is to avoid making mistakes. Otherwise, they will be at the mercy of Bournemouth's counterattacks. Norwich advanced through the center, where Bailly's defense was virtually non-existent, allowing the opposition to easily pass the ball through the middle where he stood. However, Bailly was never particularly adept at defense. Eddie Howe often treated him as an afterthought when devising defensive strategies. Yet, when the players from Norwich advanced through the center, they soon realized they were confronted by Bournemouth's 2-layered defense. With Bailly and the entire team retreating, Norwich found themselves in a rather uncomfortable position. Their hopes of penetrating the defense through ground play became almost non-existent. In the absence of a significant disparity in strength, as long as Bournemouth held their positions, Norwich was rendered ineffective, merely passing the ball aimlessly outside the penalty area. As time passed, with Norwich unable to penetrate the defense, Neil had no choice but to instruct his players to resort to long balls. After all, over 70 minutes had elapsed, and their time for an offensive was dwindling. However, such an aerial assault often led to a loss of possession. For a considerable period, Bournemouth had barely any counterattack opportunities, as they had fully regrouped and, with Norwich struggling to penetrate, could safely recycle possession. Yet, once the long balls began and the ball was lofted into the penalty area, maintaining possession became a challenge. Strong teams typically refrain from pointless aerial bombardments unless it is a desperate moment. For Neil and his Norwich side, that moment had arrived. Boom. Norwich launched a sudden aerial ball into the penalty area. Bournemouth's players were caught off guard, and in the ensuing chaos, Elphick headed the ball out of play, granting the opposition a corner kick. In the dying moments of the first half, Bournemouth had conceded a goal from a corner, so they were particularly vigilant now to avoid repeating that mistake. Norwich's midfielder, Housen, positioned himself at the corner flag, feeling anxious as he surveyed his teammates' positions and exchanged tactical glances with them. Nearby, Bournemouth fans unleashed a cacophony of boos and shouts in an attempt to disrupt Housen's corner kick. Upon the referee's signal, Housen took the kick. Boom. The ball soared directly into the box, aimed at the near post. Unfortunately, Bournemouth had anticipated this, and Cook leapt to head the ball clear of danger. The crowd at Vitality Stadium erupted in cheers as their team successfully thwarted yet another threat. However, as the fans reveled in the defense's success, the situation on the field shifted dramatically. Bailly had seized the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Bournemouth's attack was underway. This thought raced through the minds of the fans. Run! Bailly shouted from the top of the box, and Wilson, already prepared, dashed forward. Although Wilson had been defending, his stamina remained intact, and upon hearing Bailly's call, he surged ahead. Norwich's final line of defense consisted only of two midfielders retreating, as the center-backs had committed to contesting aerial duels in the box. This was Bournemouth's opportunity. Wilson sprinted forward, knowing it was a prime chance for a counterattack after enduring prolonged defensive duties. Tate and Raymond, the last two defenders, scrambled back. Raymond moved to block Wilson, while Tate faced the advancing Bailly. The other players surged toward Norwich's half, but since most had just launched their run from the box and were fatigued toward the end of the match, the effective numbers in attack and defense stood at just 2v2, Bailly and Wilson against Raymond and Tate. In such an even matchup, the defensive side was undeniably at a disadvantage. Indeed, Wilson utilized his speed to carve out a substantial advantage down the flank. He continued to surge forward. Bailly's speed, while not particularly explosive, was adequate, and with a stamina edge, he entered shooting range. However, Tate closely pursued him, yet Bailly remained unperturbed. Pressing forward and applying pressure, Wilson reached the left flank, finding an ideal opportunity to cut inside. Pretending to make the inward move, he caused Raymond to momentarily hesitate. Shifting his weight, Wilson then took a touch, advancing a step while scanning the penalty area and the center before delivering a lateral pass. The ball reached Bailly, who surged ahead to contest it with Tate. Bailly's physicality once again rendered Tate powerless, as he muscled his way past him to secure the space for the reception. Goalkeeper Rudy, having observed Bailly entangled with Tate, noticed Wilson had slipped past Raymond and moved to block Wilson's shot. To his disbelief, Bailly used his strength to push past Tate. Wilson delivered the ball to Bailly's feet. Boom! Bailly, in motion, executed a deft finish, effectively striking into an open goal. Unimpeded, the ball found the net. Rudy's attempt to recover was far too late. Tate, upon witnessing the goal, sank to his knees in despair, fully aware of the part he played in conceding this goal. Bailly jubilantly dashed towards the sidelines, leaping onto the railing of the stands, arms outstretched. In that moment, he sealed the match. Bournemouth's 15th consecutive league victory was upon them. Bailly, Bailly. The fans in the stands fervently reached out, waving and chanting Bailly's name. They had triumphed. They had bested the second-place team in the league. Moreover, it was achieved with relative ease. This was Bournemouth. This was Vitality Stadium. This was Bailly. This victory belonged to everyone at Bournemouth. As his teammates approached, Bailly leaped down to celebrate with them. Despite panting heavily, the faces of his companions radiated excitement and exhilaration. Bailly, you did brilliantly. We sealed the match. We won again. You are amazing. With you on the team, we are bound to claim the championship. Eddie Howe, observing from the sidelines, remained composed. As he noted Norwich's shift to a long ball strategy, he understood they were unraveling. In such moments, it was the perfect opportunity for Bournemouth to strike. As long as space existed, Bailly would capitalize. Coupled with their speedy winger Wilson, counterattacks were merely a matter of a few passes. 15 consecutive victories. Howe felt a surge of pride. As the youngest manager in the championship, he was on the brink of becoming the youngest champion coach. He gazed at the throngs surrounding Bailly, all brimming with anticipation. This young man was crafting a miracle. Meanwhile, Alex Neil, on the other side, could only shake his head in resignation. His inaugural match as manager was drawing to a disheartening close, marked by a dismal 4-1 defeat. Statistically, Norwich had dominated possession, amassing over 60% of the ball on the opponent's turf, which typically indicated a one-sided match. Yet, they had failed to convert their dominance into goals. Bournemouth had instead netted 4. Moreover, Neil could not fault his players. They made no mistakes. Their opponents were simply too formidable. He glanced at that youthful prodigy, whose previously mundane number 29 jersey now shimmered with significance. The English commentators, at this juncture, confirmed that victory belonged to Bournemouth. They had won. they had triumphed once more. 3 years ago, this team was competing in the English Football League too. Yet now they are steadily advancing towards the pinnacle of English football. Who could possibly hinder their ascent? At the very least, Norwich City, currently second in the championship, has fallen before them. Perhaps Watford? However, let us not forget that even Liverpool succumbed at the Vitality Stadium, yielding to the brilliance of Bailly. Bournemouth has achieved an astonishing 15 consecutive victories. They trail the league leaders, Watford, by a mere 5 points. Bournemouth is etching its name in history. All of this is attributed to Bailly, a player discarded by Real Madrid's Castilla. Arsenal has made a bid of 35 million. The commentator's concluding remarks made many realize that Bailly was once a player released by a youth academy. He struggled to find playing time. Yet now, Bailly embodies the essence of a player in demand, being pursued by numerous clubs eager to forge their future midfield core. To Bournemouth's fans, Bailly is a revelation. To fans of other English clubs, he is a newly emerging midfield prodigy. However, for Garque, the head of Castilla in Spain, this is not splendid news. Especially as Bailly's recent performances have been nothing short of remarkable, with even the Spanish national team contemplating his call-up. Numerous Spanish media outlets have taken to mocking him, suggesting he let a super talent slip away for free. Within Castilla, voices of blame have emerged, arguing that, given Bailly's displayed talent, he should not have been released without compensation. Even if he could not break into Real Madrid's first team, Castilla could have garnered a handsome return by selling him. Now, Castilla finds itself with nothing from Bailly, earning a reputation for failing to recognize talent. Returning to the Vitality Stadium, the roar of over 10,000 fans reverberates as the match resumes. However, Norwich's coach, Neil, has conceded defeat, realizing that the last 10 minutes offer no realistic chance of equalizing 3 goals. Bournemouth's defense, fully intact, remains resolute. Despite Norwich's final attempts, they end in vain. As the injury time concludes, the referee blows the final whistle. Bournemouth triumphs 4-1 over Norwich. In this clash of titans in the championship, they emerge victorious. Victory! Champions! Bailly! As the final whistle sounds, the fans in the stands chant 3 words they had rehearsed, echoing throughout the Bournemouth home ground. After shaking hands with Neil, Eddie Howe embraces Bailly, along with the other players, acknowledging the fans. It is a splendid evening for everyone associated with Bournemouth. Post-match, Eddie Howe, grinning during a press interview, is greeted with the remark that he appears quite pleased. He responds affirmatively, declaring it a joyous night as they celebrate their 15th consecutive win. He continues to address questions regarding the team, and when queried about Bailly's public declaration on social media that he would not leave, the reporter asks if there are plans to sell him in the winter transfer window. Some Premier League clubs remain keen on acquiring Bailly, even willing to offer a substantial transfer fee. Eddie Howe resolutely shakes his head, stating, "No, Bailly will not depart Bournemouth in the winter window. That is unequivocal. Bournemouth needs him now." This question is swiftly put to rest. However, the following day, Sky Sports breaks the news. Arsenal has submitted a 35 million bid for Bailly. The revelation leaves many astounded. It is not about whether Bailly will leave, but rather that he is valued at 35 million. And it is Arsenal. Are they truly willing to invest such a sum in a young player, as if it were a lottery ticket? Moreover, Arsenal's current midfield linchpin is Miguel, who was signed for a staggering 50 million in the summer of 2013, marking the highest transfer fee in the club's history. Arsenal's bid for Bailly is alarmingly close to Miguel's price. Will Arsenal genuinely offer such a sum? Regardless of the outcome, the news divides Arsenal fans into 2 factions, one optimistic about Bailly, the other believing Arsenal should refrain from pursuing him. Bailly is a premium talent. Simply watching a few Bournemouth matches reveals he is a critical figure in their midfield. Bournemouth's transformation from 9 winless matches to 15 consecutive victories is largely attributable to Bailly's influence. I am optimistic about Bailly joining Arsenal. His passing and organization skills are undoubtedly commendable. Others argue, however, that the Professor's tactics demand rapid transitions, and given Bailly's pace, he may struggle to keep up. Even if he possesses a good passing ability, his physicality has raised concerns among scouts. While he excels in the championship, can he organize in the more intense environment of the Premier League? If he lacks organization, speed, and defensive skills, he merely becomes a liability on the pitch. Such a player is best avoided. In reality, purchasing him for around 20 million as a gamble seems entirely reasonable, as Bailly is undeniably the core of a promotion-seeking team. making him a worthwhile investment. Don't just speculate. Go watch Bournemouth play. As for the 20 million price tag, at this stage, given Bailly's current form, it is impossible to acquire him for anything less than 40 to 50 million. Are championship players truly valued at 40 to 50 million? Do you think pounds are as trivial as Zimbabwean currency? It is laughable. At most, 30 million seems plausible. Arsenal's 35 million offer is already quite generous. If they refuse to sell at that price, then let them keep him. While Arsenal fans fervently debate this, Bournemouth supporters, witnessing the Arsenal fans' remarks, are left speechless. Do fans of Premier League clubs truly look down upon others? Bailly is a prized asset for Bournemouth, and they cannot tolerate such disrespect. They immediately join the fray, transforming what began as an internal Arsenal discussion into a heated verbal exchange between some Arsenal fans and Bournemouth supporters. After all, they are English fans. If they were to engage in a physical confrontation, it would be entirely feasible, let alone exchanging insults online. The uproar draws the attention of both clubs' official accounts, inundated with mentions. However, clubs typically do not intervene in fan disputes, and Arsenal has yet to deny their interest in Bailly, for they genuinely wish to acquire him. At Arsenal's training facility in Hertfordshire, manager Wenger is tirelessly reviewing video highlights of Bailly, having watched them multiple times. Yet, each viewing of his imaginative passes leaves him in awe. This is true talent. Moreover, as a manager, he perceives more than the average fan, having analyzed Bailly's performances from the start to his current level, revealing significant improvement. Whether in terms of physicality, speed, or stamina, his progress has been remarkable. This clearly indicates that Bailly's potential remains largely untapped, with ample room for further development. Furthermore, Bailly's impressive passing is complemented by his extraordinary free kick and long-range shooting abilities, which leave Wenger unable to remain composed. The direct reason for Arsenal's 35 million offer in the winter transfer window is not merely Wenger's admiration for Bailly. Rather, it is the urgency stemming from their longtime rivals, Manchester United, who have expressed interest in Bailly during the Christmas period. Wenger was unaware of the motives behind Ferguson's invitation to White Leaf, yet the two had no intersection. Thus, only one possibility remained, a staggering gap, the silent White Rose. While the external world buzzed about White Leaf's potential transfer, he remained indifferent to the matter. Upon posting a message on social media, he effectively confirmed that he would not be departing during the winter transfer window. Furthermore, even if the club wished to entertain offers, White Leaf's consent was imperative. Moreover, as long as Bournemouth's management was not financially desperate, selling White Leaf in the winter window would be an unwise decision. The team's respite lasted merely 3 days. During this brief interlude, White Leaf focused on training with his teammates to enhance their synergy, as the entire squad engaged in muscle relaxation exercises, leaving the team doctor exceedingly busy. Muscle fatigue may seem trivial, yet within such a grueling schedule, it could lead to significant issues, such as stress fractures or muscle tears. Currently, the sole piece of good news was that the intensity of recent matches had not been overwhelming, and the players had thus far avoided serious injuries, with most able to recover after resting for a game or two. However, Eddie Howe was still troubled by a lack of personnel. After thorough discussions with the higher-ups, there was a clear consensus on the necessity of reinforcements, yet the club's finances were severely limited. The team awaited a deeper run in the FA Cup and EFL Cup, coupled with a push for promotion in the league, which would yield a substantial financial windfall. Indeed, should they achieve promotion, even if they were to be relegated the following season, a significant sum would still be secured. The Daily Mail once reported that Premier League salaries were 5 times greater than those in the Championship, while wages for fourth-tier League Two players were approximately 80 times lower than their Premier League counterparts. Naturally, the salary figures varied among players, as this referred to average wages. From the club's perspective, the disparity in broadcasting revenue between Premier League and Championship clubs was a staggering 30-fold. Moreover, relegated teams in the Premier League benefited from a parachute payment system, ensuring protective revenue for 2 seasons post-relegation, safeguarding the interests of smaller clubs. This income varied annually, but generally enabled teams to maintain the majority of their key players, thus bolstering their chances for future promotion. Nevertheless, the overarching truth remained. Bournemouth was currently financially constrained. As time passed, the Championship continued, and after triumphing over Norwich at home, Bournemouth was set to challenge Leeds United away on January 18th. Leeds United, a club well known to many Premier League fans, was famously dubbed the White Rose. Their rivalry with Manchester United was referred to as the Rose Derby, tracing back to the Wars of the Roses, a series of civil wars in the 1400s between the York and Lancaster dynasties vying for the English throne. The home kits of both clubs corresponded to the historical rose colors. Leeds donned white, akin to the York white rose, while Manchester sported red, reminiscent of the Lancaster red rose. However, following the zenith of the early century, Leeds had since fallen from grace. Bournemouth supporters harbored great anticipation for this match, as the current Leeds side was a far cry from its historical peak, a time when they competed for Champions League qualifications against teams like Arsenal, Manchester United, and Liverpool. On that evening at Elland Road in West Yorkshire, England, Leeds fans gathered, yet the stadium, with a capacity of over 30,000, was far from full. This lack of attendance was reflective of Leeds' dismal performance this season, causing fans to lose faith in the team's prospects. Only a little over 20,000 turned up. Throughout December, Leeds had failed to secure a single victory, and with the ongoing FA Cup matches in January, they had gone 8 games without a win, a troubling trend that dated back to October. Currently, after 26 rounds of league play, Leeds had won only 6 matches and found themselves in the relegation zone. This match represented a clash between a title-contending team and a relegation battler. Due to the team's poor performance, the managerial position had seen frequent changes. This season began with Hockaday, who was dismissed after 2 months, followed by interim coach Redfern for a month, and then Milani, who also failed to secure any victories before being replaced. The team once again turned to assistant coach Redfern for this match. Redfern's coaching background was scant. Previously, he had led Leeds Youth Academy and had served as an assistant at York City, starting his career coaching a lesser-known regional team, Norwich Victoria. His ambition was to solidify his position at Leeds. Yet, while aspirations were noble, the reality was harsh. As the match commenced, silence enveloped Elland Road within the first 40 minutes of the first half. Fans shook their heads in despair, reluctant to confront such a disheartening outcome. Some even contemplating leaving early, though ultimately they remained, perhaps considering the money spent on tickets or holding on to a glimmer of hope for a miracle. The scoreboard starkly displayed 0-3. Within just over 30 minutes, Bournemouth had surged to a 3-goal lead. In the attacking midfield, White Leaf shattered Leeds' defense. The first 2 goals resulted from his incisive passes that breached the opposition's backline, assisting teammates in scoring. The third goal was a spectacular strike from the edge of the penalty area, piercing through the grasp of goalkeeper Silvestri. White Leaf celebrated in front of the Bournemouth fans, who, in return, erupted with fervent cheers. White Leaf! White Leaf! The supporters at Elland Road chanted his name, transforming the atmosphere into one of exuberance. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe, witnessing his team's rapid lead, began to mentally detach from the current match. As the most challenging segment of the month loomed ahead, consecutive matches against 2 Premier League teams, Aston Villa and league leaders Chelsea. He contemplated strategies to tackle these formidable opponents. While the match continued, as the clock approached 40 minutes, Howe decided to substitute key players for rest in the second half. However, just before the onset of stoppage time, a wave of astonishment swept through Elland Road. The exuberance did not emanate from Leeds supporters, but from Bournemouth's fans. White Leaf, unable to resist testing his prowess as the king of the small box, passed the ball to Wilson before darting into the penalty area. Between 2 of the opposing center-backs, he unleashed a powerful shot, which deflected off a defender's thigh, evading Silvestri. This deflection, notoriously challenging for goalkeepers to save, sent the ball into the unguarded net. The goal was scored. Bournemouth had netted 4 goals against Leeds in the first half. The once vibrant Leeds fans fell into complete silence, forced to acknowledge the vast chasm separating their team from Bournemouth. White Leaf, with 2 assists and 2 goals, had decisively secured victory. He reveled in his prowess as the king of the small box, confident that his performance would not be scrutinized, given Leeds' evident weakness. He slid on his knees before the away supporters, the excitement of the fans painted on their cheeks in the frigid winter air, a vivid testament to their elation. 56. Mourinho, I do not recognize White Leaf. Contrary to the jubilant Bournemouth fans, the mood among the Leeds United supporters is as chilling as the winter snow. The match is irretrievably lost, and to be subjected to such a slaughter on home soil. Redfern shakes his head helplessly from the sidelines. Facing a team at the pinnacle of the league, the spirit of the players cannot alter the vast chasm of skill that separates them. Ding. Soon, the referee's whistle signals the end of the first half. The players retreat to the locker room for a brief 15-minute respite to prepare for the second half. Yet for both sides, the match has already concluded. A 4-goal deficit at halftime is a significant gulf in the championship. On social media, Bournemouth fans are in a frenzy. Incredible. Whiteleaf's performance is astounding. How could Arsenal even consider offering £35 million for such a player? It is utterly impossible. At least £50 million. Otherwise, there is no negotiation. Whiteleaf is undoubtedly worth £50 million, and this match has showcased his prowess spectacularly. He is a top-tier midfield core, and playing around him is unquestionably sound. However, I believe it would be best for such a player to refrain from joining a top club for the time being. Otherwise, without a core role, it would be a waste. It would be wiser to join a mid-tier team, excel in performance, mature fully, and then transition to a major club. I think that after Bournemouth's successful promotion this season, Whiteleaf could comfortably remain here for another season. Who knows, we might even participate in European competitions, and perhaps even dare to dream of winning. Ha ha ha, I seriously watched until the end, and your final words were your true intention, right? Everyone wants Whiteleaf to stay at Bournemouth, but we all know he will likely depart by this summer. There is no need to debate whether Whiteleaf will leave. We should simply relish our time with him while we still can. Whiteleaf is invincible. Indeed, many Bournemouth fans have come to realize that they do not seek eternal permanence, but rather cherish what they once had. Currently, as they enjoy a winning streak, they charge towards the championship title, unwavering on their path. There is no need to dwell on unpleasant matters. During this time, an interview with Mourinho was released by the media. It had concluded during the day, but was only edited and published in the evening. Among the topics discussed was Mourinho's response regarding the EFL Cup semi-final. Reporter: at the end of the month, Chelsea will face Bournemouth, a championship team that has never reached the EFL Cup semi-finals, and they were playing in the 4th tier just 3 years ago. What are your thoughts on this opponent? Mourinho: an inspiring story, but their tale ends here. We never underestimate any opponent, and I hope to carry our excellent form into every match. Reporter: Bournemouth's core player, Whiteleaf, has been particularly impressive in the championship this season. Do you have a defensive strategy in place? Mourinho: apologies. I am quite busy and have not followed the championship. I do not know who Whiteleaf is. Reporter: Arsenal has made a £35 million offer for Whiteleaf, and there are rumors that Guardiola from Bayern Munich is also interested in him. Mourinho: I must interrupt. I currently do not recognize Whiteleaf. Before the match, I will familiarize myself with him, but we must focus on the next league game. In the EFL Cup, we might even consider fielding a substitute lineup. As the players are fatigued and need rest, the EFL Cup presents a good opportunity. This snippet left Bournemouth fans feeling somewhat helpless. Although Mourinho claimed to take every opponent seriously, his tone conveyed a lack of regard for Bournemouth. This exemplifies the vast disparity in strength. Bournemouth fans attempted to counter, but soon they were overwhelmed by Chelsea fans' words, as the disparity in fan numbers between the two teams is also considerable. One Chelsea fan remarked, Mourinho's words are entirely valid. Who is Whiteleaf? Were it not for the media's incessant coverage, I would not even know this player's name. Who watches the championship? Our main team is in the Premier League. Moreover, I just glanced at this player's profile. He has only recently begun his professional career, valued at merely €10 million. Who among Chelsea's players is not valued in the millions? With top players like Hazard in the forefront, who recognizes Whiteleaf? Only those mid-tier Premier League teams, desperate for a lottery win, would consider him. A throng of Chelsea fans liked this comment, and Bournemouth fans felt the stark contrast between themselves and the larger clubs. This disparity is not merely about skill, but also reflects the arrogance of larger club supporters, leaving them with few effective retorts, as verbal counterarguments often appear feeble. Football matters must be resolved on the pitch. Far away at Elland Road, Bournemouth's players remain oblivious to this. As the second half commenced, Eddie Howe made substitutions, allowing key players to rest while bringing on substitutes to maintain the score. However, while Eddie Howe intended merely to hold the line, an unexpected delight occurred. Commigan scored with a header, changing the score to 5-0, a complete rout. Ultimately, with a 5-goal advantage, Bournemouth easily secured 3 points on the road. Meanwhile, Watford also won this round, maintaining a 5-point gap between them. However, Watford faced a challenging match, leading by only 1 goal until the 80th minute. Under the immense pressure from Bournemouth, their players' mindset inevitably shifted. With 30 matches yet to play, the entire league extends to 46 rounds. Thus, in this respect, Bournemouth fans and players maintain a more positive outlook. It is the pursuers who are anxious. After the match, Eddie Howe, when confronted by reporters, recited some standard phrases. But the journalists soon brought up Mourinho's comments. Upon hearing this, Eddie Howe, unaware of the situation, still defended White Leaf, stating, "I do not know if Mourinho mentioned that he does not recognize White Leaf. If he did, it is entirely reasonable, just as I do not watch Chelsea matches. I focus on the championship. To me, every league is magnificent, and Mourinho's comments are certainly justifiable, but I believe we will stand before him and say, hey, we are Bournemouth." 57. The FA Cup fourth round, a moment for notoriety. Eddie Howe's words were echoed by Bournemouth fans post-match. Indeed, respect is earned through one's own efforts. If he has not heard of us, then when Bournemouth stands before Chelsea, they will surely know. In the media's embellished reports, the words of Mourinho and Eddie Howe became a momentary tempest. Some outlets even compared the two coaches, but regardless of the angle, Eddie Howe was overshadowed by the championship-winning Mourinho. Furthermore, aside from Bournemouth fans, no one believes Bournemouth could make a significant impact when facing Chelsea. This season's Chelsea has exhibited an unparalleled blue army, dominating the Premier League, triumphing over formidable teams like Manchester United and Arsenal, let alone a championship team. Even a team that managed a fluke victory over Liverpool has garnered little attention, as everyone is well aware of Liverpool's struggles this season. Losing to any opponent comes as no surprise. In response to the external comments, Bournemouth fans occasionally retort, although most of the time their words vanish into silence. For the players of Bournemouth, being professional athletes means that certain sentiments must remain unspoken, confined to their hearts, or shared only during training. Bailly, listening to his teammates' grievances, paid little heed, as he was focused on adapting to the growth of his own attributes during practice. In a couple of days, they were set to compete in the fourth round of the FA Cup against the Premier League team Aston Villa. This match ignited hope within Bailly for a fifth consecutive victory. Should they triumph, he would unlock another treasure chest. Furthermore, facing Aston Villa's players could potentially enhance his attribute points. His current attributes were already sufficient to secure a starting position in most Premier League teams, especially with his plethora of talents. The future was undeniably his. Thus, while he did not overly concern himself with Mourinho's remarks, Bailly yearned to score on the field and witness how the renowned tactician would respond. However, for now, the immediate focus was on Aston Villa. Eddie Howe scrutinized Chelsea's match footage in his office, growing increasingly apprehensive as he observed Mourinho's relentless defense and incisive attacking play. The names of stars such as Hazard, Drogba, Diego Costa, Fabregas, Willian, and Oscar, each of whom could be a coveted signing for Bournemouth, echoed in his mind. By the end of his analysis, doubt crept into Eddie Howe's thoughts. Should they truly gamble in the League Cup? Could they genuinely overcome this formidable Chelsea side? During interviews, he could confidently declare, "Hey, we are Bournemouth." Yet at this moment, he felt a wavering resolve. Mourinho's Chelsea was indeed a formidable force. His gaze shifted to the training ground outside the window, landing on a particular figure, Bailly. In practice, Bailly executed 10 consecutive long-range shots from outside the penalty area, skillfully bypassing obstacles and finding the net in the corners. The other players erupted in astonished applause, recognizing the vast chasm of talent and skill that separated them from Bailly. Yet, they also witnessed his tangible progress, the result of diligent training. While many had occasionally missed training sessions, Bailly was consistently present, often extending his practice time. His teammates admired his diligence and effort. While Eddie Howe saw a beacon of hope, Bailly represented Bournemouth's aspiration to conquer every opponent and was the sole reliance for their journey across 3 competitions. On January 21st, the fourth round of the FA Cup was set to commence, with Bournemouth traveling to Villa Park in Birmingham, the home of Aston Villa. Aston Villa is one of England's oldest teams, a founding member of the Football League in 1888 and the Premier League in 1992. Historically, Aston Villa has won the top-flight league championship 7 times and the FA Cup 7 times. Since the inception of the Premier League, Villa has often ranked among the top teams, displaying strength despite inconsistencies, remaining a formidable side outside of title contenders like Manchester United. In a pre-match interview, Eddie Howe stated that the team's goal was victory, yet realistically, the FA Cup posed an additional burden given Bournemouth's limited squad depth. They could have opted for an easier route, fielding an entirely substitute team to focus on the league. But they did not wish to disappoint their fans nor forfeit any opportunity for victory. They were uncertain how far they could progress, but they aimed to go as far as possible. Although these words emanated from Eddie Howe, They echoed the sentiments of all Bournemouth players, a shared understanding that this season was their sole chance. Bailly would certainly depart in the summer transfer window. That evening, Villa Park was a sea of faces, with over 40,000 fans filling the stands, drowning out the voices of the approximately 1,000 Bournemouth supporters. The Villa fans were eager for a soft target to bolster their team's morale. This season had been challenging for Aston Villa in the Premier League, with manager Paul Lambert struggling to secure positive results. Currently, Aston Villa was winless in their last 7 league matches, having just suffered a 0-2 defeat at home to Liverpool. In fact, the only victory they had achieved in the past 2 months was in the FA Cup against Blackpool. Thus, Villa fans longed to see their team triumph over Bournemouth, hoping for at least some success in the cup amidst their league struggles. Boom! The roar of Villa Park erupted as the players entered the field. Bailly, serving as Bournemouth's captain, stepped onto the pitch behind the goalkeeper, greeted by the fervent cheers of the Villa supporters. Bailly had mostly played in the Championship, with only a few encounters against Premier League teams, often in front of crowds of over 10,000. Facing the overwhelming sound of 40,000 home fans, he found himself momentarily entranced. Memories flashed of a coach at Real Madrid Castilla, who had once told the young players that maintaining composure in front of thousands was a talent in itself. Bailly believed he possessed that talent. He was unafraid and envisioned a day when tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, would cheer for him. The FA Cup, a prestigious English tournament, was the perfect stage for players from lower-tier teams to showcase their abilities. The prerequisite, of course, was to defeat higher-tier teams, especially the Giants. Aston Villa was a worthy opponent, and Chelsea even more so. This was the moment to establish his name. As Bailly stepped onto the verdant pitch before thousands of Villa supporters, it felt as if he were not facing 2 different tiers, but rather equals. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the start of the match. Bailly, having won the kickoff for Bournemouth, passed the ball back to the midfield. Upon receiving the ball, he did not immediately launch an attack. Even the weakest Premier League team was significantly stronger than a Championship side, given that every Premier League team, even those battling relegation, had ascended from the Championship. Bournemouth could not afford to rush. Without space, attacking would be futile. After all, Bournemouth's players lacked the intricate teamwork characteristic of Premier League teams, often opting for direct play. Aston Villa, playing at home, was not as conservative as Bournemouth. Having suffered in the Premier League, they were eager to reclaim their pride against Bournemouth. Thus, as the match commenced, Aston Villa immediately began to press, forcing Bournemouth players to move the ball and seeking opportunities for interceptions. In China, CCTV Sports broadcasted this FA Cup match, primarily due to Bailly's rapidly growing popularity in the country, particularly since the Championship matches were not aired in China. Many fans eager to watch Bailly could only find pirated links online, with poor quality and no legitimate commentary, often hosted by gambling streamers seeking to lure viewers into betting. Such pirated broadcasts were fraught with risks. Platforms often vanished with the money. Hiwei provided commentary for this match. In the initial moments of the match, Hiwei remarked, as a Championship team, Bournemouth currently lacks any offensive intent against the Premier League side Aston Villa. This defensive counterattack style has been Bournemouth's hallmark in the Championship. Aston Villa, meanwhile, has struggled with its attacking capabilities this season in the Premier League, although their defense has been relatively solid. In fact, the majority of their losses have been by a margin of no more than 2 goals. Even Chelsea managed only a single-goal victory over Villa. However, Villa's scoring has been similarly constrained, with most matches yielding just 1 goal or none at all. This has become Villa's defining characteristic this season. It remains uncertain how they will perform against a Championship team today. At present, it is clear that Villa aims to seize the initiative, successfully pressing Bournemouth back into their half. Yet, the question remains, can Villa find the back of the net? Bournemouth has encountered this scenario numerous times before, and Villa must be cautious of Bournemouth's counterattacks. Within Bournemouth's ranks, Bailly stands as the most efficient player in the Championship when it comes to counterattacks, leading by a significant margin. Hiwei's comments resonate with many Chinese fans, who are particularly attentive to Bailly, a Chinese player whose background has been the subject of prior discussion among bloggers. Although he holds Spanish nationality, his presence on the top-flight stage fulfills the aspirations of many Chinese supporters. Fans have longed for the opportunity to see a Chinese face in elite competitions, and Bailly's emergence has made that dream possible. The anticipation of watching Bailly's live matches has been a challenge to realize. Yet fans hope for his swift transfer to a top league, enabling them to watch him weekly, perhaps even in the Champions League. As of now, Bailly's unique attributes have not yet manifested in the match, but one can expect his moment to shine during a Bournemouth counterattack. The success of Bournemouth in this match may very well hinge on Bailly's performance. Without him, they may struggle to advance the ball into the attacking third. This season, Villa has been particularly lackluster, yet they maintain an advantage over Bournemouth. They are managing to dominate possession, but this newfound pressure may prove disorienting for Villa's players, who are typically accustomed to being pressed by other Premier League teams. The fan sentiments hold some merit, as Villa's offensive efforts at Villa Park have not been particularly fluid, often thwarted by Bournemouth's defense. Coach Paul Lambert, observing the unfolding situation from the sidelines, appears visibly concerned. He cannot afford a loss in this match, especially given the pressure from recent league defeats, which have placed him at significant risk of dismissal. He currently ranks among the top 3 in the Premier League for potential layoffs. Lambert has previously contributed positively to Villa, having taken the helm on June 2, 2012, after the departure of Alex McLeish. In his initial 2 seasons, he guided the team to a 15th-place finish, successfully avoiding relegation. However, despite a promising start this season with 3 wins and a draw from the first 4 matches, the team has since faced a disheartening stretch of 6 consecutive losses following a 0-3 defeat to Arsenal in the 5th round. Over the last 10 matches, Villa has managed only 3 draws and 7 losses, setting a club record of 659 minutes without scoring in the Premier League. Lambert himself senses the looming threat of dismissal, especially since 5 other coaches have already been relieved of their duties this season. He fears he may be the next, yet he is determined to fight on. Unfortunately, Villa's ongoing struggles to find the net against Premier League teams have now persisted into this match against a championship opponent, compounding Lambert's frustrations. With 15 minutes elapsed, Villa has maintained relentless pressure on Bournemouth, yet they have failed to convert their dominance into goals. Their attacks lacked genuine threat, while Bournemouth nearly capitalized on a counterattack. Thwarted only by Villa's midfield maestro, the Spanish player Sia, who anticipated and intercepted a pass intended for Bailly. Had Bailly received that ball, Villa would have faced a tangible threat, as Wilson on the left flank was poised to make a run. Despite the match resembling a half-hearted training exercise, it does not appear overwhelmingly one-sided. Villa continues to grapple with their familiar problem. Once they reach the attacking third, they seem at a loss. It feels as though both teams are operating at a similar level rather than distinctly different tiers. Villa's opportunities are scarce, and should Bournemouth seize a chance, the outcome of this match remains uncertain. Hiway's commentary thus far has not revealed any particularly thrilling moments. Were it not for Bailly, it is unlikely that such a match would garner live coverage from CCTV. Nevertheless, Bailly's presence has drawn considerable viewership even in this lackluster game, rivaling that of some top-flight encounters, except for the marquee matchups. This reflects the current state of Chinese football, where the national team's prowess remains weak, and fans yearn for a figure to inspire confidence on the grand stage. In basketball, figures like Yao Ming and the much-hyped Lin Shihao have fulfilled such a role. Now, Bailly represents hope in the realm of football, naturally attracting heightened attention. Just as Hiway began to feel the match's monotony, the tide shifted dramatically on the pitch. Villa's forward, Bentique, faced with Cook's defense, suddenly changed direction and accelerated, causing Cook to tumble to the ground. Without hesitation, Bentique surged past the fallen defender, capitalizing on the opportunity presented by Cook's misfortune. Bentique, positioned where Cook had focused his defensive efforts, found himself unmarked as the closest defender. Elphick was not quick enough to close the gap. This presented Bentique with a golden opportunity. Despite having a history of notable misses during his time at Liverpool, he remained a formidable player in the Premier League. Confronted with this chance, he likely recalled his past mistakes and acted decisively this time. Facing Bournemouth's substitute goalkeeper, Kemp, Bentique unleashed a powerful shot. The ball hurtled towards the net, and Kemp reacted quickly. However, the shot's speed coupled with Cook's abrupt fall caused a momentary lapse in Kemp's response, allowing the ball to slip through his fingers and into the net. Bam! Bentique scored. Aston Villa successfully netted a goal at home, taking the lead 1-0. Bentique sprinted to celebrate, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the Villa Park crowd, who desperately needed such a goal. Conversely, the mood among Bournemouth supporters was far less jubilant. Their distress stemmed not only from the goal conceded, but also from witnessing their key defender, Cook, clutching the back of his thigh after collapsing. In an instant, Bournemouth found themselves grappling with a significant upheaval. Not only had they conceded a goal, but they also faced the prospect of losing a vital player to injury. This unforeseen turn of events left many in a state of shock. All eyes turned to Bailly, who now bore the weight of Bournemouth's hopes. He stepped up to the occasion. Particularly for Eddie Howe, he was somewhat taken aback by the sudden blow. The significance of Cook to Bournemouth's defense is self-evident. Although Cook occasionally falters and has moments of underperformance, he often serves as a crucial component in the team's defensive line. Now, astonishingly, he is injured. Observing the busy figures of the medical staff, it is clear that Cook's injury is serious. The assistant coaches gather anxiously around Eddie Howe, all awaiting the doctor's assessment. Soon enough, they receive unsettling news. The medical staff gestures to Howe, indicating a substitution must be made. Cook's issue is substantial. He simply cannot continue. Howe watches the slow-motion replay on the sidelines with an anxious expression. Cook fell after attempting to accelerate and keep pace with Bentique, collapsing without any contact. Such a situation likely indicates a muscle tear. The already strained defensive lineup is now further depleted. Fullback Francis hurriedly warms up on the sidelines, preparing to replace Cook, who plays as a center back. Under the circumstances, Francis must step in to fill that role, as there are simply no alternatives. In this match, Howe has not even deployed a 4-4-2 formation. He has opted for a 4-5-1 setup from the outset, primarily for defensive purposes, thus utilizing all available defenders. There are indeed options for the attacking side, but introducing more offensive players without defensive support would merely provide opportunities for Villa. While Villa's offense may be lackluster, one should not underestimate the capabilities of a Premier League team. On the field, Cook's expression is one of pain, not from physical discomfort, but from the realization that he has succumbed when the team needs him most. This centre-back, hailing from Hastings, England, has diligently served Bournemouth since 2011. Though not the most talented, his dedication is beyond reproach, earning him the affection of Bournemouth fans. As the captain, Billing supports Cook off the field, reassuring him, "Rest well. The team has me." Cook turns to Billing, feeling somewhat comforted, knowing Billing's capabilities. At this moment, he says little, simply patting Billing's shoulder twice. Their shared glance conveys unspoken understanding. Hiway observes Cook's exit and Villa's lead, remarking, "Tonight, the goddess of fortune may not favor Bournemouth." The injury to a key center-back not only jeopardizes this match, but also raises concerns about Cook's fitness for the upcoming fixtures. Bournemouth's focus on defense has rendered them incapable of mounting counterattacks. They may need to devise a new strategy. On social media in England, discussions among Bournemouth fans regarding Cook's injury abound, with many expressing concern over its impact on future matches. Consequently, numerous fans urge the club through official channels to expedite reinforcements during the winter transfer window, fearing the team's collapse. Simultaneously, some dissatisfied fans seize the opportunity to mock Bournemouth. After the substitution, the match resumes. Billing remains oblivious to the external turmoil. Even if aware, he would not dwell on it. His sole focus is to identify Villa's vulnerabilities, for he cannot afford to lose this match. Victory is imperative. The prospect of a 5-match winning streak is tantalizingly close. Following the restart, Villa continues their relentless pressing, eager to replicate their previous success. More importantly, they seek to employ this ball control strategy as a substitute for defense. Bentique, operating within Bournemouth's penalty area, consistently pulls defenders out of position, awaiting his teammates' passes. His recent goal has rekindled his confidence. However, both manager Lambert and Bentique himself have allowed that one goal to cloud their judgment, neglecting to recognize the current state of Villa as a team and Bentique as a player. Bentique embodies the archetypal second or third-tier striker, aptly described as a battering ram. His style predominantly relies on physicality to score. Such forwards thrive in weaker teams where they can be the focal point, receiving aerial and ground passes in abundance, using their strength to claim position for headers or powerful shots. With numerous scoring opportunities, they can emerge as a team's leading scorer by season's end, leading to misconceptions about their potential as top-tier strikers. In reality, they often exceed expectations. This is the essence of Bentique, a profile mirrored by players like Brewster. Brewster scored prolifically at Swansea before Manchester City acquired him to diversify their tactical approach. However, he struggled to adapt to City's intricate style, leading to his gradual decline, a fate strikingly similar to Bentique's experience at Liverpool. Statistically speaking, such strikers possess 4 significant shortcomings. They lack dribbling and breakthrough abilities, often remaining within the penalty area, sluggish during counterattacks. They exhibit poor fundamental skills, faltering in short passes, long passes, and ball control. Their conversion rates are low, relying heavily on brute force, frequently squandering excellent scoring opportunities, and they possess limited football intelligence, making it challenging to become effective tactical pivots despite their impressive physical attributes. Although Bentic's recent goal delighted Villa fans, it was not indicative of his true skill level. It merely capitalized on Cook's unforeseen injury. When they attempt to sustain this pressing style throughout the match or widen the score gap, they will encounter considerable difficulties. Billing, meanwhile, remains vigilant during Villa's offensive phases, keenly observing for vulnerabilities. To him, Villa presents numerous weaknesses, particularly when they press forward. If he can seize possession, Wilson's run will create an opportunity. Moreover, Billing has gleaned valuable attributes from observing Villa's players. His current attributes reflect a notable enhancement, particularly in speed. Stamina, 85 speed, 70 shooting, 75 passing, 100 dribbling, 65 defense, 60 strength, 97. A speed rating of 70 is commendable. Billing awaits the chance to counterattack. Lambert aims to intensify his offensive strategy following Bournemouth's central defender's injury, hoping for a decisive victory to solidify his position. However, Lambert's aspirations quickly crumble as the counterattacking opportunity Billing seeks materializes. In the 28th minute, Bentic contests a header in the penalty area, but Elphick clears the ball, failing to send it far. Fortunately, the newly substituted Francis is nearby, leveraging Bentic's lack of agility to clear the ball swiftly. The ball exits the penalty area. Billing has been observing the situation closely. This time, he instructs Wilson to make a forward run while he himself evades his persistent marker, Baker. He anticipates the ball. Wilson, initially taking small steps toward the opponent's half, accelerates the moment he sees Billing receive the ball, fully confident in Billing's passing ability. And indeed, after Wilson initiated the play, just before entering an offside position, Bailly skillfully maneuvered past Bacuna's defense to pass the ball. Following his pass, Bailly forcefully shrugged off Bacuna and surged forward. Although Bacuna intended to follow him for defense, Bailly's shove caused him to momentarily lose his balance, delaying his response by a second or two. By the time Bacuna regained his composure and attempted to advance, Bailly had already created several meters of separation. The players from Villa were quick to retreat after Wilson launched the attack, especially after Bailly's forward run. However, they had pushed too far upfield. Wilson, familiar with Bailly's capabilities, seized the opportunity to accelerate, fully exploiting his speed advantage. The two central defenders, Okor and Clark, advanced towards Wilson in an attempt to intercept the attack, knowing that allowing Wilson to break free would lead to a one-on-one situation. Yet, they overlooked one crucial player, Bailly. Bailly's forward movement was rapid, and the trailing central defender failed to notice him, while the players behind struggled to keep pace. By the time they shouted to alert their teammates about Bailly, it was already too late. Wilson executed a precise back pass to the center, where Bailly was perfectly positioned to receive the ball with a clear path ahead. In such a situation, most players would typically take an extra touch for safety, as it presented a golden opportunity for a one-on-one goal. However, Villa's Irish goalkeeper, Given, was already making a move to block Bailly's potential shot. Yet, Bailly's execution was nothing short of extraordinary, particularly given his remarkable long-range shooting ability. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike. The ball traveled with minimal curvature and an incredible speed, hurtling towards the bottom corner of the goal. Upon hearing the sound of the net rippling, Given stood frozen, unable to react. As he shifted his weight to prepare for a save, he realized too late that it was a shot, and his body could not adjust in time. The ball found its mark. Bailly scored a phenomenal world-class goal, leveling the score for Bournemouth at Villa Park. Once again, both teams returned to square one. Although the away fans from Bournemouth numbered just over 1,000, their voices resonated powerfully within the stadium, seemingly fragile, yet filled with strength. Bailly. Spotting the Bournemouth fans in the corner of the stand, he immediately rushed over to celebrate wildly with them. His teammates joined in, embracing Bailly as they celebrated their equalizer. This goal was a spectacle, captivating not only the Bournemouth supporters in attendance, but also all viewers watching the live broadcast, including neutral fans who marveled at Bailly's brilliance. Bailly is exceptional. Such a player is simply unstoppable. Not only can he pass, but he can also score. Having Bailly is a privilege for Bournemouth. I always knew Bailly would deliver goals for us. In the past, if I saw the team trailing, I would feel anxious and fearful. But now, It's different. Bailly is here. I would confidently tell any team that no matter how many goals they score, Bailly can bring us back. Bailly, the eternal legend of Bournemouth. The excitement is overwhelming. Bailly truly moved me to tears. So powerful. However, I must express that our club's management needs to make signings in the winter window. It's clear to everyone that there is a significant gap between Bournemouth's substitutes and the starting lineup. Moreover, Cook's recent injury was a direct result of the congested fixture schedule. If reinforcements are not brought in soon, and we continue to rely on these players, we risk further injuries, especially to Bailly. If Bailly were to get injured, Bournemouth's chances of competing for the title would be shattered. Bailly is the pinnacle of Bournemouth's ambitions. The fans' excitement was mirrored on the Bournemouth bench, where Eddie Howe vigorously waved his fists, seeking to express the pent-up frustration within him. Bailly delivered. At the moment when Bournemouth needed a hero, he once again rose to the occasion. He saved the team. This is the essence of Bournemouth. This is the captain. This is Bailly. The live broadcast director focused the camera on Bailly, then panned to the Bournemouth fans, and finally to the coaching staff. These scenes were faithfully transmitted to viewers worldwide watching the match. In Huagua, Hiway exclaimed upon witnessing Bailly's stunning strike. Bailly's extraordinary long-range shot. A powerful strike that pierced through Given's goal. We had just been discussing whether Villa's aggressive pressing would offer Bournemouth opportunities, and could Bournemouth capitalize on the counterattacks. Before the thought could fully form, Bailly demonstrated through his performance, sending a clear message to Villa's players. Do not give him an opportunity. Bailly is the player with the highest counterattack efficiency in the entire championship. This match reaffirmed that truth. Data does not lie. Villa sought victory, but it would not come easily. Bournemouth is a championship team, yet not the kind typically imagined. Even Liverpool suffered defeat at Bournemouth's lively stadium. Would Villa follow suit? Or would they eliminate Bournemouth from the FA Cup? 60. The miracle of midfield belongs to Bailly, heralding a new era. Bailly shone brightly at Villa Park. At that moment, the Aston Villa fans truly recognized the prowess of this young prodigy. While other players would have continued dribbling forward, Bailly's confidence in his shooting ability allowed him to strike from distance. The sheer power of his shot left even the goalkeeper stunned. This is talent. Lambert could only helplessly witness Bailly's display. Whether it was Bailly delivering the ball to Wilson or executing the final shot, it was pure, unadulterated talent. The match was becoming challenging, prompting Lambert to instruct his players to retreat slightly, maintain possession, and seek attacking opportunities without overcommitting, for Bournemouth's counterattacks were indeed formidable. To this day, Lambert still believed that Villa should not lose to a championship team. Soon, after the jubilant celebrations, Bailly and his teammates returned to the center circle as Villa resumed play. The Aston Villa players adhered to their coach Lambert's strategy. Despite their coach having led them through a lengthy winless streak, Aston Villa controlled the match, boasting a possession rate of 80%. Yet Eddie Howe and the Bournemouth fans remained unfazed, even welcoming the prospect of Aston Villa pressing further. They believed Bournemouth would deliver a lesson. Bailly, the invincible counterattack point for Bournemouth. The Bournemouth fans in the Villa Park stood singing and celebrating the goal, rallying support for their team. Although players on the field might not hear the cheers from their away fans, the stadium resonated with Aston Villa's anthem, Hi-Ho Aston Villa. This song has been adapted by many clubs, first by Sheffield Wednesday, followed by Villa and Wolverhampton. Wherever you are, Villa, that is where we stand. The melody resonated throughout Villa Park, as the Aston Villa supporters yearned for a victory, unwilling to accept the continuous defeats that plagued their team. After all, Villa is a team in the top league. Such disheartening results left the fans deeply dissatisfied, yet a glimmer of hope persisted within them. They longed for triumph, for the sight of their team emerging victorious. Listening to their anthem, the players of Aston Villa felt a surge of strength, buoyed by the unwavering support of their fans. Villa's offense began to intensify, yet the defenders of Bournemouth displayed remarkable resilience and determination. On the field, no one wished to taste defeat. Aston Villa sought victory, as did Bournemouth. The Cherries too boasted a loyal fan base, eagerly anticipating their team's return from the away match with a triumphant spirit. In this contest, there were no absolute rights or wrongs. Bang! Villa's cross was once again deflected out of the box by Elphick, who, in the absence of Cook due to injury, had done an admirable job marking Bentique. Bentique found himself trapped in the penalty area, unable to receive the ball or coordinate with his teammates, rendering Villa's offensive efforts exceedingly frustrating. The tension rose between Bentik and Elphick as their physical tussles escalated. After being knocked down in a header contest, Bentik glared at Elphick, who met his gaze fearlessly. The two nearly clashed, but teammates swiftly intervened. Aware that escalating the situation could lead to penalties, a cost too great to bear for such trivial matters. Nevertheless, Bentik continued to express his frustration while Elphick maintained his defensive stance. The physicality between them intensified, neither willing to concede. This atmosphere of confrontation permeated the match, particularly among players directly opposing one another, creating a palpable tension. Meanwhile, the defender Bacuna found himself singularly frustrated as he faced White, who opted to evade physical contact altogether. White's ability to position himself effectively to receive the ball left Bacuna feeling increasingly vexed. Even minimal contact felt akin to colliding with a sturdy bull, leaving Bacuna at a disadvantage. The situation was infuriating. White was like an elusive eel, vexing Bacuna further as the minutes ticked towards the 30-minute mark. The atmosphere on the pitch grew increasingly tense, with even slight collisions sparking verbal exchanges between players. Amidst this charged environment, a lapse in Villa's passing in the attacking third occurred. While White roamed freely, he noticed Hill receiving the ball and attempted a challenge. Typically, Hill would have no issues releasing the ball. Yet, confident in his ball control skills and dismissive of White, he attempted to dribble past him. White, however, remained undeterred, charging forward without collision but rather engaging in a physical contest. Hill stumbled, feeling as if he were pushed aside by a bulldozer, losing control of the ball. White seized the unexpected opportunity, launching a counterattack. The other Bournemouth players were momentarily caught off guard, which granted White crucial time to advance. Accelerating forward, White surged ahead, with Wilson and Ritchie making swift runs to draw the defender's attention, thereby increasing White's passing options. Without hesitation, White faced the towering centre-backs, Okor and Clark, both exceeding 6 feet and weighing over 180 pounds, defenders known more for their robustness than their speed. Aware of their characteristics from pre-match briefings provided by Eddie Howe, White deftly maneuvered into Clark's territory. Clark, cognizant of his speed limitations, prepared to utilize his physicality to thwart White's advance. As White accelerated toward Clark's right side, Clark lunged forward, attempting to grip White's jersey and engage in a physical contest. However, to Clark's astonishment, his grasp failed to restrain White, who deftly escaped and surged forward, leaving Clark bewildered as he tried to pursue him. At that moment, Wilson, having also surged forward, managed to evade the attentions of the opposing fullback, Houghton, and positioned himself inside the left side of the penalty area. White approached the penalty area, glancing back to assess Wilson's position, feigning a cross. Bang! White struck the ball. The goalkeeper, Givens, along with defenders Houghton and Okor, instinctively reacted to Wilson's anticipated direction. Yet, in a swift turn of events, White shot. Whoosh! In an instant, the ball found the net. White had scored twice, leading Bournemouth to a stunning turnaround at Villa Park. The astonished Villa fans were left in disbelief. How had they conceded such a goal? White had completely outwitted Villa's defensive line. What were they doing? The supporters appeared caught in a mix of despair and anger, helplessly accepting the reality of Bournemouth's lead as White celebrated exuberantly. With outstretched arms, he embraced the cheers of the Bournemouth fans. White, White. The exuberant cheers from the Vitality Stadium seemed to echo through Villa Park in that moment. To the fans, he was the sole beacon of hope, the brightest star on the pitch. Not only were the supporters celebrating, but his teammates rushed to join in the joyous embrace. Remarkable. For these Bournemouth players, White's exceptional performance was nothing short of astonishing. The feeling of having such a prodigious talent as a teammate was exhilarating. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe clenched his fist in celebration. What of the Premier League teams? As long as opportunities were afforded to White, he would ensure they paid the price. Beside him, Lambert appeared increasingly agitated. What was happening? Hill and Clark had made consecutive blunders. A player not known for his physicality had managed to intercept Hill's pass and escape Clark's grasp. This left Lambert questioning whether White was indeed lacking in physical prowess or if he had simply underestimated White's rapid development. Confusion clouded Lambert's mind as he sensed the looming threat of dismissal. The counterattack from Bournemouth was a clear indication that their defensive strategy was fundamentally flawed. Lambert was troubled, pondering what steps to take in the upcoming match to secure his position as head coach. A resounding victory? That would necessitate an aggressive offensive strategy. After all, it was a cup match, and offense was imperative. Lambert's uncertainties were alleviated by Friedrich, who, despite being far away in Germany, had insights regarding Bailly. Following Bournemouth's outright rejection of all bids for Bailly, Bayern Munich recalled Friedrich. However, upon his return to Germany, he continued to monitor Bailly closely, recognizing the extraordinary potential of such a player. He genuinely hoped Bayern would pursue Bailly relentlessly, envisioning him as a cornerstone of their midfield for the next decade, or even two. Lambert questioned how Bailly managed to create that goal, a mystery that Friedrich unraveled. It was Bailly's evident improvement in physicality. Friedrich observed Bailly's recent performances, noting that in every confrontation with opposing players, he emerged victorious. Moreover, the young man displayed remarkable intelligence, choosing not to rely solely on his newfound strength, but instead playing with the finesse that had characterized his earlier style, leaving opponents bewildered and unprepared. Only those who had diligently followed Bailly's games would recognize this evolution, allowing him to seize opportunities unnoticed. Friedrich marveled at this astute young talent, recalling a conversation with Guardiola upon returning to Germany. Guardiola had remarked that if Bailly remained free of serious injuries, he would carve out an entirely new midfield role. Such a statement carried immense weight, a role uniquely suited for Bailly's style. And Guardiola had also perceived Friedrich's disappointment at Bayern's inability to acquire him. Guardiola reassured Friedrich, stating, "Rest assured, I will extend an irresistible offer to Bailly to join my squad." Friedrich remained puzzled as to what kind of offer would captivate Bailly. Was it a starting position, a lucrative salary, or some other privilege? It seemed Bailly required none of those, for any club he desired could readily provide them. Friedrich's attention returned to the live broadcast, where he suddenly heard the commentator exclaim that Bailly was nothing short of a miracle, a midfielder brimming with limitless possibilities. He might even create a midfield phenomenon entirely his own. This remark sparked a revelation in Friedrich's mind. A unique midfield marvel? Coupled with Guardiola's assertion of creating an entirely new midfield position, Friedrich's vision sharpened. A novel tactical approach. A new era. Guardiola possessed this tactical acumen, while Bailly showcased the technical prowess to match. At that moment, Friedrich's breath quickened with excitement. Imagine witnessing such a remarkable team in action. He contemplated reaching out to Guardiola, but refrained, knowing that Guardiola would not disclose his strategies, and this was merely his speculation. Guardiola's secret weapon to captivate Bailly lay in a singular vision for the future of football. At Villa Park, Bailly remained oblivious to the happenings in Germany, and the fans were unconcerned. They were immersed in euphoric celebration. As the match resumed, Bournemouth's players experienced a shift in mindset. They were now the leaders, holding the advantage. There was no need to engage in provocations with Aston Villa's players, as that would be counterproductive. The urgency now lay with their opponents. Thus, in response to the fiery demeanor of Aston Villa's players, Bournemouth's squad maintained their composure, engaging fiercely when necessary, but avoiding any conflicts, further unsettling the Villa players. As the 61st minute approached, Bournemouth's advancement was not deemed an upset, but there were still numerous challenges ahead for Aston Villa's squad, particularly concerning their defense against Bailly. While Aston Villa relentlessly pressed against Bournemouth's defense, Bailly consistently found opportunities to deliver incisive passes into the most vulnerable areas of Villa's backline. Wilson and Ritchie made several attempts on goal, some off-target, others blocked. Regardless of whether the ball found the net, the tension among Villa's players escalated, for they could not defend against every Bournemouth attack. Then, as the match entered stoppage time, Villa's defenders, fatigued from the exertion, were unable to thwart Wilson's advance. Faced with Wilson's swift maneuver, they resorted to fouling him to halt his progress. The referee signaled the foul, granting Bournemouth a free kick opportunity in the attacking zone. Players from both teams took their positions, and Bailly confidently approached the ball, surveying his teammates' positions and assessing the trajectory. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe watched Bailly with eager anticipation. His previous free kick performances had instilled great expectations in everyone. In the hearts of Bournemouth fans, Bailly's free kicks were akin to presenting the team with a penalty. They regarded his free kick prowess as comparable to that of Juninho, a master of set pieces. In the annals of football history, Juninho stood unparalleled, his extraordinary free kick technique earning him renown. His strikes defied the laws of physics, curving unpredictably, as if bewitched by magic. It was said that even with 7 goalkeepers, his free kicks would find the net, slipping through the narrowest of openings. In his illustrious career, he scored 97 goals, 56 of which were free kicks, including 13 in the Champions League. Truly, he was a player born for free kicks. Bailly evoked a similar sentiment. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on him, though many Villa fans were unaware of his free kick capabilities, as supporters of Premier League teams rarely followed the championship. However, viewers of the live broadcast learned about Bailly's impressive free kick statistics through the commentator. Soon enough, Bailly awaited the referee's whistle before taking his run up. As he approached the ball, he angled his standing foot dramatically before executing a magnificent curving strike. The ball soared over the wall, descending rapidly towards the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper, Givens, was caught off guard, only realizing the ball had entered the net upon hearing the net's rustle. This goal plunged the entire Villa Park into silence. What had they just witnessed? Villa fans were bewildered. The strike bore a resemblance to something familiar, yet distinctly different. Many Villa fans also supported the England national team and were acutely aware of the moment on October 6, 2001, when David Beckham's free kick against Greece at Old Trafford salvaged his and England's hopes. Now, Bailly, with an eerily similar free kick, extinguished the last flicker of hope in the hearts of Villa fans. They found themselves trailing by 3 goals just before halftime. Bailly, Bailly, Bailly. The commentary from England was filled with astonishment as the name Bailly echoed 3 times. Unbelievable. At Villa Park, he perfectly embodied an ancient Chinese saying, "Heroes emerge from youth." This player of Chinese descent, having transitioned from Real Madrid's Castilla to Bournemouth, showcased his exceptional talent on English soil. He is destined to become the darling of countless fans. In this match, Bailly's performance was impeccable. He achieved his second career hat-trick, and that final strike likely shattered the hearts of Villa supporters. Aston Villa's current form is even inferior to that of championship teams, though it is certainly not an ordinary championship side. Unless some extraordinary event occurs, Bailly will lead Bournemouth to a historic ascent into the Premier League. Since its establishment in 1899, Bournemouth has never graced the top tier of English football. This season, under Bailly's guidance, the opportunity has finally arrived. They have been unstoppable in the Championship and triumphed over Liverpool in the League Cup. Now, in the FA Cup, it seems they are on the verge of overcoming Aston Villa. This is a team brimming with miracles. Bailly is a player who creates wonders. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe leapt with excitement upon witnessing Bailly's free kick find the net, embracing and celebrating with his coaching staff. Howe has already begun contemplating strategies for the second half and pondering how to approach the next match against Chelsea. Bailly is indeed a source of reassurance. Conversely, Lambert wore a grim expression, clearly displeased with the course of the match. However, upon seeing the young player in the number 29 jersey, he could only shake his head in resignation. The opposing side had conquered them with sheer skill. Lambert suddenly contemplated whether he should discuss the issue of his release clause with the club. Soon, the match resumed. Both sides struggled to make an impact, and the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. During the halftime break, the mindset of the players was entirely different. The Villa players, having endured a streak of winless matches, were likely feeling disheartened. In contrast, the morale of the Bournemouth players was at its peak. In the locker room, amidst laughter and camaraderie, no one mentioned Aston Villa. Instead, they spoke of the forthcoming match against Chelsea, all determined to rise to the occasion and showcase their prowess to the Premier League. Don't.com released a halftime report titled, Halftime Report, Aston Villa 1-3 Bournemouth. Bailly's hat-trick, free kick goal. This article quickly ascended to the homepage's trending section, as the name Bailly garners considerable attention and controversy. Those who admire him marvel at his exquisite passing skills and astonishing shooting ability, while detractors simply harbor disdain. The comment section rapidly filled with remarks proclaiming, "Amazing! Bailly is truly a midfield player of the new era, exhibiting a style entirely different from the renowned midfielders of the past. Simply extraordinary. His scoring and organizational prowess are unparalleled. Such a player seems wasted in any forward position." Fortunately, at Bournemouth, Bailly possesses an unequivocal tactical core role, allowing him the freedom to choose his positioning. This liberates him to the fullest, enabling him to initiate counterattacks without defensive responsibilities. Whether assisting teammates or launching his own offensive runs, both are excellent options. Having watched the entire match, Teacher Hiway's commentary during the live broadcast was spot on. Aston Villa's defeat was not unwarranted. If Bournemouth progresses, it would not be considered an upset, as Aston Villa demonstrated a complete lack of control on the pitch. Although they appeared to dominate possession in midfield, it was ineffective, rendering them incapable of delivering the ball into threatening areas. It is no wonder their offensive efforts have been so lackluster this season. The moment Bailly touched the ball, the disparity was apparent, an almost celestial difference. Most of Bailly's passes found the most challenging positions for the Villa defense. His passing ability is truly remarkable. Bailly's matches are seldom broadcasted domestically. Previously, after witnessing Bournemouth's string of victories, I was under the impression of their formidable strength. However, after watching today's match, I realized it is not Bournemouth that is powerful, but Bailly. The entirety of Bournemouth's attacking strategy rests upon Bailly's shoulders. Their forwards squandered several of his brilliant assists. Had they been in the hands of a more competent striker, the goals would have been assured. Regrettably, if Bournemouth's forwards had been more clinical, the scoreline could have easily reached 5 goals. My anticipation for Bailly's transfer is growing, as it is inevitable. Any player with ambition would not remain at a club like Bournemouth. While he might single-handedly carry the championship, in the Premier League, one player cannot bear the entire burden. Bailly is undeniably exceptional, and at just 18 years old, his future shines brightly. Previously, reports indicated that Bailly declined invitations from both the Spanish U21 team and the senior national team, which led some to perceive him as somewhat arrogant. However, it is evident now that he possesses the requisite talent. It seems the coach did not guarantee any playing time, and Bailly likely deemed it beneath him to be merely a benchwarmer. At his age, he is truly formidable and could seamlessly replace Spain's aging midfielders. With a reliable Spanish forward line, he would wreak havoc. Alas, if only Bailly had been born a few years earlier, joining forces with Torres and others. They would be invincible. But in that era, would you dare to substitute the peak Xavi? Ha ha ha. Let's not dwell on such hypothetical conundrums. The second half is about to begin, and I am optimistic about Bournemouth's advancement. I wonder if the next League Cup match will be broadcasted by CCTV. I am eager to see Bailly take on Chelsea, who are also exceptionally strong this season. The discussions among Chinese fans are quite similar to those among English fans. There exists a consensus among supporters, despite the differences in language and culture. At Villa Park, as halftime neared its conclusion, fans returned to their seats. Bournemouth supporters were present in full force. However, many Aston Villa fans had departed during the break and did not return. Conversely, beneath Aston Villa's official media, numerous fans left comments demanding, "Lambert out. Lambert must go." They have grown weary of the current state of affairs. Aston Villa, a club with a history of affluence, cannot accept the decline into mediocrity. As the halftime break concluded, neither side made any substitutions. Lambert is not one to frequently alter his lineup. As they emerged from the tunnel for the second half, the expressions on the faces of Lambert and the players were somber, suggesting that something had transpired during the break. Though outsiders could not discern what it was, the second half commenced. Bournemouth continued with their first half strategy, allowing Aston Villa to attack while comfortably holding a 2-goal advantage, remaining unperturbed and waiting for their opponents to err. However, Bournemouth's players were puzzled by Villa's lack of urgency, as they merely passed the ball around the periphery. Occasionally, there were attempts at offense. However, once the Bournemouth players established their defensive positions, they immediately reverted to safe passes. This gave the impression that the Aston Villa players had conceded defeat. The Bournemouth players remained indifferent, as their sole focus was on securing the victory, regardless of the margin. Yet, this left the Villa supporters in discontent. While loss was acceptable, witnessing their team's apparent cowardice was not. As time progressed to the 70th minute, with no improvement in the match's dynamics, the Villa fans could no longer contain their frustration and began to jeer their own players. Every safe pass was met with a chorus of boos. This reaction inevitably shattered the players' morale. They were already struggling in the match, and with the continuous losses, the jeering from the fans led them to abandon hope. They had long since desired to escape from Lambert's management. Bournemouth, on the other hand, felt remarkably at ease, as Aston Villa truly refrained from mounting any offensive attacks. Eddie Howe remained composed, undeterred by the state of his opponents, steadfastly adhering to a counter-attacking strategy, denying the opposition any chances. Whiteleaf consistently surveyed the field for opportunities while considering his teammates' situations. Thus, even when he had the chance to attack, he sometimes chose to pass instead. Wilson, tirelessly sprinting throughout the match, raised concerns about potential injuries. Bournemouth had no second standout performer. While he was immune to injuries, his teammates were not. Cook's injuries served as a reminder to Whiteleaf. As a core member of the team, he understood the necessity of considering not only his own condition, but also the capabilities and physical states of his teammates. This was the essence of being a leader. Thus, The second half flew by with little urgency, lacking complex offensive maneuvers. By the 80th minute, Lambert finally decided to make substitutions, replacing Bacuna with the young talent from Aston Villa's academy, Grealish. A player brimming with potential, Lambert had great admiration for Grealish, leading to his immediate inclusion in the first team upon returning from a loan at Notts County, where he had received ample playing time. Lambert placed an arm around Grealish's shoulders, imparting guidance on what to do upon entering the field. Gazing at the young man clad in the number 40 jersey, he hoped to nurture a promising talent for Aston Villa and England before his departure. Whiteleaf observed the still youthful Grealish, who at that moment had yet to transform into the future million-dollar star, nor had he developed into the dynamic playmaker he would become, or created a new position on the field. Grealish remained somewhat inexperienced. Bacuna had been primarily responsible for marking Whiteleaf. Now, Grealish found himself in the same position. However, in a match devoid of any suspense, where Villa players lacked motivation, Grealish, despite his vigorous running and attempts to break through with the ball, struggled to make an impact without the collaboration of teammates against Bournemouth's defense. It was Whiteleaf's engagement with Grealish that left a lasting impression. In Grealish's view, Whiteleaf's movements were not particularly swift, nor did he exhibit any flashy dribbling techniques. Yet, with a mere shift of his shoulder, he propelled himself forward, as if Grealish were being pushed aside, utterly unable to stop him. This style of dribbling opened Grealish's eyes to a new realm. Could one navigate past opponents in such a manner? Yet, time was not on Grealish's side for learning. Moments later, as the match neared its conclusion, Whiteleaf effortlessly bypassed Grealish and surged forward. Bournemouth seized a rare offensive opportunity. Aston Villa's players instantly recognized the threat, although they had lost the will to play. They were professionals and could not simply give up. They needed to maintain appearances, as their performance would affect their market value, necessitating some semblance of a display to attract future clubs. However, at this juncture, Villa's players were fatigued, and their shifting mindset led to sluggish physical reactions, allowing Whiteleaf to easily advance the ball past the halfway line. Wilson, having been quiet for much of the match, quickly made a forward run. Bournemouth's tactics were straightforward and effective, a combination of central and wing play. Under the feeble defensive gestures of the Villa players, Whiteleaf assisted Wilson, who scored with ease. Bournemouth had effectively sealed the match. The Villa supporters erupted in a cacophony of boos, not directed at Bournemouth, but rather a manifestation of their profound dissatisfaction with their own team. This discontent drowned out the jubilant celebrations of Bournemouth fans. The Bournemouth players embraced one another, reveling in their triumph. They had progressed. They advanced in the FA Cup. With only 3 or 4 minutes remaining in the match, there was no hope for a miracle. Some Villa supporters began to exit, their disappointment palpable, while those who remained continued to boo their team. This discontent did not escape the notice of Aston Villa's chief executive, Tom Fox, whose expression soured, and he made a decisive choice. Someone must take the blame for this debacle, and the candidate was all too evident, an all too familiar tactic employed by teams, a change in management. Hiway, upon witnessing Whiteleaf's assist to Wilson, praised Whiteleaf's timing on that pass was absolutely perfect. It was a masterclass in orchestration. At that moment, Aston Villa's defense was utterly helpless, merely spectating as Bournemouth scored. Eddie Howe's defensive counter-strategy was resoundingly successful, bolstered by Whiteleaf's role as a pivotal engine driving Bournemouth's counterattacks. On numerous occasions, opposing defenders found themselves in a quandary. Should they mark Whiteleaf's teammates or focus on Whiteleaf himself? It was a dilemma. In contrast to Hiway's abundant compliments for Whiteleaf, the English commentators directed their attention toward Aston Villa. They lamented that Aston Villa had become one of the most disappointing teams in the Premier League this season, questioning Lambert's tactical acumen as they failed to discern any coherent strategy. Bournemouth's resounding victory seemed all too predictable. It was not merely Whiteleaf's prowess. After all, he was but one individual. In truth, Aston Villa had not managed a single commendable offensive foray. Were all the Bournemouth players as gifted as Whiteleaf? Certainly not. I surmise that, following this match, Lambert's tenure as head coach will face an inevitable hiatus. I hope that, in his future endeavors, he clarifies the style of football he intends to pursue. Beep. For minutes later, at Villa Park, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. The FA Cup third-round clash had concluded, with the visiting championship team Bournemouth astonishingly defeating Premier League side Aston Villa with a score of 4-1. Eddie Howe, in high spirits, approached Lambert for a handshake. However, Lambert rebuffed him, striding directly back to the dressing room without a glance back. Eddie Howe could only manage a resigned smile, exchanging pleasantries with the assistant coach. Meanwhile, Whiteleaf, after his team's victory, began to anticipate what treasures the 5-match winning streak might yield. He was somewhat eager to return home and open the treasure chest, contemplating the strategies for the upcoming matches. Just as he turned to head towards the locker room, a voice called out to him. He turned to see the youthful Jack Grealish. Bailly gazed at the barely 20-year-old Grealish, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. Grealish, with his affable nature, quickly asked, "Bailly, may I swap jerseys with you? You played brilliantly." The idea of exchanging jerseys took Bailly by surprise. He anticipated Grealish would want his. Although Bailly felt significantly older in spirit, they were ostensibly the same age, with Grealish being 1 year his senior. "Sure," Bailly replied, not one to regard himself with excessive pride. He promptly removed his shirt and exchanged it with Grealish. They exchanged a few polite words before parting ways. Holding the number 40 jersey, Bailly reflected on Aston Villa's impending relegation, pondering that Grealish would remain there for a while longer before truly shining. Bournemouth had triumphed over Aston Villa, advancing to the next round of the FA Cup. This outcome surprised many, yet it was an accepted reality. The astonishment stemmed from Bournemouth having defeated 3 Premier League teams. Acceptance arose from the acknowledgement that these teams were grappling with their own issues, undergoing tumultuous periods. With West Brom and Aston Villa teetering on the brink of relegation, fans expressed their amazement and recognition of Bournemouth's prowess. Naturally, the focus of Chinese fans remained firmly on Bailly, their most cherished player. Bailly was undeniably impressive, essentially leading the team single-handedly while achieving a series of victories across 3 competitions demonstrated his true skill. Such a player was truly coveted, yet despite his Chinese heritage, he could not be naturalized to play for the national team. After all, a player must reside in the country for 5 years to qualify for naturalization, and Bailly, while honing his skills, certainly wouldn't spend 5 years playing in China. There was no use dwelling on it. A player of his caliber should not be squandered in the confines of Chinese football. His development abroad was paramount, as it was exceedingly rare to witness a Chinese player becoming a regular starter in one of the top 5 leagues. To his astonishment, Bailly realized that since joining Bournemouth, the team had not suffered a single defeat. They had maintained a perfect record, even without a draw. Remarkable. Bailly's statistics had skyrocketed, his assists dominating the entire championship, and his goal tally had also risen. Could it be that by the end of the season, he would top both the assist and goal charts? Bailly was indeed exceptional. In all his years of watching football, he had never encountered a more gifted midfielder. His passing and free-kick techniques were simply breathtaking. Meanwhile, at Villa Park, during a post-match interview, Eddie Howe attributed the team's success entirely to the diligent efforts of his players. He declared, "Bailly is Bournemouth's gem, our absolute core player. I know that many teams, when facing us, will devise ways to contain him, often centering their defensive strategies around him. However, this is no easy task, as Bailly possesses the ability to counter such tactics. We have other excellent players. We are a cohesive unit. Yet, we face our own challenges. With our 3-pronged attack, the players are fatigued. Unfortunately, Cook's injury is a significant blow to us, but we must persevere." Following Howe's interview, other Bournemouth players also shared their thoughts, expressing that the victory was not as straightforward as the scoreline suggested, especially with Cook's injury impacting the team. Bailly, eager to return home and avoid media interactions, hastened away. On his way home, he chatted with Bai Jiangwo and received a call from Pelin, who typically only called when there was business to discuss. This time was no different. Pelin informed him that a Chinese sports brand was interested in signing him as an ambassador, offering a deal he deemed quite generous. Pelin believed Bailly would not refuse such an endorsement, yet Bailly declined. When he rejected Pelin, he succinctly articulated his reasons, leaving Pelin with a newfound appreciation for Bailly's confidence. In similar circumstances, a player without a championship title would inevitably possess less influence than one with accolades. Likewise, players from smaller clubs would not command the same presence as those from larger teams. This was Bailly's reasoning to Pelin, serving as a personal motivation. He sought a larger platform, requiring more victories and titles. That evening, after returning home and completing his nightly routine, Bailly immediately checked the treasure chest for his 5 consecutive victories. Without hesitation, he opened it. A flash of white light enveloped him. Acquired 20 free attribute points. Is that all? Bailly mused, observing the sole reward of free attribute points. It was his first time feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such a reward. However, upon reflecting on the ease of the 5 victories, he acknowledged that receiving 20 attribute points was indeed commendable. The question remained, where should he allocate these points? After reviewing his attributes, Bailly deduced that he should choose among speed, shooting, and dribbling. Yet, before considering his point distribution, he first invested 3 points to max out his strength. Suddenly, he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his body. It was a fulfilling sensation. From this moment on, he would no longer fear any opponent on the pitch. After savoring the feeling of his strength being fully realized, Bailly turned his attention to the remaining 17 points, contemplating where they should go. His attributes were already more than sufficient for the championship, but his primary adversary was the imminent challenge posed by Chelsea. Further afield were potential cup competition giants. For instance, in the next round of the FA Cup, after the draw, Bournemouth could face other Premier League teams, possibly even Arsenal. Thus, he needed the ability to create opportunities under the formidable pressure exerted by top-tier teams. Considering his current attributes and talents, Bailly quickly identified the optimal allocation. Speed. He would rely on speed to launch counterattacks, utilize his speed to carve out shooting opportunities. At full speed, paired with maximum strength, he would become a nightmare for all defenders, a veritable bulldozer on the field. He allocated all his points to speed. Satisfied, he glanced at his attributes: stamina, 85 speed, 87 shooting, 75 passing, 100 dribbling, 65 defense, 60 strength, 100 furthermore when facing Chelsea. Those talented players would undoubtedly contribute additional attribute points to him. With that thought, Bailly drifted off to sleep, content. The following day, the streets of Bournemouth were abuzz with reports of the previous night's match. Bailly's hat-trick sweeps Aston Villa. Bournemouth's victory, pushing for club history. Unstoppable. Bournemouth's 19 consecutive wins. A club record. Preparing to face Chelsea. Match preview. The plethora of articles was overwhelming. In the past, Bailly would buy a few newspapers to read, but having learned that the team provided free publications, he lost interest in purchasing them. After all, the inside scoop on football was far more accurate within the team than in any newspaper. Bailly arrived punctually at the entrance of the training facility, where a multitude of fans had gathered, all adorned in Bailly's number 29 jersey. Upon his arrival, their excitement was palpable as they waved and greeted him. Bailly approached them, taking photographs and signing autographs as mementos. In the present-day Bournemouth, hope permeates the air. This triumphant team not only brings joy to its players, but also enriches the lives of its supporters. This is the essence of football, and Bailly is the very embodiment of this phenomenon. He is the prodigious talent that has emerged in Bournemouth, the youngest captain in the team's history, and the superlative player who instills hope in the hearts of fans. As Bailly entered the training facility, his teammate Wilson hurried over, exclaiming, "Hey, Bailly, you've set another record." "Oh," Bailly responded, perplexed. While he had indeed set numerous records, many of them had faded from his memory due to their lack of significance. Wilson, without any preamble, continued, "You've become the player who has caused the most coaches to be dismissed in a single season." After a pause, he added, "Aston Villa's coach Lambert has been let go." The announcement was made early this morning on their official website. From Brighton's High Pie to now Lambert, you've become the nemesis of coaches. Bailly offered little in response. It was less about him directly causing the dismissals and more about being the final straw in a series of unfortunate events for those coaches. After all, fluctuations in a team's performance are commonplace, and reaching the point of a managerial change signifies that problems have accumulated to a breaking point. In a properly functioning team, even if Bailly were to score 5 or 10 goals, it would only amount to a single loss. During training that day, his teammates also discussed the dismissal of Aston Villa's head coach. However, the predominant focus was on their forthcoming clash with Chelsea, an indisputable powerhouse. Under Abramovich's ownership, Chelsea has ascended to become a formidable force in the Premier League, amassing numerous titles. This season, under Mourinho's guidance, they are at the pinnacle of their prowess. Eddie Howe, too, felt a twinge of anxiety about how to approach Chelsea, though they still had time, as the match was scheduled for January 27th. In front of the players, Eddie maintained an air of confidence, as a team on a 19-match winning streak naturally exudes self-assurance. In the ensuing days, Bournemouth's players had no respite. They were fully engaged in both physical recovery and tactical training. Eddie aspired to maximize the effectiveness of their counter-attacking strategy. During training, he was pleasantly surprised to discover Bailly's remarkable speed, an observation that was unexpected yet not entirely shocking. After all, as the head coach, Eddie closely monitored Bailly's training regimen, which was characterized by unparalleled enthusiasm and intensity. Had it not been for the team physician's regular muscle assessments every few days, revealing no signs of fatigue, Eddie would have curtailed Bailly's rigorous practice sessions. This clearly indicated an extraordinary blend of talent and diligence. It's undeniable that such a player deserves the spotlight. Once Eddie recognized Bailly's swift capabilities, he took the opportunity to discuss tactics with him, simultaneously assigning other tasks to the remaining players. Unbeknownst to Eddie, he was yet to fully grasp Bailly's prowess within the penalty area. Of course, Bailly would remain silent on this matter. As the match against Chelsea drew nearer, the media in England buzzed with increasing coverage about the two teams. Notably, Mourinho had previously made some disparaging remarks, adding to the anticipation surrounding this match, especially considering both teams boasted unparalleled, unbeaten records. One team was undefeated in the Premier League, while the other remained unbeaten in the Championship. This heightened the intrigue surrounding the impending match. The media, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, flocked to cover the event. Numerous players from both Chelsea and Bournemouth were interviewed, dredging up a plethora of past stories. As the media always seeks to weave these narratives together, Bailly was even described as a product of Real Madrid's youth training, purportedly seeking revenge against Chelsea, among other unfounded claims. However, amidst the fervor, few believed Bournemouth could triumph over Chelsea, aside from their own fans, due to the stark disparity in player valuations. Yet, Bailly remained unfazed by the external noise, finding himself captivated by another event. Recently, Aston Villa had appointed former Tottenham coach Sherwood as their new manager. In the midst of this transition, a charming incident occurred. Following Lambert's dismissal, a 6-year-old fan named Charlie Pay penned a self-nomination letter to Villa's CEO, Tom Fox. A whimsical gesture that was merely a child's dream. However, to Charlie's astonishment, he received a response from Sherwood. This letter was published on Aston Villa's official website, in which the young fan articulated his coaching philosophy and strategies. "I believe my team speaks volumes, and my tactics are exceptional. We need to break our scoring drought. Only by shooting on target can we score more goals. This is the formula for victory, as my father says. In return, I would like a signed Villa football, a poster of a WWE star, and some candy. As a weekly reward for victories, I would like a Twix chocolate bar. I will appoint my father and mother as my assistants, so they can drive me to training every day. Additionally, if it helps, my mother can make bacon sandwiches for the players. If I succeed, I need you to inform my school that I no longer need to attend, because I will have a job." Sherwood's response was also published. "From your letter, it's evident that you are an ideal candidate for the Villa managerial position, possessing a wealth of football knowledge. Although you did not secure the role, I hope you are not disheartened, as I advocated for you, and you were quite close to obtaining it. Our CEO, Tom Fox, has noted you as a just-in-case option in the club's records. I aspire to bring joy to you and all Villa fans. In your football career, I hope your little team achieves success every week. Being appointed as team captain is commendable. I was a captain in my playing days, and it is a special honor." Later, in an interview with Villa's official website, young Charlie expressed, "I never expected the head coach would write to me, and I am thrilled. His letter was fantastic and means a lot to me. Especially his congratulations on becoming captain. It feels really special. I was genuinely happy when he became the Villa manager because he has passion, and now I like him even more. I believe he will excel at Villa, and indeed, he is already doing remarkably well." Despite Aston Villa's string of defeats, Bailly found warmth in this story, realizing that football is not an elite pursuit, but rather rooted in community, interwoven among every fan. He thought of Bournemouth's supporters and of Little John. These thoughts fueled his determination to prove to them that he could achieve what everyone deemed impossible: triumph over Chelsea. This is no simple feat, nor is it something that can be easily accomplished. To the ordinary observer, it may even seem insurmountable. To vanquish a team valued at over €400 million with a squad worth less than £40 million is a daunting challenge. The mere valuation of Chelsea's Eden Hazard, at €48 million, could equate to the worth of Bournemouth's entire roster. Furthermore, Chelsea boasts 5 players whose valuations exceed €30 million: Hazard, Fabregas, Diego Costa, Oscar, and Willian, not to mention numerous others valued at €20 or €10 million. Even Chelsea's substitutes collectively outshine Bournemouth's squad. For Bournemouth, Having a player valued at $1 million is considered quite remarkable, with their highest valued player, Wilson, at just $500,000. This stark disparity is evident. It was this very gap that Mourinho emphasized in his pre-match interview, expressing his ignorance regarding Bournemouth and its players before learning of their opponent's identity. As a Portuguese national, he remarked that with countless teams in England and formidable adversaries, he found it challenging to invest time in understanding a team that had not yet graced the top tier of football, especially one featuring a Spanish youth player who had never before participated in professional leagues. A championship, I will bring them a trophy. Mourinho's assertion left the assembled journalists unfazed, prompting one to inquire. Bay trained at Castilla, and during your tenure at Real Madrid in 2011, he was already part of that team. Did you ever cross paths? To this, Mourinho shrugged and replied, at Real Madrid, I needed to focus all my energy on pursuing titles. With players like Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, Alonso, and Benzema surrounding me, it was difficult to divert attention to the youth teams. They needed to earn their place in front of me. At that time, our opponents were the best teams in the world, and I had no time to discover them. Another journalist pressed. Bay was released from Real Madrid Castilla, but is now thriving in the championship, showcasing undeniable talent. How do you perceive this? Mourinho responded, this is quite natural. Each year, countless players aspire to join Castilla, yet many dreams are shattered there. Thus, Bay's entry into Castilla indicates his talent. But his departure surely had its reasons. Even if I am unaware of those reasons, the youth coaches at Real Madrid Castilla would not overlook a gifted young player. I cannot ascertain what transpired. Perhaps Bay lacked dedication in training, or perhaps he was disinterested in playing, or maybe he resolved to rediscover himself after being cast aside. I am uncertain, but there must be a reason. The final question posed by a journalist was whether Chelsea could advance in the League Cup semi-finals. Mourinho smiled, stating, I believe you already possess the answer in your heart, and that is my answer as well. Upon hearing Mourinho's interview, Bay felt that the special one spoke truthfully, albeit his words appeared somewhat detached. Moreover, the fervent followers of Mourinho often misinterpret his statements, which can lead to misconceptions among casual fans. Even now, as Mourinho remains one of the foremost coaches globally, his every utterance is regarded as a distinctive trait, a mark of his genius. However, should he falter on the pitch, the tide could swiftly turn against him. Yet for now, he is still that elite coach. Bay continues to train diligently, adapting to the enhancements in his physical capabilities. Eddie Howe and the Bournemouth players have also participated in various media interviews during this period. Until the day before the match, Bournemouth staff sought to film a video showcasing the team's preparations to instill confidence in their supporters. Bay, of course, welcomed this internal filming. Once the training footage was captured, the plan was to conduct brief interviews with each player amid training breaks, starting with Eddie Howe, followed by other players, and culminating with the team's linchpin, Bay. All players were accustomed to such scenarios, leading to formulaic responses about their confidence and efforts. When it was Bay's turn, the staff directed the camera at him, and the voiceover inquired, tomorrow you face Chelsea, your strongest opponent yet. Will you be nervous? Bay, facing the camera, replied, nervous? I do not feel such an emotion. In my view, a formidable opponent merely reflects our strength. Is it not our prowess that has brought us to the same level as such a strong rival? Do you think our previous opponents lost to us simply to avoid facing Chelsea? No, this is an opportunity we have earned ourselves. Tomorrow will be no different. The staff may have been momentarily taken aback by Bay's words, having always positioned themselves as the weaker side, failing to recognize that reaching Chelsea was itself a testament to their capability. He continued, do you have any message for the fans? Bay raised his hands and declared, a championship, I will bring them a trophy. This declaration stunned not only the staff, but also his teammates who had been eavesdropping. Bay's confidence was astonishing. Even Wilson, who was training, was so taken aback that he forgot to receive a pass, allowing the ball to fly towards Bay. Thud! Bay instinctively struck the incoming ball, sending it soaring into the goal, ricocheting off the crossbar and into the net with a resounding crack. This snapped everyone back to reality. The staff, unsure if such a statement was appropriate, asked Bay, should we really release this? Of course, he affirmed. The camera captured Bay departing from training. This moment ignited hope among all Bournemouth players. They had initially been brimming with confidence, but recent media portrayals had diminished their belief in victory against Chelsea. Yet at this moment, Bay's words rejuvenated them. Indeed, their journey had been devoid of luck. Their advancement to face Chelsea was solely due to their own merit. They yearned to win. They aspired to hold the trophy. His teammates gazed at Bay, genuinely marveling, a hero emerges in youth. The realm of genius is indeed distinct from that of ordinary individuals. That evening, Bournemouth's official website released the video. The fans were astounded by Bay's proclamation. "I will bring them a trophy." Such an audacious statement. Yet no one deemed Bay to be boasting, even now. The entirety of England may doubt Bournemouth's ability to conquer Chelsea, but these fans steadfastly believe in Bay, for he has repeatedly demonstrated on the pitch that he is a player worthy of trust. Bay felt a surge of emotion. He is a good lad, imbued with a fighting spirit, and one can only hope he remains at Bournemouth, for he is indeed a top-tier player. "We believe in you. Go, Bournemouth. We rise from obscurity, unafraid of the grandest stages. We are who we are, the formidable Bournemouth. I adore Bailly." In the video, one can see other players feeling some pressure against Chelsea, but only Bailly's eyes shine with clarity, as he firmly believes he can conquer Chelsea. Bailly's words ring true. Standing before formidable foes signifies our qualifications and prowess. Let us not belittle ourselves. Go, Bournemouth. Go, Bailly. Let this match prove your talent. Demonstrate that you are worthy of the pinnacle. Compete alongside the greatest players in history. The future of football will surely have a place for you. I shall always be your fan. Thank you for bringing all this to Bournemouth. Bailly, go for it. 64. This is the disparity. A halftime drill in attack and defense. The words of Bournemouth fans, in their view, are undoubtedly correct, yet some Chelsea fans merely smile derisively. The gap is evident. And can it truly be bridged? No one believes so. Thus, the official Bournemouth video and the comments from fans are perceived by most outsiders as mere self-entertainment. No one takes it seriously, especially by Bailly's remark, which most would consider merely a player's platitude to the fans, a common occurrence in any team. And amidst this cacophony of mixed messages, the semi-finals of the League Cup commenced. The semi-finals are played over 2 legs, with each team playing once at their home ground, and the team scoring more goals over the 2 matches advances. This cup does not grant an away goals advantage. If the aggregate score is tied, extra time is played to determine the winner. If the score remains level after extra time, the away team advances on the away goals rule. If still undecided, a penalty shootout ensues. The first leg is set at the Vitality Stadium, where Bournemouth hosts the Premier League leaders, Chelsea, January 27th. Even before the evening match, Bournemouth is already abuzz with excitement. This is a coastal tourist haven well known to the British, each individual finding their distinct charm here. As one of the UK's prominent coastal resorts, it attracts throngs of visitors year-round, especially on this momentous day of competition. Countless fans throng around the Vitality Stadium. Even those without tickets relish the atmosphere that the match brings. As night falls, the Vitality Stadium reverberates with cheers. Bailly stands in the player tunnel, absorbing the roar of the crowd filtering in from the exit, surrounded by numerous staff members and the omnipresent cameras, all heralding the uniqueness of this match. This is the League Cup semi-finals. Bournemouth has become a beacon for lower league teams across England, emerging as a dark horse. They have reached the semi-finals of the League Cup. Typically, the last 4 teams are embroiled in fierce contests among Premier League clubs. Yet Bournemouth stands as the challenger to these elite teams. The players of Bournemouth feel a slight tension. Before the match, they regarded Chelsea as merely another opponent, but as the moment arrives, nerves start to creep in. Especially when faced with Chelsea's talented players, stars who shine brightly in the Premier League and dazzle in the Champions League, basking in the cheers of countless fans. Surrounded by the spotlight, they are but one among many from a lower league. Yet, retreat is not an option. Soon, the referee leads the players onto the pitch. As Bailly steps onto the field, the cheers of Bournemouth fans envelop him, and the players behind him feel a slight easing of tension. Surrounding them are supporters of Bournemouth. Their presence brings a measure of comfort. Bailly strides onto the green pitch, lining up with his teammates to shake hands with Chelsea players, and as he meets their confident gazes, a surge of passion ignites within him. Tonight is the night to make a name. The shortcut to success is to follow in the footsteps of the triumphant. After the coin toss, both teams await the match's commencement at the center circle. The referee glances at the time. Upon the arrival of the scheduled kickoff, he promptly blows the whistle to signal the start of the match. The match has officially begun. The fans at the Vitality Stadium erupt in cheers. This is the most significant match in their team's history, pitted against the Premier League leaders. It is, after all, the League Cup semi-finals. Regardless of the final outcome, they have already etched their names in history. They have succeeded. Naturally, they desire victory, and the fans' eyes are fixed on Bailly with anticipation. Bailly will surely lead them to triumph. However, as the match progresses, the fans' anxiety begins to mount. Chelsea's offensive is relentless. Bournemouth kicks off but struggles to mount a decent attack. Wilson's speed pales before Matic and Felipe, with Felipe managing to thwart him alone. Ultimately, Bailly's pass reaches Pittman, who attempts to turn but is swiftly dispossessed by Terry. Chelsea's defense renders Bournemouth's offensive efforts futile, with Wilson and Pittman grappling under pressure in the final third. Bailly finds himself closely guarded by Fabregas, with Matic and Mikel also looming in close proximity. Whenever Bailly attempts to advance, all three converge upon him in midfield. Moreover, when Chelsea launches their attacks, they can swiftly transition into offense. From the outset, Chelsea seizes control of the tempo. Yet Bailly remains unperturbed. Having anticipated the current scenario, all Bournemouth players share this foresight, knowing they must patiently await their chance. Simultaneously, Bailly is continuously absorbing attributes. Observing the plethora of attributes on display, Bailly feels exhilarated. Competing against such top-tier teams is truly invigorating. Were it not for the limitations on attribute absorption per match, this single encounter could propel him to new heights. Dribbling 12, amidst a long list of attributes. Bailly notes that dribbling ranks highest. He instantly realizes that he has reaped the benefits of Hazard's prowess, a prominent figure in the current Premier League. The absolute core of Chelsea's frontline. As Bailly completes his attribute absorption, the match dynamics shift entirely in Chelsea's favor. They besiege Bournemouth. Bailly is compelled to retreat and defend. Having absorbed attributes, he now possesses defensive capabilities. His attributes have seen an enhancement. Stamina, 89 speed, 88 shooting, 76 passing, 100 dribbling, 77 defense, 70 strength, 100. If he neglects his defensive duties, his teammates may falter. So Bailly joins Wilson and Pittman as the first line of defense. Fabregas, aware of Bailly's average defensive abilities, attempts to shake him off, only to discover that this young man is rather difficult to evade. This moment surprises the fans in attendance, as Bailly successfully single-handedly defends against Fabregas. However, the astonishment is fleeting. For Fabregas, a top-tier midfielder, upon realizing he cannot shake Bailly, coordinates with a teammate, creating passing space, and sends the ball to Hazard. Hazard then charges towards Bournemouth's defense. Upon receiving the ball, Hazard attempts to break through for the first time, immediately drawing a foul from Bournemouth's Ritchie. The whistle blows. The referee calls the foul and brandishes a yellow card. Ritchie was too tense. He was concerned about Hazard's breakthrough and the potential for a tackle. Yet his speed had diminished. Shortly after the match commenced, Bournemouth received a yellow card and conceded a free kick to Chelsea. The English commentator, observing this scenario, immediately remarked on the vast disparity between the two teams. It was evident that this match would devolve into a defensive drill for Chelsea. While Bournemouth's defense might be commendable for a championship team, it was riddled with weaknesses when facing a Premier League leader like Chelsea. Was that still the same white leaf? He lunged, but ended up injuring himself. The fans at Vitality Stadium could clearly perceive the gap between the two teams, instinctively believing that Chelsea's goal was imminent, likely to conclude the match. However, upon catching sight of White Leaf, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Perhaps he would lead them to victory. As the players took their positions, Hazard and Fabregas stood poised over the ball. This free kick was situated near the flank, despite its proximity to the goal. They could either shoot directly or opt for a cross, especially with Diego Costa as a formidable aerial threat. On the sidelines, Mourinho wore an expression of complete control, watching as his team aimed to secure victories in the league, the Champions League, and the League Cup. The FA Cup had been strategically abandoned. Following their significant rotation in the last match, which resulted in a loss to Bradford City, they were committed to performing seriously across 3 competitions, and thus, they had to progress in the League Cup semi-finals. Meanwhile, Eddie Howe appeared troubled, contemplating how to approach this match. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. Honestly, it seemed impossible for Bournemouth to defend entirely. Yet, he had no viable solutions. Bang! Amidst everyone's thoughts, Chelsea's free kick was executed. Fabregas struck the ball into the penalty area. Diego Costa surged forward to contest the first touch. Elphick exerted all his strength, leaping amidst the crowd, matching Costa's height, with the ball falling perfectly between them. In the aerial duel, Elphick's physicality paled in comparison to Costa's, yet he still managed to disrupt Costa's timing, causing a slight deflection. The ball soared toward the goal. but the goalkeeper, Boric, securely caught it in his grasp. Boric initially intended to go down and waste some time, but upon seeing White Leaf reaching for the ball, he suppressed the impulse to fall, clearing a path through the players and launching a massive kick toward White Leaf. However, as a goalkeeper, his distribution was mediocre at best. The ball sailed over White Leaf's head, heading toward the flank. Upon seeing the ball, White Leaf had already initiated his run, but someone else was closer: Ivanovic, Chelsea's starting right back. In Chelsea's free kick strategy, Ivanovic lagged back defensively, rushing over to control the ball and continue the attack. However, as he approached, he noticed a figure swiftly closing in. His heart raced as he glanced back. White Leaf, the young talent, whom the coaches had specifically advised to be wary of. Ivanovic hastened his pace, sprinting toward the ball. But it was too late. White Leaf arrived simultaneously, both reaching the ball's landing point. Ivanovic leaped, attempting to clear the ball first, yet White Leaf soared higher. Moreover, he exhibited greater strength. From the fans' perspective, both players appeared to leap at the same time, but White Leaf completely outmaneuvered Ivanovic, heading the ball away. Capitalizing on his speed, White Leaf swiftly controlled the ball, briefly assessing the situation before opting to cut inside. This spectacle ignited excitement among the fans, who eagerly anticipated White Leaf's next move. White Leaf. Magnificent. Charge. A shooting opportunity. Caution. Watch your back. The cheers of the crowd had no bearing on White Leaf. He meticulously adjusted his stride, contemplating a long-range shot, but faced with the towering presence of the opposing goalkeeper, Courtois, the likelihood of a direct attempt seemed low. At that moment, the center back, Gary Cahill, rushed in to provide cover, becoming the last line of defense. Upon spotting Cahill, White Leaf approached him directly, intent on using his speed to evade the tackle. As his teammates were unable to keep up, leaving him to resolve the situation alone. Bang! As White Leaf advanced, preparing to sprint, Cahill lunged. Realizing he would miss the ball, Cahill retracted his foot, but it was too late. He collided forcefully with White Leaf. White Leaf felt Cahill's foot crash against his ankle. While Cahill's body followed through, propelling toward him, White Leaf instinctively leaped forward, narrowly avoiding Cahill's impact. He quickly regained his footing. Meanwhile, Cahill lay on the ground in pain, having failed to rise immediately. The referee, observing White Leaf's recovery, abandoned his intent to halt play, signaling an advantage for the attack. White Leaf surged forward, now on a clear path. Courtois rushed out. Bang! Before even entering the penalty area, White Leaf, maintaining his balance, unleashed a powerful shot. Courtois, in his attempt to intercept, managed to graze the ball, owing to his impressive height, slightly redirecting it. Yet, he could not regain his balance for a second attempt, helplessly watching as the ball nestled into the net. Goal. Bournemouth led 1-0 against Chelsea at home. This was an astonishing start, merely minutes into the match. Bournemouth had taken the lead. Unbelievable. White Leaf. White Leaf. The Bournemouth supporters erupted, fervently chanting his name. In that moment, he was their football deity. White Leaf dashed toward the sidelines, where the proximity of the stands allowed fans to reach out and embrace him. Well done. That is how you crush them. We love you, White Leaf. The fervor of the fans transformed the entire stadium into a cauldron of excitement. The Bournemouth players were equally astonished, never anticipating that White Leaf could score single-handedly. So cool. Following the celebration, many gradually realized, was that really White Leaf? Wasn't he supposed to be slow, lacking in physicality? The broadcast camera, after focusing on the jubilant White Leaf, shifted to the grounded Gary Cahill, who remained on the field, clutching his ankle after his reckless challenge on White Leaf. Chelsea's medical staff rushed onto the pitch. The Chelsea fans were left in disbelief. What had just happened? Until the replay revealed the incident, everyone understood. Cahill's foot had landed squarely on White Leaf's ankle, visibly twisting it. Yet White Leaf had not completely fallen. In the collision, Cahill had also injured himself. White Leaf's sock was even torn, revealing traces of blood. The fans were left in shock. What? Cahill's reckless tackle injured himself? No way. White Leaf is that tough. The most astonishing part was that he could rise and continue the attack after being tackled. What a phenomenon. Watching the slow-motion replay was truly astonishing. Cahill seemed intent on rendering himself incapacitated. Yet, remarkably, Bailly emerged unscathed, while it was Cahill who lay injured, unable to rise for an extended period. The team doctor gestured for a substitution, indicating that Cahill might be sidelined for some time. The intensity of the Premier League's leading team was palpable. This scene left everyone in disbelief. Initially, They thought Bailly had merely sidestepped the challenge. But little did they expect that he had absorbed a formidable tackle. Not only did Bailly escape injury, but he also scored, while Cahill now lay on the ground. Mourinho called for center-back Zuma to warm up, preparing for his entry. Cahill could no longer continue. This match garnered attention not only in England, but was also being broadcast by CCTV during the League Cup semi-finals. Hiway expressed his admiration. Bailly has made significant progress. Despite others pointing out his flaws, he diligently addressed each criticism. Some claimed he struggled in physical confrontations. Others said he lacked speed. Yet now, after witnessing this goal, would anyone still hold such opinions? Undeterred by the multitude of doubts, he seized the lead for his team on home turf. Such a player, even if his team were to ultimately lose, would undoubtedly remain the center of attention. Indeed, he had captured the spotlight. At the very least, the Chelsea supporters were astonished. Could this young man score in such a manner? Eddie Howe, on the sidelines, clenched his fist in excitement, but refrained from excessive celebration, knowing the match was far from over. The critical question was whether his team could withstand Chelsea's relentless attacks. Chelsea's players were ignited by this goal, their competitive spirit fully awakened. Initially, they had thought they could afford to relax against a championship team, but now, having conceded first, they found it unacceptable, especially considering their unbeaten streak this season. Soon, the match resumed, with Cahill assisted off the pitch by the team doctor, after a stoppage. Zuma replaced him. This forced substitution left Chelsea down a key defender, complicating their strategy for the remainder of the match. Chelsea regained control of the game's tempo, and the Bournemouth players, who had barely rejoiced in their lead, immediately felt the weight of Chelsea's attacking prowess. Hazard and Willian wreaked havoc on the flanks, rendering Bournemouth's defenders ineffective. Had Bournemouth not adopted a defensive formation, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. Alfie, tirelessly contending with Diego Costa, found himself drained, admitting that Costa was the most formidable striker he had encountered in his career. The physical toll of battling Costa was immense. Yet, Alfie's struggles were not isolated. Every Chelsea player outmatched their Bournemouth counterpart. Bournemouth fans rallied, cheering fervently for their team. Although they held a one-goal lead, the match's dynamics left them anxious. This anxiety soon manifested into reality. Merely 13 minutes into the first half, Hazard orchestrated a series of dazzling dribbles down the left flank, evading Richie and Francis. As Alfie rushed to assist, it was already too late. Hazard, having just entered the penalty area, unleashed a shot destined for the far corner. Swish! The ball found the net. Chelsea, propelled by Hazard's individual brilliance, equalized. Hazard slid to his knees in celebration, and all Chelsea supporters exhaled in relief. This was more like it. This was Chelsea. Richie felt a pang of regret. It was yet again his mistake. His attempt to contain Hazard had led to an imbalance that allowed the opponent to glide past him effortlessly. He longed to prove himself capable of defending against Hazard. But the reality was stark. He simply could not. Mourinho, nodding approvingly post-goal, refrained from exuberant celebration, viewing such a scoreline as entirely expected. If Chelsea failed to score, that would be the anomaly. Moreover, Mourinho observed Eddie Howe, noting how the Englishman had adopted his counter-attacking tactics. Amusingly, however, the self-assured Mourinho believed no one could outmaneuver him in this strategy. As the match resumed, Bournemouth soon lost possession once more, retreating defensively near their penalty area. The players realized they could no longer afford to press forward and had to hunker down in a compact defense. If Chelsea attempted long-range shots, they could only leave it to fate. With Bournemouth entrenched in defense, their formation became tightly organized, making it difficult for Hazard and Willian to exploit the flanks further. Nevertheless, Chelsea's players swiftly adapted their strategy, launching crosses aimed at Costa while also attempting long-range efforts. Bang! Another shot. Within 5 minutes, Chelsea's attempts on goal surged dramatically. The ball was deflected out of play by a Bournemouth player, granting Chelsea their 5th corner of the match. All players clustered in the penalty area, bracing for this corner. However, the referee's whistle suddenly pierced the air. Beep, beep. In the penalty area, Alfie and Costa exchanged heated words, their conflict stemming from Alfie's persistent grappling with Costa, who, infuriated, shoved him away. Their confrontation escalated, nearly leading to a physical altercation, prompting teammates to separate them while the referee issued a stern warning. Any further misconduct would result in yellow cards. Only then did they disengage. The corner was taken. Fabregas delivered the ball to the near post, where Costa surged forward, connecting with a header directed towards the close corner. Boric failed to react in time. The The ball was in. In the 20th minute, Chelsea took the lead, 2-1. Bournemouth found themselves trailing on home turf. A sense of helplessness washed over the Bournemouth fans as Chelsea's relentless attacks pressed them deep into their half, rendering escape impossible. Truly, they were the Premier League's top team. Simultaneously, Costa, after scoring, cast a provocative glance at Alfie, filled with disdain, before sprinting towards the sparse gathering of Chelsea fans to celebrate. Faced with Costa's taunts, Alfie felt an overwhelming frustration he could not express. This was the chasm of talent. His anger was merely impotent rage. Chelsea's supporters erupted in cheers. Costa, well done. Fantastic. Show them our strength. Meanwhile, Bournemouth fans retaliated with scorn, hurling insults at Costa and displaying unflattering gestures towards Chelsea's players. Yet, their vitriol seemed feeble in the glaring face of the scoreboard. Could they maintain their winning streak? Were they destined to lose? Such sentiments left them bewildered. After all, their opponents were formidable. Even with Bailly on their side, witnessing the first 20 minutes made it evident that the disparity between the teams was vast. This was not a match that could be altered by the efforts of a single player. The challenge was daunting. They should not place excessive expectations and pressure on an 18-year-old, remembering that Bailly had never played a professional match prior to this season. Such burdens were unfair to him, as other players at 18 had the support of seasoned veterans, quietly honing their skills and growing. However, at the tender age of 18, Bailly had emerged as the cornerstone of the team, embodying the aspirations of countless fans. Despite their fervent encouragement, the supporters could hardly avert their gaze from Bailly. The youth clad in the number 29 jersey, in the face of Chelsea's formidable and oppressive attacking prowess, could he truly rise to the occasion? The moment was electric. A clarion call for youthful ambition. Bailly stood poised on the pitch, awaiting the commencement of the match, yet his presence had already captivated the attention of all. It was universally acknowledged that Bournemouth's journey to this point hinged primarily on Bailly's contributions. He had instilled hope within the hearts of Bournemouth supporters, becoming a symbol of resilience. As long as he remained, their hopes would never flicker out. The aspirations of fans, teammates, and coaches alike rested squarely upon his shoulders. Confronted with such immense pressure, Bailly recalled a timeless adage: with great power comes great responsibility. As the match resumed, opportunities remained scarce for Bailly, primarily due to his defensive duties, which hampered his ability to threaten Chelsea's backline. Wilson's speed offered little advantage, and Bournemouth's offensive maneuvers were effectively stifled. There were no chances to be had up front. Despite Bailly's remarkable passing skills, he found himself devoid of teammates capable of collaboration. The referee's whistle pierced the tension, granting Chelsea yet another free kick opportunity. The Bournemouth players, lacking in defensive experience against Chelsea's technical finesse, could only rely on physicality to impede their progress. After all, they had long competed in the Championship, far removed from encountering players of the caliber of Willian or Hazard. Fortunately, Chelsea's free kick was thwarted by the wall, veering out of play. Such relentless assaults were unremitting. Bournemouth's defense could not afford a moment's respite. The fans in the Vitality Stadium were gripped with anxiety. Trailing by a goal, witnessing no prospects of equalizing, and even the mere task of retaining their current deficit appeared daunting. Time swiftly advanced to the 37th minute. After a fierce confrontation with Costa, Alfie succumbed to the ground, having desperately attempted to usher the ball out of play. Boruc, nearest to him, hurried over to assess the situation. Alfie shook his head at Boruc, signaling that he was fine, merely suffering from a cramp and requesting assistance. Boruc promptly complied, elevating Alfie's leg to stretch the cramping muscles. A cramp, less than 40 minutes into the match. This scene tugged at the hearts of many fans, as the defensive intensity of the game proved overwhelming, especially for Alfie, a pivotal figure in the defense who had been heavily relied upon. Seizing this moment, Eddie Howe approached Bailly, embracing him and whispering urgently, "Bailly, Wilson and Pittman cannot assist you. Your speed is your greatest asset. Thrust forward without concern for them. You may retreat defensively, but do not delve too deep. You are our sole attacking option." Eddie's resolute gaze locked onto Bailly, fully aware that the weight of such expectations was rather burdensome for an 18-year-old, yet Bournemouth had no alternative. Bailly had propelled Bournemouth to this juncture, and he alone could fulfill their dreams. They could only continue to place their unwavering faith in him. All right, Bailly nodded earnestly, understanding the necessity of action. This moment was captured by the broadcast cameras. Wehi from Huagua speculated, Coach Eddie Howe must have imparted crucial advice to Bailly. They indeed need to implement a change, as the current circumstances squander Bailly's offensive talents. He lamented the lack of support from his teammates. Despite being Bournemouth's most formidable orchestrator, the absence of another attacking force rendered Bournemouth's once potent offensive capabilities utterly ineffective in this match. The onus now lay on Eddie Howe and Bailly to devise a response, yet the truth remained. Bournemouth was significantly outmatched by Chelsea. They were unable to compete, reduced to mere defense with no semblance of an attack. He voiced an unsettling truth. Bournemouth had become devoid of any offensive initiative, a sentiment shared by anxious fans. This reality also fueled Mourinho's confidence on the sidelines, as he recognized the game was firmly in his grasp. While defensive prowess is essential in football, it cannot solely define a team's approach. Mourinho had mastered the art of counter-attacking football, and he was well-versed in its intricacies. Alfie quickly recovered and signaled to Eddie Howe that he could persist. Upon rejoining the field, he was met with applause from the fans. A true warrior. In this moment, all Bournemouth players stood as heroes in the eyes of the supporters, albeit they yearned for a more dazzling figure to emerge. As the match resumed, Bailly did not immediately advance his position. Instead, he maintained his defensive role while keenly observing the movements of his teammates, searching for an opportunity. Under the relentless pressure from Chelsea, time slipped away quickly. Bournemouth held firm, yet at a cost, their defense accumulating 3 yellow cards, each a potential liability. The clock struck 45 minutes. The first half was drawing to a close. Due to the interruptions from goals and injuries, 5 minutes of stoppage time were announced. Bailly remained vigilant, awaiting his chance, and his teammates recognized his anticipation for the ball. Finally, in the second minute of stoppage time, that opportunity arrived. Hazard, penetrating Bournemouth's defense, found himself thwarted as he entered a crowded area. The ball was nudged away, sending him tumbling to the ground. The referee, however, dismissed the incident, gesturing that it was not a foul. This decision incited ire among Chelsea's players, with Hazard vocally protesting and even Mourinho on the sidelines appealing to the fourth official, insisting that it was indeed a foul deserving of a free kick and a yellow card for the opponent. The fourth official, well aware of Mourinho's temperament, patiently explained that the play involved contact with the ball before any collision with the player, thus not constituting a foul. While Chelsea's players and coaching staff continued to bemoan the decision, Ritchie seized the moment, delivering a pass directly to Bailly's feet. Receiving the ball, Bailly deftly maneuvered forward, seamlessly gliding past Mikel. Such was the advantage of his speed. This time, Bailly's approach was uniquely audacious. He paid little heed to his teammates' positions. Aware that they could not keep pace, he resolved to tackle the challenge solo. Bailly could hear the rhythm of his rapid breaths as he sprinted forward, his velocity transcending the chaos around him. He did not need to glance at the goal. He instinctively knew its location. With a powerful strike, fueled by his extraordinary long-range shooting talent, he unleashed a shot from at least 5 meters outside the penalty area. The football soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards the net. Courtois, momentarily obstructed by Zuma, failed to anticipate Bailly's swift action. He could hardly fathom that a shot would be taken from such a distance. Thus, when Courtois heard Zuma's urgent shout that Bailly was shooting, he had yet to fully comprehend the situation. In the next heartbeat, he witnessed the football racing through the air, speeding towards the goal. Courtois could only instinctively rely on his remarkable goalkeeping talent to react. He guessed the right direction, yet at the moment his body was fully committed, the ball crossed the goal line. A goal was scored. Bailly executed a breathtaking world-class strike, a piercing arrow through the clouds. At the instant the goal was completed, Bailly dashed out of the field, leaping onto the railing in front of the stands, arms wide open, reveling in the euphoric cheers of the fans. The youthful exuberance was palpable. At 68 minutes, Bailly received the defensive treatment befitting a core player of a top-tier team. Boom! The entire Vitality Stadium erupted with excitement. Tens of thousands of Bournemouth supporters erupted into jubilant cheers. They were ecstatic. Once again, it was Bailly who stepped up, showcasing a magnificent display of individual heroism, slicing through Chelsea's defense solo. Admittedly, Chelsea's offensive pressure left their defense somewhat vulnerable. Yet, this was Chelsea, renowned for their ironclad defense. Bailly, you are simply magnificent. We adore you, Bailly. You are the god of football. Incredible. This is how it is. Bournemouth shall never relent in their pursuit of goals. Keep scoring. Let them witness the prowess of Bournemouth. The fans, upon seeing Bailly, were overwhelmed with indescribable excitement, astonished by his performance. Is this truly an 18-year-old player? All viewers of the broadcast were equally stunned by Bailly's extraordinary goal. Their minds raced with a singular thought. This was a goal scored by a player who had not participated in professional matches prior to this season. It was nothing short of a royal strike. At 18, he already bore the aura of a football king. He Wei from Huahua was particularly excited. Bailly once again demonstrated to football fans worldwide that ambition knows no age. Even an 18-year-old youth can freely unleash his talent on the pitch. His handling of the ball revealed no trace of naivety. Every move was remarkably calculated, and he bypassed Mikel with rhythmic precision. The final shot exhibited his impeccable goal-scoring instinct. Had he waited just a moment longer, Zuma might have been able to block it. Simultaneously, this showcased Bailly's unwavering confidence in his shooting ability. From such a distance, he dared to strike. Bournemouth's strategy was astute. When others were deprived of offensive opportunities, it was essential for Bailly to stand out and penetrate Chelsea's defense alone. Bailly achieved this. Snap! Snap! At the moment Bailly spread his arms, countless cameras focused on him. Everyone knew that after this match, this young man would become a player of interest across European football. Such players, who can orchestrate play while also being capable of independent attacks, are exceedingly rare. Anyone who witnessed this match could see that Bournemouth's teammates were effectively neutralized, unable to utilize Bailly's organizational and passing skills. Otherwise, Chelsea would not have had such an easy time. On the sidelines at the Vitality Stadium, the contrasting expressions of the two head coaches were starkly evident. Eddie Howe celebrated excitedly with his assistants. Bailly did not disappoint their expectations, delivering an astonishing goal, a super world-class strike. Bailly is truly reliable. Meanwhile, Mourinho shook his head, his face darkened. As Bournemouth's players celebrated, he called his own players and instructed them to mark Bailly closely. At this moment, Mourinho recognized from those two goals that Bailly was no ordinary player. He possessed genuine skill. However, Mourinho believed in his players' ability. With a bit of strategic focus, they could effectively neutralize Bailly. After all, he had a powerful long-range shot, so they would deny him that opportunity. Following Mourinho's instructions, Mikel was assigned to closely guard Bailly, ensuring he had no further chances to receive the ball. Soon, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, and both teams retreated to the locker room. Such a scoreline was unimaginable before the match. However, based on the dynamics on the field, there were no apparent issues. Chelsea had entirely controlled the pace of the game. Bournemouth was thoroughly suppressed in their half, unable to advance, save for one player, Bailly. Only Bailly managed to execute 2 attacks against Chelsea. In the first half, Bournemouth had merely 2 shots. Yet those 2 attempts translated into 2 goals. This exemplified the high efficiency Bailly brought to the game. During halftime, several of the top 10 trending topics on Twitter in England were related to the Chelsea versus Bournemouth match. Among them, Bailly's solo world-class goal topped the trends. This caught the attention of many English fans, who began to truly recognize this 18-year-old prodigy. Previously, many Arsenal fans had claimed Bailly was not worth a hefty investment. Now, they had changed their tune, calling out to buy. I always said Bailly was a premium talent. He is simply extraordinary. Just watching his highlights reveals that he shows no fear when facing strong teams. Truly impressive. It seemed he had only just begun to unleash his physical potential. And now it was clear how formidable he was, both in speed and shooting. Exemplary. This is no longer a gamble. He is a player bursting with potential and immediate impact. Once this match concludes, Bailly's market value will undoubtedly soar. He is too strong. Our club may find it impossible to bring Bailly over for £35 million. Truly remarkable. While Chelsea's defense may have had its shortcomings, Bailly's prowess is undeniable. Aside from Arsenal fans, those from clubs that had previously shown interest in Bailly were now singing his praises. Even casual fans could sense Bailly's brilliance. There exists a type of player in football that serves as a filter for those who lack understanding of the game. This describes such players, who may not be flashy but are crucial to the team. True connoisseurs of the sport recognize the value of these players. But Bailly is different. His talent is evident even to the untrained eye. His brilliance radiates beyond the screen. After witnessing Bailly's performance, Bournemouth's executives quickly reached for the phone, not for any other matter, but to discuss strengthening the team during the winter transfer window. Bailly is poised to bring in substantial transfer fees for the club, providing Bournemouth with operational flexibility. They could consider loans and other avenues to gather funds. Initially, the management aimed for a steady approach, focusing solely on achieving promotion. However, buoyed by the team's consecutive victories, they felt a surge of confidence, even ambition. After all, who among football enthusiasts does not yearn to win? The executives were prepared to take a gamble. Everything rested on the shoulders of this player. They were well aware of Bailly's offensive talents. Thus, the team urgently needed defensive players for the winter window. While the players fought valiantly on the pitch, the behind-the-scenes matters were left to the management. Soon, halftime concluded, and the second half commenced. Neither team made substitutions, maintaining the same lineup as the first half. The fans returned to their seats in anticipation. Everyone eagerly anticipates the final outcome of the match. If the Bournemouth fans had once lost hope, the resurgence of Bailly has rekindled their confidence. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling the official commencement of the game. Almost immediately, Bailly realizes that Mikel is shadowing his every move. Wherever he goes, Mikel follows. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledges that he has become the focal point of the opposing defense. Although this close marking presents some challenges, he remains unperturbed, as Bournemouth rarely has the opportunity to dominate possession. More often than not, they find themselves in a defensive stance. Bailly only requires a fleeting moment, a split second where Mikel may falter in reaction. After all, defenders cannot discern the intentions of attackers, and Mikel is particularly unaware of Bailly's offensive strategies. The tension is palpable, and the stakes are high. However, opportunities for Bailly are scarce. Chelsea maintains a firm grip on the majority of ball possession, while Bournemouth's formation has devolved into a desperate defensive shell, akin to a fortified fortress. Whether it be Diego Costa's relentless presence in the penalty area or the explosive capabilities of the wingers, Bournemouth's players are continually overwhelmed. This impenetrable barrage feels like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the Bournemouth supporters, an ever-present threat. Despite Bailly's exquisite attacking skills, the match remains exceedingly challenging. The Bournemouth players are laboring tirelessly to defend, and Alfie is once again on the ground, cramping up. This time, Eddie Howe does not permit Alfie to persist and opts to substitute him with Francis. Howe fears that further exertion might lead to a more severe injury, particularly as Alfie's energy reserves dwindle and his defensive efforts become increasingly strenuous. With Mikel persistently adhering to his side, Bailly momentarily withdraws to alleviate the defensive burden on his teammates. At this juncture, Bailly's defensive contributions are commendable. Many who have observed him are taken aback, as they initially believed Bailly lacked defensive prowess. Yet, they now recognize that his defensive abilities are not only adequate, but remarkably nuanced, as his positioning frequently surpasses that of many players. Consequently, scouts and team managers have elevated their evaluations of Bailly, acknowledging the breadth of his capabilities. He appears to possess an extraordinary versatility, embodying a rare talent in the football arena. Affluent Premier League clubs are eager to secure his services. Although Bailly has declared his intention to remain with the team through the winter transfer window, it is uncertain whether Bournemouth can retain him come summer. At that point, it will depend on which club possesses greater resources. At the Vitality Stadium, Bournemouth forms an impenetrable unit. Chelsea's attacks are incisive. Yet with Bournemouth committing few players to offensive actions, any Chelsea offensive maneuver is met with multiple defenders. Following 2 conceded goals, Chelsea hesitates to push all their players forward. Aware that while Bailly has retreated slightly to defend, he remains poised at the forefront of Bournemouth's formation. Should Chelsea concede another goal, Bailly will have his opportunity, a thought that instills trepidation within Chelsea. Unbeknownst to them, Bailly inadvertently mitigates the potency of the opponent's offense. Chelsea's repeated frustrations lead to a palpable sense of urgency. As a leading Premier League team, failing to penetrate the defense of a championship side would invite scorn from their supporters. Despite Chelsea's numerous victories this season, their average goal tally hovers around 2 per match. Nonetheless, while their scoring may be modest, their defensive record is even more impressive, often maintaining clean sheets and occasionally conceding a single goal. Thus, this match represents an unusually high number of goals conceded for Chelsea. It is precisely this context that elevates Bailly's name into the spotlight. For he has accomplished what countless Premier League forwards have failed to achieve, scoring 2 goals against Chelsea single-handedly. Mourinho, observing from the sidelines, wears an expression of discontent. This is far from the outcome he envisioned, and he refuses to accept a draw. Yet, with the opposing side firmly entrenched in defense, advancing becomes a formidable challenge. Mourinho's gaze drifts toward Bailly on the field, his expression a mix of contemplation and complexity. The Bournemouth fans at the Vitality Stadium continue to rally behind their team, their voices resonating through the broadcast. Hiway, watching Bournemouth withstand Chelsea's pressure for half an hour without conceding, remarks on the remarkable resilience of this championship side, which has demonstrated a defensive tenacity surpassing that of many Premier League teams. The spirit of the Bournemouth players is evident, while Chelsea is often lauded as the iron-blooded Blues. Bournemouth, too, exemplifies a similar indomitable spirit. It is hard to fathom that at the start of the season, they endured 9 winless matches. Bailly's arrival has infused the team with talent, leading them to consecutive victories and instilling a sense of invincibility among the players. It is this unwavering belief that bolsters Bournemouth's resolve in the face of Chelsea's relentless onslaught, allowing them to maintain their lead. Perhaps, just perhaps, we might witness Bournemouth securing a draw or even a victory on their home turf tonight. In the world of football, nothing is impossible. However, one must not overlook Chelsea's competitive edge. Their offensive capabilities demand that Bournemouth remain vigilant at all times. Indeed, they cannot afford to relax, even for a moment. Presently, the Bournemouth players have channeled all their focus into defense, devoid of energy to contemplate counterattacks or strategize for victory. They find themselves in a state of immersion, intent on thwarting every attack. If anyone on the field is still preoccupied with offensive strategies, it is Bailly alone. He has not lost sight of Chelsea's positioning, constantly assessing potential opportunities to advance should the moment arise. Yet, Chelsea offers no such chances. Even when they lose possession during an attack, their players swiftly reclaim the ball, denying Bournemouth the opportunity to pass to Bailly. As time elapses, each individual's expression reflects their unique anticipation for the match, a natural consequence of the scoreline. Boom, boom. As the fourth official signals the additional time for the second half, the fans at the Vitality Stadium erupt in cheer. With no goals scored and no time-wasting incidents, the stoppage time is a mere 3 minutes. This means that if they can hold on for just 3 more minutes, Bournemouth will secure a draw against Chelsea in their first encounter. Hold strong. Bournemouth supporters silently pray for their team's endurance. Alas, the fans' hopes appear to falter. Hazard suddenly shifts from the left flank to the center, receiving the ball and advancing forward, only to be met by the instinctive outstretched legs of the Bournemouth defenders. Hazard tumbles to the ground. The referee's whistle pierces the air, awarding Chelsea a free kick approximately 4 meters from the edge of the penalty area. The players protest to the referee, asserting that no foul occurred, yet the referee remains resolute in his decision. The Bournemouth players, left with no recourse, hastily position themselves within the penalty area, bracing for the impending defensive challenge. They could not falter at the last moment. Hazard and Fabregas positioned themselves on either side of the ball, their gazes locking in a silent agreement. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Fabregas sprang into action. He sprinted towards the ball, but did not lift his leg, instead running past it. An elaborate feint. Hazard surged forward. With a resounding thud, he launched himself at the ball, sending it soaring into the air with a graceful arc. The goalkeeper Borak, not having the best vantage point, instinctively moved towards the ball, preparing to make a save. However, Hazard's free kick was executed with such finesse. A stunning shot. Borak barely took a step before the ball swished past him, nestling into the net. The goal was scored. Silence enveloped the vibrant stadium, a stillness akin to death. Chelsea had clinched a dramatic victory. In the 92nd minute of stoppage time, Chelsea had scored. Hazard's free kick had shattered the hopes of countless Bournemouth supporters, who never anticipated that their long-awaited match would culminate in a last-minute defeat at the hands of Chelsea. Hazard dashed across the pitch, sliding on his knees in euphoric celebration of his goal. For him, this match was a moment of unparalleled joy. His teammates rushed to envelop him in a jubilant embrace. Truly, a player deserving of the title of the world's third best. Such strength. Mourinho could hardly contain his excitement. Fervently celebrating, Chelsea was still victorious. Their winning streak would not be halted. This season, Chelsea aspired for the treble, the League, the Champions League, and the League Cup. This was their ambition. Currently, their progress on all 3 fronts was remarkably smooth. Observing Hazard's late-game heroics, Hwagwa and Hiwe marveled at the evident disparity in strength between Bournemouth and Chelsea. With just a minute left in the match, being a goal behind Chelsea was a commendable feat for Bournemouth. They simply lacked a touch of luck. After all, this was Chelsea, a team on a winning streak in both the League and the Champions League. For a championship team to achieve this level of performance was already impressive. Reaching the semi-finals of the League Cup was a historic achievement for Bournemouth. They had performed admirably. Now, the team could wholeheartedly focus on the league, where they still held dominance as a championship side. Even if they were to falter in the League Cup, they remained formidable contenders for the league title. As promotion was of utmost importance for a championship team, Jaguars fans expressed their sentiments. Bournemouth's performance in this match could be described as standing tall in defeat, deserving of respect. Bailly's performance was extraordinary. In a stronger team, he could have excelled even further, as some of his Bournemouth teammates had hindered his potential. It was regrettable that they had hoped for at least a draw to keep the suspense alive for the second leg, but now it seemed exceedingly difficult. In the return leg at Stamford Bridge, Bournemouth would lack even the advantage of home ground, making their task even more daunting. Bailly should consider leaving. Once he had the ball, he was on a different level than his teammates, who only seemed to stifle his talent. I believe joining a mid-table team in a top league would be best, providing stable playing time and stronger allies. If he aimed directly for a top club, I remain concerned that he is too young and may not receive adequate playing opportunities. Beyond Jaguars, fans in England had already begun to reflect post-match, as the game appeared to be concluded in the eyes of many. Time was running out. With just over a minute remaining, no one believed the score would change. Chelsea's undeniable superiority warranted a victory in the eyes of all. Yet, one individual refused to concede. Bailly. Amidst the despair of his teammates, he stood tall, addressing the entire crowd with the poise of a captain. Everyone, rally together. There is still time. The match is not over yet. It's the final minute. Do we not fight for it? Look to me, Bailly implored, his tone growing increasingly solemn and authoritative, urging his teammates that as long as the referee had not blown the final whistle, they had not lost. Moreover, even if they did succumb, it was not the end. There would be a second leg. The other players, feeling somewhat defiant, expressed their reluctance to be defeated after battling so hard throughout the match. The prospect of a last-minute loss was disheartening. Bailly's words reignited the flame of determination in most of their eyes. They still had a chance. As Bailly noted his teammates attentively absorbing his words, he sought out the defensive midfielder Sulman, originally a central midfielder for Bournemouth. Sulman had been repositioned due to Bailly's influence. Now, Bailly required someone to deliver the ball to him, swiftly articulating his plan to the relevant teammates. Chelsea's players, reveling in their celebration, noticed Bournemouth's players gathering in the center circle. A relaxed smile spread across their faces, regardless of how frustrating Bournemouth's defense had been. At least in this match, Chelsea had triumphed. Several players had already resolved that, upon returning to their home ground at Stamford Bridge, they would ensure Bournemouth experienced the bitter taste of defeat. In the stands, Chelsea fans continued their jubilations, while the Bournemouth supporters, who had been vocal throughout, fell into silence. Bailly, give it your all. Nevertheless, one voice persisted in hope. A young boy still raised his hand to cheer for Bournemouth. He was Little John, permitted by doctors, with the aid of the Bournemouth team, to witness the match live. His voice resonated among the surrounding Bournemouth fans, igniting their spirits. Bailly, you can do it. Bournemouth, you can do it. Initially faint, his voice grew contagious, reverberating throughout the vibrant stadium once more. Come on, Bournemouth. The fans shouted with all their might. Even if they no longer believed the score could change, in that moment, their cries transformed into a testament of faith, a belief in their team. Ding. Meanwhile, the match continued. The referee's whistle sounded, and Bournemouth resumed play. Bailly positioned himself at center forward for the first time, while Sulman took on the role of playmaker. As the whistle blew, Bailly passed the ball back to Sulman's feet. All Bournemouth players surged forward. This was their final opportunity. Thud. Sulman delivered the ball to Wilson, who had struggled throughout the match, feeling nearly ineffective. Holding his breath, he immediately engaged with Sulman's pass, drawing the attention of Chelsea's defenders. Wilson's runs down the flank had been a primary target for Chelsea's defense. But this time was different. Wilson did not attempt to break through. Instead, he executed a feint, swiftly returning the ball to the center, allowing Sulman and others to advance forward. Bournemouth pressed forward with great fervor. Such a scene reignited the excitement within the vibrant stadium. Though the audience witnessed their team falter, they yearned not for a defeat steeped in frustration. Bournemouth surged forward, yet Chelsea's immediate response was not to press their opponents, but rather to swiftly fortify their own defenses. Chelsea's defensive strategy, honed under Mourinho's guidance, had become second nature to the players. This enabled Bournemouth to easily advance past the halfway line, but that was where their progress halted. At this moment, Bailly positioned himself at the forefront, resembling a striker, which astonished many. How could such a slight figure play as a center forward? Time was running thin, yet Bournemouth persisted in passing the ball in midfield, struggling to push forward. Sulman recalled Bailly's words, attentively monitoring his position. Mourinho, from the sidelines, exerted pressure on the referee, urging him to blow the whistle as time was nearly up. Just as everyone anticipated the conclusion of the match, Bournemouth initiated a play. After Sulman linked up with Pittman on the flank, he noticed Bailly raising his hand and struck the ball with vigor, lofting it into the small box. A long ball, a hallmark of English football. At that moment, Bailly embodied the singular central striker. He burst forth from behind the defenders, relying on his speed to surge into the small box. Two centre-backs, Terry and Zuma, closely trailed him. Bailly, bearing the weight of their defensive efforts, charged into the small box. With Courtois hesitant to make a rash move, Bailly leapt from the edge of the small box. Simultaneously, Terry and Zuma also jumped. Yet, Bailly's 100 physical prowess allowed him not only to hold his ground, but to dominate the aerial contest. He propelled himself above both defenders, connecting with the descending ball. With a powerful header, the football soared toward the goal, the king of the small box. A shot on target is destined to score. In an instant, the ball hurtled toward the far corner. Thud. Courtois, despite guessing the right direction, could not thwart the shot due to its exceptionally acute angle. The ball found the net. In the final minute, in the last few seconds, Bailly scored with a header. 3-3, an equalizer. Boom. At that moment, the entire vibrant stadium erupted in an indescribable roar, as if an ancient beast had awakened from the depths, astonishingly producing such fervor from merely over 10,000 spectators. Many local residents were curious about the commotion. Although loud cheers were common, this was unprecedented. The fans were undeniably elated. An equalizer. They had achieved a true equalizer. Time was no longer on their side. Now, all they could do was roar, releasing the pent-up excitement within. This was Chelsea. Just after the opposition had seemingly sealed their victory, they had pulled off this miraculous equalizer, a moment belonging to the vibrant stadium, to all Bournemouth supporters, and most importantly, to Bailly. As Bailly struck the ball, he did not look back. Upon landing, he sprinted toward the stands, leaping onto the railing with arms wide open. He embraced his moment. 71, Mourinho. This is not the end. There is a second leg. Fabulous. The English commentator, witnessing Bailly's goal, could hardly contain himself. He was ecstatic. Unbelievable. Impossible. Amazing. Crazy. Words fail to encapsulate such a frenzied moment. I wish to use every possible term to describe Bailly. He accomplished what no one dared to envision. In the final second of the match, Bailly completed a hat trick, helping Bournemouth level the score. This was truly a masterpiece crafted by the hand of football. He would become a hero for Bournemouth. He had preserved their hope, ensuring they remained undefeated across all competitions. Chelsea, in the Premier League and the Champions League, had been surging ahead, overcoming numerous formidable teams. Yet today, in Bournemouth, at the vibrant stadium, they departed without a victory. Indeed, Chelsea could no longer score here. Time had expired. Mourinho stood silently on the sidelines, his expression darkened, surrounded by the thunderous cheers of Bournemouth supporters. This outcome was difficult for him to accept. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the figure, Bailly, surrounded by throngs of admirers. This youth, cast aside by Real Madrid, had been overlooked by him, yet the talent he displayed in this match left Mourinho bewildered. How could such a player have been abandoned by Real Madrid Castilla? He did not know, but he recognized that this player was destined for the pinnacle of football. Today's match had transformed Chelsea into the stepping stone, or perhaps the starting point for Bailly's ascent to elite status. Beside him, Eddie Howe could no longer contain his exhilaration. Bailly, Bailly, he has done it, he shouted repeatedly, dropping to his knees at the moment of Bailly's goal, striking the turf in sheer excitement. This was a release of the pressure accumulated throughout the match, from drawing level to being suppressed, and finally to the brink of defeat. Unlike the fans, as the head coach, Howe bore the weight of immense pressure. Now, even though they still faced an uphill battle against Chelsea, in this moment, they stood proud at home, in Bournemouth, defending their dignity. Even if they faced the Premier League leaders, even with a vast disparity in player valuations, they would fight until the very last moment. Bailly was embraced by the crowd. He could not discern whether it was players or fans holding him, as upon descending from the railing, supporters surged over to embrace him. All he could hear and see was a sea of jubilation. It was a wave of his name. This was his ocean. For a full minute, the referee permitted Bournemouth to celebrate before urging them to resume play. But time had elapsed, as both teams lined up in the center circle. Chelsea's players had just kicked off. Beep. The referee blew the final whistle. A draw. Bournemouth had valiantly held the Premier League leaders to a stalemate. Next week, they would head to Stamford Bridge for the second leg. The outcome of this encounter would ultimately determine who advanced to the final of the EFL Cup. No longer did anyone regard Bournemouth as a team easily manipulated by Chelsea, even though they had been heavily pressured throughout the match. They merely perceived Chelsea as having a greater chance of progression. The team called Bournemouth might just harbor a sliver of hope for advancement. He Wei from Huagua remarked, "This is football until the final moment. One can never predict the outcome, nor who will emerge as the hero of the team." Once again, it was Bailly who stepped up, defending the honor of their home ground and leveling against Chelsea, who says ordinary teams must inevitably succumb to giants, who claims that higher valuations guarantee victory. No, in the realm of football, anything is possible. This match stands as the finest testament to that, particularly during the tumultuous final moments. Bailly, a name that previously lacked recognition, is destined to be seen and known by many after this night. Wealthy clubs will soon be brandishing wads of cash, seeking to acquire him from Bournemouth, exclaiming, "Hey, we want this kid, sell him to us." The winter transfer window is about to close, perhaps without much fanfare. However, the summer window promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. After an initial wave of jubilation at Vitality Stadium, melodies of celebration filled the air. Bailly, the prodigy of Bournemouth, shines like an unwavering sun for the club. Oh, Bailly. The fans are reluctant to depart. They yearn to linger, savoring what can only be described as a match against one of the strongest adversaries in the club's history. They sing songs in honor of Bailly, their affection for him evident. They adore this young man who has brought about such transformation for the team. Bailly, along with his exhausted teammates, chose not to rush to the locker room, instead making a lap around the pitch to express gratitude to the supporters who rallied behind them throughout the match. The essence of football lies within its fans. Bournemouth represents a lifelong spiritual anchor for the town's supporters. Bailly gradually comprehended this truth. Only through immersion could he fully grasp why community football flourishes so vibrantly in England. Observing the fans' tear-streaked faces, he recognized those were tears of joy. Visions flitted through Bailly's mind like a slideshow. He silently vowed to bring a championship trophy to this city and its devoted supporters. He made a part in the summer transfer window, but Bournemouth will forever remain the starting point of his career, a time he shall never forget. Even if he joins other teams, he envisions returning to this quaint town and this club at the twilight of his career, continuing to play for them. Perhaps, by then, a fan will approach him, saying, "Hey, Bailly, I grew up watching you play. You created our own legend at Bournemouth." The thought made him smile, envisioning a picture so beautiful. All gatherings must come to an end. After the players completed their lap of appreciation, they gradually dispersed, leaving behind the silent stadium, a venue that has witnessed the pinnacle of the club's journey and the dreams and youth of countless individuals. In the post-match interview, Eddie Howe was all smiles, acknowledging the challenge ahead in the second leg, stating, "It will be difficult for us at their ground, and we might face elimination. But we will give our all, for Bournemouth, for our fans." Even if the eventual outcome is defeat, Howe believes that many now recognize their team. They will no longer say, "I've never heard of this team." This is a victory for such a small club. We may not be a giant team with numerous fans, but we have our community supporters. Yet, we did not lose. Above all, gratitude goes to Bailly, who has emerged as Bournemouth's hero. He has always been so. Now, they must focus on how to confront the championship leaders, Watford. It is indeed a remarkable experience to face the top teams in both the Premier League and the Championship consecutively. Yet, confidence surges within them. They believe they can overcome any opponent. Howe expressed much, eager to show those who underestimated Bournemouth during the pre-match build-up that they are not to be dismissed lightly. Meanwhile, Mourinho's demeanor was decidedly grim as he faced reporters, offering terse responses. "We did not lose. It was merely misfortune. Our attack was commendable. Our defense faltered. That was my oversight." When asked about his thoughts on the match, Mourinho reiterated, "This is not the end. There is a second leg." His stubbornness shone through. He would not concede that the match reflected poorly on Chelsea, even though failing to beat Bournemouth would mean defeat. He remained steadfast in his belief that, in the second leg at home, Chelsea would decisively conclude the match and advance to the finals, ultimately hoisting the coveted EFL Cup trophy. That is the narrative that belongs to Chelsea, not a mere draw being portrayed as a loss by the media. Mourinho would not admit to such a notion. After answering the last question, he departed without a backward glance, unwilling to engage in further interviews until the second leg concludes. His solitary figure contrasted sharply with Bournemouth's jubilant celebrations. This night, Bournemouth was filled with laughter and joy. They understood there was another leg to come. And while they had not yet reached the finals, they had held their own against the Premier League leaders. What more could they wish for? Consider that even giants like Arsenal, Manchester United, and Liverpool had succumbed to Chelsea. Oh, thinking of Liverpool brought even greater delight to Bournemouth's fans. We have defeated Liverpool, such as Bournemouth. This seaside town radiated an even more fervent passion. A jubilant pub owner proclaimed, "Tonight, drinks are half off." And this was no isolated incident. The entire city reveled in a sea of joy. Bailly had become the most frequently mentioned name among Bournemouth supporters. The hero of the small club, always the most poignant. The following day, Bailly was roused from slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. "Parent, Bailly, your performance last night has made you famous. Haha, you are now the most promising and ready player in all of England. Numerous prestigious clubs managers have been reaching out to me, eager to sign you. Can you believe it? I received 4 or 5 calls this morning from reputable teams." Bailly had anticipated such attention following his hat-trick and last-minute equalizer against Chelsea. However, his thoughts were not on transfers at that moment. "I have stated that I will not transfer during the winter window, so they needn't waste their efforts. As for the summer transfer window, I have yet to decide. I am waiting for a sincere offer." His words left Perrin perplexed. Sincerity? Transfer fees? Signing bonuses? Or salary? No, it was not about money. "Perrin, let me be clear. Financial gain is not my motivation for choosing a club. I aspire to create history." Bailly's words resonated with conviction, prompting Perrin to regain his composure. The allure of prestigious clubs could easily lead him astray. Upon reflection, it was evident that a talent like Bailly could command a substantial sum anywhere. He indeed needed a more suitable platform to hone his skills. This was an 18-year-old child, after all. Perrin acknowledged this and, after ending the call with Bailly, reached out to Baijiangua, as they were friends in Spain. After Pelon conveyed Bailly's words to Baijiangua erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. This embodies the pure essence of football that I cherish most. Not for money, but to create history. Pelon, let me tell you, in our Huagua, there exists a saying, 'Money is like dirt,' and another, 'to leave a mark in history.' Bailly has chosen the latter. I am elated. Pelon, when you arrive in Madrid, we must share a couple of drinks." Unbeknownst to Bailly, Pelon had also reached out to Baijiangua after their conversation. His communication with his family was sparse, as they were not truly a family, and a certain distance remained. After a brief wash-up, Bailly departed for the training base. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the overwhelming presence of fans. At least several hundred Bournemouth supporters had gathered. They had blocked the entrance to the training facility, holding banners that read, "Thank you, Bailly." The fans gazed at Bailly with fervent admiration. As he approached, they parted to create a path for him. Clad in the Bournemouth jersey emblazoned with the number 29, they brandished various placards, featuring hand-drawn portraits of Bailly. One particular artwork struck Bailly profoundly. This hand-drawn depiction was notably large, held up proudly by a middle-aged male fan, broader than most. The illustration captured Bailly with outstretched arms, eyes closed, basking in the cheers of the vibrant stadium, surrounded by a multitude of fans rendered in the team's black and red colors. At the top were several bold English words: "Son," "Hero," "God," a transparent expression of their adoration for Bailly. He was the team's child, their hero, and indeed their God. Moved by the artwork, Bailly approached the middle-aged fan and complimented, "This is truly remarkable." The typical English man, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to articulate his thoughts, stammering, "Oh no, I spent all night drawing this, capturing the moment of your celebration. It's a gift for you." As he spoke, the middle-aged fan regained his composure, exclaiming, "Oh my God, your goal was absolutely spectacular. I jumped up and shouted when I saw it. Normally, I'd be reported by the neighbors, but last night was different. Everyone was cheering." Bailly, smiling, turned to the nearby fans, asking, "Does anyone have a marker?" Quickly, someone handed one over. He turned to the middle-aged fan and inquired, "May I write on this?" The fan, beaming with excitement, replied, "Of course. This is a gift for you. Write whatever you wish." Bailly took the artwork, and alongside the middle-aged fan, he added a single word beneath the 3 groups of words, "Champion." As he inscribed this word, the surrounding fans fell into a hush, brimming with anticipation, eager to ask Bailly its significance. However, Bailly explained, "Champion. Why not add a champion? We will bring home the championship. After signing the artwork, Bai turned to the middle-aged fan and said, "Hey, shouldn't you leave your name as the creator?" The fan, astonished, took the marker with trembling hands, writing his name beside Bai's. Yet, his signature paled in comparison to his artwork, perhaps due to excitement or its inherent elegance. "Noah?" "Yes." Bai rolled up the artwork and said, "Noah, thank you for this gift. It will be displayed in the team's honor room." The implications of this statement washed over Noah, filling him with emotion. His artwork would be preserved alongside the team's history. For a man who had devoted half his life to Bournemouth, this was an immense validation. Tears streamed down Noah's face as nearby fans rushed to comfort and congratulate him. After signing autographs for a while, Bai finally entered the training facility. Eddie Howe witnessed the entire scene at the entrance of the training base. Reflecting on Bai, a player cherished by Bournemouth fans, despite his impending departure in the summer. Upon meeting Eddie Howe, Bai presented him with the artwork, requesting that it be placed beside the championship trophy in the honor room. Eddie, puzzled, remarked, "But we haven't yet won a championship in a higher league." Sensing Eddie's thoughts, Bai replied earnestly, "I believe there will soon be a place for this artwork. Are we not on the path to victory?" Eddie chuckled, shaking his head. "You, my boy, are quite confident. Now, off to training." As Bai departed, Eddie's heart brimmed with excitement, yet a tinge of melancholy lingered. Such a gifted youth could not possibly remain at Bournemouth. This is the plight of heroes from smaller clubs, ever tinged with tragedy. They are adored by their fans. Yet if their abilities falter, they cannot provide victories, which is a torment for the players. Conversely, when they exhibit extraordinary talent, they swiftly leave the club. Perhaps they do not wish to depart, but they must pursue brighter futures, striving for self-improvement. Even the club itself may not retain them, as selling a gifted player can yield substantial profit. Bai, in particular, stands to gain much more. The focus shifted to the pivotal match, a battle for the championship. Following the Bournemouth versus Chelsea game, Bai's name became a topic of fervent discussion among countless English fans, drawing immense attention. Yet, he remained unfazed by the external clamor. He adhered steadfastly to a singular belief: a professional player's worth is determined solely by their prowess on the pitch. Everything else, images, philanthropy, or advocacy, pales in comparison. If one does not perform well, no one will care. All that awaits is criticism. Within Bournemouth, the players had already shifted their focus to the upcoming league match against Watford. This encounter represented a direct confrontation with the league's top team. In the 8th round of the championship, Bournemouth had drawn 1-1 away against Watford. Now, playing at home, they enjoyed a considerable psychological advantage. Although their winning streak in the League Cup had come to an end, Bournemouth still maintained a winning streak in the championship. The players felt relatively relaxed, even planning a post-training dinner together. However, for the Watford players, the atmosphere was far from easy. Prior to the match, Brazilian goalkeeper Gomes expressed his thoughts on the upcoming game. "It will be a challenging match. We've analyzed Bournemouth's games. Their defense is incredibly solid, even rendering teams like Liverpool and Chelsea helpless. Our attacking capabilities do not match those of Premier League teams, and we are uncertain if we can score. Nonetheless, we must give our utmost effort. This match is crucial for the season's points. Bournemouth is only 5 points behind us, a precarious margin. If we wish to claim the top spot, we must defeat Bournemouth. Yet, it will be difficult. I anticipate our primary focus will be on defending against Bai. After reviewing his match footage, we even believe Bai does not belong in the championship. He is a player destined for greater heights. Certainly, I shall endeavor to defend against every shot he takes." Gomes is regarded as the finest among Watford's goalkeepers, having previously been the first-choice keeper for Tottenham a few years ago. Although age has diminished his capabilities, his skill remains intact. However, fans express skepticism regarding his ability to thwart the shots from White Leaf. After all, even Liverpool's Minale and Chelsea's Courtois failed to stop them. Additionally, Watford's coach, Sanino, has voiced concerns about Bournemouth, particularly regarding White Leaf, stating that if we can defend against him, we will have won 80% of the battle. Sanino has just been in charge for over a month, succeeding the Chelsea legend, Zola, whose coaching results were not as impressive as his playing career. Before taking over at Watford, he also managed West Ham. Moreover, external media generally believe that Bournemouth has a higher chance of victory in this match. Home advantage suggests that Bournemouth is poised to achieve their 17th consecutive league win. The championship title battle is at stake. Will White Leaf once again be the pivotal figure in determining the outcome? How will Watford break through Bournemouth's defensive counterattacks? Or rather, how will they defend against White Leaf? Even some betting websites indicate that Bournemouth's odds of winning significantly surpass those of Watford. In fact, betting sites are exceedingly cautious regarding matches involving White Leaf, as Bournemouth appears relatively weak, yet White Leaf is exceptionally strong. However, who can guarantee that White Leaf will always perform at his peak? What if Bournemouth falters? At the very least, betting sites have learned a painful lesson from the match between Chelsea and Bournemouth. Never underestimate White Leaf. Meanwhile, Bournemouth fans are increasingly realizing how challenging it is to secure tickets for home games. In the past, filling the Vitality Stadium, which accommodates over 15,000 spectators, was quite difficult. However, since White Leaf led the team to successive victories, obtaining tickets has become a competitive endeavor. In matches of such significance, tickets can vanish in an instant, just like during the previous match against Chelsea. On match day, amidst the throngs of Bournemouth supporters, many faces of Chinese fans could be seen. These were international students drawn by the allure of witnessing White Leaf in action. At the Vitality Stadium, one Chinese fan, upon finding his seat, immediately took out his phone and logged on to a sports forum, posting, "I finally arrived at the Vitality Stadium. I can't wait to see White Leaf play. I hope Bournemouth wins tonight." Accompanying the post was a photo of the fan holding his ticket, with the stadium as the backdrop, while players warmed up. The moment this post went live, it garnered envious reactions from numerous fans on the forum. "How fortunate. I can't even find a broadcast of the match, yet someone is actually there in person. Ugh, I wish I could be there too," exclaimed another fan, feeling frustrated. "Why do you have to flaunt it? I'm desperately searching for a live stream, and just when I found one, I see your post, and my joy evaporates. I reported you, but you did nothing wrong. It's all my wretched jealousy and fragile pride. The moment I saw your picture, I lost it. I was about to go insane with envy, collapsed onto my bed, buried myself under the covers, and screamed into my pillow, tears streaming down my face, muttering in disbelief. Damn, I can't take it anymore. I have vacation next month, and I must go to England to see White Leaf play." In China, although there are no proper broadcasts, most fans can still find slightly obscure foreign streaming sources. At the Vitality Stadium, White Leaf stood in the player tunnel, awaiting the commencement of the match. He observed the Watford players beside him, and both sides displayed a fierce determination, as this was a direct competition for the championship. Neither team would take it easy. Soon, the referee led the teams onto the pitch, and as White Leaf stepped onto the field, he was met with thunderous applause from the fans. He is the hero of the team. As the captain, White Leaf conducted the coin toss, and Watford initiated the match. As the players positioned themselves in the center circle, the atmosphere reached its zenith amidst the cheers and applause of the fans. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of this high-stakes encounter. Contentious red card. Never underestimate White Leaf's threat. Watford's forward, Deeney, passed the ball to Watson in midfield. However, Watson did not hasten to launch an attack. Bournemouth is formidable, and they needed to proceed with caution. For this match, Sannino opted for a 3-5-2 formation, with three central midfielders acting as the nexus of attack, organically linking all lines to firmly seize the initiative. In Sannino's vision, defense would also be more manageable due to the greater number of midfielders. Two wingers and one central midfielder could collaborate with the two forwards to actively intercept and press the opponents. Once possession was regained, they would immediately launch a series of attacks. Should the opponents advance into their half, the two wingers would focus on flanking defense, transforming into a 5-3-2 formation, with two central defenders marking the opposing forwards and one sweeper guarding the goal while providing cover for the flanks. The three central midfielders would adhere to their designated roles, such as marking, preventing overlaps, and guarding against long-range shots. Of course, this was merely Sannino's ideal scenario. The actual execution of tactics would depend on the player's performance on the field. Bournemouth, on the other hand, maintained a 4-4-2 defensive counterattack formation. Even at home, they refrained from recklessly pushing forward, opting instead to await Watford's offensive. Some fans might find it frustrating that the home team plays so cautiously, but Bournemouth supporters have never deemed this pragmatic approach problematic. After all, they ascended to the championship with a defensive counterattack and triumphed over formidable teams like Liverpool, Aston Villa, and even Chelsea. As Watford gradually pushed their offensive line forward against Bournemouth, the fans erupted with cheers to rally their team. White Leaf roamed in a more advanced position. Since facing Chelsea, he had showcased his extraordinary scoring prowess, prompting Eddie Howe to refrain from assigning him defensive duties. In his words, it would be a waste of talent. Thus, Whiteleaf bore minimal defensive responsibilities, even though his defensive capabilities ranked among the best in the championship. Watford's attack appeared somewhat cautious. They were reluctant to lose possession and grant Bournemouth an opportunity. However, it was evident that the championship lacked possession-based teams. After a brief period of experimentation, they had to revert to pure offensive play. They bombarded the penalty area. Utilizing their midfield numerical superiority, Watford incessantly fed ammunition to their forwards, Igalo and Deeney, urging them to breach Bournemouth's defenses in search of scoring opportunities or to set up trailing teammates. Yet, this approach proved ineffective against Bournemouth, who had already weathered the onslaught from Liverpool and Chelsea. They faced little pressure from Watford's disjointed long balls. On the sidelines, Sanino was evidently aware of the unfolding situation. His brow furrowed with concern as he pondered how to shift the momentum of the game. However, in an instant, the dynamics on the field transformed. Bailly emerged in the path of Torsel's pass from the opposing midfield, successfully intercepting the ball. He swiftly initiated an offensive thrust. The crowd erupted in excitement, having watched their team being pressured by Watford for several minutes. Now, it was finally their turn to attack. Watford had clearly anticipated Bailly's position, as two players materialized before him, blocking his advance. Additionally, two more defenders closed in around him. At that moment, Bailly found himself surrounded by four opposing defenders. Such a level of defensive pressure indicated Watford's genuine apprehension regarding Bailly's capabilities. Recognizing that all his passing options were obstructed, he refrained from relying solely on his speed and dribbling skills to force a breakthrough, given the low probability of success. Instead, before the encirclement was complete, Bailly deftly shifted the ball to Ritchie on the opposite flank. Ritchie received the ball and pressed forward. The remaining defenders reacted quickly. The match had only just begun, and everyone still had ample energy to keep pace. Anya was the first to close in on Ritchie. Under pressure, Ritchie opted not to pass the ball immediately to the advancing Francis. Instead, he chose to shield the ball with his back, attempting to shake off Anya's relentless pursuit. However, it was evident that he had overestimated his own abilities. Anya surged up from behind, constantly making physical contact to force Ritchie to release the ball. Ritchie's ability to withstand such pressure was not particularly strong, and amidst the tussle, he realized he had to pass the ball. Finally, with a burst of effort, Ritchie managed to extricate the ball, but due to the ongoing struggle, his pass lacked precision and ended up as a risky ball. Nevertheless, Francis bravely charged towards the incoming ball. At the same time, Watson rushed in as well. The two collided almost simultaneously, but Francis was a fraction quicker to make contact, albeit at a higher angle. As he kicked the ball away, he inadvertently lost his footing and slipped over it. In that fleeting moment, his balance was completely lost. As he saw the ball being cleared, his lower leg was fully exposed beneath him, and in a desperate attempt to retract his foot, it was too late. He inadvertently stomped onto Watson's shin. A loud cry escaped Watson as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. The referee immediately blew the whistle to halt the match and, without hesitation, brandished a red card. Francis was shown a red card. Stunned, Francis protested vehemently, insisting he had no intention of stepping on his opponent, claiming he had touched the ball first while Watson had failed to make contact with it. His foot had merely followed through. No. This cannot be a red card. I didn't mean to, Francis argued, yet the referee remained unmoved, staunchly defending his decision. Eddie Howe, from the sidelines, was taken aback. Had it really only been under 10 minutes of play before a player was sent off? How could they possibly continue? Players from both sides quickly gathered around. As captain, Bailly was the first to engage the referee in discussions, a characteristic of English football where the captain represents the team in all negotiations with the officiating crew. However, the referee seemed determined to uphold the authority of his ruling, insisting that his decision was infallible. This left many viewers in disbelief, questioning why it warranted a red card. As the replays aired, it was evident that Francis had approached the ball first and that Watson had not engaged with it at all. It was clear that Watson's foot only came into play after Francis had slipped. A yellow card would have sufficed for such an action, but a straight red was excessive. Eddie Howe, visibly agitated, even shouted at the fourth official, but this only resulted in the referee issuing him a yellow card as well. The players and coaching staff of Bournemouth appeared resigned to accept the outcome. Francis himself looked disheartened. However, as he exited the field, the fans did not jeer at him but instead offered him applause, with nearby supporters shouting, "Kid, this isn't your fault. It's that wretched referee's." Eddie Howe embraced Francis as he left the pitch, quickly summoning Bailly to strategize. With one less player, they had to fortify their defense by substituting Pittman for a defender. Bailly nodded in agreement, understanding the necessity of bolstering their defensive line. Following assessment and treatment by the team doctor, Watson was cleared to return to the field. Meanwhile, Bournemouth was compelled to make a substitution in the 8th minute, bringing in defender Smith in place of forward Pittman. This unexpected red card prompted Sanino to reflect on his fortunate circumstances, gaining confidence from the advantage of playing with one more player. Securing a victory at Bournemouth would be pivotal for Watford's bid to maintain their position at the top of the league. The match resumed shortly thereafter, but this time, the atmosphere at Vitality Stadium was filled not with cheers, but with boos and jeers directed at the referee. Despite being a man down, Bournemouth retained their defensive formation, even Wilson dropping back, while only Bailly positioned himself slightly further forward. Observing Bournemouth's deep defensive setup, Watford's attacking line advanced confidently, with all three center-backs pushing up to the midfield line. The number of players joining the attack increased, putting Bournemouth's defense in a precarious position. Fortunately, the players remained focused, repeatedly thwarting Watford's advances. During the English broadcast, commentators remarked that this match could very well pivot on that red card. Opinions on its validity would undoubtedly vary. Yet the outcome could mark the end of Bournemouth's winning streak. Nonetheless, one must never forget that Bournemouth had previously triumphed over Liverpool and drawn with Chelsea. Perhaps a miracle could still unfold. Suddenly, Bailly, just as the commentator's words trailed off, the game took another dramatic turn. After successfully defending against a high ball from Watford, Bournemouth sent the ball towards Bailly positioned just outside the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Bailly chose to sprint down the left flank, using his speed to outpace his defender, Lanyon. As a wing-back, Lanyon had positioned himself higher up the field to maintain cohesion with Watford's pressing offense, thereby granting Bailly the space to exploit. In a dazzling display of pace, Bailly surged past Lanyon. The other Watford players quickly retreated, particularly the three center-backs, who immediately closed in on Bailly, intent on halting his advance. Hoban, Angela, and Cascat surrounded Bailly. As he charged forward, Bailly became the singular focus of the entire stadium. All Bournemouth supporters held their breath, watching intently to see if he could break through the encroaching defenders. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Bailly initiated an extraordinary play. 75. This was not a contender for the championship. The disparity in strength was too great. Most spectators assumed Bailly was poised to take a shot, given his renowned long-range finesse that had secured countless winning goals for Bournemouth. Yet, many overlooked the skill that first brought Bailly into the limelight: his passing. This was a masterful pass. With the attention of three center-backs drawn entirely to Bailly, Wilson surged forward on the opposite flank. This was the sole point of reception. Quite a distance. Nevertheless, Bailly executed an exquisite pass. The ball traversed the entire width of the pitch, landing perfectly at Wilson's feet as he made his run. The crowd gasped in awe at Bailly's precision, and even Wilson was taken aback that Bailly could deliver such a ball. However, as the team's second most valuable player, Wilson's innate goal-scoring instincts remained sharp. With the three center-backs distracted by Bailly, he found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, executing a feint before slotting the ball into the net. The ball struck the back of the net, sending a wave of white jubilation through the air. It was a goal. Bournemouth had broken the deadlock at home, leading 1-0. Goalkeeper Gomez stood in stunned disbelief, incredulous as he shouted at the three defenders, "Why are you all fixated on Bailly? Can't you see the threat behind you?" Yet, the trio could only shrug. Who didn't he know who Bailly was? Had they not marked him, he might have scored directly. This was the dilemma Bailly posed to Watford. Following Wilson's goal, he ran to embrace Bailly, both celebrating the momentous strike. They were a man down yet ahead. The fans erupted with excitement, even dissipating their earlier ire towards the referee. Bailly. This is Bailly. Even with 10 men, our offensive efficacy remains unparalleled. The gap in skill was glaringly apparent. Bailly's vision was astonishing. I, seated in the stands, hadn't he even noticed Wilson's run as all attention was fixed on Bailly. I was still pondering how he would approach the attack, never anticipating such an expansive cross. Bailly truly dared to deliver. Wasn't this his standard operation? I genuinely believe Bournemouth is somewhat underutilizing Bailly's offensive brilliance. Their tactics do not fully harness his innate talent. Currently, Bournemouth's performance appears commendable, but it is merely a testament to Bailly's adaptability. He excels in any midfield role assigned to him. Yet, in a different environment with a different strategy, Bailly's attacking threat would amplify. On the sidelines, Eddie Howe celebrated exuberantly, exclaiming, "Well done." Bailly's pass was nothing short of spectacular, leaving Howe mesmerized. To have a player capable of scoring in crucial moments and creating golden opportunities for teammates was a stroke of fortune for him as a coach. Conversely, Sannino was less pleased, left bewildered by the counterattack that resulted in a goal despite having an extra player. At that moment, Sannino felt as though they had been robbed, and with his team trailing, an aggressive offensive strategy was imperative. After all, they had the numerical advantage. Thus, upon the resumption of play, Watford did not retreat. They pressed forward, determined to capitalize on their advantage. They pushed Bournemouth's players deep into the penalty area, yet their attacks failed to penetrate. Far away in Germany, Friedrich shook his head at Watford's tactical choices, feeling a profound sense of defeat. He had never ceased observing Bailly, struck by the players' showcased abilities. Friedrich sought to comprehensively understand Bailly. Consequently, he watched every match featuring him. The encounter against Chelsea had thoroughly captivated Friedrich, prompting him to draft an email to Bayern's sporting director. Although Bayern traditionally exercised caution in their transfer policies, Friedrich earnestly hoped they would abandon their principles to acquire Bailly at any cost. He could envision Bailly as the key to Bayern's dominance in European football. Thus, he would not miss this match, and while Bailly's initial silence felt unusual, he soon revealed his extraordinary talent, aiding his team in scoring. However, Watford's tactical decisions allowed Friedrich to witness Bailly shine once again. The reasoning was straightforward. While Watford could intensify their offense, they could not afford to leave such vast spaces for Bailly. A gaping hole in the backline was akin to inviting disaster. Did they truly believe that one or two defenders could adequately contain Bailly? As a seasoned scout who had watched Bailly play numerous times, Friedrich believed none of Watford's three center-backs possessed the ability to handle Bailly in isolation. Reality unfolded as he anticipated. Watford's series of attacks bore little fruit and instead left them vulnerable to Bournemouth's counterattacks, despite their desperate defense. As the match reached the 18th minute, Bailly executed a sliding tackle, sending Trossard's ball soaring away, inadvertently bringing Trossard down in the process. Trossard immediately protested to the referee, claiming a foul. However, the referee waved him off, urging him to rise as Bournemouth seized the opportunity to counterattack swiftly. After Bailly's tackle, Wilson received the ball. Advancing a short distance, he encountered a defender and promptly passed to Bailly. Thanks to the substantial gaps left by Watford's defense, both Bailly and Wilson could showcase their speed. Particularly Bailly, who, while sprinting, continuously monitored the opponent's positioning and his teammates' movements. Angela and Cathcart converged on him, while Hoban retreated, observing the other Bournemouth players, mindful of their earlier mistake. Yet, this time, Bailly chose not to pass. Sensing enough space between Angela and Cathcart, he accelerated, charging towards the two defenders. He maneuvered the ball through the narrow gap between them, then utilized his speed to bypass Cathcart. He executed a perfect dribble. Cathcart, feeling a pang of anxiety, attempted to grab Bailly, thinking that even if it meant a foul, he must stop him. Otherwise, Bailly's breakthrough would pose a significant threat. But as he exerted all his strength to pull Bailly back, he realized he could not hold him back. Instead, he was pulled forward by Bailly's momentum. With a rip, Bailly's jersey tore, leaving Cathcart clutching a remnant of fabric as Bailly surged toward the goal. It was over. Cathcart sensed impending doom. Indeed, in just a brief span of 2 or 3 seconds, the Vitality Stadium erupted with fervent cheers. The entire crowd of supporters simultaneously chanted a name. Bailly. Bailly. Magnificent. Wow. That explosive strike was truly remarkable. This is the perfect amalgamation of speed and power. Such a shot would be unassailable even by Buffon. Incredible. With Bailly on the field, we are champions. The fans were electrified, their eyes glued to Bailly, who, with a torn jersey, celebrated exuberantly. Everyone remained enchanted by the image of that decisive shot. After outmaneuvering Angela and Cathcart, Bailly faced the advancing Hoban, delivering a straightforward yet powerful shot that pierced through Gomez's fingers. This extended Bournemouth's lead to 2 goals. Bailly opened his arms wide, embracing the adulation of the fans, who could even glimpse the defined muscles beneath the tattered fabric of his jersey. Simply stunning. To the supporters, Bailly epitomized their ideal football idol, a prodigious talent, full of promise. The English commentators couldn't help but laud Bailly. Fantastic. Truly fantastic. Bournemouth's attacks were perpetually efficient, devoid of excessive passing or elaborate tactical maneuvers. It was a simple strategy of handing the ball to Bailly, who would conclude the offensive with remarkable swiftness. Despite being a man down, Bournemouth astonishingly led by 2 goals at home. This was Bournemouth, a team playing with 1 less player. Although Watford appeared dominant in possession, their actual scoring opportunities were alarmingly scarce. The disparity in strength between the 2 teams was glaringly apparent. When Bournemouth received a red card, no one anticipated the eventual outcome would unfold as it did. Yet, the reality was such that Watford found it exceedingly challenging to secure any points at the Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth's defense was, after all, the best in the Championship. Even with an extra player, could Watford truly breach their defenses? Moreover, Watford had to contemplate how to counter Bailly's next assault. They mustn't afford him a single opportunity. He would make them regret it. In the 76th minute, the vicious cycle continued. 17 consecutive victories. While the fans celebrated, Sannino furiously sought out the 4th official, claiming that Bailly's tackle was undoubtedly a foul. However, the 4th official dismissed his assertion, attempting to explain, yet Sannino, caught in a fit of rage, began to unleash a torrent of expletives. The 4th official shook his head, and at that moment, the main referee approached and issued a yellow card to Sannino. Regardless of the referee's decisions, he commanded absolute authority on the pitch. Sannino, dissatisfied, shook his head and, in a moment of madness, began to clap. His assistant, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded. Fearing Sannino was inviting a red card, he hurriedly restrained him. Yet, the referee, having turned away, noticed Sannino's antics, furrowed his brow, and immediately blew his whistle, brandishing a yellow card once more. Subsequently, he revealed a red card, converting 2 yellows into 1 red, thus expelling Sannino from the match. Sannino, realizing he had received 2 yellow cards within mere seconds, was infuriated and wished to voice his complaints, but was swiftly escorted off the field by his assistant, under the watchful eye of security. Watford mounted an offensive. Bailly intercepted, Bournemouth scored, and Sannino was sent off. In the span of just 1 or 2 minutes, the sequence of events left the fans in shock. What just transpired? On the sidelines, Eddie Howe also recognized the situation, and after understanding the context, he empathized with Sannino, as he too had vocally criticized the foolish referee. He even received a yellow card himself, though he quickly regained his composure. Following the celebration, Eddie Howe promptly refocused, instructing his players to tighten their defensive strategies during the brief interlude when Bailly was being outfitted with a new jersey. The opposition was now in a desperate situation. Failure to attack would equate to defeat, necessitating a vigorous offensive effort, and thus, they had to be prepared. The reality proved this to be true. With their coach ejected and trailing by 2 goals away from home, Watford's players were in a somber mood, yet their desire to attack surged. Upon the restart, they immediately surged forward from the flanks, eager to score an away goal. Just 1 goal would significantly alleviate their distress. However, Watford's frantic play, driven by impatience, allowed Bournemouth, whose morale was soaring, to swiftly capitalize on the situation. Anya's forced breakthrough was successfully intercepted by Elphick. When Elphick passed the ball to Bailly at midfield, he quickly advanced, initiating yet another offensive. This time, Bailly navigated through midfield with even greater ease than before. The Watford players, exhausted from their relentless pursuit, coupled with psychological fatigue, struggled to retreat swiftly, relying heavily on their 3 retreating center-backs and goalkeeper Gomez to stem the tide. But could they truly contain Bailly? The answer was a resounding no. In the face of Bailly's speed, the 3 center-backs, who were more suited for sitting deep, found themselves utterly outmatched. Especially with Wilson available on the flank, Bailly found it even easier to execute a seamless combination play, completing a swift 1-2 with Wilson. After passing the ball, Wilson watched as Bailly surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, effortlessly breaching the opponent's defense. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride in their combined prowess. Angela, in hot pursuit, realized he couldn't keep pace with Bailly. Astonishing speed. This pace was arguably on par with that of Premier League wingers. Was this lad truly a championship-level player? And a midfielder at that? Who could believe it? Just as Angela was desperately chasing, Gomez also advanced. A competent goalkeeper must judiciously time his approach to block the angle of the attacking player's shot. Bang! However, as Gomez charged forward, just before he could leave the 6-yard box, Bailly unleashed a shot. A super explosive strike from outside the box. Bailly's signature move. Gomez, in his haste, had no time to ascertain the ball's trajectory, relying solely on instinct to block it. His instincts were not incorrect. Yet, his speed had declined with age. Whoosh! The ball sailed past Gomez's fingertips and into the net. In less than half an hour of the first half, Watford crumbled under Bournemouth's onslaught. 3 goals. Bailly once again slid on his knees by the stands, celebrating this extraordinary world-class goal with his teammates and fans. Bailly. The fans' cheeks flushed with excitement. Their fervor rekindled, as if everything had transformed into sheer brilliance since that red card for Bournemouth. Their counterattacks were pinpoint accurate. The English commentators, in awe of Bailly's scoring prowess, remarked on Watford's descent into a vicious cycle, trapped in an abyss from which they could not extricate themselves. The more they conceded, the greater the need to attack, and the more they pressed forward, the more opportunities they unwittingly afforded Bournemouth. In this instance, upon gaining possession, Bailly found himself unimpeded in midfield, effortlessly turning and advancing toward the defensive line. Given Watford's defensive frailty and Bailly's remarkable offensive prowess, it is nearly inconceivable that they would escape unscathed. This is especially true with Sanino absent due to a red card, leaving the players without the guidance of their coach. What response could they possibly muster? This solitary goal speaks volumes. Although nearly an hour remains in the match, I am tempted to extend my congratulations to Bournemouth for achieving their 17th consecutive league victory, a miraculous feat that continues to set a record for their club. This goal ignited a surge of frustration in Sanino, who, watching from the stands, realized that a comeback seemed increasingly unlikely unless Bailly were to don a Watford jersey. Compounding Sanino's dismay was his utter lack of ideas on how to rectify the situation. Bournemouth's strategy was deceptively simple: defend and counterattack. The true challenge lay in how Watford could penetrate Bournemouth's defenses while simultaneously staving off their rapid counterattacks. If defending required patience, then Bournemouth's lightning-quick breaks left Watford utterly defenseless. From the stands, Sanino observed the much-lauded youth, Bailly, a player of undeniable charm. Yet, as an adversary, he became a source of exasperation. A thought flickered in Sanino's mind. With only 2 direct promotion slots available each year, perhaps they need not vie with Bournemouth for the championship. Securing second place might suffice. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Had he truly been intimidated by Bailly? Was he genuinely concerned that his team might fall short against Bournemouth in upcoming matches? He would have previously dismissed such thoughts with conviction, yet now uncertainty clouded his judgment. In the English League Cup semi-final, the stakes were high. The score stood at 3-0, with Bailly involved in all goals. Such a performance elevated him to the status of a burgeoning superstar in the eyes of all spectators. In China, many fans watching Bailly streamed from dubious gambling websites, and even the pixelated quality could not obscure his talent, which radiated from the screen. Remarkable. He is undoubtedly poised to feature among top-tier teams next season. Competing in the championship feels like a mismatch for him. His composure on the ball is exceptional. This player possesses not only physical gifts, but also a keen intellect, understanding when to rely on strength and when to employ strategy. He is destined to become a midfield maestro. Bailly is a tantalizing prospect. His adaptability would seamlessly integrate with any team's tactics, rendering him virtually invincible. Nevertheless, I perceive that he must be utilized as a core player to achieve such statistics. It seems unlikely he will immediately ascend to be the focal point of a top club, but next season, I believe he could secure a starting position with a mid-tier team in the top league, furthering his development. There is no urgency. I am confident that any elite club pursuing Bailly will insist upon playing time clauses in his contract. The question remains whether he can withstand the pressure and maintain such performances in the top league. In my observation, Bailly is the most gifted player I have encountered among all Chinese nationals and players of Chinese descent. He is undoubtedly a player to watch. Chinese fans are more interested in which team Bailly will join next season, as the current championship setup is not conducive for them to enjoy his performances. Meanwhile, the fans at Vitality Stadium hope Bailly will remain with them until retirement. Bailly, you are our faith. The Bournemouth supporters cheered, their enthusiasm palpable. This season's championship has instilled them with immense confidence, largely due to Bailly's presence. While they may feel trepidation facing Chelsea or Liverpool in league terms, Bournemouth's fans are filled with assurance. Bournemouth is invincible, has become their rallying cry. As the cheers of the fans crescendoed, the match resumed. Watford's players, now acutely aware of their predicament, recognized that their reckless attacks would only furnish Bournemouth and Bailly with more opportunities. Coupled with their growing despondency, They found themselves at a loss for how to reverse the tide. Their only recourse was to fortify their defense and maintain possession, refraining from impulsive offensives. Under the guidance of the seasoned players, Watford's overall attacking tempo slowed considerably. When they realized further advancement was futile, they promptly returned the ball to a safer position. Observing this shift, Eddie Howe felt a measure of relief. Watford's hesitance to attack afforded Bournemouth a chance to catch their breath. After all, leading by 3 goals. Howe was also concerned about his players' stamina and injury risks, especially with Bournemouth engaged in multiple competitions. Therefore, being able to waste time while leading was an acceptable strategy for Bournemouth. As both teams adopted a cautious approach, the match swiftly approached the first-half injury time. Neither side made significant progress. The English broadcaster remarked, "Although I previously congratulated Bournemouth on their 17 consecutive victories, I must say, since Sanino's dismissal to the stands, I have yet to see any desire from the players to mount a comeback. Please, you are 1 player up. How could you be so intimidated by a counterattack? Are you genuinely prepared to concede defeat? This, I believe, is far from the spirit of competition. I hope Sanino can inspire his players during halftime to devise a strategy to fight back. Otherwise, they may indeed hand Bournemouth their 17th consecutive victory." As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, both teams retreated to their locker rooms for a respite. The expressions on the players' faces were starkly contrasting. Bournemouth's players beamed with joy, engaging with the fans in the stands, while Watford's players trudged in silence, heads bowed in disappointment. After all, in what was supposed to be a showdown between titans, conceding 3 goals in the first half rendered it anything but a contest. Before the match, many believed Watford, as league leaders, would pose a significant challenge to Bournemouth. However, it now appeared that they were more manageable than some relegation-threatened teams in the Championship. During the intermission, Bournemouth supporters had already begun to regard victory as a foregone conclusion. In recent matches, they had not lost after taking the lead. The fans turned their attention to another headline. In 2 days, Bournemouth would face Chelsea at Stamford Bridge in the second leg of the League Cup semi-finals, a decisive battle for both teams. The absence of an away goals rule meant that the outcome would be determined solely in this second leg. In such circumstances, Mourinho participated in a pre-match interview, where a journalist inquired whether Chelsea could regain their form at home against Bournemouth. Mourinho, initially furrowing his brow, then pursed his lips before grasping the microphone and responding, "The last match was merely an anomaly. We will certainly maintain our performance throughout the season and secure this victory. We have erred, yet we have also triumphed in many extraordinary matches. We are equipped to confront any situation." The journalist pressed on, asking about Bournemouth's impressive player, Billing, and whether they had devised specific tactics to neutralize him. Mourinho nodded, acknowledging, "He is a formidable young talent, but our previous match merely showcased our mistakes, granting him too much space. At Stamford Bridge, he will not find such opportunities again. I wish him well." Following further tactical inquiries, a Bournemouth reporter stood up, having absorbed Mourinho's remarks, and queried, "I recall you mentioned prior to the last match that you were unfamiliar with Bournemouth or Billing. Do you now have a better understanding of them?" Taken aback by the reporter's audacity, Mourinho smiled slightly and replied, "Of course, I am now informed, but after one match. They will fade from my memory like countless teams I have bested." Naturally, Mourinho's comments incited discontent among Bournemouth supporters. Compounding their frustration was the fact that the upcoming match would be held at Chelsea's home ground, leaving many unable to access Stamford Bridge. The fans placed their hopes entirely on Billing, wishing for their prodigious talent to once again silence the skeptics who underestimated Bournemouth. As discussions among the fans continued, halftime swiftly concluded, and the second half between Bournemouth and Watford commenced. Watford made a personnel change, substituting a midfielder for a forward, indicating a strategic shift towards an all-out offensive. With the referee's whistle, Bournemouth initiated the play, opting for a backward pass to draw out the opposing players. Watford players indeed pressed forward aggressively, showcasing their attacking intent. Billing recognized that Watford's displayed morale was indicative of a final desperate push. Should Bournemouth allow them to score, their spirits would soar, creating significant challenges for Bournemouth, even with a 3-goal lead. Billing signaled his teammates to retreat while positioning himself in midfield, ready to advance at a moment's notice, seeking opportunities for counterattacks, while also providing a reliable passing option, as his receiving ability exceeded that of his teammates. This ensured that the opposition could not advance their pressure entirely, necessitating that they allocate resources to defend against him. Bournemouth maintained possession in their defensive half, as Watford relentlessly pressed, advancing near the penalty area, though their efforts bore little fruit. Watford's pressing seemed disorganized, resembling the frantic movements of a headless chicken. However, the coaches discerned a different narrative. Billing's positioning is quite intriguing, Eddie Howe mused, noting that Billing could orchestrate play even when closely marked, demonstrating his capacity to control the ball and seek opportunities. As the two coaches marveled at Billing's tactical influence, the crowd erupted in a collective gasp. Billing. Once again, it's Billing. Initially receiving the ball with composure, he unexpectedly accelerated forward, bypassing both Tony and Munari, who were caught off guard. With only one defender, Angela, remaining in his path, Billing surged forward, aware that retreating would lead to being outmaneuvered. Angela aimed to obstruct Billing's advance, anticipating a physical confrontation, and braced for impact. Yet, Billing had no intention of slowing down. He unleashed his full speed. As Angela approached, intending to confront him, Billing executed a sudden stop, deftly flicking the ball away. In a moment of realization, Angela understood his predicament too late. Billing swiftly turned, skillfully maneuvering past him and finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, Gomez. Without hesitation, Billing unleashed a powerful shot from outside the penalty area, striking the net with the force of a cannonball. The goal was scored 4-0. The outcome was unequivocal. Bournemouth triumphed in this championship clash, establishing a remarkable 17 consecutive victories. The Bournemouth fans and players erupted in jubilant celebrations, rushing to the stands to share in the euphoria of this home victory. Meanwhile, Watford's players were left utterly demoralized, their confidence shattered by the defeat. For balls, and there remains no possibility of redemption. The chance has evaporated. This time, it is not merely the loss of a match, but also a profound blow to Watford's confidence in their pursuit of the championship title. Maintaining the current score, they could have held a 2-point lead over Bournemouth. However, do they truly possess the confidence to navigate the remaining matches without a defeat, leading until the very end? The answer is a resounding no. From top to bottom, the sentiment resonates. Bailly, Bailly. The fans at Vitality Stadium collectively chant his name. At this moment, he shines like a solitary star in the firmament, the only luminary at Vitality Stadium. Eddie Howe feels a sense of calm settle within him, prompting him to instruct the substitutes to warm up, preparing to rotate his players and grant the starters a well-deserved respite. After all, in just 2 days, they will face a crucial League Cup clash. That is the paramount contest. Once the match resumes, Watford has lost all semblance of fighting spirit, launching no significant attacks, merely attempting sporadic offensives. Upon encountering obstacles, they quickly revert to safe passes. Meanwhile, Bournemouth, in a dead-ball situation, also opts for substitutions, allowing the starters to rest while the substitutes seek to regain their form. As Bailly leaves the field, applause erupts from the fans, expressing their gratitude for his contributions to the team. Following Bournemouth substitutions, Watford ceases its offensive efforts and also withdraws its key players. Sanino, observing from the stands, realizes that contending for the championship may be futile. Securing second place will suffice. After all, achieving promotion to the Premier League is their primary goal for this season. The match concludes with a score of 4-0. A joyous victory for Bournemouth fans as they triumph over the league leaders. This success propels them to second place in the league standings, merely 2 points shy of first-place Watford. The fans glimpse hope, envisioning the team's ascent from League Two to the Premier League within a few short years. This is the fairy tale of Bournemouth football, and Bailly is the beloved prince of this tale. The jubilant cheers of the fans post-match underscore the significance of Bailly and Bournemouth in the hearts of the supporters. In a post-match interview, amidst the fans' exuberance, Sanino addresses the reporters. This is a night that makes sleep elusive. The revelry of Bournemouth fans marks our disappointment at Watford. Yet, we must concede that Bournemouth's victory is a testament to their strength. I have no grievances. We had our opportunities, particularly after Bournemouth received a red card. However, Bailly's performance altered everything. We did not execute well enough, and I hope our players can maintain focus and stability in upcoming matches. It is safe to say that today we were bested by Bailly. Indeed, Sanino's words hold no fallacy. They were defeated by Bailly. All 4 goals scored by Bournemouth today were the result of Bailly's brilliance. Such a performance rightfully earned him the accolade of Player of the Match in this round of the championship, an award he has claimed 17 times. Each display by Bailly is nothing short of impeccable. Furthermore, his consistent performances against formidable teams such as Liverpool and Chelsea have illuminated his commercial value to numerous sports brands. Tonight, witnessing Bournemouth's resounding victory and Bailly's continued brilliance, it is evident to all that his future is boundless. This realization has driven Hunter, responsible for Bailly's contract negotiations at Nike's England division, to engage in further discussions with Pelon regarding Bailly's potential signing with Nike. According to Hunter's sources, Adidas, Puma, and other brands are actively pursuing Bailly's contract. He must act swiftly, particularly with Bournemouth set to face Chelsea in a return match. An innovative idea sparked in Hunter's mind, prompting him to contact Pelon immediately. The next morning, as Bailly departs his home for the training ground, he notices the day's newspapers brimming with headlines about Bournemouth's impending away challenge against Chelsea. There are predictions from various journalists and discussions from numerous former players. One such former Bournemouth player, Potter, remarked, "Bournemouth's chances against Chelsea are slim. But we must have faith in the team. Even if we do not trust others, we should place our trust in Bailly. Believe me, Bailly is the most unique player I have encountered in my career. His talent and future will render him the greatest in Bournemouth's history." Such sentiments resonate predominantly among Bournemouth's players and fans. Others, like Mourinho, claim they will fade from memory like countless teams I have defeated. A statement that has garnered significant attention. Many local Bournemouth media outlets believe Mourinho exhibits arrogance, dismissing them despite their previous victory at Vitality Stadium. This has incited anger among fans, who eagerly hope for the team to showcase their prowess against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Bailly, of course, will strive to secure a win, although the challenge will be formidable given the stature of Stamford Bridge. During training on that day, Bailly receives a call from Pelon, who informs him that Nike wishes to sign him to a contract that includes a performance-based agreement for the upcoming match. The more goals Bailly scores against Chelsea, the higher the signing bonus will be. However, upon hearing Nike's initial offer, Bailly feels no inclination to proceed. €1 million per year, with performance stipulations and a 5-year contract? Is this Nike's sincerity? Indeed, I find this price. Pelon begins to respond. But Bailly interrupts, stating, "No deal, let them forget it. For now, do not engage in negotiations with any brand. If they wish to sign, reject all offers. I will not sign anything at this moment, at least not for the next season or even the season after." Bailly recognizes that only someone with a questionable mindset would hastily sign a long-term contract. He is confident that his future development will be exceptional. Pelon has little choice but to acquiesce to Bailly's wishes, which is precisely why Bailly chose him as his agent over more powerful figures like Mendes or Raiola. Pelon respects Bailly's autonomy. Having instructed Pelon to decline Nike's offer, Bailly fully immerses himself in training for the Chelsea match. Drawing from their previous encounter against Chelsea, the current Bournemouth players are considerably less anxious. They are well aware that Chelsea's players are not extraterrestrial. They are human, and scoring requires space and opportunity. If they unite in their defensive efforts, even Chelsea will find it challenging to breach their defenses. 3 days later, the entire Bournemouth squad travels to Stamford Bridge, located in Fulham, London. This home of the Blues, inaugurated in 1877 and opened in 1905, boasts a century-long history and accommodates over 40,000 spectators, making it the third largest stadium in the London area. On the day of the match, fans clad in blue jerseys create an impenetrable atmosphere within the stadium. This season, Chelsea has instilled in their supporters a true sense of what it means to be a formidable team. Such unwavering confidence is truly fearless. A palpable sense of self-assurance permeates throughout Chelsea, especially when facing this relatively obscure team tonight. Even though their last encounter ended in a draw at the opponent's ground, the majority of fans, along with Mourinho, believe it was merely a fluke. Tonight, victory is a certainty. Bailly, accompanied by the team bus, enters the stadium, gazing at the vast sea of blue supporters outside, resolute in his determination to leave an indelible mark on this ground. He aims for the Stamford Bridge to remember him, a young man named Bailly, who has conquered this arena. At 80 minutes, both sides feel it suits them perfectly. The match is being broadcast live in China at 1:30 in the morning, yet countless fans await in front of their screens, eager for the final outcome. Following the previous match, the sentiments of most fans resonate similarly. Bailly's remarkable performance will undoubtedly make him a focal point tonight. With Chelsea prepared, they will not allow Bailly to score with such ease again. Fans are increasingly confident in Chelsea's advancement. Bailly is indeed formidable, but he has faced relatively few top-tier defenses. Both Liverpool and Chelsea have afforded him considerable space. Without such space, scoring opportunities become scarce. Mourinho's defensive prowess is unmatched. Targeting Bailly should be a straightforward task. Bournemouth, playing away, realistically has little chance in this match. If Chelsea allows Bournemouth to score even once, it would be considered a failure. The previous match was chaotic, yet such chaos can control the rhythm of the game. There is hope that they can perform well at home this time. During the pre-match introduction, Hiway highlighted the significant disparity in strength between the two squads, noting their market values differ by over tenfold. While the ultimate outcomes in football are not solely dictated by player valuations, it is undeniable that Chelsea stands as the stronger side. The last match demonstrated that Bournemouth had nearly no offensive strategies against Chelsea, relying almost entirely on Bailly's individual brilliance. Thus, Chelsea is unlikely to neglect Bailly's presence this time. If he is effectively neutralized, how will Bournemouth's offense unfold? Will they, as before, cling to a defensive stance until extra time, or even a penalty shootout? Yet, can Chelsea truly be thwarted by Bournemouth's defense? Hiway's thoughts echo those of many others. No matter how skilled Bailly may be, Chelsea's Premier League defenders should be capable of containing him. Having previously been unfamiliar with Bailly, they will certainly not make the same mistake again. Consequently, hope radiates from the faces of Chelsea's supporters at Stamford Bridge, who sing passionately, "Blue is our dream. Football is our sport. United as one, victory is our goal. Whether the sun shines or the rain falls, please continue to cheer for us. For our name is Chelsea, Chelsea." The harmonious voices of tens of thousands resonate far more powerfully than the atmosphere within the stadium, even reaching the players in the tunnel. At this moment, Bournemouth's players inevitably feel the weight of nerves. Soon, the referee leads the players onto the pitch, and the match is about to commence. As the pre-match broadcast pans over the starting players, Chinese fans realize they can recognize all of Chelsea's players: Diego Costa, Hazard, Oscar, Terry, Fabregas, Matic. Conversely, on the Bournemouth side, they only recognize Bailly. Unless they frequently watch Bournemouth matches due to Bailly, the rest remain unfamiliar. This starkly illustrates the disparity in strength, as the broadcasts in China predominantly showcase Europe's top leagues, who would concern themselves with lower-tier matches. In the other semi-final, Tottenham faced Sheffield United the previous night, emerging victorious. Having narrowly won the first leg at home, Tottenham's Eriksen and Sheffield's Che Adams each scored twice, resulting in a 2-2 draw. However, Tottenham advanced to the final of the League Cup due to their first-leg advantage. If anyone desires Bournemouth to triumph tonight, aside from their own fans, it would be the Tottenham supporters. Thus, in the match's commentary section, aside from a few Bournemouth fans clashing with Chelsea supporters, the Tottenham fans fervently hope for an upset, wishing for Bournemouth to eliminate Chelsea. After all, no one among Tottenham wishes to face Chelsea rather than Bournemouth. At Stamford Bridge, Bailly, as captain, calls the coin toss, and fortune favors him as he correctly predicts and opts for Bournemouth to kick off. 2 minutes later, the players position themselves at the center circle. The referee glances at his watch. As the time ticks away, he promptly blows the whistle to signal the start of the match. The much-anticipated League Cup semi-final is officially underway. Boom. Pittman passes the ball back to Bailly's feet. Chelsea's players immediately press forward, striving to constrain Bournemouth within their half. The atmosphere at Stamford Bridge erupts with thunderous cheers. Everyone anticipates that Bournemouth, employing a 4-4-2 formation, will adopt a cautious approach against Chelsea's pressing, swiftly collapsing their formation. However, upon receiving the ball, Bailly does not immediately pass it back. He instead observes the movements of his attacking teammates. Oscar rushes towards Bailly, eager to seize the ball. Confronted by the Brazilian prodigy, the future core of Shandong, Bailly deftly sidesteps Oscar's challenge and strikes. The ball lands at Wilson's feet. After gaining possession, Wilson surges forward, but mere meters into his advance, he is closely marked by Willian. With Wilson's speed, evading Willian proves impossible. Seizing the moment while still in control, Wilson swiftly passes the ball back to Bailly. Realizing he can no longer progress and must rely on Bailly for reorganization, Bournemouth's two fullbacks advance their positions. The entire Bournemouth formation shows no signs of retreating. Instead, they adopt an all-out offensive demeanor, as if prepared to challenge Chelsea head-on. On the sidelines, Mourinho observes the unfolding scene with a smile. This style of play suits Chelsea perfectly. He had worried that Bournemouth might revert to a defensive shell, stifling Chelsea's offensive creativity. However, with such an open and aggressive approach, Chelsea can capitalize on counterattacks. Consequently, Mourinho signals for his team to hold back a bit, understanding that it is unnecessary to press. allowing Bournemouth to create space for players like Hazard and Willian to exploit. Witnessing Bournemouth's strategy, Mourinho silently chuckles. This is clearly Bournemouth's desperate gamble to seize the initiative. Do they possess the capability to succeed? Chelsea's recovery is remarkably swift, exemplifying their elite defensive capabilities and tactical execution. Both central and flank defenses are solid, effectively shutting down Bournemouth's offensive routes. After Bournemouth gained possession, they struggled to penetrate Chelsea's initial defensive line. However, Bailly remained unfazed by the tightness of Chelsea's defense. Although Bournemouth found it difficult to advance the ball into threatening areas, they were adept at launching high balls into the box. This was the opportunity Bailly sought. Soon enough, Bournemouth's formation shifted as Bailly partnered with Pittman in a dual striker setup, relentlessly pushing forward into the opponent's penalty area, applying pressure and forcing Chelsea's defensive line back. At that moment, Bailly called for the ball. In the hushed atmosphere of Stamford Bridge, with Mourinho silent on the sidelines, Solman, who was preparing to pass to a teammate, noticed Bailly's demand and quickly delivered the ball into Chelsea's box. Bailly positioned himself along the edge of the 6-yard box, engaging physically with the opposing center-back. Fortunately, Pittman had drawn Felipe's defensive attention away, leaving Bailly to contend solely with Zouma and Terry. Though Terry was now 34, his age had seasoned him as one of the finest defenders. Relying on his wealth of defensive experience, he positioned himself strategically, allowing the younger Zouma to handle the physicality. Bailly found himself in a challenging situation. He could use brute force to push his opponents aside, but that would lead to a foul, a testament to Terry's experience, which kept Bailly in a perpetual state of disadvantage. This defensive tactic might suffice against most strikers, but against Bailly, it fell short. He required no ball control, only a chance to shoot within the penalty area. As he tracked the incoming cross, Bailly focused intently on its landing point, maneuvering himself to ensure at least 1 foot remained within the 6-yard line. The crowd witnessed Bailly grappling with Chelsea legends Terry and the rising star Zouma. To Chelsea's fans, this appeared to be an audacious display. Wasn't he a midfielder? How had he ventured into the penalty area? Did he truly believe he could outmuscle 2 defenders for a header? The crowd chuckled, convinced that Terry and Courtois would soon teach him that scoring wasn't as simple as he imagined. In an instant, however, their chatter ceased, jaws dropped, and heads were clutched in disbelief as they beheld the unfolding scene. Bailly, with an awkward body angle, leapt into the air, evading Zouma's grip and overcoming Terry's positioning. He executed a powerful double jump, directing his header towards the ball. Courtois was prepared for Bournemouth's aerial assault, anticipating a striker's header. Yet, he was unprepared for Bailly's approach. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. As Bailly launched his header, Courtois instinctively predicted its direction. However, while Courtois pondered, Bailly unexpectedly directed the ball downward. It was a rebound. Despite Courtois' impressive height and swift reactions, he could not match the force of Bailly's powerful header. As Bailly and Courtois both landed, the ball bounced into the net. Goal. Less than 2 minutes into the match, Bournemouth had astonishingly scored their first goal, courtesy of Bailly. Bailly shrugged off Zouma and charged onto the field, roaring triumphantly while pounding his chest in celebration. Facing the Chelsea fans, he gestured, pointing to his back number and extending his thumbs up. He then opened his arms to embrace his teammates, who converged in a jubilant huddle, astonished that they had scored at Stamford Bridge. The Bournemouth supporters erupted in cheers, though their numbers were few, while the Chelsea fans fell into stunned silence, allowing their voices to be heard. Eddie Howe leapt from the sidelines, astonished. This aggressive strategy had not been his design. He had intended for a more defensive setup, waiting for Chelsea to falter before counterattacking. However, upon learning of Bailly's spontaneous decision to attack, he approved it, having previously stated that Bailly could express his creativity on the field while the others supported him. This trust had borne fruit. They had scored at Stamford Bridge. Not only were the fans silent, but Mourinho beside Howe also remained speechless. He was taken aback by Bailly's tenacity, unable to fathom how Bailly had found such a scoring opportunity within the box. He did not blame Zouma and Terry. From a coach's perspective, their defense had been commendable, nor did he fault Courtois. The replays indicated that Bailly's header had come with astonishing speed and from an unexpected angle, making it difficult to defend. Mourinho remained silent, unbelievable. The English commentators were equally astonished. Barely 2 minutes into the match, Bailly had scored. Bournemouth had taken the lead. This remarkable outcome marked the first time in their history that Bournemouth had scored at Stamford Bridge, achieved by their finest player, Bailly. Many fans struggled to comprehend this result, expecting Chelsea to dominate and for Bournemouth to occasionally counterattack. Yet, Bournemouth had started aggressively, and though Chelsea's response was solid, Bailly had once again emerged as a decisive force. Hua was Hiwei shared the same astonishment. Bailly. It was him again. He had been the pivotal player in the previous match, and now he was the one who had scored. Chelsea could never have anticipated that a midfielder would surge into the striker's position to score with a header. Not only did the players and coaching staff fail to foresee this, but the fans were equally bewildered. This showcased Bailly's versatility, while many categorized him as a playmaker. His ability to score was equally impressive. Perhaps this goal would change the rhythm of the match. Chelsea could no longer afford to be complacent. They needed to demonstrate their confidence from a season of consecutive victories at home. This goal left Hua's fans utterly speechless. They were genuinely stunned. What did I just witness? Bailly? A striker? Or a midfielder? Incredible. Chelsea had conceded again at the start. This season, Mourinho's Chelsea had averaged less than a goal conceded per match. How could Bournemouth be so formidable? It wasn't that Bournemouth was overwhelming. It was Bailly's prowess that shone through. Did they not see the replay? Neither Terry nor Zuma could prevent Bailly from scoring a header in the box. Bailly had utilized sheer strength to assert himself. Chelsea had not lost their positions. Oh my. Bailly has managed to score a header while being closely guarded by Zuma and Terry. What an extraordinary display of resilience and strength. With such prowess, he could easily play as a central striker and dominate the field. The sentiments of Chinese football fans resonate closely with those of the English supporters, both astonished by Bailly's remarkable header in the penalty area. Upon reflection, it seems that Bailly had previously demonstrated a similar ability to score headers. Although it had been overlooked at the time, many assumed he was simply making a run to seize an opportunity, never contemplating that he possessed the qualities of a top-tier striker. This goal has undoubtedly left the fans in awe, as Bailly's displayed capabilities starkly contrast with his position on the field and his seemingly slender physique. Fans find it challenging to associate the archetype of a dominant center forward with Bailly. Yet, the reality is undeniable. Bailly has outmaneuvered Chelsea's center-back to score a goal. Photographers on the sidelines, with their keen instincts, continuously focus their lenses on Bailly, recognizing that this player is poised to capture the attention of football enthusiasts worldwide. Bailly relished this moment, astonishing his opponents and captivating the crowd. In that instant, Friedrich was once again taken aback by Bailly. Each time he believes he has comprehended Bailly's capabilities, he is struck by a new revelation. He marvels at Bailly's rapid development and contemplates which skills Bailly has yet to master. Friedrich's initial interest in Bailly stemmed from his passing abilities. Yet now, Bailly has evolved beyond that, transitioning from a mere playmaker to a goal scorer. Crucially, his organizational skills remain intact, making him a formidable adversary. Just when one perceives him as an ordinary passer, he surges into the penalty area, delivering a decisive blow. When it appears he will shoot, he deftly alters his approach, executing a brilliant assist that strikes at the heart of the defense. Impossible to anticipate. Friedrich has recognized in Bailly the very player that defenders dread. He no longer worries about advocating for Bailly's name to Bayern. For just days ago, Bayern's sporting director responded to him, affirming their commitment to recruit Bailly. Of course, Friedrich understands that it is not solely his influence that has prompted this, but rather the current Bayern coach, Guardiola, who has taken action. Rumors have surfaced among friends suggesting that Bayern wishes to extend Guardiola's contract, yet he seems dissatisfied and is inclined to seek new challenges in the English league. Previously, Guardiola expressed interest in acquiring Bailly, and in an effort to retain him, Bayern is equally willing to bring Bailly to Munich.